Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 3721 to Chapter 3909. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other, their faces full of annoyance and helplessness. They clearly knew who did this, but because of their lack of strength, they could only stay here, which was really a grievance. If they had evidence, then as long as they found Master Long, they could solve this problem, but without evidence, Chu Yunyao would not admit it, and they had no other choice. I'm going to release the news. Whoever wants Chu Yunyao's life, I can help him refine the elixir. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice dropped to the freezing point. She would not let Chu Yunyao continue to be so arrogant. Di Beichen and others looked at each other. They believed that someone would be willing to do this method. However, it would take some time. At this moment, a voice came into Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. Bailey Hongzhuang, if you want to save Shangguan Yingying, then go to the Green Mountain of Punlai Island alone. If you dare to tell this news to others, then Shangguan Yingying will only have a dead end. What to do, you think about it yourself. Don't try to hide it from me. Your every move is in my eyes. As long as they know, Shangguan Yingying will die immediately. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly changed. It was really Chu Yunyao. This damn woman's scheming was so deep. It was just for a Yunling fruit, but she went through so much trouble. Di Beichen and others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's slightly changed expression and couldn't help but ask, Hongzhuang, what's wrong with you? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, nothing, it's useless to continue to stay here. Let's go back first. Di Beichen and others nodded. They had to go back and make a long-term plan. Inside the house. Yunsheng, have you sent them away? He Jingjun walked to Chu Yunsheng's side and asked casually. Chu Yunsheng nodded, these guys don't seem easy to deal with. Yunyao really likes to cause trouble. Forget it. Although they have already become inner palace disciples, the difference in strength between them and us is too great. Yunyao is merely playing around. These fellows are simply unable to pose any threat to us. I heard that Bailey Hongzhuang has made a great contribution this time. It's really troublesome to make a move on her now. Chu Yunsheng shook her head helplessly. I just came out of seclusion, and I have to help her with this kind of boring thing. I have to control her well in the future. Don't worry, it was done beautifully. Not a single trace was left behind. Don't worry. He Yunjun hugged Chu Yunsheng. Those guys, if they die, they die. No one will care. Night slowly fell. Di Beichen and the others had been looking for clues, intending to find evidence. As long as someone had done it, there would definitely be some traces left behind. They did not believe that nothing would be left behind. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also walked in the direction of Green Mountain when no one was paying attention. Since she heard Chu Yunyao's words, she was relieved. As long as she did not arrive at Green Mountain, then Yingying would be fine, so she waited until now to set off. Master, that Chu Yunyao deliberately attracted you. I'm afraid she is fully prepared to take your life. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. I'd like to see what kind of inescapable net she has set up for me. Vaguely, she always felt that it was strange for Chu Yunyao to go through so much trouble for a Yunling fruit. If Chu Yunyao did not want to, she could have done it directly yesterday afternoon. Punlai Palace did not prevent conflicts between practitioners. It was not a big deal to fight openly. It was a bit strange for her to go through so much trouble. Shangguan Yingying, it's dark. Do you think Bailey Hongzhuang will come to save you? Chu Yunyao looked at Shangguan Yingying in front of her with a smile. At this moment, she was tied to a tree. Her clothes were covered with blood, and the exposed wounds were very dazzling. She looked very miserable. Shangguan Yingying looked at Chu Yunyao angrily, but she was too lazy to speak. Pa! Chu Yunyao whipped Shangguan Yingying, and suddenly there was a blood-red wound on her body. Hiss! Shangguan Yingying frowned, and her pretty face became distorted because of the pain, but she stubbornly refused to beg for mercy. In her opinion, this woman was completely crazy before. Yesterday, when she was in the room, she was informed that Xiren and Di Beichen had a conflict with someone outside. She rushed over to take a look, but she did not expect that she would be directly knocked out after going out. When she woke up, she was already tied here by Chu Yunyao. You don't want to talk to me? Chu Yunyao stepped forward and pinched Shang Guanying's chin directly with one hand. The huge force made Shang Guanying's forehead ooze cold sweat. In my opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang will not come. You took great pains to fight for the Yunling fruit for her, but she is unwilling to save you. Are you disappointed? What do you know? Shang Guanying snorted coldly. A selfish and arrogant guy like you must think that no one is more important than yourself, right? Of course. Chu Yunyao raised her eyebrows proudly and loosened her grip on Shang Guanying's chin. 5 fingerprints had been imprinted on her chin, which showed that she had used a lot of strength before. In my opinion, you are just an idiot who has been used by others. You have been reduced to this point, but you still think that Bailey Hongzhuang is sincere to you. It's ridiculous. You're such a person, so of course you'd think so. Hongzhuang isn't someone you can compare to. Hee hee. Chu Yunyao chuckled. You idiot. If Bailey Hongzhuang really dies for you, it's not too late for you to say that. Otherwise, it just proves how stupid you are. Shang Guanying looked at Chu Yunyao speechlessly. It's just a Yunling fruit. Do you have to go through so much trouble? What do you know? Chu Yunyao's face changed, and her eyes were sharp and paranoid. If it's just for a Yunling fruit, I naturally won't go through so much trouble. But Bailey Hongzhuang shouldn't what? Shang Guanying frowned and had some doubts in her heart. They had just met Chu Yunyao yesterday. What did Hongzhuang do? She shouldn't be liked by Duan Huali. Chu Yunyao's voice lowered, and her deep eyes seemed to be lost in thought. Shang Guanying was stunned. At this moment, she understood that the problem was here. Chu Yunyao did such a thing because of Duan Huali? Shang Guanying looked at Chu Yunyao speechlessly. She had never expected that Chu Yunyao would kidnap her because of this matter. This was an undeserved disaster for them. Okay, Duan Huali was simply a hindrance. That's what she did wrong. Chu Yunyao's face became ferocious. If she obediently accepted Duan Huali, it would be fine. How dare she ignore him? What right does Bailey Hongzhuang have to ignore him? Who does she think she is? As soon as these words came out, Shang Guanying was completely speechless. She looked at Chu Yunyao blankly for a moment and said, Are you crazy? You are crazy. Chu Yunyao scolded angrily. Shang Guanying looked at Chu Yunyao as if she was looking at a fool. If you are sick, go and treat it. What does this kind of thing have to do with us? It's not right to be liked by Duan Huali or not to like Duan Huali. What do you want? Shang Guanying was already very unhappy to be tortured by this crazy woman. Now hearing this crazy woman's strange remarks, Shang Guanying almost felt that there was something wrong with her brain. You don't understand feelings at all. Chu Yunyao's eyes were distant, with a trace of pain. Shang Guanying was dumbfounded. I don't understand feelings? I don't understand feelings. No matter how you look at it, there is something wrong with your brain, right? Duan Huali likes a lot of women, but each of them is just a game. He doesn't treat any of them sincerely. This kind of woman is nothing at all. Chu Yunyao said slowly. The next second, her eyes suddenly became sharp. But he has never treated a woman seriously. Shang Guanying, who thought that Chu Yunyao was completely crazy, understood a little at this moment. Although this woman's idea was very strange, she had to admit that she really liked Duan Huali. Otherwise, with Duan Huali's degree of unfaithfulness, ordinary women couldn't stand it at all. She actually liked him all the time. Sure enough, only a weirdo would like a tortoise and a mung bean. I've never seen Duan Huali so serious. Chu Yunyao stared at Shang Guanying, her eyes paranoid and crazy. Bailey Hongzhuang has rejected him so much, but he doesn't care at all. He has never been angry with me because of a woman, because I have a different meaning to him. But he is angry with me for Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang. All this is Bailey Hongzhuang's fault. So, I want Bailey Hongzhuang to die. I will never allow another woman who treats Duan Huali differently to appear. Her dark eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. It's best that Bailey Hongzhuang appears today, then I can save myself a lot of trouble. If she doesn't appear today, I have to find another way. It was not until this moment that Shang Guanying finally understood why Chu Yunyao had taken great pains to use her to attract Bailey Hongzhuang. It was because Chu Yunyao didn't want Duan Huali to know that Bailey Hongshuang's matter had something to do with her. In this way, Chu Yunyao really put a lot of thought into this matter. She had always regarded Duan Huali as a playboy. She liked Hong Zhuang just because of her appearance. But now, according to Chu Yunyao's analysis, Duan Huali was very serious about Hong Zhuang. There was some doubt in Shang Guanying's eyes. She found that Duan Huali's romantic debt was really amazing. This messy love triangle was really confusing. You're wrong. The person he really likes is me. Chu Yunyao's eyes changed, and she said, I look the same as my sister. He just accidentally mixed us up. Shang Guanying was slightly stunned, and immediately understood that Chu Yunyao and Chu Yunsheng were twin sisters. In this way, Duan Huali didn't know the situation and mistook the two sisters for the same person, did he? If that was really the case, then it would really be a good show. Maybe he likes your sister and mistook you for someone else? Shang Guanying looked at Chu Yunyao in front of her. Anyway, the two sisters looked the same. Only Duan Huali knew whether he was pursuing Chu Yunsheng or Chu Yunyao. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yunyao seemed to be stimulated by something, and her face was extremely ugly. The next second, she rushed to Shang Guanying like crazy. She pulled the latter's shoulders with both hands and shook them constantly. As she shook them, she shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? He likes me. It's me. The sharp voice was a little hysterical. Chu Yunyao seemed to be possessed. Shang Guanying was constantly shaken and hit against the tree. The pain made her injury worse again. Psycho! Shang Guanying shouted. She regretted it. She shouldn't have talked seriously with a lunatic. This woman couldn't listen to anything at all. The reason why Duan Huali treated her differently might be that she was mentally ill. Who could stand such madness? No wonder Duan Huali didn't accept it. Pa! Chu Yunyao slapped Shang Guanying's face, and her expression returned to calm. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang dares to attract Duan Huali's attention. It's her fault. I must kill her. Chu Yunyao's face was ferocious and her eyes were gloomy. As for you, if you dare to compete with me, you will also die. At this moment, Shang Guanying didn't want to say anything more to Chu Yunyao. This woman was completely unreasonable. She thought she was a princess and everyone should listen to her arrangements. She didn't understand how a woman with such a personality could live until now. She should have died a long time ago. However, she was most worried about Bailey Hongzhuang. Chu Yunyao had told her that if Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to save her, she had to come alone. With her understanding of Hongzhuang would never leave her alone. But once she came, Hongzhuang would be in danger. Although Chu Yunyao was a lunatic in her eyes, she had to admit that Chu Yunyao was indeed very strong. After being captured, she had resisted, but Chu Yunyao's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Purple Realm. She was no match for her at all. Although Hongzhuang could fight above her level, the gap between the 9th level of the Purple Realm was too big. If Bailey Hongzhuang really came alone, it would be really dangerous. She only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't come alone, or didn't come at all. If something happened because of her, it would be the most unacceptable thing. At this moment, a subtle voice sounded in the distance. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang's familiar voice also sounded. Listening to this voice, Chu Yunyao's lips slowly raised a sneer, and she looked at Shang Guanying playfully. It seems that you are right. This Bailey Hongzhuang is also an idiot. She really came alone. Shang Guanying's face suddenly became ugly. Hongzhuang is not, you are the idiot. She knows that I am stronger than her, but she still dares to come alone. What is it if she is not stupid? Chu Yunyao sneered, the friendship between idiots is ridiculous. It's better than a guy like you. I don't know if anyone will come to collect the corpse when you die. Shang Guanying sneered. Chu Yunyao's face changed, and she snapped, are you looking for death? Don't worry, when I teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson, you will soon accompany her to hell. Bailey Hongzhuang walked on the green mountain. There was no one around. There was no other sound except the sound of birds and insects. She frowned slightly. There was no need for Chu Yunsheng to lie to her. Chu Yunyao and Shang Guanying should be here. Master, why is there no movement at all? Xiao He was a little confused. The scope of the whole Green Mountain was not small. If they were to find it, it would take a lot of time. Maybe the distance is still a little far. Chu Yunyao is afraid that I will not come. If she knows that I am here, she will be very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly heard some movement in front of her. Her beautiful black eyes flashed with a bright light, and she immediately quickened her pace and walked forward. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang finally saw Chu Yunyao. At the same time, she also saw Shangguan Yingying, who was tied to a tree and was very dispirited. From the shocking wounds on her body, it could be seen that she had been tortured inhumanly. Even her face was painted with a big cross by Chu Yunyao, and it was dripping with blood. They often learned together, and injuries were common, but she had never seen Shangguan Yingying so miserable. An indescribable anger rose in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. The raging flames burned in her eyes, and her eyes were full of killing intent when she looked at Chu Yunyao. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're finally here. Chu Yunyao took a step forward with a sneer on her face. I was worried that you would become a coward and not dare to come. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Chu Yunyao with her cold eyes, and her voice was extremely cold. What did you do to Yingying? Hearing this, Chu Yunyao smiled slightly, then spread out her hands and said, It's nothing. As you can see, I just taught her a lesson. Damn you. Unfortunately, you're the one who's going to die. Chu Yunyao sneered, I didn't expect you to really think of yourself as a hero. You actually came here alone, hee hee. When Shangguan Yingying saw that Bailey Hongzhuang really came alone, she couldn't help feeling sad. Hongzhuang, this is a trap. Noticing Shangguan Yingying's guilt and worry, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but say, Yingying, don't worry, I will take you away. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. You spent so much effort to attract me here. Don't you want to take my life? Yes, I warned you before that if you offend me, you will have to pay the price. Chu Yunyao's face was ferocious. You are really fast. The Yunling fruit has been absorbed by you. The reason why she took action immediately yesterday afternoon was largely because of the Yunling fruit. There was only one Yunling fruit in the Punlai Palace. She didn't know when it would appear again. But she didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would act so fast. As soon as she returned, she went into closed-door cultivation. She originally intended to attract Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying together, but she didn't expect that only Shangguan Yingying came out. Now that the Yunling fruit had been absorbed by Bailey Hongzhuang, she naturally had no other way. After catching Shangguan Yingying, she took her Qiankuan bag, but she didn't expect that there were only some odds and ends in the Qiankuan bag. There were no valuable treasures at all, and there weren't even many spirit stones. She was really poor, however, Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her was a very famous doctor. She believed that the resources in her Qiankuan bag must be very rich. If she killed Bailey Hongzhuang, not only would she be able to vent her anger, but she would also be able to make a lot of money. If Bailey Hongzhuang still had some amazing prescriptions, it would undoubtedly be the best. For this, Shangguan Yingying was also a little glad. Cultivators had always put things in their Qiankuan bag, but if the Qiankuan bag was accidentally robbed, the loss would not be small. Since knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang had the Chaos Ring, they put all the important things in the Chaos Ring. They only put some spirit stones and small things in the Qiankuan bag. In this way, even if they lost it, they would not lose much. It was because of this that Chu Yunyao didn't get anything. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Chu Yunyao faintly and was a little annoyed in her heart. Just for a Yunling fruit, she didn't expect that Yingying would fall into such a predicament and be tortured like this. What is not yours is not destined to be yours. You're really confident. I really don't understand what's so good about your self-righteous appearance that Duan Huali likes. Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly. She wore a white plain dress on her body, which set off her beautiful figure. Her beautiful face was exquisite and dazzling. Even though she had an angry expression on her face, she still gave people a beautiful feeling. The bright and cool moonlight sprinkled on Bailey Hongzhuang's body, adding a trace of blurriness and otherworldly beauty. However, the more she found Bailey Hongzhuang, the more Chu Yunyao wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang. She was not willing to admit that her heart was full of jealousy. If she was born with Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, Duan Huali would be devoted to her. but it didn't matter. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang was dead, all these problems would not exist. Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment. Only then did she understand that Chu Yunyao did this for Duan Huali. There is no relationship between Duan Huali and me. If you want the Yunling fruit, it's fine. But if it's for him, then you are thinking too much. No. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. Duan Huali can't see through your method of playing hard to get. Do you think I can't see through it? Hongzhuang, don't talk to her. This woman is completely crazy. Shang Guanying said, this woman can't tolerate anyone who has anything to do with Duan Huali, even if Duan Huali is unyielding. Listening to Shang Guanying's words, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. She looked at Chu Yunyao again with a complicated look. It seemed that their previous judgment was right. There was indeed a story between Chu Yunyao and Duan Huali. Now it seemed that Chu Yunyao was deeply in love with Duan Huali, so she looked at her with deep hatred. Don't play dumb. Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with disgust. I know a woman like you very well. If you didn't try to seduce him, how could he be serious about you? Looking at Chu Yunyao's hateful look, Bailey Hongzhuang also believed what Shang Guanying said. This woman was indeed crazy. She was completely like a mad dog, biting whoever she caught. Psycho. Bailey Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. Chu Yunyao, you like Duan Huali doesn't mean that everyone will like him. What you can't get by any means doesn't mean that others want it. By the way, you really don't have good taste. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. She really didn't have a good impression of Duan Huali. This kind of man was fickle and could do anything behind the scenes. She didn't know how many women had been played by him. She really didn't understand. Chu Yunyao looked good, but she actually liked Duan Huali like this. However, Duan Huali didn't like her. It was really incredible. What do you know? Chu Yunyao jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on. Don't you superficial women all say that Duan Huali is bad, and then refuse him? I've seen plenty of women like you. Seeing that Chu Yunyao seemed to have determined everything, Bailey Hongzhuang was too lazy to explain more. Obviously, no matter what she said, it was useless. Why waste her breath? At the same time, she couldn't help but sympathize with Duan Huali. If Chu Yunyao wanted to interfere with anyone that Duan Huali liked, then wouldn't every woman that Duan Huali liked die for no reason? You're not talking? Am I right? Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with disdain. Over the years, there had been a lot of women around Duan Huali. She had already seen through these women. Each of these women seemed to think that they were Duan Huali's true love, but the final result clearly told them that this was just their fantasy. Only Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her had a different meaning in Duan Huali's heart. She could allow Duan Huali to play with other women, but she couldn't accept that Duan Huali was serious about a woman. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang must die. Bailey Hongzhuang took a deep look at Chu Yunyao and said, I suddenly understand why Duan Huali doesn't like you. With Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the pride and disdain on Chu Yunyao's face disappeared, and her eyes flickered. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know it in your heart? If Duan Huali liked you, you wouldn't be as crazy as you are now. You're talking nonsense. Duan Huali has me in his heart. I'm the one who is the most special to him. Chu Yunyao shouted. Looking at Chu Yunyao's crazy and persistent appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer willing to say anything more. Chu Yunyao was obviously living in her own world. No matter what others said, it was useless. At this moment, she was only thinking about how to save Shang Guanying and leave. Shang Guanying's state, although she looked very miserable, most of her injuries were superficial, and her internal injuries were not serious. However, it was not easy for her to take Shang Guanying away because Chu Yunyao's strength was there. Once they started fighting, she would never be able to take advantage of her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's indifference fell into Chu Yunyao's eyes. It was a joke and disdain, and suddenly there was a burst of anger in her heart. Bailey Hongzhuang, die. In the next second, the Yuan power in Chu Yunyao's body suddenly burst out. The Yuan power of the 9th level of the Red Realm was very shocking. The pressure was directly exerted and mercilessly crushed Bailey Hongzhuang. Feeling this kind of pressure, Bailey Hongzhuang's face changed slightly. So far, she had never fought with a cultivator of the 9th level of the Purple Realm. At this moment, after feeling Chu Yunyao's pressure, she understood that the gap in strength was indeed not small. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate to use the blood qi field. With her strength of the 6th level of the Purple Realm, she was no match for Chu Yunyao, who was at the 9th level of the Purple Realm. What's more, Chu Yunyao was an inner hall disciple who often practiced in the field. Anyone who practiced in such an environment for a long time would have amazing fighting strength. The rich blood qi burst out, and Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were covered with a layer of blood red. Then, her aura directly changed from the 6th level of the Purple Realm to the 8th level of the Purple Realm. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang didn't hesitate to throw a punch at the pressure. She only heard a small sound, and the pressure on her body immediately dissipated. She also felt her whole body relax, and the pressure on her body disappeared. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation had suddenly improved so much, Chu Yunyao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She had also heard that Bailey Hongzhuang had obtained the inheritance of the blood qi field, but this was the first time she had seen this blood qi field. It really lived up to its reputation. The blood qi field is indeed powerful. However, the difference in strength between you and me is simply too great. Even if you use all your skills, your cultivation is still inferior to mine. Chu Yunyao's lips curled into a sneer, but it's a pity that one of the inheritors of the blood aura field will fall from today onwards. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, you are indeed strong, but it won't be easy for you to kill me. You think too highly of yourself. Chu Yunyao's eyes were full of ridicule. In the next second, she attacked Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation, the huge fist enlarged in Bailey Hongzhuang's pupils. The light in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes changed a little, and then her fist fiercely met the attack. Bang! The two fists collided, and a burst of energy shot out. Ta-ta-ta. Bailey Hongzhuang took a few steps back, and a sharp pain came from her fist. In that instant, there seemed to be a slight sound coming from her finger bones. Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's sudden change in expression, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up a little. Bailey Hongzhuang, I told you long ago that you are not my opponent. You came here today to die. Chu Yunyao smiled proudly, since you are a great doctor, you must have mastered a lot of prescriptions. As long as you die, these things will be mine. Bailey Hongzhuang miscalculated. If it was just because of Duan Huali, she didn't need to go through so much trouble. It was just that Bailey Hongzhuang was too conspicuous in Punlai Palace, so she had to get rid of her without leaving any evidence. She had been in the inner hall for a long time and knew the rules of the inner hall. As long as there was no evidence, even if others wanted to stand up for the dead Bailey Hongzhuang, it was useless. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. She had already expected that Chu Yunyao's strength was very strong, but after this fight, she understood that Chu Yunyao's strength was stronger than she thought. You really like to dream. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Hearing this, Chu Yunyao chuckled, hee, it's useless even if you are stubborn. Today, let me tell you that the end of being a hero is a dead end. The next moment, Chu Yunyao's figure swept and turned into a rainbow to attack Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang did not dare to neglect. She had already clearly understood the strength gap between the two. If she did not deal with it carefully, she was really likely to suffer a big loss here. Bang bang bang. The two figures quickly intertwined. Bailey Hongzhuang tried her best to dodge Chu Yunyao's attack, but the latter obviously would not let Bailey Hongzhuang do as she wished. She followed her closely like a maggot attached to a bone, not giving her any chance to escape. When the two figures separated again, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure was already a little embarrassed. Her hands trembled slightly under the sleeves. Chu Yunyao's strength was stronger than hers. In such a head-on process, she was inevitably injured. Master, we're here to help you. The three beasties hurriedly said. However, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Chu Yunyao's cultivation is much higher than yours. Even if you help me, it won't be of much use. On the contrary, you will be seriously injured. Then you can't handle it alone. The eyes of the three beasts were filled with anxiety. They also understood that Chu Yunyao's cultivation was 3 levels higher than theirs. It was really difficult for them to cross such a gap in strength. Don't be impatient. I won't be defeated so quickly. I'll think of a way, Bailey Hongzhuang said in a deep voice. Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongshuang, whose face was a little ugly, and the teasing smile on her lips couldn't help but become more intense. Now you know the difference in strength between you and me, right? Unfortunately, it's too late now. After Shang Guanying noticed this scene, she couldn't help but shout out, Hong Shuang, don't worry about me, just go. Ying, don't worry, I'll definitely save you. The next moment, Bailey Hongshuang's dark eyes swept towards Chu Yunyao. The battle has just begun. You don't have to come to a conclusion so quickly. Oh? Chu Yunyao chuckled, but her eyes suddenly turned cold. Since that's the case, then I'll directly beat you to the ground. Let's see if you can continue to be stubborn. Immediately after, the yuan qi in Chu Yunyao's body surged out continuously. Her hands flipped quickly, and one by one, complicated seals were quietly formed. It was obvious that she was serious. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was solemn. Even though she had used the blood qi field to raise her cultivation to the 8th level of the purple realm, there was still a big gap between her and Chu Yunyao, who was at the 9th level of the purple realm. Needless to say, the power of Chu Yunyao's martial skill would not be weak, so she had to deal with it with all her strength. As the seal between Chu Yunyao's hands gradually completed, the smile on her lips widened. Bailey Hongshuang, I'll let you see the power of the 9th level of the purple realm. In the next second, a huge flaming lion suddenly appeared in the air. The raging flames burned crazily, as if it was a flame spirit, burning with extreme flames. The temperature of the surroundings rose in an instant, and the fiery red light illuminated the entire green mountain. Roar! With a loud roar from the flaming lion, the whole ground seemed to shake. The lifelike appearance was like a real lion. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes narrowed. Looking at the lion in front of her, she knew that this martial skill was probably an Earth stage martial skill, and it was extremely powerful. The flaming lion's eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongshuang, as if it had already regarded Bailey Hongshuang as delicious food. As long as Chu Yunyao gave the order, it would pounce on Bailey Hongshuang without hesitation. Bailey Hongshuang's movements were not slow at all. A complicated seal quietly appeared between her hands, and a powerful fluctuation spread out. After noticing the 7-colored essence energy between Bailey Hongshuang's hands, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but frown. She had never seen a cultivator's essence energy with 7 colors. It was as bright and magnificent as a rainbow, and it made Bailey Hongshuang's face even more outstanding. This woman seemed to be especially favored by the heavens. No matter what she did, there was a sense of beauty. However, Chu Yunyao was soon attracted by the powerful fluctuation displayed by Bailey Hongshuang, and she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Logically speaking, even if Bailey Hongshuang used the blood aura field to raise her cultivation, it was impossible for her to display such a tyrannical martial skill. If she wasn't mistaken, even a true 8th level purple realm cultivator wouldn't be able to display a martial skill of this level. However, Bailey Hongshuang actually did it. How could she not be surprised? It seemed that everyone was right. This Bailey Hongshuang was truly a cultivation genius. If she was allowed to continue developing, she might really become an extremely famous figure in the inner palace. Fortunately, she acted early enough. After today, Bailey Hongshuang would completely disappear from Punlai Island. She naturally didn't need to worry. A rainbow-colored pagoda suddenly appeared behind Bailey Hongshuang. The rainbow-colored light constantly revolved, dazzling and eye-catching. It was just like Bailey Hongshuang's rainbow-colored yuan force, magnificent and magnificent. Although the 7-colored pagoda was magnificent and resplendent, the aura it emitted was equally powerful. Go! Chu Yunyao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Without hesitation, she called the flaming lion and rushed towards Bailey Hongshuang. The more she found out about Bailey Hongshuang's power, the more she wanted to kill Bailey Hongshuang. Xiaohei, be careful to save Ying. Don't let Chu Yunyao find out. Bailey Hongshuang lowered her voice and instructed. Now that Shangguan Ying was tied to a tree, she had to rescue her first. Shangguan Ying was now tied to a tree. She came here today to save Shangguan Ying, not to fight to the death with Chu Yunyao. Yes, master. Xiaohei suddenly disappeared into the darkness. After it shrank, it was impossible to find it in the night. This was also the best opportunity to rescue Ying. Bailey Hongshuang thought very simply. She didn't come here alone. After understanding the difference in strength between the two sides, she understood that the possibility of defeating Chu Yunyao head-on was almost zero. Similarly, she couldn't die like this. As long as she could take Ying and disappear from Chu Yunyao's sight, then she could use the Chaos Ring to disappear directly. This was her trump card. However, it was not easy to do this. She couldn't expose the secret of the Chaos Ring. After disappearing, she definitely couldn't let Chu Yunyao find the Chaos Ring. Therefore, she had to take advantage of the battle to leave with Shangguan Ying. Chu Yunyao didn't notice Bailey Hongshuang's small movements. She was immersed in the joy of Bailey Hongshuang's defeat. Boom, the earth-shaking sound came out with a loud bang. In an instant, the earth shook, and the ground under her feet cracked inch by inch. It was like a spider web spreading extremely quickly. The fiery red lion and the seven-colored light of the glazed pagoda collided with each other. The two lights intertwined, each occupying half of the sky. The flaming lion intended to completely tear the glazed pagoda to pieces, and the spinning glazed pagoda was not so easy to solve. The whole sky was illuminated by the light of the battle. The cultivators of Punlai Island also turned their eyes to Qingshan. Obviously, they didn't expect that a battle of this level would break out in Qingshan. Punlai Palace. After Chu Yunxiang noticed the battle from Qingshan, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It seems that Yunyao and Bailey Hongshuang have already fought. I didn't expect that Bailey Hongshuang is very loyal. Knowing that it is a dead end, she still went. Indeed, but today she has to be removed from Punlai Palace. He Yinjun hugged Chu Yunxiang and smiled faintly. Have you noticed the movements of Bewitching? Bailey Hongshuang didn't ask for help, did she? Chu Yunxiang couldn't help but ask. Although these guys are not Yunyao's opponent, Bailey Hongshuang has made a great contribution to Punlai Palace. If the palace master knows that Yunyao killed Bailey Hongshuang, it will not be good for Yunyao's development here. He Yunjun nodded. Don't worry. I've sent people to monitor their movements. Bailey Hongshuang did leave alone. If they left, we would have received the news. However, since Yunyao is now fighting with Bailey Hongshuang, even if they rush over now, it's already too late. Hearing this, Chu Yunxiang's smile widened. That's true. We don't need to worry. As the two attacks collided, Bailey Hongshuang's figure quickly retreated. She had been paying attention to Shangguan Yingying's situation. After seeing that Shangguan Yingying had successfully left the battle area, she was relieved. However, Chu Yunyao was not a fool. It was not easy for them to disappear from Chu Yunyao's sight. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongshuang with disdain. It's really hard for you to care about the safety of Shangguan Yingying at this time. Do you think you can escape from my hands just like that? Chu Yunyao's eyes were filled with ridicule, and her voice was full of ridicule. Dream on. From the moment she lured Bailey Hongshuang here, she had no intention of letting Bailey Hongshuang return alive. Therefore, even though the sky was filled with smoke and dust just now, her spiritual power had always been locked onto Bailey Hongshuang. As long as Bailey Hongshuang made any movements to escape, she would be the first to discover it. Bailey Hongshuang glanced coldly at Chu Yunyao. That cold gaze had already explained everything. As long as my spiritual power is locked onto you, your every move can't escape my eyes unless you can defeat me head-on. But obviously, that's impossible. Chu Yunyao's lips curled up slightly. You should have suffered quite a bit of injury from that attack just now, right? But you still have to pretend that you're fine. It's really been hard on you. Bailey Hongshuang frowned slightly and forcibly suppressed the taste of blood in her mouth. Just as Chu Yunyao said, the difference in cultivation between them was not small. Even if she used the seven-colored glazed pagoda, she was still not Chu Yunyao's opponent. Under the collision between the two, she suffered serious internal injuries. Hongshuang, how are you? Shangguan Yingying looked at Bailey Hongshuang worriedly. Although Bailey Hongshuang did not show any abnormalities on the surface, it could be seen from her gradually pale face that her current condition was definitely not good. 9th level Purple Realm, this was stronger than any opponent they had encountered before. Bailey Hongshuang raised her right hand, indicating that Shangguan Yingying did not need to worry. Yingying, you should rest for a while. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang who was holding on, Shangguan Yingying felt a burst of guilt and annoyance in her heart. If she still had the strength to fight, she could at least fight side by side with Bailey Hongshuang. It was a pity that Chu Yunyao had already expected such a situation and did not give her the slightest chance. Now that her internal injuries were severe, it was already not easy for her to stand up. It was obviously impossible for her to fight. As if she had guessed Shangguan Yingying's thoughts, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but say, "Yingying, don't worry about me. Go and rest first." Their eyes met, and Shangguan Yingying immediately understood Bailey Hongzhuang's idea. They had to find a chance to escape. However, Chu Yunyao was also very treacherous. She had been observing them with her spiritual power. If Chu Yunyao kept doing this, then their plan would not work at all. This was really dangerous. The secret of the Chaos Ring could not be exposed. Even if they died, they could not leave the Chaos Ring to Chu Yunyao. You two are really sisters. Chu Yunyao clicked her tongue. Bailey Hongzhuang, you are already at death's door, but you still care about Shangguan Yingying. It seems that I have really underestimated your greatness. Chu Yunyao, don't mock me here. You haven't defeated me yet. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, as a 9th-level Purple Realm cultivator, you can't defeat me even after releasing such a martial skill. At this moment, you are still complacent. I admire your ability to comfort yourself. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Chu Yunyao's expression suddenly changed, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. I wanted to let you live a little longer. Since you are eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Chu Yunyao flipped her hands again, and the yuan qi in her body flowed along her hands into the seal. Judging from the complexity of the seal and the fluctuations it emitted, it was obvious that her attack this time was more terrifying than the previous one. Hong Zhuang. Shangguan Yingying couldn't help but call out after noticing this. Chu Yunyao's strength was really too powerful. She had experienced this since she was captured yesterday. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current situation, it would be terrible if she received this attack again. Her deep black eyes flashed with determination and persistence. Yingying, we can only try our best. At this point, she had no other choice but to try her best. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps from behind. Listening to the sound of footsteps, the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two changed, and there was a burst of surprise in their heart. Bailey Hongzhuang, you brought people here? Chu Yunyao's face suddenly darkened, and her sharp eyes shot straight at Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't want anyone to know that she was the one who plotted against Bailey Hongzhuang. If someone else came, then this matter would undoubtedly be exposed. At the same time, there was also a trace of surprise in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. She didn't know who had come. A glimmer of hope flashed in Shangguan Yingying's eyes. As long as someone came to help, then they would be able to escape. How do I know if you brought people here? Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Hearing this, Chu Yunyao sneered, do I need to find help to deal with a guy like you? What a joke. The three immediately stopped fighting, and their attention was focused on the rear. At this time, a shout was heard. Hongzhuang. Yingying, hearing this familiar voice, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying's eyes lit up, because the intertwined voices belonged to Bewitching and Xianxia. However, judging from the sound of the footsteps, it was clear that Bewitching and Xianxia were not the only ones who had come. After learning who the other party was, Chu Yunyao's face turned extremely ugly, and she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Before she came, she had clearly told Chu Yunsheng to help keep an eye on the movements of Bewitching and others. She must not let them leave. She did not expect that now they would come to her door. How could this not make her angry? Bailey Hongzhuang, consider yourself lucky this time. Chu Yunyao gave Bailey Hongzhuang a fierce look. Her pretty face was full of unwillingness, but there was nothing she could do. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a sneer. Next time, I'm afraid your luck won't be so good. Humph. Next time, you will definitely die in my hands. Chu Yunyao snorted coldly. Her figure flashed and she quickly left. Looking at Chu Yunyao's departing figure, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Bewitching and others did not arrive in time, then the two of them were indeed in a dangerous situation. Soon, Bewitching and Xianxia came to Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying's side. After seeing that Shangguan Yingying was still alive, both of them were relieved. However, after noticing the terrible injuries on Shangguan Yingying's body, Xianxia suddenly burst into anger. Xianxia was so heartbroken that he was about to go crazy. Shang Guanying had been with him since she was a child. Although she had been cultivating very hard since she was a child, her journey had been very smooth and there had not been many twists and turns. Ever since she came to Punlai Island, Shang Guanying had begun to suffer. She had never thought that this time, she would be directly kidnapped and tortured like this. The shocking wounds and bloodstains seemed to be imprinted on his heart. At the same time, his hatred for Chu Yunyao had reached the extreme. Does it hurt? Xiren couldn't help but ask. Shang Guanying held Xiren's hand and said, Xiren, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. At the same time, Bewitching also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's pale face. With just a slight perception, he already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had suffered heavy injuries. Wife, your internal injuries are very serious. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and waved her hand, it's fine. By the way, why are you here? This was what surprised her the most. Before coming, she clearly didn't tell Bewitching and the others. How could they come so quickly? Originally, she planned to let Xiao He tell Bewitching and the others, but she also knew that Chu Yunsheng and the others must be watching their actions closely. If Bewitching and the others left, then Chu Yunsheng would definitely notice it at the first moment. In this way, the matter would be even more difficult to solve. If Shang Guanying was in any danger, that would be the worst. Since Bewitching and the others couldn't leave at all, she simply didn't say anything about it. Otherwise, Bewitching and the others would definitely not let her come alone after knowing about it, and the situation would become extremely complicated. It was just that she didn't expect Bewitching and the others to come, and so quickly. Hearing this, Bewitching's expression was a bit mysterious. It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly later. Now we have to hide first. Chu Yunyao will be back soon. With Bewitching's voice falling, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying were both stunned and couldn't help but ask, why? Now that senior brother Ren and the others are here, Chu Yunyao is not willing to expose her identity. She will not come out. After all, even if Chu Yunyao's strength was very powerful, she was not sure to kill all of them in a short time. Senior brother Ren and the others didn't come. Those people are the cultivators we found outside the Punlai Palace. They just wanted to trick Chu Yunyao, but it's obvious that she has been fooled. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes wide open. And the others to be. After Chu Yunyao left quickly, she didn't go too far. She wanted to see who it was. In this way, she would know who Bailey Hongzhuang's helpers were in the future. However, when she saw who it was, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Because the people who came here were not the cultivators of Punlai Inner Palace at all. These were clearly some motley crew outside Punlai Palace. After seeing this scene, Chu Yunyao immediately understood that she had been tricked by Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. She was fooled like this. Thinking of this, she immediately turned back. Damn it. Chu Yunyao's face was full of anger. I was cheated by them with such a little trick. An indescribable anger surged in her heart. She wondered why Bailey Hongzhuang had always been so confident. It turned out that she had thought of using this method to cheat her. But she had been tricked. He didn't need to think about it to know that Bailey Hongzhuang must be extremely proud right now. This was originally a losing situation, but she was so easily fooled. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. In the next moment, Chu Yunyao returned to Green Mountain as fast as she could. However, when she arrived, there was no trace of Bailey Hongzhuang. It's only been a short time since I left. I'd like to see how far they can run. Chu Yunyao snorted coldly, and the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. At this moment, after being ridiculed, she couldn't wait to kill them. She didn't believe that these two women could run out of her hands. As long as they didn't return to Punlai Palace, she could continue to hunt them down. However, the next scene was beyond Chu Yunyao's expectation. She searched the whole Green Mountain, but she didn't find any trace of Bailey Hongzhuang. These two people seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace. Impossible. Chu Yunyao's face was extremely ugly. How short was the time she left before? It was not enough time for Bailey Hongzhuang and others to go down the mountain, but why didn't she find any clues? In an instant, Chu Yunyao searched the whole mountain up and down again as if she had gone crazy. The final result told her that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had really escaped like this. How could this be? Standing under Green Mountain, Chu Yunyao's face was a little stupefied. She kept thinking about what the problem was, but she couldn't figure it out. She was almost depressed to death. Bailey Hongzhuang, you are lucky this time. Next time I will kill you with my own hands. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were currently in the primal chaos ring. They also discovered that Chu Yunyao was quickly rushing back and quickly entered the primal chaos ring. Chu Yunyao really came back. Shang Guanying sighed. Fortunately, we have a heaven-defying divine artifact like the chaos ring. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to escape today. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and turned her clear black eyes to Bewitching. Her tone was a little surprised. Did you find those people from the foot of the mountain? Bewitching smiled and nodded. Yes, we were in a hurry. It just so happens that there are always a lot of people outside the Punlai Palace, so we spent some spirit stones to ask them to accompany us up the mountain. I really didn't expect you to even think of this point. Chu Yunyao only thought that many cultivators in the inner hall had come and was worried that her identity would be discovered, so she hurriedly left. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. This move had completely grasped Chu Yunyao's weakness. If not, it was obviously impossible for Chu Yunyao to leave like this. As Xiren said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two fixed their gazes on Bewitching. They all wanted to know when Bewitching had made such a decision. Since Chu Yunyao had spent so much effort to have you come alone, she obviously didn't want others to know that she was the one who attacked you. Otherwise, she could have done it directly in the Punlai Palace. As such, I think this trick should work on her. However, this trick can only scare her away temporarily. She will react soon. Fortunately, we have the Ring of Chaos, so we can neutralize it perfectly, Bewitching explained with a faint smile. Then how did you know that I came here alone? And how did you know that I came to Green Mountain? Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes glinted with bewilderment. She had deceived Bewitching on purpose before, so she had no idea how Bewitching found out. Seeing the curious expression on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, Bewitching couldn't help but rub her hair affectionately, saying with an affectionate smile, I have been with you for such a long time, don't I know you well enough? Just by looking at your subtle expressions, I can tell what you're thinking. Since you came back from Chu Yunyao's residence, the expression on your face has changed. Though you tried your best to hide it, I could still tell that you were in a bad mood. So? I asked Xiao Bai. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was taken aback. She looked at Xiao Bai in surprise and asked, did Xiao Bai tell you? Bewitching nodded slightly. Xiao Bai was worried about you, so she told me the details after I asked. Master, I did this because I was worried about you. Xiao Bai raised her hands, her face full of guilt. Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongzhuang over and said, Xiao Bai is not as talkative as Xiao He. She can keep the secret. Xiao He, who had been amazed by Xiao Bai's cunning mind, suddenly changed her expression after hearing Bewitching's words. Bewitching, are you belittling me? You have different personalities, each of you has your own good points, Bewitching said with a faint smile. Xiao He curled her lips, although your comfort is very perfunctory, I still accept it. After learning the specific situation from Xiao Bai, I did not stop you from leaving. At the same time, I was also trying to avoid the attention of Chu Yunsheng and others. Then I communicated with senior brother Ren and cooperated with them to put on a show. Then Xiren and I left Punlai Palace smoothly. After understanding all this, Shang Guanying couldn't help but give Bewitching a thumbs up. Beichin, I really admire you. You are really amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang also sighed in her heart. She thought she had concealed it well, but she didn't expect to be easily seen through by Bewitching. On the contrary, she didn't realize that Bewitching had found out. As if seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts, Bewitching's eyes were deep and charming. You were worried about Yingying's safety and how to deal with Chu Yunyao. Naturally, you didn't pay much attention to my expression. I can't beat you in terms of acting, but fortunately, you came. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to take Yingying away. Yes, if something happened to Hongzhuang because of me, I would be a sinner. Fortunately, Shang Guanying's face showed a relieved smile, but before she could speak, she had fainted. Yingying. Xiren shook Shang Guanying in his arms, but the latter did not respond at all. Seeing this, when Xiren's face could not help but turn pale, and his black eyes were filled with worry. Let me take a look at Yingying. Bailey Hongzhuang took Shang Guanying's hand and carefully felt her pulse. After a while, she let go of Shang Guanying's hand. Hongzhuang, how is Yingying? When Xiren looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly, his heart was already in his throat. Ever since he knew that Shang Guanying had been taken away, his heart had been tightly clenched, and he was so nervous and uncomfortable that he almost suffocated. This feeling was not relieved until he saw with his own eyes that Shang Guanying was still alive, but now that Shang Guanying was in a coma, his emotions were immediately drawn out again. Xiren, Yingying's injuries are indeed very serious. Not only are there serious external injuries, but there are also internal injuries. Obviously, Chu Yunyao has been torturing her since yesterday. As soon as these words came out, Xiren's heart sank. Although he was not a doctor, he could see how bad Shang Guanying's situation was from her expression. He thought that since yesterday until now, Shang Guanying must have felt like a year. Then is she alright? Will she be okay? Don't worry, although her injuries are serious, she only needs to recuperate for a period of time to recover. Phew. When Xiren breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost suffocating before. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang took out the healing medicine and a medicinal pill and handed it to Xiren, saying, "Apply the healing medicine on her wounds first, then give this medicinal pill to her. She will wake up when she feels better." Xiren took the things and nodded, "Okay. Wife, your injuries are not light now. You should heal them first." Bewitching asked with concern. He had noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's pale face the moment he saw her. Presumably, her injuries were not light. Hearing Bewitching's words of concern, Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, I'll heal myself first. Let's stay on Green Mountain for the time being. We'll leave after we've recovered," Bewitching said. Chu Yunyao returned to the Punlai Palace angrily. After she learned that it was Bewitching and Wen Xiren who went to save Bailey Hongzhuang. "Sister, didn't I ask you to help me keep an eye on Bewitching? Why did you let them leave?" As soon as she returned to her residence, Chu Yunyao yelled at Chu Yunsheng with dissatisfaction. Chu Yunsheng frowned. Bewitching and the others left? He Yunjuan's face was also a little surprised. After seeing Chu Yunyao's unhappy expression, he couldn't help asking, "Did you fail?" "When I was about to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching and the others suddenly brought a group of people over. I thought they were the cultivators of the inner palace of Punlai. I didn't want to be discovered by them, so I left quickly. I didn't expect that it was a group of cultivators they found from outside. I fell into their trap. Didn't I tell you before I left not to let them have a chance to leave? Now Bailey Hongzhuang and the others have escaped. Next time, they will definitely be on guard against me. It won't be so easy to find another opportunity to attack." With Chu Yunsheng's voice falling, He Yunjun also nodded. "It seems to be the case. In that case, Bailey Hongzhuang and others are really very smart. They even deceived our people. They can think of this way to let Yunyao leave. They are indeed very smart. They deserve to be the people favored by Lord Long." Chu Yunsheng's eyes were a bit complicated. "Yunyao, what do you think of Bailey Hongzhuang's strength after fighting with her?" "Her strength is naturally not as good as mine." Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes and curled her lips. "Her cultivation is not as good as yours. Naturally, her strength can't be compared with yours. I'm asking you what you think of her fighting strength." Chu Yunsheng looked helpless, and then emphasized, "Guest point of view, tell the truth." Looking at Chu Yunsheng's serious face, although Chu Yunyao was very unhappy, she still said, "Her fighting strength is much stronger than the ordinary 6th level Purple Realm cultivator. Even if I make a move, I can't kill her easily." Hearing this, Chu Yunsheng's face also showed a look of understanding. Since they can be so favored by Lord Long, there must be enough reasons. "I don't know why you are fighting with Bailey Hongzhuang this time, but I still want to remind you that for this kind of opponent with great potential, you must solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once she grows up, you will be in trouble. I could have solved her today. If you didn't keep an eye on Bewitching and others, how could you give Bailey Hongzhuang such a chance?" Chu Yunyao's face was full of anger. Originally, all of this was under her control. She didn't expect such a thing to happen in the end. She was so angry. Seeing Chu Yunyao's accusatory look, Chu Yunsheng's face also became cold. "Yunyao, I am not in the mood to accompany you. Today's matter is indeed my negligence, but you are not qualified to blame me. If you have time, you might as well spend more energy on cultivation. All day long, you only think about causing trouble. No wonder your cultivation speed is slower. After the voice fell, Chu Yunxiang was too lazy to talk more with Chu Yunyao. She turned around and called He Yunjun to leave together. Let's go. Looking at Chu Yunxiang's back, Chu Yunyao's anger in her heart was even stronger, but she could only suppress it. 3 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang's internal injuries were completely healed, and her pretty face regained its usual color. Xiren, how is Yingying? As soon as she woke up, Bailey Hongzhuang went to care about Shangguan Yingying's situation. Yingying has already woken up. The healing medicine is very effective. Her external injuries are healing very quickly. However, she is currently in seclusion to heal her internal injuries. Wen Xiren said with a smile. Seeing the smile on Wen Xiren's face again, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was also happy. This was in line with Wen Xiren's temperament. His previous gloomy face really made people feel uncomfortable. Yunyao. Yinjing. Yunyao. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes, which were full of fierceness. This crazy woman had done such a hateful thing. The reason why Shangguan Yingying was tortured like this was entirely because of her. Because she was her friend, and because she helped her snatch the cloud spirit fruit, she was treated like this by Yunyao. Shangguan Yingying was usually so lively. Thinking that Shangguan Yingying was treated like this because of her, not only did Shangguan Yingying want her to leave at that dangerous moment, she even felt that Shangguan Yingying was dragging her down. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a wave of pain in her heart. In the end, the cause of this matter was entirely her. She couldn't help but think of the words that Shangguan Yingying said to her when she came back from the resource hall. She felt that she was dragging her down and only hoped that she wouldn't cause trouble. However, Shangguan Yingying like this, let alone Wen Xiren, even she felt sorry for her. It's just a yunling fruit. This Chu Yunyao is really too domineering. Beichen's eyes were deep and cold, and his voice was also very cold. Wen Xiren nodded, this woman is really domineering. According to this judgment, as long as someone takes a fancy to what she wants from the resource hall in the future, she will take revenge on them? This woman likes to cause trouble too much, doesn't she? Looking at Beichen and Wen Xiren's speechless expressions, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but say, in fact, she didn't treat me like this just because of the yunling fruit. The bigger reason is Duan Huali. As soon as these words came out, Beichen and Wen Xinyao were both stunned. Duan Huali? They really didn't think of this possibility. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. Chu Yunyao likes Duan Huali. Coincidentally, she met Duan Huali in the resource hall that day, so I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Beichen and Wen Xiren immediately understood. I really didn't expect that someone like Duan Huali would still like him. I also find it hard to understand. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands. Chu Yunyao seems to like Duan Huali to a very crazy extent. I think she has targeted many of the women that Duan Huali likes. No wonder Duan Huali is such a playboy. Beichen's lips curled into a devilish smile as he spoke. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Why? Duan Huali likes one person and Chu Yunyao kills one person. Doesn't that mean he can only like one more person? The more you fall in love with someone else, the more fickle you become. I suddenly feel that it makes sense. Wen Xiren nodded and gave Beichen a thumbs up. I'm beginning to understand Duan Huali. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Regarding this, she also sympathized with Duan Huali. 2 days later, Shangguan Yingying had also recovered her usual vigor and her injuries had completely healed. Since Yingying has recovered, let's set off for the magic training tower. Beichen said with a smile. He originally wanted to set off a few days ago, but he didn't expect that there would be such a setback midway, delaying him for a few days. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. We won't return to the Punlai Palace and will leave directly. However, we have to send a message to Senior Brother Ren and the others to let them know that we are safe and sound so that they can rest assured. However, at this moment, Xiren suddenly said, Beichen, Hongzhuang, I want to bring Yingying back. Go back? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Go back where? back to the Cloud Sword sect. With that said, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Hearing this, when Xiren turned his head to look at Shangguan and said, "You have always lived well in the Cloud Sword sect. This time, you accompanied me on an adventure, but I didn't take good care of you, and I was even powerless. I don't want to see you endure this anymore. Why don't you return to the Cloud Sword sect? You can also live a more comfortable life." In the past, when Xiren had always felt that it was no big deal to come to the Punlai Island to train, but this time, the matter really touched his nerves. Even though the matter was over now, he still couldn't help but feel afraid. Fortunately, nothing happened to Shangguan. If something happened, then he really couldn't bear it. He also wanted to immediately kill Chu Yunyao to avenge Shangguan, but the difference in strength between the two of them made him an example. It was precisely because of this that he felt even more pain. He wanted to protect Shangguan well, and before he had enough strength, he chose to let Shangguan be in a safe environment. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. In the past few days, as Shangguan injuries gradually recovered, they had always thought that Xiren's emotions had recovered. They didn't expect that this matter had already deeply rooted in Xiren's heart, so he made such a decision. Regarding this, they could understand, so they couldn't say anything to refuse. After all, the reason why Xiren accompanied them was because of Bewitching's cursed body. Now that the problem of the cursed body had been solved, they could indeed go back. "Xiren, if you've thought it through, I don't object," Bewitching said slowly. He could understand Xiren's emotions. Because he cared too much, he didn't want his beloved to be hurt in the slightest, just like how he felt when facing Bailey Hongzhuang. Xiren looked deeply at Bewitching. "Bachin, I'm sorry. You were already very loyal to me by accompanying me to Punlai Island. Why do you need to apologize to me?" Bewitching patted Xiren's shoulder. "I understand you. However," Shangguan quickly said, "I don't want to go back." When Xiren frowned. "This place is truly too dangerous, let's return to the Cloudsword sect." "Xiren, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I don't want to go." Shangguan attitude was very firm. "When I was in the Cloudsword sect, I was indeed very safe, but ever since I came to Punlai Island, I understood what the life of a cultivator is. Although it was full of danger, it was also full of opportunities. I liked this kind of life. I liked the feeling of improving myself. I also liked fighting alongside Hongzhuang and the others. Although I was injured this time because of Chu Yunyao's design, it was also because of my negligence. If I had paid more attention, I wouldn't have fallen into his trap. I've learned from my mistakes. I won't make the same mistake again in the future. If I leave just because I encountered danger once, that would be a sign of cowardice." Looking at Shangguan confident appearance, Xiren frowned and said, If it weren't for your good luck this time, you might have already lost your life." "So what?" Shangguan asked, "Aren't I still alive and well? But there are too many dangers here. Being lucky this time doesn't mean that you will be lucky next time." Shangguan eyes burned as she looked at Xiren, and her eyes were filled with persistence and determination. "Xiren, I understand you. Compared to the peaceful life in the Cloudsword sect, you prefer the life here on Punlai Island. Just as you want me to be happy, I also want you to be able to live the life you like. Most importantly, I want to fight side by side with you and improve together. If you take me away like this, then it will be a knot in my heart for the rest of my life. I won't be happy." Hearing Shangguan words, the surprise in Xiren's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Obviously, he didn't expect Shangguan attitude to be so resolute. This kind of her was clearly different from the person he knew before. Looking at the scene before them, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and didn't say anything. This was a matter between husband and wife. No matter what decision was made, they would support it. Are you sure?" Xiren stared at Shangguan. "Don't force yourself." Shangguan nodded, "I'm sure." However, Xiren fell into silence. After looking at Shangguan for a long time, he nodded and said, "Okay, since you've already decided, then we'll stay." Shangguan face instantly bloomed with a smile. "Xiren, thank you." It's me who needs to thank you." Xiren's gaze was gentle and doting, and there was a trace of heartache in the depths of his eyes. His Ying had always been the Pearl and Cloud Sword sect that was protected by them. It was only after coming to Punlai Island that she suffered so much. He watched Ying improve bit by bit and become stronger and stronger. His heart was shocked, and everything Shangguan Ying did was to accompany him in his adventures. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? If you two continue to show off your love like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave today. Seeing Xiren and Shangguan Ying looking at each other affectionately for a long time, Bewitching couldn't help but speak out. Only then did when Xiren and Shangguan Ying retract their gazes. Shangguan Ying's pretty face blushed. She looked shy and embarrassed. In contrast, when Xiren was very calm. Don't you and Hongshuang often show off your love in front of us? Could it be that only you are allowed to show off and we are not allowed to? Bewitching spread out his hands. I don't mind you showing off your love every day, but it's not bad to show it while walking. Haha, Xiren chuckled. It was obvious that after solving the problem in his heart, he was in a very good mood. Bailey Hongshuang sent Xiaobai out to inquire. After knowing that Chu Yunyao did not come to the Green Mountain to check again, the four of them did not delay and immediately set off. Outside the Punlai Palace, they found someone to send a message to Ren Ziheng and then directly stepped on the road to the Demon Training Tower. When Ren Ziheng and the others found out that Bewitching and the others did not return, but Chu Yunyao returned safely, they had been very worried in their hearts, worried that something had happened to Bewitching and the other three. However, after receiving the news from Bewitching, they were relieved. This time, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three returned to the Demon Training Tower with ease. However, just as they were about to board the ship at the dock, they suddenly saw an unexpected figure. Ao Lingxiao, how did I meet you here? Ao Lingxiao obviously noticed the change in Shangguan Ying's attitude and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Seeing that you're safe and sound, I'm relieved. I thought you were dealt with by Chu Yunyao. I won't go to see the King of Hell so easily. Shangguan Ying raised her eyebrows. No matter what, I still have to thank you this time. It's really not easy to hear you personally thank me. Ao Lingxiao sighed, then said, Are you guys going to the Demon Training Tower now? He had already heard of this news before, but when he found out that Bewitching and the others were safe and sound, he realized that they must have just set off for the Demon Training Tower, so he immediately rushed to the dock. That's right. Bewitching nodded. This matter was not a secret. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ao Lingxiao's face. Coincidentally, I'm also going to the Demon Training Tower. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three couldn't help but look at each other, and a hint of surprise appeared on their faces at the same time. They didn't expect Ao Lingxiao to also want to go to the Demon Training Tower. It was obvious that Ao Lingxiao didn't want to go himself, but knew that they were going, so he decided to go with them. Otherwise, he would have stayed in the Punlai Palace for such a long time. It seemed that Ao Lingxiao was prepared to be a follower to the end. Do you guys mind if I go with you? Ao Lingxiao didn't realize that he had become a follower at all. His face had a bright smile, looking extremely friendly. The four of them were speechless, but they still nodded and agreed. Although their acquaintance was somewhat inexplicable, and Ao Lingxiao's identity was also a mystery in their eyes, but putting aside the sense of mystery, they were quite friendly with each other. Especially after this matter, Ao Lingxiao, who had always ignored others, was doing his best to help them find Shangguan Ying, so they didn't have any reason to refuse. As a result, the original group of 4 became a group of 5. A small boat slowly sailed in the direction of the Demon Training Island. Previously, when I saw Chu Yunyao come back alone and there was no news of the 4 of you, I thought that you had encountered some danger. Today, after knowing that you are safe and sound, I am relieved. Ao Lingxiao said. Shangguan Ying glanced at Ao Lingxiao and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about us. Of course. I'm not completely sure yet. If something happened to you guys, wouldn't I be very depressed? Ao Lingxiao raised his eyebrows. His expression was extremely natural. Speaking of which, I'm a little curious about how you survived from Chu Yunyao's hands. That woman's attack is like a thunderbolt. There are very few people who can survive her attack. Ao Lingxiao curiously looked at Bailey Hongshuang and the others. In his opinion, Bailey Hongshuang went to rescue Shangguan Ying alone. this was simply courting death. However, the four of them came back safe and sound. On the contrary, Xianxia was defeated. It was really unbelievable. You want to know? Wen Xiren asked with a smile. Ao Lingxiao nodded. I won't tell you. Wen Xiren shrugged his shoulders. Ao Lingxiao had been keeping them in suspense, so he also wanted to keep Ao Lingxiao in suspense. Ao Lingxiao rolled his eyes. His speechless expression made Bailey Hongzhuang and the others chuckle. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the demon training tower again, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw the blood-red island in front of them. When they first came to the demon training tower, they had to be careful everywhere. Now, although their strength couldn't be looked down upon, they didn't need to hide anymore. The four of them looked at each other and a light smile appeared on their faces. This time, they would go in with their true appearances. Entering the devil training pagoda, the attendant in the lobby couldn't help but stare blankly when he noticed the outstanding appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang's group. Handsome men and beautiful women, this combination was really too eye-catching. The moment the man in the lead walked in, she felt the world darken and she couldn't help but hold her breath. This person seemed to have walked out of a painting. Even if she saw it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe. The two men behind were also handsome men, but compared to the man in the lead, there was a gap. In the next second, the female attendant welcomed them with a smile, her face full of infatuation. Young master, is this your first time in the demon training tower? Bewitching shook his head slightly and took out his identity card. He turned to look at Ao Lingxiao. He didn't know if Ao Lingxiao had come to the demon training tower before. Ao Lingxiao took out the same identity card from his Qianquan bag and shook it at Bewitching, saying, I have one too. Hearing this, Bewitching looked at the attendant. We'll just go in directly. The female attendant stared blankly at Bewitching and the others going upstairs. Her brain couldn't react for a moment. Logically speaking, if such a handsome man had appeared, she definitely wouldn't forget. When did this person come? Let's go to the residence to rest for a while, then we'll start the arena competition. Shang Guanying said. This time, when she was captured by Chu Yunyao, she was humiliated in every possible way because she wasn't strong enough. This feeling made her extremely unhappy, so she urgently needed to improve so that she wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation next time. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, then let's go directly to the doctor's residence. It's more spacious and comfortable there. Ao Lingxiao, I didn't expect you to have come to the demon training tower before. Xiren said. Ao Lingxiao nodded. The demon training tower's inheritance is naturally something that everyone wants. It's just that the difficulty level is too high and it's abnormally difficult to obtain it. I tried before, but unfortunately, I failed. Hearing this, the others' hearts slightly sunk. They knew of the demon training tower's inheritance, but even with Ao Lingxiao's strength, he still failed. Of course, the difficulty level of the demon training tower. The demon training tower. Of Sazes. But Sasses. S of the of S of. Of TSSSSTS to the to S. Since you're here, we can also see if this is true. If you obtain the demon training tower's inheritance, the two's cheese will overlap, and your battle power will increase by a lot. Even Ao Lingxiao's tone was full of envy when he said this. Even so, no cultivator was willing to give up without trying. It was clear how attractive this inheritance was. After Ao Lingxiao said this, he couldn't help but glance at Bewitching. If Bewitching could obtain the inheritance of the demon training tower, then he believed that his judgment was correct. In fact, when he saw Bewitching come up with this idea, he also felt that it was crazy. However, if all of this was true, then it would be shocking news. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked past the counter, Sweet Dream, who was busy at the counter, couldn't help but be stunned when she saw these unfamiliar faces. This was because these faces were simply too stunning. However, after she reacted, she immediately blocked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. This is the doctor's residence. You are not a doctor, so you can't come here. Looking at Sweet Dream in front of them, a smile appeared on the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. When they were in the demon training tower, Sweet Dream had always helped them. They didn't forget Sweet Dream. Now that they saw her again, they were all very happy. Sweet dream, long time no see. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Hearing the other party call out her name, Sweet Dream couldn't help but be stunned. Her entire person was stunned. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the woman in front of her could captivate the birds and beasts, outshining the moon and putting the flowers to shame. If she had seen such a beautiful woman before, she believed that she would never forget. However, no matter how she searched her memories, she couldn't remember when she had seen the woman in front of her. Seeing Sweet Dream's confused appearance, Shang Guanxing couldn't help but smile. Sweet Dream, I'm Shang Guanxing. As Shang Guanxing's voice fell, Sweet Dream's eyes gradually widened. Her face was filled with disbelief. Ever since Di Bei Chen and the others heard that Punlai Island had the herbs they needed, they had left. Sweet Dream thought that they would return after attending the auction, but she did not expect that after they left, there would be no news of them at all. For this matter, she even specifically asked Steward Qin. She didn't expect that even Steward Qin didn't know their whereabouts. Steward Qin even told her that once Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned, she must inform him immediately. But after a few months, she never saw Di Beichen and the others return. Her waiting heart was gradually filled with disappointment. She never thought that the four of them would leave just like that and never come back. However, before Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left, they had clearly said that they would return, so she had a bad premonition in her heart. She was only worried that they had encountered danger on their way back. Are you Shang Guanxing? Sweet Dream asked in disbelief. Shang Guanxing nodded. That's right. We were in disguise before. This is our true appearance. Hearing this, Sweet Dream finally understood. You were in disguise before? That's right. Xiran smiled faintly. Sweet Dream, let's get to know each other again. I'm Wen Ran. Young Master Wen. Sweet Dream stared blankly at Xiran and the others in front of her. Obviously, it was still difficult for her to digest this news for a while. However, the corners of her lips gradually rose into a smile. At least now, she could see young Master Di Bei again. In the next second, Sweet Dream's gaze couldn't help but fall on Di Beichen. In that case, could this extremely handsome man in front of her be the one she admired? Noticing Sweet Dream's gaze, Di Beichen immediately said, I am Di Beichen, but my real name is Di Beichen. Hearing Di Beichen's words, Sweet Dream's eyes couldn't help but flash with disappointment. The surprise in her heart was also unusually strong. In the past, she already felt that Di Beichen was very handsome, but she didn't expect his real appearance to be so outstanding. She suddenly understood why Di Beichen and the others had to disguise themselves before. With such an outstanding appearance, they would definitely attract attention no matter where they went. It would be impossible to keep a low profile even if they wanted to. However, after knowing Di Beichen's identity, Sweet Dream's expectant gaze fell on Ao Lingxiao. I presume this is young Master Di Bei? Ao Lingxiao looked at Sweet Dream in front of him in confusion, then shook his head and said, I'm not Di Bei, I'm Ao Lingxiao. Hearing this, Sweet Dream was stunned. The joy in her eyes quickly dissipated and was replaced by a strong surprise and disappointment. Her voice was obviously a bit depressed. Young Master Di Bei didn't come? As her voice fell, the mocking gazes of Shang Guanxing and the others couldn't help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. This was a love debt caused by Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have any thoughts to make Sweet Dream misunderstand before, it was obvious that Sweet Dream's heart was tied to her. Noticing that everyone was looking at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her, the puzzlement in Sweet Dream's eyes couldn't help but become stronger. Ahem, Bailey Hongzhuang coughed twice. She still had to solve her own sins, Sweet Dream, actually. Bailey Hongzhuang looked a little awkward. I am Di Bei. As soon as these words came out, Sweet Dream suddenly froze in place. Her incredulous eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Her whole person seemed to be frozen, staring at Bailey Hongzhuang, but she couldn't say a complete word. You said you are young Master Di Bei? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. In order to hide our identities, I had no choice but to disguise myself as a man. Sweet Dream felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She could not believe this at all. However, the eyes of Shang Guanying and others clearly told her that this unbelievable thing was the truth. Even after Bailey Hongzhuang and the others entered the residence, Sweet Dream still couldn't believe that the person she loved was actually a woman. He was so outstanding, powerful, and skilled in medicine, but she had never thought that Dibei would actually be a woman. However, that identity card clearly told her that she was really Dibei. For a moment, Sweet Dream was both disappointed and ashamed. It was not easy for her to fall in love with someone. It was really hard to imagine that it would be such a funny situation. She finally understood why Bailey Hongzhuang had such a strange expression when she saw her. Anyone who was liked by a woman would feel strange. Sweet Dream was immersed in her own thoughts for a long time before she remembered that she should inform Steward Qin. After all, Steward Qin had always been looking forward to the return of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Great! They're back! Steward Qin stood up happily and excitedly paced back and forth in the room. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left, he had been very disappointed. He admired Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills very much. If Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to develop well in this area, she would definitely become the most outstanding doctor on Punlai Island. However, ever since he failed to buy back the Tears of Cold Flame at the auction, he had no more news about Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. He originally thought that they would not come back, but today, he unexpectedly learned that they had returned. This news was truly a pleasant surprise for him. Previously, the healing medicine that Bailey Hongzhuang had given him made him a lot of money, and the magic training pagoda had also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A few days ago, he suddenly heard that the Punlai Palace had also released a kind of healing medicine that seemed to be more outstanding than his healing medicine. It had a better restraining effect on the dark power. However, at present, this healing medicine was only popular in the Punlai Palace and had not been spread out for the time being, so he did not know how powerful that prescription was. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had returned, his confidence suddenly increased. I'll go see them immediately. Steward Qin stood up and was ready to leave, but when he reached the door, he stopped again. No, they just arrived. They should need to rest now. I'd better go later. Sweet Dream looked at Steward Qin's appearance and sighed in her heart. Usually, in this magic training pagoda, the cultivators were all busy coming to see Steward Qin, but they were not welcomed by him. Who would have thought that this situation would be the complete opposite for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others? Bailey Hongzhuang and the other four rested in the room for a while before heading to the arena area. Usually, everyone's cultivation intensity had always been very high, so even though they had rushed here, they did not feel tired. Previously, due to our lack of strength, we were often ostracized in this arena area. This time, we have to do our best to pass through as many stages as possible. Once we have gathered enough killing intent, we can attempt the legacy trial. Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with kindness. Although they had only left the demon training tower for a few months, their strength had increased by quite a bit. Their overall strength had increased. She believed that it wouldn't be a problem for them to pass a few levels. Let's get through as soon as possible and try the legacy trial as soon as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were deep. If they could obtain the inheritance, their strength would increase greatly. In this way, they would be able to return to Punlai Palace as soon as possible to take revenge on Chu Yunyao. The humiliation that Chu Yunyao had inflicted on them, they had to get it back in person. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone nodded. With their current level of improvement, it wouldn't be a problem for them to clear a few levels in a row. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the arena area, it undoubtedly caused a sensation. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they all looked at them with amazement in their eyes. However, this also stimulated everyone's desire to fight. They only wanted to beat them down. I'll go up first. Shang Guanying smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others and couldn't wait to walk up to the arena. She had a stomach full of anger from Chu Yunyao, so she could vent it here. Look at your weak appearance. Once you enter this arena, you will only die. The woman looked at Shang Guanying mockingly. If you give me your lover, I will let you admit defeat. How about it? Hearing this, Shang Guanying's lips curled into a light smile. The style of the demon training tower was indeed the same as before. Everyone was extraordinarily arrogant. However, ever since she left the demon training tower, she also realized that the combat strength of the Demon Training Tower's cultivators was indeed very strong. After all, staying in this environment where the strong preyed on the weak had long since died. When she first came here, she did not understand the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. However, she had only been on Punlai Island for a few months and she had been rapidly improving. Although she had been humiliated and tortured by Chu Yunyao this time, after this incident, she had also grown a lot. Although she had come out to train in the past, she had always been under the protection of Xiren and the others. Now, she hoped that she could be independent. This was what she wanted. "Have you taken a fancy to my man?" Shang Guanying chuckled. When the woman saw Shang Guanying's indifferent appearance, a hint of displeasure flashed across her eyes. The girl in front of her looked much younger than her and was also a newcomer. Now, she actually dared to look down on her? "That's right, but soon he won't be your man because you will become a dead person," the woman said coldly. "Then let's see if you have the ability." Shang Guanying's eyes turned cold. "The person who will die. I'm afraid it will be you." In the next second, Shang Guanying was too lazy to talk nonsense with the woman. Her figure flashed, and her movements were as fast as lightning. A fist directly struck towards the woman's temple. Seeing that Shang Guanying was so ruthless, the woman could not help but be stunned. She put away some of her contempt and carefully dealt with it. She hurriedly blocked Shang Guanying's fist. Shang Guanying was not surprised that her fist was blocked. Her fist turned into a palm and once again attacked the woman's neck. His speed and the dexterity of his hands were dazzling. The aura of the 6th level of the Purple Realm was instantly exposed. When the cultivators present found out that Shang Guanying's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Purple Realm at such a young age, astonishment appeared on their faces. They really didn't expect this girl to have such strength. You really couldn't judge a book by its cover. The woman who had been speaking arrogantly also felt Shang Guanying's power during the fight. In a short time, her arrogance disappeared and was replaced by caution. As long as a cultivator made a move, one would know their strength. After this exchange, she already knew that her chances of winning were not very high. In the stands, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others noticed Shang Guanying's swift and decisive attack, and their eyes flashed with astonishment. It seems that Ying has improved a lot recently. Bewitching's lips suddenly curved, and his deep eyes rippled with a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Indeed, the way she attacks is much more ruthless than before. She attacks the opponent's vital points immediately, not giving the opponent a chance to counterattack. It pulls apart from her previous fighting style. Xiren looked at Shang Guanying in the arena, his eyes full of gentleness. He could clearly feel the little change in Shang Guanying these days. Although the competition was not over yet, they could all see that Shang Guanying was bound to win. Bang, with a violent sound, the woman was directly beaten down by Shang Guan. Ying. She fell to the ground and could not move at all. Shang Guanying stepped on the woman's body and slowly squatted down. She looked down at the woman and said, "Are you still interested in my man?" The woman looked at Shang Guanying in shock. A dagger was pressed against her face. Obviously, if she dared to say yes, Shang Guanying's sharp blade would not hesitate to cut her skin. "No. Not interested." The woman quickly shook her head. "Haha." Shang Guanying chuckled and said, "It's normal to love beauty. However, you have to see if you have the strength to do so. I'll spare your life today. However, if I hear you say something like this again, you can only become a ghost in my hands." After coldly looking at the woman, Shang Guanying lifted her foot and walked down the arena under the astonished gazes of the audience. "Mighty. Domineering." Xiao He and Xiao Bai said one after another. Shang Guanying's lips curled into a smile. When she first arrived, she had already noticed that many women's covetous eyes fell on Xiren. Therefore, she had to defend her sovereignty. Sure enough, at this moment, many of the women below the stage had already restrained their gazes. It was obvious that they were shocked by her strength. Bailey Hongzhuang gave Shang Guanying a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Ying, you're amazing. You're too kind." Shang Guanying waved her hand. "The reason why I was able to win so quickly is undoubtedly because the cultivators on this level are not very strong. When I meet a real opponent, it will be much more difficult. No matter what, we can see your improvement. That's right, Ying. We earned quite a bit from your match. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. Almost no one was optimistic about you just now, so your odds are very high. As soon as they arrived at the arena area, they were used to placing bets. Now, they were undoubtedly much wealthier than before, so they were very generous with their bets. Coupled with the high odds, they undoubtedly made a lot of money. After Shangguan Yingying went on the stage, Bailey Hongshuang and the others also went on the stage one by one. After witnessing Shangguan Yingying's strength, no one dared to underestimate them. However, they were still shocked to find that the strength of these 4 people was stronger than the previous one. When Bewitching stepped onto the stage, he defeated his opponent with just one move. The entire arena fell into silence. A few days ago, a ruthless person appeared and taught many people a lesson. I didn't expect another powerful team to appear today. What's going on recently? I don't know. It just so happens that these people all look very outstanding. They look like pretty boys, but when they fight, they are just like bandits. It really makes people speechless. Bailey Hongshuang and the others couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise when they heard the crowd's discussion. I wonder what kind of ruthless person came to the demon training tower recently. Everyone is very afraid when they talk about it. It's really surprising. Xiran sighed. Bewitching raised his beautiful eyebrows. Since it's a ruthless person from the demon training tower, we will definitely meet him in the future. There's no need to worry. With our current situation, it should be very fast for us to win 10 matches in a row and then ascend to the next level. Bailey Hongshuang slowly said, leveling up in these 2 levels is relatively fast. However, when the higher levels meet a Purple Realm 7th level cultivator, our speed will slow down. There's no need to be too anxious. In any case, whether we are in the Punlai Palace or here, we are all cultivating. After we finish the competition, we will directly go to the cultivation area to cultivate. We will spend more spirit stones, but our cultivation speed will increase faster. Bewitching's deep eyes were filled with wisdom. With our current situation, once we return to the Punlai Palace, Chu Yunyao will definitely think of ways to cause trouble for us. It will be very disadvantageous for us. There's nothing wrong with staying in the demon training tower for a while. Chu Yunyao's strength had already reached the Purple Realm 9th level. In addition, she had an even stronger barrier. Once they were sincerely looking for trouble, although they could ignore it, they would inevitably be angered. Rather than that, they might as well raise their strength here before returning. At that time, they would be able to hold their heads high. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Indeed, if we can obtain the inheritance of the demon training tower, then we don't need to be afraid of Chu Yunyao anymore. Just the blood aura could forcefully raise her cultivation by 2 levels. She believed that the effect of the demon training tower's inheritance wouldn't be bad either. The effects of the 2 auras stacked together would be a great weapon. Ao Lingxiao had come to the demon training tower before, so now he directly went to the cultivation area to cultivate. He didn't plan to come to the arena area to explore more. Ao Lingxiao is also a rich person. I think the cultivation area he went to is not low level. Xiran raised his eyebrows, his face filled with a joking expression. Thinking back to when we first came here, we couldn't even afford to go to the cultivation area. Speaking of which, although I don't know Ao Lingxiao's background, I still feel that his background should be extraordinary. It can be seen from his usual performance. Shangguan Yingying said. Bailey Hongshuang pondered for a moment. If Ao Lingxiao's background is extraordinary, then why have we never heard of this person when we were in the outside? Listening to the words of Bailey Hongshuang, the expressions of Bewitching and the others became complicated. I've never understood this either. Ever since I arrived at Punlai Island, I've come to realize that there are far more experts in the Xianxia continent than I had imagined. Logically speaking, such experts should be extremely famous in the outside world, yet we've never heard of them. Bewitching's eyes were full of doubt. He had always found it hard to understand this point. He only felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. At the same time, he was worried. If the cultivators of Punlai Island went to the outside world, then the situation in the outside world would be changed. Tiangang sect and other places would be greatly affected. Bailey Hongshuang and the others looked at each other. their faces showing a bit of confusion and helplessness. I don't understand. Wen Xiren sighed. There are so many cultivators on Pulai Island. If they go to the outside world, they will definitely be able to live a very comfortable life. Maybe they really only want to improve their cultivation? Just like how they already had status and glory in the outside world, they were still willing to come here to train in order to improve their strength. That's the only way we can think of it now. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands. A higher realm indeed had an unparalleled charm to cultivators. It was normal for everyone to be willing to continue working hard. For cultivators, this improvement was endless. The stronger one was, the longer one's life would be. Just this point alone was enough to make people work hard. After returning from the arena area, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest did not return to their residence. Instead, they went to the cultivation area together. Now, they were not as embarrassed as before. There was no problem at all for them to cultivate in the cultivation area. After Bailey Hongzhuang gave the prescription of the healing medicine to Bai Songming, it meant that she would continue to earn spirit stones. Therefore, she did not need to spend much effort to refine medicinal pills in exchange for spirit stones. After paying enough spirit stones, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest walked into the cultivation area. As soon as they walked into the cultivation area, they realized that the density of the origin energy here had immediately increased. It seems that the origin energy in this cultivation area is indeed very dense. We are only on the first level of the cultivation area and we can already feel it so clearly. When we reach the place where we cultivate, the origin energy will definitely be even denser. Xiren's eyes shone with a bright light of surprise. Cultivating here should be much faster. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Indeed. Not only can we find opponents in the arena area and gather killing intent here, we can also cultivate in the cultivation area to improve our cultivation. Staying here for a period of time will be beneficial to us. Arriving at this place, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of her master, Yu Linfeng. This heaven stairway was a true divine tool for cultivation. Cultivating in such a dense origin energy, the speed of improvement would definitely be extremely astonishing. The reason why her father was able to recover his cultivation so quickly was inseparable from the heaven stairway. She just didn't know if everyone had received the letters they sent back. If they received it, with the spirit stones and the stairway to heaven, their cultivation speed would not be slower than when they were on Pulai Island. It might even be faster. It's pretty good if you think about it that way. Shang Guaniying smiled. My biggest wish now is to quickly improve my cultivation and go back to take revenge on Chu Yunyao. The four of them looked at each other. This was not only what Shang Guaniying wanted to do, but also what they wanted to do the most. The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three came out of the cultivation area and were about to head to the arena area, they unexpectedly saw Sweet Dream. At this moment, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang again, Sweet Dream's expression was somewhat awkward. Ever since she knew that the person she liked was actually a woman, Sweet Dream only wanted to hide from Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. However, Steward Qin believed that she had an extremely good relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, so he arranged for her to inform them. Young Master D, Steward Qin was very happy when he heard the news of your return. He asked me to invite you to meet him. When they were planning to return to the magic refining tower, they had already expected that Steward Qin would come looking for them. Thus, they were not surprised by what Sweet Dream had said. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three appeared in front of Steward Qin, a hint of astonishment flashed across Steward Qin's face. Only after a moment did he return to normal. I had already heard about your disguise from Sweet Dream, but when I saw your real faces, I was still shocked. Steward Qin's face was filled with an approachable smile as he slowly said, such a combination of handsome men and beautiful women is truly breathtaking. Steward Qin is too kind. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three laughed. Although Steward Qin said that he had just found out about their disguise, they all knew in their hearts that with Steward Qin's strength, he had already seen through their disguise. It was just that he had never exposed it. I am truly ashamed that I was unable to buy the Tears of Cold Flame back at the last auction. Steward Qin's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment and helplessness. When he first went, he was full of confidence and felt that he would definitely be able to take the Tears of Cold Flame back into his bag. He didn't expect that the Golden Flame auction house would not give him any face, causing him to feel extremely helpless. Steward Qin, we all know that you have already tried your best to help us. It's just that the Golden Flame auction house did it on purpose. Bewitching cupped his hands, his face full of understanding. Regarding this matter, they had never been the slightest bit dissatisfied with Steward Qin. Just by the fact that Steward Qin was willing to go to Punlai Island for this matter, they understood how much Steward Qin cared about this matter. It was just that from the beginning to the end, the Golden Flame auction house was unwilling to sell the Tears of Cold Flame. Fortunately, Bewitching was lucky enough to meet Diyujue. If it wasn't for Diyujue giving Bewitching a Tears of Cold Flame as a gift, they really didn't know what they would look like now. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were not dissatisfied with him because of this matter, Steward Qin heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. This matter really makes me feel ashamed. Have you found the Tears of Frigid Flame yet?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. "We were lucky enough to find the Tears of Frost Fire." As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of astonishment flashed across Steward Qin's eyes. It was obvious that he found it hard to believe that they had actually found the Tears of Cold Flame. As far as he knew, only the Golden Flame auction house seemed to have the Tears of Frigid Flame, but Manager Jean had already explained the matter clearly, so logically speaking, it should be impossible. Even if he had such thoughts in his heart, Steward Qin did not say it out loud. No matter what, it was a good thing to find Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. "Are the four of you here to stay in the demonic refining tower for a period of time?" Steward Qin asked with a smile. His heart was also very complicated. He wanted to get some better prescriptions from Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bailey Hongzhuang didn't seem to have any needs, which made him feel a little helpless. Whether it was greed, lust, or anything else, as long as there was something he wanted, he would have a way. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't seem to need anything, which made him feel extremely helpless. However, as long as he could form a good relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, that would be good. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's answer, the smile on Steward Qin's face widened a little. "That's good. The inheritance of the Demon Refining Pagoda has not been obtained for a long time. If you can obtain it, it would be a wonderful thing." Every time a cultivator succeeded in obtaining the inheritance of the Demon Refining Pagoda, it would inevitably cause a sensation. Following that, many cultivators would come to the Demon Refining Pagoda with the mentality of giving it a try. That was also the most lively time for the Demon Refining Pagoda. However, although the inheritance of the Demon Refining Pagoda was extremely famous, the chances of success were too small. Even Steward Qin could not remember how long it had been since someone had successfully obtained the inheritance. Most of the cultivators who stayed in the Demon Refining Pagoda were here to improve their cultivation. Other than some cultivators who came here for the first time and still had the idea of trying to break through, the other cultivators who had stayed here for a long time had no intention of breaking through. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled faintly. They naturally knew that the inheritance of the Demon Refining Pagoda had not been obtained for a long time. Steward Qin also hoped that someone would succeed. After all, this way, everyone would know how powerful the inheritance of the Demon Refining Pagoda was. "Oh right, have you heard that the Punlai Palace has recently produced a new type of healing medicine? The effect is extremely outstanding, and according to the news from the Punlai Palace, the effect of this healing medicine seems to be even better than the one that Miss Bailey made before." As he spoke, Steward Qin paid attention to the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, full of probing. "I don't really believe this news. In the entire Punlai Island, there aren't many people whose medical skills are better than Miss Bailey's." Steward Qin cursed in his heart. The healing medicine that Bailey Hongzhuang made had the effect of restraining the dark energy. If it was that easy to make, then the people of Punlai Island wouldn't have been helpless against the dark energy for so long. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other. They also understood that Steward Qin's words were undoubtedly to test them. Thinking about it, Steward Qin was also very concerned about their whereabouts during this period of time. "Steward Qin, Punlai Island has indeed produced a good healing medicine," Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Steward Qin's face couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. "How can you be so sure?" "Because I was the one who made the medicine," Bailey Hongzhuang admitted frankly. Steward Qin was slightly stunned. He had some guesses in his heart before, but he did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to admit it so readily. In that case, the four of you have joined the Punlai Palace? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Not bad. We are all disciples of Punlai Palace now. From the moment they appeared here with their real faces, they did not plan to hide their identities. With the identity of Punlai Palace's disciples, ordinary people would not come looking for trouble with them. No wonder. Steward Qin's eyes flashed with understanding. This tears of cold flame should also be obtained from the Punlai Palace, right? Although it was a question, Steward Qin's words were very certain. It was obvious that he had already determined this answer. The tears of frigid flame were given to them by Du Jue. Previously, Steward Qin had spent so much effort but still failed to obtain the tears of frigid flame from the Golden Flame auction house. If Steward Qin knew the truth, he might have a deeper grudge against the Golden Flame auction house. Rather than that, it was better to let Steward Qin continue to misunderstand. It was not a bad thing. Steward Qin could not help but sigh. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would not disappear for no reason. It turned out that they had already joined the Punlai Palace in just a few months. As a result, it would be even more difficult for him to do business with Bailey Hongzhuang in the future. After all, with the Punlai Palace in the middle, the good things would definitely be snatched up by the Punlai Palace first. This could be seen from the fact that the Punlai Palace had Bailey Hongzhuang's newly developed healing medicine prescription. As soon as the new healing medicine prescription came out, the sales of the healing medicine he sold would decrease. Is the healing medicine that Miss Bailey made specifically targeted at the dark power? Steward Qin asked tentatively. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said, that's right. Hearing this, Steward Qin was slightly stunned. Could it be that Miss Bailey is now an inner disciple of the Punlai Palace? As far as I know, only the inner disciples of the Punlai Palace can come into contact with the dark power. We just became inner disciples of the Punlai Palace a few days ago. It was not until Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left that Steward Qin could not help but sigh. Bai Tsungming really put in a lot of effort. He actually directly promoted Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to inner disciples. However, Bai's great contribution is indeed worthy of such a reward. Steward Qin's eyes gradually deepened. He really could not imagine how amazing Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were. There were so many doctors and alchemists in the 100 Flowers Gate who could not do it. She actually developed a better healing medicine so quickly? It seems that Steward Qin still wants to continue doing business with you. Shang Guanying chuckled. When he heard that you won and became a disciple of Punlai Palace, I noticed that he was very disappointed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Steward Qin is a businessman. Now that he knows that the possibility of doing business is much smaller, he will naturally have such an expression. Everyone knew in their hearts that as long as they finished breaking through, there wouldn't be many opportunities to come to the Demon Refining Tower in the future. On the contrary, the days they spent in the Punlai Palace would increase by a lot. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would compete in the arena during the day and cultivate in the cultivation area at night. In a short period of time, they had already completed several 10-win streaks and gradually entered the high-level area of the arena area. For Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' lightning-like promotion speed, the cultivators of the Mo Refining Pagoda couldn't help but be attracted by them. After all, their promotion speed was really too fast, and their momentum had only increased. How could they not pay attention to them? Within a few days, everyone's topic of discussion was Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Everyone was envious of their results. Recently, there have been a lot of fierce people who have come to challenge the Demon Refining Tower. First, there was a man dressed in black who single-handedly killed his way up. Now, a team has appeared. Almost all of their opponents have been defeated and were unable to stop them. The most important thing is that these cultivators are all very young. This kind of strength is truly terrifying. I've already seen through it. That man has been accumulating his murderous aura all the way in order to pass through the checkpoint area. However, even though he's invincible in the arena area, he'll still fail after passing through the checkpoint. You mean, how hard is it to obtain the Demon Tower's inheritance? If it wasn't for the fact that everyone believes that it exists, I would think that it's just a cover. There's no way to obtain it at all. Killing intent is a very perverted aura. However, we've only heard of its use. I don't know if it's true or not. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the arena area, they heard the crowd's discussion. Immediately, they became more curious about the black-clothed man. I wonder what kind of black-clothed man he is. Recently, I've heard the most discussions about him. Xiran raised his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with curiosity. It's a pity that he's faster than us. When we entered the next level, he also entered the next level. Until now, we haven't seen him in person. Otherwise, I would really want to find out. That's right. Shang Guaniying nodded. I feel that this black-cloaked man is very mysterious. He's so young and seems to be alone. This kind of style is somewhat similar to Ao Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ao Ling Xiao's lips curled up. When I first came to the Demon Tower, I wasn't as high profile as him. However, the effect is not much different. If that's the case, how likely do you think this man is to obtain the Demon Tower's inheritance? Shang Guaniying asked curiously. Ao Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, I don't understand his situation, so I can't make a judgment. In short, I feel that compared to the perverted challenge area, this arena area is nothing. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that the challenge area wasn't just difficult. Just from Ao Ling Xiao's expression, they could see that he had a deep impression of the challenge area. You're right. Wen Xiran agreed. When I was fighting in the Blood Tower, I felt that my performance was very good, but it wasn't until I broke through the levels that I realized how big the gap between the two was. Not to mention the Magic Training Tower's challenge area, just the Blood Refining Tower's challenge area was already very abnormal. Thinking about it, the Magic Training Tower's challenge area would only be more abnormal. We'll know the result when that person is done. Bewitching looked very indifferent. It's better for us to spend more time gathering murderous aura. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three continued to challenge the levels as usual. Ao Ling Xiao, on the other hand, seemed very casual. He spent most of his time cultivating in the cultivation area. Occasionally, he would come to watch the matches of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Among the five of them, Shang Guaniying's improvement was the most obvious. Ever since the incident with Chu Yunyao, Shang Guaniying seemed to have been enlightened. Her fighting style had changed a lot. Under such circumstances, the four people's battle record was also advancing rapidly. The murderous aura accumulated on their bodies was increasing. Many times, one could feel the sharp feeling in their eyes. Life went on in an orderly manner. It was worth mentioning that Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly issued a mission in the Magic Training Tower on a whim. The mission was very simple. It was to take a person's life. After knowing the news, Shang Guaniying couldn't help but ask. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would suddenly issue this task, which was really beyond her expectations. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile, yes. I want to take revenge with my own hands. Shang Guaniying frowned. Although she couldn't wait for Chu Yunyao to go to hell as soon as possible, she still hoped that one day she could take revenge with her own hands. Only in this way could she be truly happy. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. Since you understand, why do you still want to do this? Shang Guaniying asked doubtfully. We are now cultivating hard in the Demon Refining Tower. We can't return to Punlai Palace for a while. How can we let Chu Yunyao be free? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile. Since she likes to find trouble so much, I will help her make some trouble so that she won't feel bored. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Shang Guaniying's pupils gradually widened, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. You mean, face slapping? Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips opened slightly and said two words concisely. Hee hee. Shang Guaniying covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems that Chu Yunyao will be depressed for a while. With her unscrupulous character, she is suddenly hunted down. She has no choice but to stay in Punlai Palace. I think this kind of thing is what she can't stand the most. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. Although she and Chu Yunyao had known each other for a short time, she had almost figured out Chu Yunyao's character. The most important thing is that she absolutely can't stand everyone's gaze. This feeling is enough to make her crazy. She had never been a good person, nor was she a tolerant person. The rule she always believed in was that if people respected her, she would respect them. Since Chu Yunyao had given them such a big gift, she must send some interest back first. Shangguan Yingying gave Bailey Hongshuang a thumbs up. Good. What a brilliant move. She had always known that people who offended Hong Shuang would not have a good ending. Today, Hong Shuang's actions made her even more aware of this point. But if that's the case, will Chu Yunyao directly come to the magic refining tower? Shangguan Yingying asked worriedly. Bailey Hongshuang shrugged. That's only if she can come. Once her bounty was sent out, there were quite a few people who accepted it. If Chu Yunyao had been hiding in the Punlai Palace, many cultivators would not be able to enter the Punlai Palace. If she dared to come out, the result would be unknown. On this day, Bailey Hongshuang and the others headed to the arena area to participate in the tournament as usual. However, as soon as they entered, they were surrounded by a clamor. There had always been cultivators fighting in the arena, but today, no one was on it. Moreover, everyone's faces flashed with excitement and disbelief. It was as if they were not interested in the tournament at all. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongshuang and the others could not help but look at each other. The atmosphere in the magic refining tower today was really extraordinary. However, after they heard the contents of the crowd's discussion, their faces were also filled with shock. This is too unbelievable. That black-cloaked man actually obtained the inheritance of the magic refining tower. From the looks of it, that black-cloaked man is really a ferocious person. Once this news is spread out, he will be completely famous in Punlai Island. The most important thing is that this man is only in his 20s. His potential is simply shocking. I believe that very soon, various forces will throw him an olive branch. Sigh, comparisons are odious. I have lived 10 years longer than him, but my strength is not as good as his. Everyone's discussion revolved around the black-cloaked man. There were those who were jealous, those who were envious, and those who were in love with him. Oh my God, he actually succeeded in passing the trial. Shangguan Yingying could not help but exclaim, ever since he went to the trial area, there has been no news from him. I thought that he had failed. I never thought that he would actually succeed. This person must be a true cultivation genius. When Xiren muttered, to be able to obtain the inheritance of the demon training pagoda, he must be an incredible existence. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching obtained the inheritance of the blood chi field, which was why they were so outstanding. For the other party to be able to obtain the inheritance of the demon training pagoda, it could be seen that the other party was not ordinary. This is really interesting. I never thought that we would meet such a genius cultivator the moment we arrived. Bewitching's eyes flashed with interest. It's a pity that we have not seen him yet. I wonder who he is. I hope that he will not leave immediately. That way, we might still have a chance to meet him. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. She was filled with curiosity towards this genius cultivator. This news spread like lightning in the entire Punlai Island. In the next few days, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three discovered that the number of cultivators in the demon training pagoda was increasing at a shocking speed. When they went to the arena area again, the spectator stands in the arena area were already filled with cultivators. Now, there were no more seats. There were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers outside. If they wanted to watch an arena tournament, they had to grab a good seat as soon as possible. Not only that, Bailey Hongshuang and Shangguan Yingying also discovered that the number of female cultivators in the demon training pagoda was increasing rapidly. It was obvious that they were all in love with the black-cloaked man and ran over, hoping that they would be lucky enough to obtain the man's favor. As expected, the attractiveness of a genius is truly astonishing. Shangguan Yingying shook her head and sighed. Fortunately, we're only here to participate in the challenge tournament. If we wanted to watch 2 matches, it wouldn't be easy. When Xiren shook his head. I just want the competition to end quickly. Listening to all this noise is giving me a headache. I'm going up to the arena first. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled and walked up to the ring. They had already stayed in the magic tower for more than a month, and the killing intent in their bodies had already accumulated quite a bit. As long as they could obtain 10 consecutive victories on this level stage, she would have the qualifications to go to the checkpoint area. However, not long after Bailey Hongshuang stepped onto the ring, a cry of surprise erupted from the crowd, followed by a series of Surprised and pleasantly surprised voices. He's coming. He actually came to participate in the single elimination tournament again. When Shang Guanying and the others below the stage heard the news, they all looked in the direction of the newcomer. Their hearts skipped a beat. Could Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent be this guy? The man was tall and muscular. He wore a black robe and looked valiant. He wore a black mask on his face which covered his face. He looked cold and mysterious. As he walked, he exuded a noble aura. Seeing the man appear, almost everyone's eyes fell on him. Everyone knew that it wouldn't be long before this man's status in Punlai Island would rise greatly. If they could become friends with him, it would be very beneficial for them. Unfortunately, this man seemed to be born with an extremely cold temperament, just like how he came to the Devil Refining Tower alone. Until now, no one had been able to say more than a few words to him. Shang Guanying looked at the man who was walking slowly in front of her. She frowned and said with a doubtful voice, "Xiren, don't you think that this man's figure looks familiar?" "Indeed." Xiren nodded, "I also think that he looks familiar. However, we don't know anyone on Punlai Island." After Bewitching saw the person who had come, his eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of surprise. He did not expect to meet him here. The man's footsteps were originally very light, but when he saw the figure on the stage, his footsteps clearly paused, and his body stiffened for a moment. Then, his pair of calm black eyes suddenly bloomed with a bright light. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the man standing in front of her. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of familiarity in her heart. It was as if she knew him. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She was puzzled. How could she meet someone she knew on Punlai Island? Until now, the only friends they had were Punlai Palace's Ren Ziheng and the others. Hongzhuang. A deep and mellow voice slowly sounded. The man seemed to be excited. His voice was trembling. Hearing this familiar voice, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly changed. Her face was filled with surprise. "You are..." The man in black reached out and took off the black mask on his face, revealing a handsome face. It was as if he had walked out from a portrait. Coupled with his mysterious and noble temperament, he was just like a cold prince. Mo Yunjue. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the black figure in front of her in surprise. She was surprised and pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect to meet Mo Yunjue here. She also didn't expect that the genius cultivator that everyone was talking about was him. "Why are you here?" Mo Yunjue's face, which had always been cold, suddenly showed a smile, and his eyes, which were as deep as a black hole, bloomed with a soft brilliance. The ice that wrapped around him seemed to dissipate the moment he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. "I'm here to look for you." The crowd of cultivators below the stage were waiting to see the battle between Mo Yunjue and Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been in the limelight recently. Everyone hoped that someone would be able to take them down a notch. They didn't expect that the two of them knew each other. It was really surprising. I guessed it right. This man in black is really a handsome man. His talent is amazing. His appearance is even more handsome. If he can be my man, that would be great. Heavens! Shang Guanying could not help but cry out in surprise, her face filled with astonishment. "It's actually Mo Yunjue. I never thought that I would meet him here." When Xiren could not help but glance at Bewitching. He clearly remembered that this Mo Yunjue was Bewitching's love rival. His infatuation for Bailey Hongzhuang was no less than Bewitching's. Not only that, they had actually met on Punlai Island. "Bewitching, this love rival of yours is quite powerful." Xiren's eyes were filled with admiration. He really did not think that Mo Yunjue would be so powerful. He had already obtained the inheritance of the Demon Tower. Thinking about it, Mo Yunjue already possessed a murderous aura. This level of strength was truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Bewitching looked at Xiren indifferently and said, "Hongzhuang is already my wife. He can't be considered a love rival. Furthermore, even if he was, he would have already lost to me." "Xiren, you don't need to say such things to provoke me." Seeing that Bewitching did not buy into his words, Xiren could not help but shrug his shoulders. "Alright, since you've already seen through everything, I won't say anything more." "Xiren, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shang Guanying punched Xiren. "You clearly know how much Hongzhuang loves Bewitching. Why are you still spouting such nonsense? I was just joking. I wanted to see if Bachin would feel threatened. Xiran chuckled. However, this guy has already gotten his wife. Young Lord Mo will not be a threat. In fact, from the time when Bachin was unconscious and Bailey Hongzhuang's heartbroken expression, they already understood how deep the feelings between the two were. Furthermore, young Lord Mo was not someone who liked to interfere. It was precisely because of this that they admired Mo Yunjue. After all, there were not many people who could be so magnanimous. In the past, they only thought that the young lord of Shirtian Tower was extremely mysterious and ruthless. However, they never thought that after knowing him, they would discover that he was a true hero. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue did not make a move and instead started chatting, the referee could not help but remind them, the competition begins. Hearing this, Mo Yunjue glanced at the referee and said, I admit defeat. The audience was in an uproar. Immediately after, angry shouts rang out. It was not because of others, but because everyone bet that Mo Yunjue would win. They never thought that Mo Yunjue would actually admit defeat. However, compared to the anger of the crowd, Mo Yunjue was calm and indifferent. He did not care about the anger of others at all. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the joy of finding Bailey Hongzhuang. After coming down from the arena, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not stay and directly returned to their residence. After ordering a table of good wine and dishes, everyone sat down and had a good gathering. Young Lord Mo, I really did not expect to meet you here. When did you come to Punlai Island? Xiran poured a glass of wine for Mo Yunjue and asked with a smile. Mo Yunjue smiled slightly, I came a while ago. Before that, I had been in seclusion and did not know that you had come to Punlai Island. After I came out of seclusion, I wanted to find you all for a gathering. After that, I also set out. Come, let us all raise our glasses to welcome the arrival of Yunjue. Bachin raised his glass, his handsome face rippling with a charming smile. Welcome, welcome. Yunjue, we haven't seen each other for a while. I didn't expect your cultivation to have improved so much. Bachin's eyes were filled with admiration. He had always known that Mo Yunjue was a genius with a resounding reputation in the outside world. Now that they had not seen each other for a while, Mo Yunjue's strength had improved so much, and he had even obtained the inheritance of the demon training tower. It could be seen that his progress was extraordinary. I went through a trial and my strength improved, Mo Yunjue said slowly. Although it was said so simply, no one knew what kind of hell he had passed through to get here. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang got married, he appeared to be very free and easy, but only he knew the pain in his heart. He used to drink to drown his sorrows and was also addicted to cultivation. He just wanted to keep himself busy and not think about that figure anymore. Unfortunately, that figure had already been imprinted in his heart. How difficult would it be to forget it? Later, after knowing that Bachin had a problem with his physique, he had been helping to find medicinal herbs. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would set off for Punlai Island. At that time, he wanted to follow them, but he was told that only those with a cultivation of the 5th level of the Purple Realm could enter Punlai Island. Under impulse, he directly rushed into the trial of the Heavenly Slaughter Tower. That trial had always been notorious. Although it would greatly improve one's strength if one succeeded, the number of cultivators who died in it was also very shocking. He had never tried it before, but because he urgently needed to improve his cultivation, he rushed in. He said that as long as Bailey Hongzhuang needed him, he would definitely be there. This time, it was really a narrow escape, but in the end, he still walked out of the trial alive, and his strength did not disappoint. Your talent is not any weaker than mine. If it wasn't for the curse body that suppressed your cultivation speed, your current cultivation would not be limited to this. However, now that your physique has changed into a physique that is extremely suitable for cultivation, I'm afraid that you will soon catch up to me. A smile appeared on Mo Yunjue's lips as he looked at Bachin with a hint of envy in his eyes. In the past, he cared about strength the most. But now, he envied Bachin for having Hongzhuang's love. Oh right, since you've already found the herbs, why didn't you return? Mo Yunjue asked curiously. We originally planned to go back, but we felt that Punlai Island is a very suitable place to improve our cultivation, so we decided not to go back for the time being. Bailey Hongzhuang said, now, we are disciples of Punlai Palace. Punlai Palace, one of the three major powers? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Yes, this was also an accident. Master Long of Punlai Palace tried to recruit us with a contract beast. Coincidentally, Beichen and the others didn't have a contract beast, so they agreed. Young Master Mo, do you also not have a contract beast? Xiren's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. Mo Yunjue looked at Xiren in surprise and said, indeed, I don't. Now that you have obtained the inheritance of the demon training tower, it's time for you to become famous. I believe that Punlai Palace will definitely come to recruit you. When the time comes, don't be in a hurry to agree, just ask for a contract beast. Following Xiren's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also understood. Ao Lingxiao, what you said is wrong. Xiren straightened his expression, young Master Mo's strength is not ordinary. Punlai Palace naturally has to offer some conditions to recruit him. This contract beast is what he needs. Our relationship with Master Long is indeed very good. His contract beast will be rewarded to Punlai Palace's disciples anyway. Now that we have such a relationship, Master Long will undoubtedly have another assistant. Isn't that great? Listening to Xiren's words that clearly didn't make any sense but seemed to make some sense, Ao Lingxiao couldn't help but shake his head, forget it, I can't win against you. Haha. Seeing Ao Lingxiao's speechless expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but chuckle. In terms of cunning, Xiren was the most powerful among them. If it wasn't for Xiren, they wouldn't have been able to obtain 3 contract beasts from Master Long. Xiren is right. Yunju, if you can obtain a contract beast, your battle strength will definitely be stronger. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Mo Yunju nodded slightly, alright, since you are all in Punlai Palace, then I will also join Punlai Palace. Right, Yunju, how do you know that you will definitely meet us if you stay in this demon tower? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Mo Yunju smiled faintly, you and Beichen are both possessors of the Blood Tower's inheritance. I feel that you will definitely not miss the demon tower after coming to Punlai Island, so I stayed here and waited for you. Previously, I also wanted to go to other places to find you, but there are many islands in Punlai Island. It won't be easy to find you. It's better to stay in a conspicuous place. This way, it will be easier to meet you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all understood. I didn't expect that we would meet an old friend on Punlai Island. This is really something worth celebrating. Tonight, everyone will drink until they are drunk. Everyone was overjoyed. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was truly a great joy in life. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others continued to spend their time in the arena area and the training area. Mo Yunjue didn't hesitate to share some of his experiences so that everyone could have a better understanding of the challenges. Compared with the peaceful life of Bailey Hongzhuang and others, Chu Yunyao's life was extremely unpleasant. Damn it. I won't be able to go out for a while. Chu Yunyao paced back and forth angrily, and her pretty face was covered with haze. You still have the nerve to say that. If you didn't cause such trouble, how could I not be able to get out? Chu Yunchang's face was even angrier. She didn't know what was going on. She only knew that Chu Yunyao was attacked. When she wanted to go out to avenge Chu Yunyao, she was also targeted. It wasn't that she went to find others for revenge at all, but that others directly regarded her as prey. After a careful understanding, they realized that someone had issued a bounty order in the demon refining tower. What they wanted was the head of Chu Yunyao. The most terrible thing was that they were twin sisters. They looked exactly the same. Others couldn't tell them apart at all. Those cultivators couldn't tell them apart. They simply killed both of them when they saw them, so they could only stay in the Punlai Palace and couldn't go out at all. Not only that, they didn't even dare to go to the training area. They could only stay in their own residence because they didn't know if someone in the Punlai Palace would want to attack them. That damned Bailey Hongzhuang, who would have thought that she would issue a bounty order in the magic refining tower? Chu Yunyao's face could not hide the depressed color. She really did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would do such a thing. With her cultivation, even if ordinary cultivators issued a bounty order, no one would accept it, because the risk was too great. If she was not careful, she might lose her life. But she ignored one point. As a doctor, Bailey Hongzhuang was really rich. This reward was also very coveted, so many people chose to try it. In such a case, she could only stay in the house. Otherwise, once she went out, she might be attacked at any time. This Bailey Hongzhuang is not easy to deal with. Of course, if you can't solve her, she will not let you be happy. Chu Yunxiang's depression was no less than Chu Yunyao's. Who let the sisters have the same face? What should we do now? Do we just stay in the house like this? There is no other way except to stay in the house and cultivate. Otherwise, once we are plotted against, it will be the most dangerous. Chu Yunxiang glanced at Chu Yunyao. You have a lot of enemies with your mouth on weekdays. It's rare for someone to hit you when you're down. It's better to be careful. If I stay in the house like this, I will be crazy. Chu Yunyao stamped her feet. Or I'll go directly to the magic refining tower to find Bailey Hongzhuang. I want to end her there with my own hands. At this time, don't be impulsive. It's not like you haven't been to the magic refining tower. You should have some understanding of the abnormal people in the magic refining tower. Since Bailey Hongzhuang dares to issue a bounty order in the magic refining tower, it proves that her appeal there is not small. If you go, aren't you walking into a trap? Chu Yunxiang sighed. She was really helpless to Chu Yunyao. In addition to their appearance, the two sisters were completely opposite in temperament. I told you a long time ago, don't provoke trouble at will, let alone provoke alchemists or doctors. This kind of guy has always been a hornet's nest. Once provoked, you must solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you are asking for trouble. Although Bailey Hongzhuang is young, her medical skills are very good. I think there are many practitioners who are willing to let her owe them a favor. Sister, I know all this. Bailey Hongzhuang's departure was not an accident? If it wasn't for Bewitching's unexpected appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang and others would have died in my hands. Do you know what the practitioners of Punlai Palace are talking about me? I have become a joke in their eyes. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao was very angry. She had always been the existence that everyone was afraid of. A few days ago, she just went out, but she heard everyone say that she was a coward. She was so angry that she was going to die. She wanted to refute, but this fact was not persuasive at all. She was so angry that she was angry. Yunyao, don't think that I don't know why you want to attack Bailey Hongzhuang. If I didn't want the cloud spirit fruit you need, how could I have a conflict with Bailey Hongzhuang? With Chu Yunxiang's voice falling, Chu Yunyao's face suddenly became ugly. What do you mean by this? It's already very embarrassing that things have become like that. It's best to completely forget about it. Now everyone has gradually forgotten this news. Duan Huali obviously doesn't care about it. Why do you still entangle yourself in this matter? Over the years, Duan Huali, you have been tolerating you a lot. No one is a fool. Don't think that we don't know what you have done. It's just you deceiving yourself. Chu Yunxiang stared at Chu Yunyao. She felt very helpless that Chu Yunyao had been immersed in Duan Huali's feelings. Speaking of which, she was really not like her sister at all. Chu Yunyao didn't expect her to be so persistent in her feelings. But Duan Huali obviously couldn't like her. If she continued to be stubborn, it would only be her who suffered. Looking at Chu Yunxiang's helpless face, Chu Yunyao's expression gradually became ferocious. Forget about it, how can I have your ability? If I could forget, I wouldn't be like this now. If you hadn't interfered in the middle, I wouldn't have been reduced to this situation now. Chu Yunxiang was slightly stunned, and her eyebrows could not help frowning. You what you? Chu Yunyao shouted angrily, I'm not as fickle as you. I can't forget like this. After the voice fell, Chu Yunyao didn't want to say anything more and closed the door. Chu Yunxiang looked at the closed door, and the helplessness in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She didn't know when the relationship between her and Chu Yunyao had become like this. At the beginning, although their personalities were completely different, their relationship was very good. Who would have thought that it would become like this now? Although she was helpless in her heart, she was helpless. Now no matter what she said, Chu Yunyao couldn't listen to it. Sometimes it would even have the opposite effect. Many times she didn't even want to pay attention to Chu Yunyao. But no matter what, she was her sister after all. Tiangang sect. Ever since they found out that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were safe and sound, Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's days had become much more comfortable, and they even went out to travel. This pair of lovers had been separated for dozens of years. Originally, they thought that they would never meet again in this lifetime. Fortunately, the heavens pitied them and allowed them to reunite in the end. It was just that after they got together, they didn't have many peaceful days. There were always many things involved. It wasn't until this moment that they could truly relax. This time, Si Tuyen wanted to make up for the many years he had owed Mu Jinsei and repair their relationship that originally had some flaws. However, when they returned to Tiangang sect, they unexpectedly heard Great Elder Qiao Ziying say that a man had been waiting for them for a while. Hearing this news, Si Tuyen couldn't help but be stunned, and he immediately asked, "Do you know who it is?" Astonishing strength? Si Tuyen frowned. "Can you roughly determine that person's cultivation?" Qiao Ziying shook her head. "I can't determine it. I only know that after he released his pressure, I couldn't move at all." As soon as these words came out, Si Tuyen and Mu Jinsei's expressions changed. They knew very well how strong Qiao Ziying was. Even the pressure released by Si Tuyen couldn't make Qiao Ziying unable to move. This was enough to show that the other party's strength was much stronger than Si Tuyen's. This person was truly a powerful figure. Si Tuyen and Mu Jinsei couldn't help but look at each other, secretly guessing in their hearts. Could it be that the other party was looking for trouble? However, after thinking about it, they didn't offend anyone, so they couldn't think of a possible opponent. Did the other party say his purpose in coming here? Mu Jinsei couldn't help but ask. They didn't have any enemies other than the Yu clan that they had already dealt with. Could it be that they had someone else coming for revenge? He only said that he came to confirm something with the sect master. He didn't have any ill intentions. I told him that the sect master had already gone out to travel and didn't know when he would return. However, he wasn't willing to leave, so I arranged for him to stay in the sect temporarily. He has been waiting for the sect master to return these days. Qiao Ziying looked at Si Tuyen tentatively, not knowing if Si Tuyen would blame her for this. However, the other party's cultivation was too strong. They weren't a match for him at all. If the other party wanted to barge in, they couldn't stop him at all. Rather than that, it was better to take advantage of the other party's kind words and directly invite him in. This way, they could avoid a conflict. Hearing this, Si Tuyen nodded, but the doubt in his eyes grew stronger. From the other party's attitude, he believed that the other party wasn't looking for trouble. However, he was curious about what the other party wanted to confirm. "I understand. Leave this matter to me. You can leave first." Si Tuyen waved his hand. "Yes." After Qiao Ziying left, Mu Jinsei couldn't help but say, "The other party is so young and his cultivation is very strong. Do you think he came from Pulai Island?" Hearing this, Si Tuyen's eyes shone. "According to what you said, it's very likely. If this person really came from Pulai Island, then it's very likely that he came with ill intentions." Mu Jin's eyes darkened, her expression complicated. If he is Beichen's friend, then he doesn't need to confirm anything at all. But now, he wants to confirm something with us. Could it be that he doesn't know the true relationship between us and Beichen, so he wants to confirm it? Si Tuyen's eyes flickered with the light of contemplation. He pondered for a moment and said, "Since the other party has been waiting here for us to return, it is obvious that he will not give up until he achieves his goal. It is meaningless for us to continue guessing here. Why don't we go and investigate? We will know his true intentions after we ask him." "You're right." Mu Jinsei nodded, her gaze becoming resolute. "Let's go and see what's going on. If the other party is really looking for trouble, we'll think of something else." When Si Tuyen and Mu Jins arrived, they saw a man in blue robes. He was about 30 years old and had an extraordinary handsome appearance. His entire body exuded a scholarly temperament, and his every movement exuded an indescribable noble aura. Just by standing there quietly, he made people feel an inexplicable pressure. They didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Si Tuyen and Mu Jins were both people with great eyesight. Just by looking at the other party's posture, they knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person. This kind of aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. The nobility and power that came from his bones was not something that could be cultivated in a short period of time. May I know what business you have with my Tiangang sect? Si Tuyen went straight to the point. When the other party saw that Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's had returned, he seemed very happy. A faint smile suddenly appeared on his face, making his already handsome face even more charming. He cupped his hands towards Si Tuyen and Mu Jin and said, I've taken the liberty to disturb you. I hope Sect Master C2 and Madam won't take offense. I've come this time to verify something with Sect Master C Tuesday. I hope Sect Master C2 can tell me. Seeing the other party's courteous appearance, C2 Yen and Mu Jin's expressions immediately became better. However, they didn't let down their guard because of this. After all, if the other party was looking for trouble, then they had to be careful. They had never been to Punlai Island, but they were full of reverence for it. If the forces there wanted to find trouble with them, then it would be terrible. As everyone knew, Punlai Island's forces were the top forces in Xianxia continent. Although Tiangang sect was very strong in the outside world, it couldn't be compared to Punlai Island's forces. Moreover, the cultivation of the man in front of them was unfathomable. They had already probed him after entering, but they couldn't sense the other party's depth. It could be seen how terrifying he was. May I know what you want to ask? Si Tuyan's expression was calm and indifferent as he slowly asked. The other party fell into a short period of silence, as if he was thinking about how to phrase it. Then, he said, I come from Punlai Island. Si Tuyan and Mu Jin glanced at each other and their hearts thumped. It seemed that their judgment was right. The other party really did come from Punlai Island. This matter wouldn't be easy to handle. However, the other party's next words stunned them. Sect Master Situ, I heard that Bewitching is a child you adopted, right? Situ Yen frowned and could not help but feel puzzled. If the other party was looking for trouble, he could have just come straight to the point. But why would he ask if Bewitching was adopted by him? If he were to make an issue out of this, it would be meaningless. However, he wasn't in a hurry to express his stance. Instead, he wanted to see what the other party intended to do. That's right, Bewitching was indeed adopted by me. How old was he when you adopted him? The man continued to ask. His bright eyes flashed with eagerness. Clearly, he was very concerned about this matter. Noticing the change in the other party's expression, Si Tuyen was even more confused. When I picked up Bewitching, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. He was only a few months old. That was 23 years ago. After Si Tuyen replied, he couldn't help but size up the other party. He secretly cursed in his heart, he seems to be extremely concerned about Bewitching's background. He doesn't seem to be here to cause trouble. Could it be that he knows about Bewitching's background? After the man heard Si Tuyen's answer, his breathing clearly stopped. His hands under his sleeves clenched into fists, and his expression was somewhat out of control. After taking a deep breath for a moment, he spoke again, Sect Master Si Tuyen, I heard that you've been looking for the tears of cold flame and a few other herbs. Is it because Bewitching has the cursed body? At this moment, a trace of surprise flashed in Si Tuyen's eyes. How did you know? Why are you asking so many questions about Bewitching? Mu Jin couldn't help but ask at this moment. The other party's behavior was simply too strange. He didn't seem to care about anything else. The only thing he cared about was Bewitching's background. Especially after receiving Si Tuyen's answer, the excitement in his eyes was already overflowing. She also had some guesses in her heart. This one is Dujue. The man restrained his expression, and his tone was somewhat serious. After the man said his name, Si Tuyen's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, Your surname is D? That's right. Dujue nodded, I'm sure Sect Master Si Tuyen has already guessed my purpose for coming here. I'm here to find Bewitching. If I'm not wrong, he's very likely my son. Dujue's words were undoubtedly a heavy bomb that exploded in Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's hearts. The room suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere became stagnant. It was as if time had stopped. Si Tuyen and Mu Jin found it difficult to digest this news. They stared blankly at Dujue in front of them, wondering if they had heard wrong. Because this was simply too unbelievable. However, from the other party's serious expression, they could tell that he wasn't joking. On the contrary, he was extremely serious. How did you come to this conclusion? Situyan's expression became solemn. He had been very concerned about Bewitching's background all these years. Because he knew very well that although Bewitching usually did not say much, he had always been very concerned about his background. Over the years, he had gone to the place where he found Bewitching many times, hoping to find Bewitching's biological parents, in order to fulfill the regret in Bewitching's heart. Unfortunately, after so long, there was no result. Not only in that area, but in the past 20 years, he had also been to many other places. While searching for Xianxia, he had also inquired about Bewitching's parents. However, there had been no news of them. It was as if they had never appeared and did not leave behind any traces. Back then, Bewitching had been very concerned about this matter, but in recent years, there had been no news at all. Bewitching seemed to have gradually given up on this matter and was about to give up. However, he never thought that just when they thought it was impossible to find Bewitching's biological father, a man would appear and claim to be Bewitching's biological father. This really shocked him. Ever since my son was born, it was determined that he had the cursed physique. However, our family has already researched a treatment method for the cursed physique, so there is no problem. We just need to wait for him to grow up before we can change his physique. Back then, I went out once and wanted to bring my son to meet a friend. I never thought that I would lose the child because of my carelessness. Speaking of this, Diyujua's voice was filled with regret and shame. This was definitely the worst thing he had done in his life. Every night, he would dream of the situation back then. He hoped that he could make up for this mistake. Unfortunately, it was still a dream in the end. All these years, I have been searching for my son's whereabouts, but there was no news at all. The tears of frigid flame and these few medicinal herbs have always been collected by our family in order to change the physique of the family's cultivators. A few days ago, I suddenly heard that your sect's young master also needs these medicinal herbs. I felt that this might not be a coincidence, so I came to investigate because the possibility of the cursed physique appearing is very small, Diyujua said slowly. Back then, he accidentally lost his child. In the blink of an eye, 23 years had passed. In these 23 years, he had not been happy for a single day. Everyone in the family blamed him, causing him to be too ashamed to continue staying. As a father, he was even more unable to forgive himself. When he thought of the various dangers that Bewitching might have encountered after he was lost, or that he might have disappeared from this world, or that he might have thought that he was an orphan who was abandoned by his parents when he was born, his heart ached to the extreme. For so many years, he had sent people to many places to search for him, but there was no news. This time, he had accidentally received this news, so he wanted to ask about it. However, he did not have much hope. However, after knowing that Bewitching was adopted, he felt that the possibility of this was higher, so he came. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was not willing to give up. Moreover, the existence of the cursed physique was not so coincidental. However, the answers that he asked Situyan just now coincided with this situation, so he could not help but gradually began to believe it. Hearing Diyujua's words, Situyan's pupils could not help but dilate a little, and he felt complicated. Do you have any evidence to prove this? Situyan's eyes sank. Many people who knew him knew that Bewitching was picked up by him, and they also knew about the cursed body. These were not secrets. If someone deliberately wanted to fabricate such a lie, it was completely possible to fabricate it. Diyujua didn't seem to find Situyan's question strange at all. He then said, when Sect Master Situ picked up Bewitching, did you notice that he was wearing a jade pendant? As Diyujua's voice fell, Situyan's eyes suddenly filled with shock. If what Diyujua said before had made him suspicious, then after Diyujua said this, he suddenly began to believe everything the former said. The way Situyan looked at Diyujua changed abruptly. There was less suspicion and hostility, and more trust and pleasant surprise in his eyes. Although everyone knew that he had adopted Bewitching many years ago, only he, Bewitching, and Bailey Hongzhuang knew about this jade pendant. Apart from them, he had never mentioned it to anyone else. The others were also completely unaware that Bewitching had such a keepsake on him. However, the other party had directly revealed the origin of this jade pendant. What's more, his surname was D. This meant that the person in front of him was very likely to be Bewitching's biological father. Thinking of this, Si Tu-yen could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. As the master who had watched Bewitching grow up, he had long regarded Bewitching as his own grandson. Now that he had the opportunity to see his grandson solve this knot in his heart, he was naturally very happy. Although Mujin's did not know about this, she understood that Di Yujue was probably telling the truth from Si Tu-yan's gradually changing expression. I see. A smile appeared on Si Tu-yan's face. When I first found Beichin, he was wearing a jade pendant with the word D carved on it. Following Si Tu-yan's words, Di Yujue's face flashed with uncontrollable surprise. Sect Master C2, is what you said true? Because he was too excited, Di Yujue's voice could not help but tremble a little. He had been searching for his son for a total of 23 years. In these 23 years, he had held on to hope countless times but returned in disappointment. He never thought that he would finally find him this time. For a moment, he found it hard to control his emotions. Si Tu-yen nodded. When I first saw his jade pendant, I gave him the surname D because this was the only connection left between him and his parents. I never thought that my judgment would be right. His surname is D. A look of surprise flashed in Di Yujue's eyes. Previously, he had been curious as to why Bewitching also happened to have the surname D. He never thought that it would be for this reason. Sect Master C2 is indeed quick-witted. Di Yujue cupped his hands. May I ask where Bewitching is now? Can I see him? His dark and deep eyes rippled with excitement. Thinking back, he had only spent a short 3 months with his son. Now that Bewitching was already 23 years old, he did not know what he looked like. All these years, he had been dreaming of the day he would meet his son. Listening to Di Yujue's words, Si Tu-yen and Mu looked at each other helplessly. For so many years, they had been searching for the whereabouts of Bewitching's biological parents, but there was no news at all. Now that Bewitching had gone to Punlai Island, his father from Punlai Island had come here to look for him. It was a freak combination of factors, really a freak combination of factors. Noticing the expressions of Si Tu-yen and Mu Jin, the excitement in Di Yujue's eyes faded a little and was replaced with a trace of worry. Why do Sect Master C2 and Madam have such expressions? Could it be that something happened to Beichin recently? Seeing how worried Di Yujue was, Si Tu-yen hurriedly waved his hand and said, that's not the case. Young Master D, there's no need to worry. It's just that coincidentally, Beichin went to Punlai Island a few days ago and is not here now. Di Yujue's mind couldn't help but think of a tall white figure. That incomparably handsome face, the two of them felt like old friends at first sight. Could it be that the son he was looking for was the Bewitching he met on Punlai Island? When he heard that the young master of Tiangang sect was called Bewitching, he was very puzzled. However, there were many people with the same name in the world. He didn't believe that things would be so coincidental. However, if Bewitching went to Punlai Island, then he should be the same person as the Bewitching he met, right? Seeing Di Yujue fall into silence, Si Tu-yen thought that Di Yujue didn't believe what he said, so he couldn't help but explain. Beichin's cursed body is acting up. Hong Zhuang said that in order to completely cure Beichin's cursed body, we must find those medicinal herbs. We have found all the other medicinal herbs, but we are missing the purple dragon emperor ginseng and the tears of frigid flame. Originally, I planned to go to Punlai Island with Hong Zhuang's father and master, but these two children didn't want us to take the risk, so they left directly when we weren't paying attention. Fortunately, they sent a letter back a few days ago. It said that they met a benefactor and gave them the tears of frigid flame. Beichin's cursed body has now turned into a destiny body. If Di Yujue had some doubts at first, after hearing this, he couldn't be sure anymore. The Bewitching he met was the young master of Tiangang sect, his long-lost son. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that. I met him long ago, but I couldn't recognize him. Di Yujue's voice was full of emotion. He finally understood why he, who always kept a certain distance with others, had a feeling of familiarity with Bewitching at first sight. It turned out that this was the blood affection in the bones. The tears of frigid flame was an extremely important medicinal ingredient to the clan. Even if others came to ask for it, he would never give it to them. However, he had only met Bewitching once, yet he was willing to give him the tears of frigid fire. When he made this decision, even he himself was a little surprised, but he never regretted it from the beginning to the end. Now that he knew the truth, he couldn't help but rejoice that he had given the tears of frost fire to Bewitching. Otherwise, with Bewitching's current condition, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. He would definitely regret it. You two have already met? Situyen looked at Diyujue in surprise and asked. Diyujue nodded. Previously, when I was at Punlai Island, I felt like old friends at first sight. The tears of frigid flame was given to him by me. Situyen and Mu Jinsei couldn't help but widen their eyes. That benefactor is you? That's right. A smile appeared on Diyujue's face. Sure enough, it's fate. When he thought of Bewitching's appearance, Diyujue's mood became infinitely better. Originally, he was still a little worried, not knowing how his son had grown up, but now it seemed that he didn't need to worry at all. His son had been raised very well. So that's how it is. Situyen's face also showed a smile. I was wondering why Beichen's search for medicinal ingredients was so easy. It turns out that his father was helping him. At this moment, Situyen no longer had any doubts about Diyujue's identity. I wonder who this Hongshuang you're talking about is? Diyujue couldn't help but ask. His mind couldn't help but think of the beautiful figure that accompanied Bewitching. Hongshuang is my granddaughter and Beichen's wife. Hearing this, Diyujue immediately understood, so that's how it is. We've also met on Punlai Island. I wonder if they're doing well when young Master D saw them. Mu Jinse asked with concern. Although Bewitching and the others had sent back a letter saying that they were doing well, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. What's more, these two little guys didn't want them to worry, so it was normal for them to only report good news and not bad news. Looking at Mu Jinse's concerned look, Diyujue's smile widened a bit. Don't worry, they're doing well. That's good. Mu Jinse nodded, then we can rest assured. These two little guys have gone out to explore, so us old fellows are really worried. In the past, I've always been worried that Beichen wouldn't have a good time these years, and my heart was filled with endless regret. I didn't expect that Beichen's luck would be so good, to be able to receive your care and concern. Diyujue's heart was comforted. He could see that Situyen and Mu Jinse's concern for Bewitching was not fake. In fact, just from the fact that Bewitching could become the young sect master of Tiangang sect, it could be seen that if they didn't treat him well enough, the position of young sect master would not have fallen on his head. What's more, Situyen had married his granddaughter to him. He couldn't help but think of the conversation he had with Bewitching before he left. This guy's character was very similar to his own. From Bewitching's performance, it could be seen that he and Bailey Hongshuang were very loving. As Bewitching's biological parents, they had never participated in his life. Now that he was married, he had already walked on an excellent path in life. It's my fortune to be able to adopt Beichen. Situyen's face was full of smiles. If it weren't for Bewitching by his side all the time, he would have been alone before. Thank you, Sect Master Situ, for taking care of Beichen all these years. I can't thank you enough. Diyujue bowed deeply towards Situyen. His pitch-black eyes were filled with deep gratitude, and there were even some tears that were faintly surging. God took pity on Bewitching and allowed him to meet Situyen. If he had not met Situyen, he did not even know if he would still be alive in this world. Thinking of this, Diyujue was extremely grateful to Situyen. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to meet such a good person like Bewitching. Young Master D is too polite. Situyen quickly helped Diyujue up. Just by looking at Diyujue's bearing, it could be seen that his status in Punlai Island was not ordinary. Earlier, Diyujue had already said that his clan was located on the Punlai Island. From this, one could see how terrifying his clan was. Most probably, the Tiangang sect was nothing in his eyes. Such a person was now bowing to him. It could be seen that Diyujue was sincerely grateful to him. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. If it wasn't for Sect Master Situ who adopted him and nurtured him well, I might not be able to be truly happy in this life. It's all thanks to Sect Master Situ that my son can be like this. Diyujue's expression was serious. His words were like an oath, sincere and persistent. Situyen's kindness in raising Bewitching was not something that could be easily repaid. In other words, Diyujue owed Situyen this favor for the rest of his life. Seeing Di Yujue like this, Si Tuyen and Mu Jints felt gratified in their hearts. No wonder Di Baichen had always been so outstanding. He must have taken after his father. Young Master Di, you don't need to be like this. Si Tuyen said, I adopted Baichen. In fact, Baichen has been accompanying this old man all these years. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Otherwise, this old man would have been very lonely all these years. Hearing Si Tuyen call himself an old man, Di Yujue remembered that Si Tuyen said that Bailey Hongzhuang was his granddaughter. That meant that he was someone from his grandfather's generation. However, Si Tuyen and Mu Jints in front of him looked like they were in their 20s. He really couldn't associate them with someone from his grandfather's generation. Most importantly, he sensed that Si Tuyen and Mu Jints' cultivation wasn't very strong. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to be so young. With his cultivation, he looked to be around 30 years old. He was actually older than Si Tuyen and Mu Jints. This was truly a little surprising. Noticing the change in Di Yujue's expression, Si Tuyen couldn't help but smile and ask, does young Master Di think that my appearance is too young? When he found out that Di Yujue was actually Di Baichen's father, Si Tuyen sighed in his heart. He looked completely like Di Baichen's big brother. He didn't look like his father at all. The reason why he looked like this was entirely because of Di Yujue's strength. Therefore, without Di Yujue making a move, he knew that Di Yujue's strength must be extremely terrifying. Di Yujue nodded and asked doubtfully, could it be the rejuvenation pill? That's right, it's the rejuvenation pill. Young Master Di has good eyesight, Si Tuyen said with a smile. Hearing Si Tuyen's reply, the surprise in Di Yujue's eyes became even more intense. The pill formula for this rejuvenation pill has long been lost. I didn't expect Sect Master Situ to actually have the rejuvenation pill. It seems like your noble sect has a top alchemist. At this point, Di Yujue couldn't help but think of Di Baichen. He said, I believe that the fact that Baichen's cursed body could be suppressed until now has a lot to do with this expert. Previously, the Emperor's elder also felt that Di Baichen was the person they were looking for. However, he felt that although Di Baichen and his son were similar in age, their cultivation was very good. Under the control of the cursed body, it was impossible for him to reach such a cultivation level. In fact, he was already half paralyzed. However, Di Baichen had always been fine. This proved that there must be an expert by his side who knew how to restrain the cursed body. Otherwise, Di Baichen would not have been able to survive until now. Hee. Si Tuyen couldn't help but chuckle. There is indeed a very powerful alchemist. She is my granddaughter. Di Yujue couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his eyes flashed with deep surprise. Sect Master Situ is talking about Hongzhuang? That's right. Hongzhuang's attainments in alchemy are very powerful. In the past, when Baichen's cursed body acted up, the doctors were helpless. We only thought that Baichen would never be able to stand up again. We didn't expect to meet Hongzhuang. Only then did we have a chance. Could it be? Baichen's cursed body was also cured by Hongzhuang? A look of intense shock flashed across Di Yujue's face. They knew very well just how difficult it was to deal with this cursed body. Ordinary doctors or alchemists were completely helpless against it. If their families had not searched for it for many years, it would have been difficult to solve this problem. He had met Di Baichen's wife, Bailey Hongzhuang, before. Although he had seen her disguised appearance and did not know her true appearance, she was definitely younger than Di Baichen. At such a young age, she was able to cure the cursed body and refine the return of spring pill. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in alchemy were simply astonishing. Forget about the outside world, even in their world, to be able to possess such alchemy skills at such a young age, she was definitely worthy of being called a genius. Si Tuyen nodded, that's right. If Hongzhuang had not recognized that Baichen's cursed body had flared up, we would have thought that someone had poisoned him and had been busy searching for the culprit. Thinking of this, Si Tuyen sighed. He could understand Di Yujue's current emotions very well. Didn't they just reunite with Hongzhuang not too long ago? During Hongzhuang's growth, their family had not been of much help at all. However, what was worth celebrating was that Hongzhuang had grown up very well. She was so outstanding that it shocked them. Until now, they still did not know how Bailey Hongzhuang had grown to such a level. Whether it was her medical skills or her alchemy skills, she had reached the peak. What kind of status did the Yu family have? What kind of person was Bailey Hongzhuang? Yet, her medical skills had surpassed her. She was truly amazing. I never thought that Beichen's wife would be so amazing. Di Yujua's tone was full of admiration. No wonder Beichen could grow up to be so outstanding. It's all because of sect master Situ's good upbringing. This granddaughter of yours is even more stunning. Hearing Di Yujua's praise, Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's couldn't help but look at each other with a helpless expression. That's not the case. The fact that Hongzhuang could grow to this extent has nothing to do with us. Di Yujue raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I think Hongzhuang's parents must be very powerful people. Seeing that Di Yujue had misunderstood them, Si Tuyen continued, actually, our situation is somewhat similar to Mr. D's. Hongzhuang has been wandering outside all these years. She only met us not long ago. Hearing this, Di Yujue couldn't help but be stunned. You mean to say that Miss Bailey also grew up on her own? I'm ashamed to say this. Si Tuyen nodded helplessly. At that time, Hongzhuang's parents were chased by villains and had no choice but to leave Hongzhuang outside. All these years, it has been Hongzhuang alone until last year, when Hongzhuang rescued her parents. Beichen's growth is related to me, but Hongzhuang completely relied on herself to get to where she is today. It is precisely because of this that I understand Mr. D's feelings very well. Although Di Yujue said it very simply, he believed that something must have happened when Di Yujue lost Di Beichen. Otherwise, with Di Yujue's strength and the importance he attached to Di Beichen, he would definitely not lose his son. Therefore, he could completely understand. For Miss Bailey to be able to achieve so much on her own, it's really amazing. It can be seen that she is a true genius. Di Yujue couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with Di Beichen. Di Beichen was also extremely fond of Bailey Hongzhuang. At that time, he only had some interactions with Di Beichen. He didn't have a deep impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be such an outstanding woman. Fortunately, Di Beichen met Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Sect Master Situ and Madam are also very lucky to have such a granddaughter. They don't need to worry at all. Hearing this, Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's faces also revealed a big smile. They had always been very satisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang. Young Master D, we didn't find any news about you before, so the marriage between Beichen and Hongzhuang will be decided by us. You see, Si Tuyen's dark eyes flashed with a bright light. Di Yujue was Di Beichen's father, but he couldn't attend his son's wedding. It was a big regret. The most important thing was that he didn't know if Di Yujue was satisfied with this marriage. After all, the families in Punlai Island must be very terrifying. If they were to talk about equal social status, Hongzhuang's identity might not be enough. Mu Jin's also understood Si Tuyen's worries. Di Yujue only appeared now. They didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang finally got together and could finally live together. If Di Beichen's family didn't agree, then things would be troublesome. Di Yujue was very smart. He immediately heard the worry in Si Tuyen's words and said with a smile, all these years, I have been raised by Sect Master Situ. Naturally, Sect Master Situ has the right to decide on Beichen's marriage. Moreover, Miss Bailey is so outstanding. That is our Beichen's good fortune. As long as he could find Beichen, this was already the happiest thing for him. Now that Beichen had a family, although it was beyond his expectations, he was also very satisfied with this marriage. Only then did Si Tuyen heave a sigh of relief. The corners of his lips curled up a little. I'm relieved to hear that, young Master D. I wonder where Miss Bailey's parents are. I also want to see my in-laws and thank them for marrying their precious daughter to Beichen. Di Yujue's smile was gentle and warm. Now that he knew the whereabouts of his son, he was completely relieved. After returning, he only needed to send people to inquire about the whereabouts of Di Beichen and the rest. Since he was already here, he should see his in-laws and not be impolite. They are at the lawn estate. If young Master D wants to see them, I can bring you to see them. Then I'll have to trouble Sect Master Situ. The atmosphere became very harmonious. Although it was the first time both sides met, with Debachen's relationship, they were family. When Situ Yan and Mu Jintz brought Di Yujue to the Lan estate, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were puzzled. They didn't know what kind of person Di Yujue was. While they were sizing up Di Yujue was also sizing them up. Yunxiao, Lingbing, let me introduce you. This is Bachen's biological father, Di Yujue. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were stunned by Situ Yan's words. They stared blankly at Di Yujue, unable to recover their wits. Father, you said he's Bachen's father? Lan Yunxiao couldn't conceal his astonishment. Even though Situ Yan had spoken clearly, he still suspected that he had misheard. This was too shocking. Mu Lingbing couldn't help but say, hasn't Bacchen been unable to find his family all these years? You've been searching for so long and haven't found any news. Ever since young Master D appeared, I finally understood why I couldn't find any news after searching for so many years. It turns out that he wasn't in the outside world, but in Punlai Island. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing finally reacted. Since Situ Yan was so certain, he must have confirmed Di Yujue's identity. However, they never thought that Di Bacchen actually came from Punlai Island. Are you two Miss Bailey's parents? Di Yujue revealed a bright and refined smile. Speaking of which, this one is truly ashamed. I accidentally lost contact with Bacchen. I've been searching for Bachen's whereabouts all these years and finally found him. I heard from Sect Master Situ that Bacchen was married, so I wanted to meet my in-laws. I see. Lan Yunxiao cupped his hands. We haven't been able to find Bachen's parents, so we were very surprised to see young Master D here. I hope young Master D can forgive us. Di Yujue waved his hand with a smile. It's reasonable. It's my sudden appearance that has disturbed the two of you. It's nothing. We've always wanted to find Bachen's biological parents. Now that we've finally met them, we can't be happier. Mu Lingbing's face lit up with a delighted smile. She had been so shocked that she didn't even have time to rejoice. She had been preoccupied with her suspicions about Di Yujue's identity. Now that she understood this, she was overjoyed. She didn't feel it before, but after looking at Di Yujue carefully, she felt that Di Bacchen and Di Yujue were indeed similar. In the past, I felt that Bachen's appearance was extraordinary. His parents must not be ordinary people. After seeing young Master D today, it is indeed so. Lan Yunxiao's eyes were filled with admiration. When he first saw Di Yujue, he felt that this person was extraordinary. His temperament was outstanding, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. Lan family head, you flatter me. Di Yujue cupped his hands. Bacchen, thank you for taking care of me. I am deeply grateful. You're welcome. Immediately, the room was filled with joy and the atmosphere was harmonious. Di Yujue was clearly very interested in Di Bachen's life these past few years. During the conversation, he repeatedly asked about Di Bachen's life. He had never participated in Di Bachen's life. Now, he only wanted to know more about Di Bacchen. At the very least, it was good to listen. Situ Yan knew what Di Yujue was thinking. Following that, he told him all the interesting things that had happened to Di Bacchen while he was growing up. Instantly, the room was filled with laughter. Time quietly passed during this conversation. However, no one noticed it at all. It was only when night fell and the servants reminded them that it was time for dinner that they reacted. The moon hung high in the sky and the night was as cool as water. Di Yujue stood in front of the windowsill. The faint moonlight shone on his body, making him look misty and cold. Raising his head to look at the round moon, a feeling of longing gradually surged in Di Yujue's heart. Ever since he had lost his son, he had not seen the full moon in the family for a long time. The smile on Di Yujue's face softened as his smile widened. After so many years, finally, he had found his son's whereabouts. Even though he had not returned yet, he could imagine how happy his family would be when they heard the news. Their family would be reunited soon. He believed that everyone would feel very gratified to see Di Bacchen. His wife had been unwilling to see him all these years. This time, he could finally be forgiven by her. Their son was still alive and well. He had grown up to be so outstanding. Yunqing, it's been so many years and you've refused to forgive me. You didn't even want to see me. I understand that you hate me for losing our son. Now, I've finally found our son. Once I return to Punlai Island, I'll bring him to see you. In the future, our family will be able to live happily together. Dujue murmured. All these years, everyone had thought of him as a hero, but only his family knew that it was all just a facade. In the past, he had always thought that he was very successful. However, ever since that incident, he had become a complete failure. He was such a failure. He could not even protect his own family. What right did he have to be the head of the D family? Fortunately, God had given him a chance to redeem himself. This was the happiest day in his 23 years of life. In the room. Father, how did you confirm that Master D is Beichen's father? Mu Lingbing stared at Situyen. Today, it was not convenient for her to ask in front of Dujue. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. After all, this matter was related to Beichen's background. They had to get to the bottom of this. I know you have doubts, but I've already confirmed it. There's no need for you to doubt it. Situyen smiled faintly. When my father found Beichen, there was a jade pendant hanging on Beichen's body. Dujue immediately pointed out the jade pendant's appearance and origin. With his status, there was no need for him to lie. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing understood. So that's how it is. I knew that Beichen was not abandoned by his parents. Beichen would be very happy after learning of this matter. Yes, in my opinion, this young Master D is a very good person. Situyen sighed, but his expression was somewhat complicated. Beichen's father. Beichen's family was on Punlai Island. It was very likely that they would stay there in the future. After all, that was the best place for Beichen to develop. Father, you don't have to worry. With Beichen's filial piety, even if he decides to stay on Punlai Island in the future, he will definitely come to see you often. With Lan Yunxia's intelligence, he could guess Situyen's inner thoughts just by noticing the desolation in his eyes. In that case, won't Hong Zhuang have to stay on Punlai Island in the future? Mu Lingbing frowned. She thought that Bailey Hong Zhuang and the rest would be back soon, but if Beichen was from Punlai Island, Hong Zhuang wouldn't be separated from Beichen. It seemed that it would be very difficult for them to see Hong Zhuang again in the future. Hong Zhuang and I finally got to know each other. We haven't been together for long, and now we're going to lose sight of each other again. Mu Lingbing was depressed. She only wanted her family to be reunited and live a good life together, but it seemed that it wouldn't be easy to achieve that. Lan Yunxiao couldn't help but pat Mu Lingbing's shoulder when he saw her depressed appearance. He understood that after all these years, Mu Lingbing had already seen through many things. Her greatest wish was for her family to be reunited. Lingbing, Hong Zhuang and Beichen have their own paths to walk. They're still young, so they naturally want to reach higher realms. As their parents, we should give them the space to do so. Just as Mother said, if we miss them, we can go to Punlai Island to see them. Although the journey is a bit far, it'll just take a bit more time. Besides, don't Beichen and the rest hope that we can go to Punlai Island with them? After I've settled the Lan family's matters, I'll go with you to see them. How about it? Mu Lingbing fell silent for a moment before nodding. You're right. They're still very young, so their thoughts are naturally different from ours. I can't force my own thoughts on them. Right now, I'm most worried that young Master D's family isn't simple. I don't know if Hong Zhuang will be bullied there. Lan Yunxiao's brows revealed his worry. As a member of an aristocratic family, he was very familiar with such matters. With Hong Zhuang's status, no one in the outside world could compare to her. However, on Punlai Island, her status wasn't that important. He only had one daughter, and he couldn't bear to see Hong Zhuang being wronged. It can't be? Mu Lingbing's eyes narrowed. If they dare to bully Hong Zhuang, you don't have to worry. Mu Jin's faintly smiled. Situ's worries are the same as Yun Zhao's, so he had already probed young Master D before this. He said that he was very satisfied with this marriage, so the matter you are thinking of shouldn't happen. What's more, with Beichen's feelings for Hong Zhuang, he wouldn't be willing to let Hong Zhuang suffer. That's true. The curve of Lan Yunxiao's lips softened. Back then, he had seen Beichen's deep affection for Hong Zhuang. That was why he was assured to hand Hong Zhuang over to him. He believed that Beichen wouldn't let Hongzhuang down. In the following days, Diyujue wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he toured many places under Lan Yunxiao's guidance. At the same time, he gained a better understanding of Di Beichen. Now that he knew who his biological son was, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had waited for so many years, so he didn't mind waiting for a few more days. Today, Diyujue stood in front of Situ Yan and the others and cupped his hands. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I should return to Punlai Island. Little brother Lan, I've already stayed here for several days. It's time for me to go back. Diyujue's face was brimming with a smile. His originally handsome face was now as elegant as a spring breeze. I finally found Beichen's whereabouts with great difficulty. I also want to reunite with him as soon as possible. Lan Yunxiao originally wanted to urge him to stay, but after hearing Diyujue's words, he gave up on that idea. He could understand Diyujue's feelings. He was definitely impatient. To be able to stay here for several days, he must have reached Diyujue's limit. After all, in Diyujue's heart, there was nothing more important than reuniting with his son. Since that's the case, then I won't urge Brother D to stay. If Brother D has time in the future, come visit us again. At that time, you should stay for a few more days. Haha, that's only natural. Diyujue laughed brightly. Little brother Lan, if you have time in the future, you must come to Punlai Island to take a look. I will definitely be a good host. Alright, if there's a chance, we'll definitely come. Then I'll be waiting for you at Punlai Island. Diyujue's face was full of smiles. After only a few days of interaction, he knew that Lan Yunxiao and the rest were all kind people. Beichen had lived with them for all these years, so he definitely hadn't been mistreated. At the same time, he was even more grateful to Situ Yan and the rest for taking care of Di Beichen for him. In the next second, a universe pouch appeared in Diyujue's hand. Little brother Lan, there are some spirit stones and cultivation resources in this universe pouch. You've taken care of Beichen for so many years. As Beichen's father, I have nothing to repay you with. I can only remember your kindness in my heart. These things are just a small token of my sincerity. Lan Yunxiao hastily waved his hand. Brother D, taking care of Beichen is what we should do. Moreover, Beichen treats us very well. He doesn't need these things. Situ Yan had long regarded Di Beichen as his own grandson, and Di Beichen was also their son-in-law. They should treat Beichen well, so there was no need to thank him. Brother Lan, I know you're all kind-hearted people. From the moment you adopted Beichen, you didn't think of anything in return. But as Beichen's father, my gratitude to you can't be described with words. No matter what, I have to do something. Although these things can't be compared to the kindness you've shown me, I'm sure you'd do the same if you were in my shoes. Lan Yunxiao was silent for a moment. He could understand Diyujue's feelings. On one hand, he was grateful to them. On the other hand, he owed Di Beichen. If he didn't do anything, he wouldn't feel good in his heart. Since Brother D says so, I won't refuse. A smile appeared on Diyujue's face. That's the right thing to do. After receiving Diyujue's universe pouch, Lan Yunxiao said, Brother D, take care of yourself. Diyujue nodded. Brother D, if you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's something I can do, I won't refuse. Okay. Remember to come to Punlai Island when you have time. I'll introduce you to other people. We'll definitely go. Take care. Diyujue began his journey back to Punlai Island. Compared to the nervousness he felt when he came to the outside world, Diyujue was extremely happy and his steps were light. Mo Yunjue originally didn't need to stay in the demon training tower after completing the challenge. However, he wanted to stay here and wait for the opportunity to reunite with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Now that he had successfully reunited with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, he could peacefully cultivate in the cultivation area. The 6-people team was immediately divided into 2 small teams. Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao cultivated in the cultivation area all day long. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others cultivated in the arena area. According to Mo Yunjue's description, it would be beneficial for them to accumulate more killing intent before breaking through the challenge. Therefore, everyone spent most of their time in the arena. The Demon Training Tower's inheritance was a very good opportunity for them to increase their cultivation. They couldn't easily let it go. As long as they could obtain the inheritance, their cultivation would be able to increase by several levels. It would undoubtedly be of great help. Ever since they knew that Mo Yunjue and Bailey Hong Zhuang and the others were friends, the Punlai Islands cultivators looked at them differently. Sure enough, abnormal friends were also abnormal. These people were all young, but none of them were simple. As Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' performance in the arena became more and more fierce, many cultivators didn't want to fight with them anymore. They didn't want to participate in a battle where they were bound to lose. If they were injured or even died because of it, wouldn't it be a pity to lose the killing intent that they had accumulated with great difficulty? After noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but change their strategy. After that, they restrained their attacks a little. They only wanted to learn from each other and didn't want to kill. In addition to their arrogant provocation, the number of cultivators who came to fight with them increased. Most of the cultivators here were conceited. When they heard someone mocking them for being cowards, they naturally couldn't accept it. Moreover, although Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were strong, their attacks weren't very ruthless. Since there was no danger to their lives, everyone didn't mind learning from each other. In this way, it would be beneficial for their strength to increase. Time passed quietly in this process. With the continuous battle, the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others improved again. High-intensity battles were the most helpful for cultivators to improve their strength, so their speed of improvement was also very fast. In addition, everyone's fighting style was different, so fighting with different people could enrich their fighting experience. Among the four of them, Bewitching's cultivation had improved the most. In the past, Bewitching had been suppressed by the cursed physique, so his cultivation had been unable to increase. Now that he had transformed into the physique of Heaven's will, the previous suppression seemed to have erupted. The speed of his improvement left Xiran in the dust. For this point, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was also very emotional. If it weren't for the fact that her cultivation method was heaven-defying, she definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with Bewitching's footsteps. Fortunately, her demon summoning scripture was very special. As she cultivated, there were some signs of evolution. This was something that she had just discovered. It was because of this that she was able to keep up with Bewitching's footsteps and not be left behind. Even so, Bewitching's cultivation speed was still faster than her. This was the terrifying part of the physique of Heaven's will. In the past, the suppression was for the sake of the later stage. Once it changed, it would be a true cultivation genius. When Xiran was a little helpless, Bewitching's cultivation was one level higher than his. He wanted to catch up, but according to the current situation, not being left further and further behind was his greatest hope. Haven't I been cultivating with you all day? Don't tell me you don't know how I cultivate? Bewitching said with a faint smile. Xiran sighed, it's precisely because I watch you cultivate that I feel unbalanced in my heart. Clearly, my cultivation time is not shorter than yours, but your cultivation speed is so much faster than mine. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Xiran, you should get used to it as soon as possible. Shangguan Yingying's face rippled with a faint smile. In the past, you and Beichen's cultivation speed were about the same, but Beichen was under the suppression of the cursed body. Now that Beichen's cursed body has been broken, it's normal that you can't catch up. However, if you don't compare yourself to Beichen, your cultivation speed is still very fast. Yingying, you're finally comforting me. Xiran looked at Shangguan Yingying emotionally, you're right, it's better if I don't compare myself to this abnormal person. His talent is higher than mine, and with his physique that is naturally suitable for cultivation, I can't change my fate of being second place forever. Fortunately, I'm open-minded. Good luck. Once you obtain the inheritance of the Devil Training Pagoda, the situation will be different. A bright light appeared in Beichen's deep eyes. Now, he also urgently wanted to increase his strength. The experts in the Punlai Palace were as numerous as the clouds. Chu Yunyao alone was already a headache for them, and with Chu Yunyao's sister, if they did not increase their cultivation before returning, they would have a headache dealing with them. Moreover, the skeletons in the training ground were not simple. Only by becoming stronger could they be safe and sound. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying went to the arena area, Xiren said, Beichen, you've been cultivating especially hard recently. Is Mo Yunjua's appearance pressuring you? Beichen glanced at Xiren indifferently and did not say anything. I don't know what's going on. This kid's cultivation actually increased so quickly. It's really shocking. His cultivation talent has always been very strong, not much different from yours. However, although your cultivation speed was suppressed by the cursed body, you didn't fall behind by much. Speaking of which, it's his cultivation speed that has suddenly increased. Xiren understood in his heart that Mo Yunjua's relationship with them was very friendly. However, no matter what, he still did not let go of his feelings for Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Beichen appeared to be extremely free and easy, men were still stingy in this kind of matter. It was not that simple to make him not care. If I'm not wrong, the reason why his cultivation can increase so quickly should be because he passed the trial of the Heavenly Slaughter Tower. Trial? Xiren was slightly stunned and frowned. He had some doubts in his heart, but he quickly understood what Beichen was talking about. He could not help but open his eyes wide. Are you talking about the terrifying trial of the Heavenly Slaughter Tower? Beichen nodded, that's right. Listening to Xiren's words, Beichen only glanced at him, but he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Looking at Beichen like this, Xiren thought for a moment and understood. Thinking about it, this was where Beichen's pressure came from. Mo Yunjue had always appeared to be very free and easy, but from his actions, it was likely that he was only acting free and easy. In fact, it was not easy for him to completely let go of this matter. He also had some sympathy for Mo Yunjue. Who would have thought that the always cold and ruthless young master of Shirtian Tower was actually a romantic? On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation finally successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Purple Realm. At the same time, Beichen's cultivation also broke through to the 8th level of the Purple Realm. Her beautiful and refined face was filled with a happy smile. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a burst of joy in her heart. Beichen, you broke through again. Beichen smiled and nodded, his pair of narrow eyes curved into a charming arc. Wife, you also broke through. Sparring every day and using spirit stones to cultivate at night in this cultivation area, the progress is really extraordinary, much faster than usual. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes curved. The cultivation area's spirit energy was already very rich, and with the supply of spirit stones, the speed of cultivation was naturally faster than before. Now they also understood why the 5th level of the Purple Realm cultivators all ran to Punlai Island. If it was in the outside world, after a cultivator reached this level, the speed of cultivation would be extremely slow if they wanted to increase their cultivation. After all, they could only cultivate spirit energy from the air. Judging from the huge amount of spirit energy needed to break through to the Purple Realm, it would definitely take a long time. However, the spirit stones were very rich in spirit energy. Using spirit stones to cultivate was much faster than absorbing spirit energy from the air. If they stayed in the outside world, let alone the 7th level of the Purple Realm, they might not even be able to break through to the 4th level of the Purple Realm. We have accumulated a lot of killing intent. If there are no problems, we can go to the checkpoint area, Beichen said. In terms of strength, their strength was naturally not top-notch. However, the Demon Refining Tower's challenge area was similar to the Blood Refining Tower's challenge area. The difficulty of the challenge was related to the strength of the cultivator. The stronger the cultivator, the higher the difficulty of the challenge area. The weaker the cultivator, the lower the difficulty. In short, it was set according to the limit of each cultivator. Therefore, no matter when he went to challenge it, the effect was the same. The reason why they had been waiting was to accumulate enough killing intent before going. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said, okay. They had spent a lot of time trying to pass the trial. Now, it was time to give it a try. After knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying had broken through, when Xiren and Shang Guanying rushed over, they sensed the two's aura and found that it had indeed increased compared to before. Beichen, Hongzhuang, congratulations on successfully breaking through. Shang Guanying congratulated with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly, I see that your aura has also increased. You should be close to breaking through, right? Shang Guanying nodded slightly, cultivating in the cultivation area, the cultivation speed is very fast. We are slightly slower than you, but we should be able to break through in a few days. That's good, Bewitching smiled. Hong Zhuang and I are going to the checkpoint area. You are going to the checkpoint now? Xiran asked in surprise. You're right. With this cultivation and killing intent, it should be enough. Xiran nodded. Beichen, Hong Zhuang, you have to work hard and succeed. Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with anticipation. If you succeed, then your cultivation will increase greatly. You two have already succeeded in obtaining the inheritance of the Blood Refining Tower. I believe that the inheritance of the Demon Refining Tower won't be a problem for you. Xiran's eyes were filled with determination. He believed that with Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's level of excellence, they would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the Demon Refining Tower. Mo Yunjua's cultivation talent had always been on par with Bewitching's. Since Mo Yunjua could succeed, then presumably Bewitching wouldn't fail either. Not long after, Ao Lingxiao and Mo Yunjua also came over. After knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were preparing to attempt the trial, they were also very much in agreement. Beichen, Hong Zhuang, everyone might encounter different situations when attempting the trial, but I feel that the most important thing is to advance courageously and fearlessly. Advance courageously and fearlessly? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and muttered. Mo Yunjua nodded. That's right. This killing intent field gathers killing intent and cultivates a killing heart. If you stop because of fear, then I'm afraid it will be very difficult to succeed. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. Mo Yunjua's analysis was very reasonable. However, the specific situation would only be known after they entered the trial area. Beichen, you guys go ahead first. Yingying and I will go into seclusion for a few days. After we break through, then we will attempt the trial. Okay. Beichen nodded. I'll go with Hong Zhuang first. If I have any insights, I can share them with you. After making the decision, Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen didn't delay any longer and went straight to the trial area. Compared to the arena area and the cultivation area, the number of cultivators in the challenge area was undoubtedly much lower. If it was a normal day, there would be very few cultivators who would come to the challenge area. However, ever since the news of Mo Yunjua obtaining the Devil Training Tower's inheritance spread, many cultivators became more confident and came to the challenge area to try their luck. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the inheritance, and from then on, they would be able to achieve a meteoric rise. Therefore, during that period of time, the trial area was bustling with noise. Many cultivators gathered here, all of them thinking that they were extraordinary and only felt that they were the next genius to succeed. However, after such a long time, there was still no other cultivator who had obtained the inheritance. Only then did everyone truly believe that Mo Yunjua was able to obtain the Devil Training Tower's inheritance because of his own outstanding talent and not because of good luck. Right now, the number of cultivators in the trial area is a lot less. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around, the corners of her lips hooked up in a smile. Beichen nodded. If it was still as grand as before, I'm afraid that we would have to queue up here. Haha, that's true. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Unknowingly, we have stayed in the Devil Training Tower for another 2 months. If we succeed, we can return to Punlai Island. Standing in front of the challenge room, Beichen stared at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Wife, do your best." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head, her eyes filled with confidence. Okay. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen walked into the challenge area together. When the surrounding cultivators saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Zilong had also started to challenge the challenge area, their eyes flashed with a strange light. After the black-cloaked man started to challenge the challenge area, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Zilong also started to challenge the challenge area. Their performance in the challenge area was not any worse than the black-cloaked man's. Do you think they will also succeed in obtaining the inheritance? What kind of joke is this? Do you think the inheritance is so easy to obtain? The black-cloaked man was already lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance. If the two of them can also obtain it, unless they have a way to challenge the challenge area, it's impossible. That's true. In the past 100 years, only the black-cloaked man has succeeded in the Demon Training Tower. This is already very impressive. It's impossible for anyone else to succeed. Everyone shook their heads. They only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were simply indulging in fantasy. It was already impossible for them to succeed. Just wait. When they come out after failing the challenge area, their faces will definitely be covered in dirt. As the door closed, Bailey Hongzhuang finally saw the scene in the challenge area. She saw that she was in an empty room. The dim light made everything around her a little blurry. It was clearly daytime, but it looked as if it was night. Bailey Hongzhuang vigilantly observed everything around her. She did not dare to relax in the slightest. She knew how terrifying the challenge area was. Perhaps when she relaxed, the attack would quietly come and you would not be able to defend against it. However, Bailey Hongzhuang carefully walked around the entire room and did not find anything. She could not help but frown. Her eyes flashed with an incomprehensible light. What's going on? Why is there nothing in here? Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with doubts. Since there was nothing, what kind of test was this? Could it be that she had to stay in this empty room forever? Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Bai Shi were all paying attention to Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. However, as soon as they walked through the door, they realized that a powerful force had imprisoned them, causing them to be unable to communicate with Bailey Hongzhuang at all. The Chaos Ring was a divine weapon. Up until now, the various functions it had displayed had amazed them. However, it had been restrained here. How could they not be surprised? This demon training tower is indeed an extraordinary place. We can't communicate with Master. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. Her voice was full of lamentation. From what I can see, there's something strange about this challenge area. Not only is it narrow, it's also very dim. The strangest thing is that Master has been sitting on the same spot without moving since she entered. Fortunately, no one attacked Master. Otherwise, the situation would be terrible, Bai Shi slowly said. Xiao Bai's gaze fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang. Gradually, it could not help but frown. Look, Master has been frowning. There's also a look of confusion on her face. Why is that? Hearing Xiao Bai's words, Xiao He and Bai Shi immediately paid close attention. With one look, they realized that the situation was a little strange. I don't know. Could it be that this test is not about martial strength, but the mind? Bai Shi suddenly asked. Bailey Hongzhuang walked around the room a few times and shouted for a while. However, there was still no response. She could not help but frown. This seemed to be an empty room. If she was not so sure that she had walked into the challenge room, she would have suspected that she had walked into the wrong room and arrived at an empty room. Since she could not figure out what the test was, Bailey Hongzhuang was not in a hurry. She simply sat on the ground and wanted to see what the test was about. She believed that there must be a reason why the test was set up this way. She just had to wait quietly and she would find out sooner or later. After all, in the process of the test, once she left, she would fail the test. Hence, she had no way out. Time passed quietly as she waited. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that there was no movement, she simply closed her eyes and began to cultivate. However, in the process of cultivation, she was still vigilant of her surroundings. As long as there was an attack, she would be the first to react. However, as time passed, there was not the slightest bit of an attack. This place was like an empty room with no special meaning. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang felt very helpless. She was completely unaware of the test's routine. According to what Mo Yunjue had told her, the content of this test was completely different from hers. It is indeed a mysterious challenge room. This is the reason why so few people have been able to obtain the inheritance for so many years. Because every cultivator encounters different situations. If the content of the test is the same, then everyone can think of a way to overcome it based on the content of the test. Then, the number of successful cultivators will increase greatly. I'm afraid that all the heirs of the major forces will be able to obtain it. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed, since I can't figure out the routine, I can only wait here. I'll cultivate well first. I don't believe that this test will keep me here forever. Day after day passed. Bailey Hongzhuang had been meditating in seclusion on the spot, absorbing the elemental energy in the air. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the elemental energy in the trial area was very rich. She had been using spirit stones to cultivate, and the rich elemental energy in the air had the same effect as if she was cultivating in the cultivation area. Her own cultivation was also gradually increasing through this cultivation process. In the beginning, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to endure and cultivate here day after day. However, as time passed, she could not help but feel anxious. I'm afraid I've already been here for several months, but there hasn't been any movement. Could it be that I have to stay here forever? Although the essence energy here is very dense and very suitable for my cultivation, I still have many things to do. I can't always stay here, not to mention that Beichen and the rest are still waiting for me. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face couldn't help but be filled with anxiety. She exited her cultivation state, stood up, and shouted into the room, "If there's any assessment, just start it. What's the meaning of trapping me here?" However, there was still no sound coming from the empty room. It was as if there was only Bailey Hongzhuang here. Bailey Hongzhuang shouted for a while, but after realizing that there was no use, the helplessness in her heart grew stronger. What kind of test is this? Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. In the end, she helplessly sat down and continued to cultivate. She didn't know how much time had passed since she started cultivating. In the beginning, Bailey Hongzhuang was counting the number of days she had spent in this room. Later on, she couldn't even tell how long she had been in this room, so she simply stopped caring. During this period of time, she had thought of giving up and walking out of this room. However, every time she was about to open the door, she would fall into hesitation. She didn't want to admit defeat like this. She could fail, but she didn't want to fail so muddle-headedly. Until now, she still didn't know what she was doing here. She also didn't know where she had failed, so she didn't want to leave. Thus, she finally returned to her original spot. The only thing that was worth being happy about was that Bailey Hongzhuang felt that her demonic calling scripture had signs of evolution, but that was just the beginning of the evolution. As she cultivated wholeheartedly during this time, the speed of the demonic calling scripture's evolution was greatly accelerated. She could feel that after the demon summoning scripture had evolved, her cultivation speed had increased by a few notches. It seemed like it had only increased by a few notches, but it was enough to make Bailey Hongzhuang feel unusually happy. At this late stage of cultivation, it would take a long time to improve. Even if it was only a few notches faster, it would save a lot of time. Beichen had the heavenly mandate constitution, so it was much easier for him to cultivate. His cultivation speed was also greatly increased. In the long run, her cultivation would definitely not be able to keep up with Beichen's pace. However, the improvement of the demon summoning scripture had undoubtedly given her a chance to keep up with Beichen. When I first started cultivating the demon summoning scripture, I already knew how powerful it was. In the entire Xianxia continent, there are probably no more than 5 techniques that can be called heaven-defying. Before, I only felt that the cultivation speed was very fast, but I didn't think that it was too powerful. I just didn't think that the demon summoning scripture could evolve. It's really amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. As the head of the Bailey family in her previous life, she had seen all sorts of good things. However, this was the first time she had encountered a skill that could evolve. This technique is called the demon summoning scripture. With such a strange name, it should be used for summoning. But what does this demon refer to? I've been cultivating it for so long, but I still haven't discovered its specific use. Bailey Hongzhuang had always had some doubts about this. She had thought about this point before, but after studying it for a long time, she still couldn't understand the reason why this cultivation method was named this way. She didn't know if she would be able to understand it after this cultivation method evolved. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. I don't know how long this weird assessment will keep me here. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's helplessness, the 3 beasties were also confused. Master is usually very calm. Why has she been mumbling to herself ever since she entered this room? Xiaohei raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with confusion. It had been with its master for so long, so it understood her personality very well. Generally speaking, its master's personality was more stable and wouldn't be so impatient. Xiaobai nodded. My thoughts are the same as yours. Judging from master's behavior, she seems to think that she has been in this room for a very long time. A test of endurance? Xiaohei frowned. Then this test isn't that dangerous. Although this test isn't dangerous, it's very torturous. Baisher's expression was not optimistic. Most importantly, we don't know how long this test will take. A long wait was something that most people could not accept. Furthermore, Bailey Hongzhuang had no idea what she was doing ever since she had entered this place. It was not easy for her to wait patiently. It was not just Bailey Hongzhuang. Baisher believed that most cultivators would not be able to hold themselves back. I finally understand why there are so few inheritors of the demon training tower. This test is just too perverse. I'm afraid that many cultivators would not be able to take this first test and would just walk out of the room. Everyone had come here to challenge this test for the sake of increasing their cultivation so that they could live a more carefree life in the future. No one would want to spend all their time in this empty room. This point alone was enough to cause most cultivators to fail. Then what should we do? Xiao He finally understood the difficulty of this test. We can't even warn Master. We can only watch from here. Xiao Bai shrugged, there's no other way. We can only hope that Master understands this herself. However, Master is now in an illusion. It's just too difficult for her to understand this. The three beasts shook their heads and sighed. They felt that this test was just too perverse. Those involved could not see clearly while those on the sidelines could not see clearly. It was just too difficult for those involved to see clearly. Bailey Hongzhuang spent her days in cultivation. Gradually, she did not pay much attention to the passage of time. Since she was here, she would take things as they came. She could not remember how long she had been here. She only felt that she had been here for a very long time. She focused all her attention on her cultivation. During this process, her demon summoning scripture had successfully evolved. After the complete evolution of the demon summoning scripture, the speed of cultivation had greatly increased. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was also steadily increasing in the process of cultivation. Now that she had completely calmed down, she was less anxious. She was no longer in a hurry to leave, nor was she in a hurry to improve her cultivation. When everything calmed down, she felt completely different from before. Sometimes, it was a good thing to stop for a while. Perhaps there was no need to be so impatient. Ever since she found out her true identity in Fengbo country, she had always felt an indescribable sense of urgency. She did her best to raise her cultivation, not daring to relax even a little bit, so that she could save her parents as soon as possible. This was because if she was just a step late, her parents might be in an uncontrollable danger. Therefore, she had to make every second count and not slack off. During this process, she was also exhausted, but she had never said it out loud. Originally, after saving her parents and punishing the Yu clan, she could finally relax. However, Bewitching's cursed body made her unable to relax even a little bit. They did their best to raise their cultivation in order to successfully enter Punlai Island. Otherwise, Bewitching's life would be in danger. In life, sometimes it's not a bad thing to slow down a little. I've indeed been too impatient. The urgent need to improve over a long period of time had caused Bailey Hongzhuang to be extremely impatient. Although she did not usually show it, it had always been there. If this mentality had always existed, perhaps there would not be any problems in the short term. However, after a long time, this problem would become apparent. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but feel lucky. Lucky that she had discovered this malignant tumor in the process of the assessment. As long as she could solve it now, everything would still be in time. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but smile from the bottom of her heart. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, the dim environment in front of her eyes suddenly brightened. In another part of the room, a door quietly opened. Noticing this change, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes could not help but flash with a thick sense of astonishment. She knew very well that the opening of that door meant that she had passed the first stage. So this is my first stage of the assessment. It had already started from the moment I walked into this room. Yet, I never knew. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. Her eyes were filled with amazement. This level of assessment was truly beyond her expectations. However, it had helped her a lot. Compared to the Blood Refining Tower's assessment, the Demon Refining Tower's assessment was undoubtedly a level higher. It seems that the Demon Refining Tower's assessment is based on one's heart. Bailey Hongzhuang thought to herself. It was precisely because the assessment was based on one's heart that the way it was conducted was even more unpredictable. If she had not gone through this assessment, she probably would not have known when she would have discovered the existence of this problem. It was truly amazing. This assessment had undoubtedly helped her to solve a hidden danger. It was extremely helpful to her. It seemed that as long as she passed the demon refining tower, regardless of whether she succeeded or not, it would be of great help to a cultivator. Looking at the open door in front of her, Bailey Hongshuang's gaze gradually became determined. She must persevere. In the next moment, Bailey Hongshuang directly walked through the open door and began the next stage of the assessment. However, when Bailey Hongshuang entered the room, the scene before her eyes suddenly changed. In her line of sight, it was a blood-red world, surrounded by countless cultivators. These cultivators were looking at her like wolves, tigers, and leopards. Their ferocious gazes were as if they wanted to tear her into pieces. Noticing this scene, Bailey Hongshuang's expression suddenly became vigilant. Compared to the scene of the first test, this test seemed to be much more terrifying. The second test is very simple. At this moment, a voice suddenly entered Bailey Hongshuang's ears. She couldn't help but raise her head and look around. She wanted to know where the sound was coming from, but it seemed to be everywhere. She couldn't tell where it was coming from. Kill everyone here and you'll pass. After hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but be stunned. Her eyes flashed with deep astonishment. As far as the eye could see, there were simply too many cultivators around her. How difficult would it be for her to kill all of them? However, this voice clearly had no intention of discussing with her. This was the content of the assessment. If she couldn't complete it, she would fail. Just as Bailey Hongshuang was hesitating, the surrounding cultivators had already swarmed towards her like a swarm of bees. Bailey Hongshuang could see cruelty and excitement in those blood-red eyes. Obviously, if she did not kill these people in front of her, she would be the one to die. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but feel helpless. However, since this was the only way, she could only resolutely walk down this path. In the next moment, the colored glaze sword appeared in her hand. The elemental energy in her body surged out violently. Bailey Hongshuang did not hesitate to meet the cultivators who were attacking her. The sound of weapons clashing quickly rang out. Bailey Hongshuang executed the shifting forms technique to dodge the crowd's attacks as she shuttled back and forth between the crowd, harvesting their lives. This was an extremely bloody scene, filled with cruelty and heartlessness. Bailey Hongshuang was not a heartless person. The cultivators who had died by her hands all had their reasons. The scene before her eyes was clearly different from what she had thought in the past. Unfortunately, she did not have a choice. Furthermore, these cultivators looked at her as if they were jackals and wolves who had finally seen food after being starved for a long time. Their eyes were filled with a faint thirst for food. It was disgusting and terrifying. Bailey Hongshuang continued to fight. She unleashed her martial arts techniques one after another, severely injuring the surrounding cultivators. Fortunately, although there were many cultivators, their combat power did not surpass hers by much. Hence, she was able to persevere. Even so, Bailey Hongshuang was not optimistic. Because she was alone, her elemental energy would eventually dry up. Once her elemental energy was depleted, the person who would be in danger would be her. Hence, she had to reduce the consumption of her elemental energy while harvesting the lives of these cultivators. Time gradually passed. The number of cultivators who had fallen under Bailey Hongshuang's sword gradually increased. Bailey Hongshuang continuously consumed elixirs to replenish her elemental energy. She was thankful that she had brought quite a number of elixirs with her. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted to death here. Fatigue slowly crept in and Bailey Hongshuang's sword-wielding hands slowed down. With a slight carelessness, the number of wounds on her body had increased. The pain constantly stimulated her nerves. Unknowingly, her eyes had been stained with blood and were filled with viciousness and heartlessness. Her white robes had been stained red with blood. She could not tell if it was her own blood or someone else's. In the process of this battle, the murderous aura that Bailey Hongshuang had gradually gathered around her body. This murderous aura was much more intense than the aura that she had accumulated in the arena area. The murderous aura in the arena area was a very mysterious power to her. It filled her body and could increase her strength, but the murderous aura in front of her was a murderous aura that came from her heart. At this moment, her eyes were completely bloodshot. Everyone in front of her was her enemy. What she wanted to do was to use her own hands to slaughter everything in front of her. This situation was completely out of her control. Once she stopped moving, she would be killed by these people. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang did not know how long she had been fighting. She only felt that the strength in her body was drained and her vision seemed to be blurred. However, the pain from her body stimulated her nerves, making her force herself to continue fighting. This was a bitter battle. A battle that was more miserable than being besieged by a group of cultivators in the outer hall of Penglai. When Bailey Hongzhuang exhausted all her strength to fight, Bewitching was also in the same situation. The flowing light sword in his hand was emitting a cold light. Bright red blood had already dyed the blade red. Looking at it, it was a shocking red. However, in this blood red, Bewitching's deep eyes became even darker. That kind of darkness seemed to be hiding a power that could devour everything. The long sword was brandished, contrasting with that impeccable godlike face, revealing a bit of bloodthirst and charm. Bewitching wrinkled his good-looking eyebrows. He had no scruples about these cultivators in front of him. Since he was allowed to kill all of them, then he would kill all of the obstacles. However, he was a little worried. If Bailey Hongzhuang's challenge was also like this, he didn't know if Hongzhuang could persevere. Normally, they would often engage in high-intensity battles. However, the battle in front of them was more cruel and desperate than any of the battles they had participated in before. In the past, he had always been by Hongzhuang's side. However, this time only Hongzhuang was challenging the challenge. He was really a little worried. The inheritance of the Mo training pagoda was more difficult than the inheritance of the blood chi pagoda, but after understanding the content of the assessment of the Mo training pagoda, Bewitching also understood why Mo Yunjue could not obtain the inheritance of the blood chi field, but could obtain the inheritance of the murderous chi field. This was because the Shirtian Tower was a dark and cruel place. As the young master of the Shirtian Tower, Mo Yunjue was certainly not unfamiliar with all of this. On the contrary, Mo Yunjue should be very suitable for this kind of environment. The trials he had passed before were very likely to be the same as the situation in front of him. It was precisely because of this that Mo Yunjue was able to smoothly obtain the inheritance. This was where his advantage lay. If it was an ordinary cultivator, just looking at the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of them, they would probably not be able to accept it. After all, everyone's hands were more or less stained with blood. However, such a huge amount of blood was something they had never experienced before. Bewitching also felt uncomfortable about the situation in front of him, but he didn't feel guilty. If his judgment was right, everything in front of him was probably an illusion. The characteristic of the killing aura was the killing aura. Presumably, this test was to let them adapt to such an environment. If they didn't have such killing aura, they probably wouldn't be able to condense such a terrifying killing aura. "Wife, do your best," Bewitching murmured. In the next moment, a fierce light suddenly bloomed in his eyes, and then he attacked the crowd without hesitation. Bailey Hongzhuang did not know how long she had been fighting. She only knew that she had to persevere, she could not die here. She wanted to obtain the inheritance of the killing aura. She still had many things to do. A pair of beautiful eyes were suffused with a blood-red light. That beautiful figure had now turned into a blood-red figure. The rich smell of blood covered her nose. The smell was almost nauseating. Finally, after the last cultivator fell, Bailey Hongzhuang could no longer persevere and fell into a coma. When Bailey Hongzhuang woke up again, in front of her was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. She looked at her hands and clothes that were stained with blood. Her long, shapely eyebrows unconsciously wrinkled. Her beautiful face was quietly covered with a touch of indifference. Bailey Hongzhuang thought that after experiencing that battle, she would be able to pass this hurdle. However, when she opened her eyes and realized that she was still in her previous environment, she understood that this stage was not over yet. After recovering her essence energy, she slowly followed the bloody path in front of her and walked forward. Gradually, a few figures appeared in front of her again. After seeing this scene, she understood that if she wanted to pass this stage, she must kill her way out. Otherwise, it would be considered a failure. Her pitch-black eyes suddenly emitted a sharp and cold light. Since that's the case, I'll kill my way out. Her cold voice was filled with unparalleled dominance and ruthlessness. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was extremely cold. The colored glaze sword in her hand emitted a cold light. She moved her shape-shifting shadow and shuttled through the crowd. As she raised her hand and swung her sword, she displayed all her martial skills. Every move was ruthless and she aimed to kill with one blow. This battle not only tested Bailey Hongzhuang's primary energy and combat skills, but it also tested her heart. In such a long battle, if she could not stay true to her heart, it was very likely that she would fall into the devil's path and become a murderous demon. This was not what Bailey Hongzhuang wanted. Therefore, in the process of this battle, she had always tried her best to stay true to her heart. She could not be affected like this. At this point, Bailey Hongzhuang firmly believed that her judgment was not wrong. Thinking back to when she was in the blood refining tower, she found that although the blood-ground abyss was a very evil place, the blood energy in the blood aura field did not contain any blood energy. On the contrary, it was a kind of pure blood energy without any impurities. All the cultivators in the blood aura tower believed that in order to obtain the inheritance of the blood aura tower, one must be strong enough and kill enough cultivators to gather the blood energy. However, this was not the case in reality. Similarly, if one could obtain the inheritance of the killing aura field by killing, then the number of inheritors would not be so small. This kind of murderous aura should also be pure without any impurities or evil thoughts. Just like how the murderous aura of a murderer was completely different from the murderous aura of an avenger, murderous aura was also different from murderous aura. If she treated everything in front of her as a massacre, then she would have failed this round. If she wanted to succeed, she had to stay true to herself and defeat these cultivators one by one. The inheritor of the murderous aura had to rely on his own strength to carve out a bloody path. Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't a stupid person. As soon as she passed the first trial, she understood that the Devil Training Pagoda's trials were actually an illusion. This kind of illusion existed in their hearts. Through this illusion, they could find the source of their own problems. Only by overcoming one's weakness could one become stronger. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. She couldn't help but feel enlightened in her heart. Her moves also became smoother and more natural. In the trial area. After Bailey Hongzhuang entered the trial area, some cultivators heard the news and came over one after another. During this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been in the limelight in the Devil Training Tower. Everyone paid close attention to them. Most of the cultivators thought that they would come out in less than 4 hours if they failed the first test. However, what happened next was beyond the expectations of most cultivators. They've been in there for an entire day and they haven't come out yet. Don't tell me they passed the first test? According to what I know, each test takes a day. If one can stay in there for 3 days, they'll be able to receive the inheritance of the murderous aura. Mo Yunjue stayed in there for 3 days. However, most of the cultivators came out not long after they went in. It's already amazing if they can stay in there for a few hours. They've been in there for more than a day. Don't tell me they've really received the inheritance of the murderous aura? One of the cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. If Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying had also received the inheritance, it would be shocking news. However, the cultivator's thought was quickly refuted by the others. Impossible, impossible. It's not that easy to receive the inheritance of the murderous aura. They're just lucky to have stayed in there until now. Xiren and Shangguan Yingying were originally in closed-door cultivation. They only wanted to break through before going to the test. However, as the test area became more and more lively, they couldn't help but go to the test area to check out the situation. Mo Yunjue, is what they said true? Shangguan Yingying couldn't help but look at Mo Yunjue. They'll succeed if they stay in there for 3 days? Hearing this, Mo Yunjue pondered for a moment. His expression was somewhat complicated as he said, I'm not very clear about this matter either, but I did stay inside for 3 days when I tried to break through the trial. There are a total of 3 tests. As long as they pass all 3 tests, they'll be able to receive the inheritance. Xiren's eyes lit up. If that's the case, it might really be like what everyone said. Indeed. Mo Yunjue nodded. It seems that Hong Zhuang and Shang Guanying have reached the second test. It's very likely that they'll succeed. Ao Lingxiao's eyes shone with surprise. He had personally passed through the test area and knew very well how difficult it was. Ever since he knew that Mo Yunjue had passed the test, he was very surprised. However, he didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen to have a chance of passing the test as well. Back then, he had only been in there for a few hours before he had no choice but to leave. At that time, he only felt that this assessment was too abnormal, and that it would be extremely difficult to pass it. However, Mo Yunjue and the others in front of him made him understand that this difficulty was just his own feeling. He couldn't do it, but someone else could. Thinking of this, Ao Lingxiao's eyes couldn't help but change a little. If Di Beichen could really obtain the inheritance, perhaps he could believe that his judgment was not wrong. With Di Beichen's strength, even if his judgment was wrong, it wouldn't matter too much. Bailey Hongzhuang swung the sword in her hand. After a few days of fighting, she was shocked to find that her opponents were getting stronger and stronger. Fighting against these powerhouses, she felt more and more pressure. It became more and more difficult for her to move forward. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence wasn't affected at all. Instead, it became even more determined. Bailey Hongzhuang's advancing speed slowed down, and in the process of fighting, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that there was actually an opportunity to cultivate here. Once the Yuanli in her body was exhausted, she could retreat to a place that she had cleared before, and there, her opponents would not take the initiative to provoke her. In this way, her threat was reduced by a bit. However, everything here was too special, and she could only rest after fighting to her limit. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang was both helpless and happy. Helpless because every battle was incomparably painful, and happy because in this process, her strength was increasing at a very fast rate. Compared to fighting in the outside world, fighting with all her strength like this was undoubtedly the best way to increase her strength. If it wasn't for the fact that she was wasting so much time here, cultivating here could also be considered an excellent method. Until now, she had no idea how long she had been in this place, and did not know if everyone had been waiting for her outside. Of course, this thought only appeared for a short moment, and was then suppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang. Since she had already reached this step, then there was no possibility of her giving up. She believed that it wouldn't be long before she would be able to pass the second stage. In this endless process of killing, Bailey Hongzhuang gradually understood what Mo Yunjue meant by advancing courageously and fearlessly. Without this courageously and fearlessly belief, it was absolutely impossible to rely on one's own strength to carve out a bloody path. In this process, Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked to discover that there was no fear in her heart, as if nothing could hurt her anymore. Fear was an emotion that existed in everyone's heart. No matter how strong a person was, there was only something in their heart that they were afraid of. However, in this process of getting stronger and stronger, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that the feeling of fear was gradually shrinking. After discovering this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but be shocked. This was simply too shocking. She had never thought that this method could actually suppress fear. The demon training tower is truly magical. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. This was the power of the demon training tower, and at the same time, this was also the reason why it was so difficult for everyone to pass the stage. It was because it was simply too difficult to overcome this, but once it was overcome, then one would truly have the heart of a powerhouse. No wonder since ancient times, all the cultivators who obtained the inheritance were famous figures. To have such a heart of a powerhouse, it would not be easy to not make a name for oneself. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed. I just don't know how long it will take to break out of this bloody path. Bailey Hongzhuang gazed behind her. The path behind her, the path she had killed so many people Hongzhuang, and the shocking red around her was now no longer make her feel uncomfortable. Forget it, she thought, she of Bailey Hongzhuang's, as long as she had a heart, I will definitely defeat all those people in front of me. Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black eyes flashed with a determined light. Her figure flashed, and she once again rushed into the crowd. Compared to the long wait that Bailey Hongzhuang felt, the cultivators outside of the challenge area had a completely different feeling. I never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen would be so powerful. They've been in there for such a long time and still haven't come out. If they've passed the second stage, then only the third stage is left. Once they pass the third stage, they'll be able to obtain the inheritance. Why did I feel that the third stage was particularly difficult when I went in? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Zichen's trial was relatively easy? That's possible. Maybe the demon training tower saw that they were good-looking and lowered the difficulty of the trial. Following this person's words, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. It was clearly a joke, but everyone actually believed it. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Zichen's performance had clearly exceeded their expectations. They simply couldn't believe it. In comparison, this reason was much easier for them to accept. Almost everyone didn't want anyone else to obtain the inheritance. This only proved that they were far from Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Zichen's level. However, Xiren and the others' emotions were the complete opposite. In my opinion, since Bewitching and Yi Zichen are already halfway through the second stage, they'll definitely succeed. Xiren couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He had always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Zichen's strength would definitely succeed. Now, it seemed that the possibility of success was very high. Mo Yunjue smiled and nodded. I also believe that they'll definitely succeed. Xiren, Hongzhuang, and Yi Zichen are still trying to pass the stage. I can't bear to cultivate, so I'll just stay outside. I'll be able to know the results as soon as possible. As for wasting a few days, that's nothing. Alright. Xiren rubbed Shang Guaniying's hair dotingly. In fact, his mentality was exactly the same as Shang Guaniying's. Bewitching continued to move forward. One corpse after another formed a path under his feet. A path of blood. This was truly a path of blood. Bewitching sighed in his heart. No wonder the cultivators in the demon training tower fought so cruelly. This was the characteristic of the demon training abyss. Becoming a murderous demon, killing anyone who stood in his way. If Buddha stood in his way, he would kill Buddha. This was truly a terrifying and domineering state. If one's willpower was not strong enough, they would probably be tortured to insanity by such days. In the process of killing, Bewitching found that his cultivation was growing at an astonishing speed. His combat strength was also increasing rapidly. If this continues, I'm sure my cultivation will have improved by the time I'm done with this trial. However, as time passed, whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or Bewitching, there was a feeling of loneliness in their hearts. Everyone was his enemy, and the only one he could trust was himself. If they wanted to live, they had to kill all their opponents. As a result, the feeling of loneliness continued to spread in his heart. Bailey Hongzhuang did not know how many days she had spent in this endless slaughter. Day after day had made her feel numb. She did not know how many days had passed since she had participated in the trial. She remembered that Mo Yunjue had only participated in the trial for a short period of time. She never thought that she would need such a long time to complete the trial. In front of her, she was only 100 meters away from completing the trial. Thinking of this, a bright light shone in her eyes. After fighting for so long, she was finally going to complete the trial. Ding! After Bailey Hongzhuang had killed the last cultivator, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a deep sigh. The colored glass sword pierced the ground, emitting a sharp sound. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also sat on the ground, her body paralyzed. Looking at the bloody scene in the distance, her mood was complicated. It was lonely at the top, perhaps this was how it felt. The long period of killing and loneliness made her feel an indescribable sadness and desolation. It was clearly just a test, but it inexplicably made her feel an indescribable sadness. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was sighing, she suddenly realized that the scene in front of her had changed. A green figure appeared in her line of sight. Looking at this figure, Bailey Hongzhuang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As she gradually approached, she recognized the owner of the figure. Han Xiling! Bailey Hongzhuang cried out in astonishment. Staring blankly at the figure in front of her, she could only wonder if she had seen wrongly. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the green figure quickly turned around, revealing a face that Bailey Hongzhuang could not be more familiar with. Bailey Hongzhuang, long time no see. Han Xiling's lips curled into a cold smile. Did you think that I was already dead? Are you not dead? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. She clearly believed that Han Xiling was already dead. Although she did not manage to find Han Xiling's body, she firmly believed that under such circumstances, Han Xiling could not possibly still be alive. However, this figure in front of her. Could it really be because her uncle, Han Xiling, was not dead? Hee hee. Han Xiling laughed coldly, I won't die so easily. Then why haven't you shown up for so long? I was severely injured by you. Fortunately, I survived. I've been recuperating for the past few years. Now that I've finally recovered, my cultivation base has also improved greatly. Han Xiling glanced coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. I know you're married to Beichen, but so what? In the end, he will still be mine. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Even if you're still alive, it means nothing to us. No. Han Xiling's eyes were filled with contempt. Didn't you kill me because you were afraid that I would marry Beichen? You clearly know that the entire Tiangang sect is in favor of my marriage with Beichen. If you didn't appear, Beichen and I would have already gotten married. I don't know how your relationship was in the past, and I don't care. However, everything is a foregone conclusion now. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave on your own. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was slightly cold. She had always hated Han Xiling. This woman was vicious. From the moment they met, this woman had been causing trouble for her everywhere. She even tried to secretly kill her. If she had not been careful, she would have died in Han Xiling's hands. However, Han Xiling's reappearance still caused a ripple in her heart. This woman's reappearance was not a good thing after all. I'll leave? Han Xiling chuckled. Why should I leave? You're the one who came between Beichen and me. The person who should leave should be you. So what? Han Xiling's lips curled into a sneer. Actually, I've always had a place in Beichen's heart, it's just that you didn't know about it. You have to know that when Beichen was being oppressed by the sect, it was me who had been silently helping him. He will always remember me. You tried to kill me, do you think Beichen doesn't care at all? Han Xiling's words hit Bailey Hongzhuang's heart hard. This was what she was most worried about after killing Han Xiling. She believed that Beichen didn't like Han Xiling, but no matter what, Han Xiling had done Beichen a favor. It was precisely because of this that Beichen would tolerate her a lot, but in the end, Han Xiling still died in her hands. Although Beichen said that this matter wasn't her fault, she believed that Beichen must have cared about this matter. No matter how hateful Han Xiling was, she was still Beichen's sister. Aren't you still alive now? Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Hearing this, Han Xiling chuckled, yes, I'm not dead, so I'm going to snatch Beichen from your hands. Impossible, stop dreaming. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Han Xiling indifferently. She believed in Beichen's feelings for her. Han Xiling didn't succeed in the first place, and now it was even more impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang, I think you don't seem to understand men. For men, what they can't get is the best. Once they get it, the feeling is completely different. Back then, didn't Beichen take a fancy to you because he was with me all the time? Now that our situation has been reversed, it's time to rewrite the result. Hearing Han Xiling's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression didn't change. Don't talk nonsense, everything is not as you think. She and Beichen had been together for so long, and Beichen's sincerity towards her could be seen by the sun and moon. She had never doubted this point. Oh? You're really that confident? Of course. Since that's the case, why don't we make a bet? Han Xiling looked at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly, his eyes were filled with confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed, how do you want to bet? It's very simple, you'll hide in my house. I'll talk to Beichen's. If he doesn't have me, then I'll leave and never disturb you two's life. On the contrary, if he does have a place for me, then you're not allowed to appear in front of Beichen in the future. This bet is completely meaningless. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with disdain. You'll definitely lose this round. Bailey Hongzhuang, it's too early for you to say that. If you're overconfident, the result will be very embarrassing for you. How about it? Do you dare to make a bet with me? If you don't have the guts, then you might as well just leave. Han Xiling's face was filled with provocation, as if he had a card up his sleeve and was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't dare to agree. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately said coldly, since you insist, I'll make a bet with you. However, if you lose, you'll have to disappear completely in the future. No problem. Han Xiling nodded without hesitation. Beichen will be very happy to see me. You'll definitely lose. You're thinking too much, Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately realized that this person was Di Beichen. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly hid in the room. As soon as she hid, Di Beichen opened the door. However, when Di Beichen saw Han Xiling in the room, his face could not help but be filled with a deep astonishment. Xiling, you're still alive? Didn't you die in the assessment? Han Xiling stared at Di Beichen affectionately, her eyes full of longing. She did not answer Di Beichen's words, and she hugged Di Beichen. Beichen, I thought I would never see you again in my life. Fortunately, I survived, so I have the opportunity to come back and see you. Han Xiling's eyes were misty. It's great to see you again, I miss you so much. Bailey Hongzhuang behind the screen could not help but frown after seeing this scene. Han Xiling was too active, and this scene of hugging was really a bit of an eyesore in her eyes. Di Beichen slowly stepped back, making Han Xiling leave his arms, and then he said, I thought you had fallen, I didn't expect you to still be alive. After seeing Di Beichen's move, Bailey Hongzhuang showed a satisfied look. Han Xiling looked at Di Beichen with tears in her eyes. Aren't you happy to see that I'm still alive? No. Di Beichen shook his head. I'm relieved to know that you're still alive. Beichen, Bailey Hongzhuang was too ruthless. She wanted to take my life as soon as she made a move, and she also colluded with Xianxia to kill me. If it weren't for my good fortune, it would be impossible for me to appear in front of you now. Xiling, if you didn't force her step by step, Hongzhuang wouldn't do this. Di Beichen sighed, and there was a bit of helplessness in his expression. However, Han Xiling took Di Beichen's hand and said, It's not like this at all. Beichen, it's Bailey Hongzhuang who spread rumors in front of you. She thought I was dead, so she began to talk nonsense. She planned to take my life because she cared about the relationship between you and me, so she wanted to kill me forever. No matter what, I'm your sister, don't you think she's too much? Hearing this, Di Beichen didn't speak. He just looked at Han Xiling with complicated eyes, but he didn't speak. Seeing this, Han Xiling was obviously not reconciled. She immediately shook Di Beichen's arm. Beichen, do you not believe me? I'm telling the truth. I went through a lot of hardships to come back. Do you think that I'm lying? Han Xiling couldn't help but sob. I know, you think I'm unreasonable, but I really didn't lie about this. Looking at Han Xiling like this, Di Beichen couldn't help but say, Xiling, I don't believe you. So, you believe what I said? Han Xiling's eyes flashed with a strong emotion. Di Beichen nodded, N. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw Di Beichen's performance behind the screen, her heart couldn't help but sink. She didn't expect that Di Beichen would believe what Han Xiling said. Di Beichen had always said that he believed in her the most and never doubted her, but now he said such words to Han Xiling. It must be that Han Xiling just came back, and Beichen feels guilty, so he said such words just to comfort her. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted herself. If she was in his shoes, maybe she would do the same thing. It was not incomprehensible. However, she clearly noticed that Han Xiling looked at her with a bit of provocation. This woman really liked to play tricks. Beichen, I heard that you and Bailey Hongzhuang are married? Han Xiling stared at Di Beichen, and tears rolled down like broken pearls. My goal since I was a child is to marry you. You know it clearly. Do I have no place in your heart for so many years? Looking at Han Xiling's tearful appearance, Di Beichen was also somewhat at a loss. Xiling, don't be like this. I have liked you for so many years, and I have already decided on you. I know that you rarely have contact with women. Among the women, only Shang Guaniying and I can talk to you. Shang Guaniying is Xiren's sweetheart, so you will talk to her. What about me? If you don't have me in your heart, why do you always let me accompany you? Han Xiling looked at Di Beichen stubbornly, as if she had already decided on everything. Xiling, it doesn't make sense to say all this now. Hongzhuang and I are married. She is my wife. I don't care. Han Xiling rushed forward again and hugged Di Beichen tightly. As long as you have a little place for me in your heart, I am willing to accompany you. I don't ask for a status, I just want to accompany you. Xiling. Di Beichen frowned, and his expression was extremely complicated. Han Xiling raised her head in Di Beichen's arms, and her crying face looked lovely. Is this not okay? Di Beichen stared at Han Xiling, and his eyes were full of struggle. Finally, he said helplessly, Xiling, Hong Zhuang will not be willing. Hong Zhuang will not be willing. This sentence exploded in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Di Beichen said that she would not be willing. Didn't that mean that Di Beichen was willing in his heart? Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that it was difficult to accept. For a long time, all she wanted was to be with Di Beichen. She thought that Di Beichen treated her wholeheartedly. She had never thought that Di Beichen's heart had other thoughts. Other thoughts. Her heart seemed to be blocked by something, and she felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but reach out and cover her chest. Her dark eyes stared at Di Beichen. The face that she usually felt familiar with was particularly strange at this moment. How could this be? This thought kept flashing in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. She couldn't believe that the final result would become like this. She had been so firm and had been so convinced, but Di Beichen's answer at this moment was tantamount to giving her a blow. Han Xiling's sarcastic words before echoed in her ears. Was she really too confident? Recalling Di Beichen's kindness to her, and the original oath was still vivid in her mind. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a stabbing pain in her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Han Xiling looked at Di Beichen affectionately, her eyes full of anticipation. That kind of affection was like a moth darting into a flame. As long as Di Beichen gave a positive answer, she would be willing to put down everything and stay by his side. Di Beichen lowered his head and stared into those watery eyes before finally nodding his head. Seeing this scene, Han Xiling's face suddenly lit up with a happy smile. Beichen, I knew that there must be a place for me in your heart. Han Xiling's heart was overflowing with joy. She couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang's position. Her expression was clearly telling Bailey Hongzhuang, you've lost. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in a daze as she looked at Di Beichen, who was hugging Han Xiling. She opened her mouth but felt as if an invisible hand was strangling her neck, making her unable to say a word. Her heart suddenly felt empty. Compared to the suppressed heartache, this empty feeling was even more unbearable. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that her firm belief had completely collapsed at this moment. It turned out that Beichen wasn't that sincere towards her. It was just that she had always been too confident. She didn't know if it was because Beichen had always been too good at pretending in front of her, or if it was because she was too trusting of others that she ended up in this helpless situation. Bailey Hongzhuang retracted her gaze and no longer looked at the two people. She felt suffocated if she looked at them any longer. Her body slowly slid to the ground. She couldn't help but reach out her hands to hug herself. She felt a chill on her body. This coldness spread from the bottom of her heart and couldn't be warmed up at all. From the first time she met Di Beichen to the various interactions later, all the scenes appeared in front of her eyes. Her eyes unconsciously became misty and tears flowed down uncontrollably, soaking her sleeves. Why? Why? This thought kept appearing in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. The ground was cold, but it couldn't compare to the chill in her heart. How would she face Di Beichen from now on? How was she going to tell her parents? However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze suddenly froze. No, that can't be. Bailey Hongzhuang's misty eyes gradually became firm. Beichen wouldn't do this to me. My judgment can't be wrong. She clearly remembered that although Beichen cared about Han Xiling's help in the past, when she stood on the opposite side of Han Xiling, Beichen had always stood firmly on her side. From the beginning to the end, he had never shown any interest in Han Xiling. If Beichen really did like Han Xiling, then he could just be together with Han Xiling. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? Bailey Hongzhuang gradually became clear-headed. Her mind was filled with the scenes of Di Beichen protecting her. From the beginning to the end, between her and Han Xiling, Di Beichen had always chosen her. Beichen definitely couldn't have any personal feelings for Han Xiling. He was deeply in love with her. Why would he do such a thing? Bailey Hongzhuang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and slowly stood up from the ground. She immediately pushed the screen aside and looked at the two people in front of her. Upon seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen's face quickly became flustered. Wife. Wife, listen to my explanation. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Beichen hurriedly walked in front of her and held her hands tightly. Wife, listen to me. It's not like what you see. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the anxious Di Beichen in front of her and her lips slowly curled into a mocking smile. I've already seen through it. You're not Beichen and Han Xiling is already dead. You're just an illusion. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Beichen and Han Xiling's faces were filled with fear. In the next moment, the scene in front of them shattered like a mirror and disappeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Unknowingly, the trial area was filled with cultivators. This level of excitement was unprecedented in the Devil Training Tower. Almost all the cultivators who knew about this had rushed over. Even though the trial area was empty, it was now filled with cultivators. Some cultivators also wanted to squeeze in to see what was going on. Unfortunately, there were just too many cultivators inside and there was no place for them to stand. It's already the third day and the two of them still haven't come out after going in. Could it be that the two of them can really obtain the inheritance? Previously, everyone was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang and Han Xiling could not obtain the Hua City's inheritance. Now, no one dared to make such a claim. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang and Han Xiling had already used their performance to prove that they had already passed the third trial. Once they passed the third trial, they would be able to possess a murderous aura. Thinking of this possibility, everyone found it hard to believe. I never thought that they would be so powerful. If only one of them had lasted until now, it would be fine. But the two of them have lasted until now. This is just too shocking. They've already reached the third trial. I heard that the third trial is the simplest and most difficult trial. It won't be easy to pass it. If they can really obtain the inheritance, I'll have to ask them about the secret of passing the trial when they come out. After all, I don't believe that there's no secret to the inheritance of 3 people in a team. Everyone nodded. Half of the third day had already passed. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they already felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and Gu Shijiao would most likely obtain the final inheritance. If there really is a secret, that would be great. Of course. It is said that this killing intent field is extraordinary when used. It is of great help to cultivators. A group of cultivators was drooling endlessly, and in their minds, they had already begun to think about how to get the information from Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth. When Bailey Hongzhuang woke up from the illusion, her vision was still filled with corpses and a sea of blood. The shocking red color stimulated her nerves. A sense of shock crept onto her face. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. Could it be that I was too tired and had a dream? This dream was too realistic. But I've never had a dream like this before. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a little helpless. She had always trusted Di Beichen and had never thought in this direction. She never thought that she would have a dream like this. It was really unexpected. Even though she knows that it was all fake, she still felt terrible when she recalled it. Fortunately, it had only been a strange dream. This kind of thing would never happen in reality. Bailey Hongzhuang cursed silently. Beichen's feelings for her were clear as day. If she were to have any doubts in the future, it would not be right. Just then, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly felt a powerful energy entering her body. She quickly raised her head and looked around her. She was shocked to find that streaks of blood-red energy had suddenly appeared from the corpses on the ground and were surging into her body. When she discovered this energy, Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. She had no idea what was going on and did not know whether this energy was good or bad. However, Bailey Hongzhuang soon realized that this energy was murderous intent. Could this be my reward for passing the second stage? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a smile. She could now confirm that this energy would not harm her. On the contrary, it would be quite beneficial to her. Aside from a reward, she could not think of any other possibility. Immediately after, Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and calmly absorbed the energy that was rushing towards her. It looks like the third day is almost over. Does this mean that Beichen and the others have succeeded? Wen Xiren could not hide the joy on his face. Even though he had always believed that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen would succeed, he still found it hard to believe when this had actually happened. The inheritance of the Demon Training Tower was notoriously difficult. However, Beichen and Hongzhuang had both succeeded. Just by looking at the looks of disbelief on the faces of the surrounding cultivators, one could tell how incredible this was. Mo Yunjua's eyes darkened as he nodded. I think that should be the case. Now that we've reached the final step, the chances of failure shouldn't be too high. If they really succeed, that would be incredible. Ao Lingxiao couldn't help but sigh. Normally, it would be extremely difficult for a single cultivator to successfully pass the test. Now, 3 of them had appeared. This was definitely big news that would shock the entire Penglai Island. He didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching to be so powerful. They were really heroes. Just based on this point alone, the cultivators of Penglai Palace could not compare with them. If Chu Yunyao knew about this, she would definitely have a headache. Haha, I'm really looking forward to Hongzhuang and the others coming out. I don't know how many people will envy them. Shangguan Yingying clasped her hands together and her face was full of excitement. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and then, a golden light quietly appeared. Noticing this ray of light, the cultivators present could not help but be stunned. The originally noisy environment also quieted down at this moment. After Mo Yunjua noticed the golden light, the smile on his face widened. He was no stranger to this ray of light. Everyone saw 3 golden words appear on the stone wall in front of the challenge area, Bewitching. This was a stone wall that recorded the inheritance. Only the name of the cultivator who obtained the inheritance would appear on this stone wall. Therefore, the appearance of this name meant that Bewitching had successfully obtained the inheritance. Success! Beichen succeeded. Shangguan Yingying couldn't help but jump up in excitement after noticing the resplendent golden name. The inheritance of the Devil Training Pagoda was truly an incredible inheritance. Beichen really succeeded. Xiren couldn't help but wave his fist, his face full of excitement. Beichen is still as abnormal as before. Breaking through wasn't a problem for him at all. That's really good news. Mo Yunjua's lips curled into a faint smile, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Ao Lingxiao didn't say anything, but his gaze quietly fell on the door of the breaking room. His handsome face quietly climbed up with a hint of determination. He felt that it was time for him to voice his conjecture. No matter if his conjecture was correct or not, they would be able to confirm it. Not long after Bewitching's name appeared, the door of the breaking room suddenly opened. Immediately after, Bewitching's figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Looking at the extraordinarily handsome figure, everyone's eyes flashed with envy. He's out. Bewitching is out. I never thought that this guy would actually be able to obtain the inheritance of the Devil Training Pagoda. How enviable. Murderous aura, I've only heard of its name, but I don't know what kind of amazing effects it has. This Bewitching is also the inheritor of the blood aura. With 2 inheritances gathered together, this Bewitching is really amazing. After Bewitching came out, he immediately noticed Xiren and the others. After noticing that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't beside Xiren and the others, his dark eyes flashed with a bright light. Beichen, congratulations! Shangguan Yingying was the first to speak. Xiren walked to Bewitching's side with a smile. Beichen, you really live up to your reputation. You're as abnormal as always. Beichen, congratulations. Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao both congratulated him. Bewitching's lips curled into a smile as he cupped his hands and said, Many thanks. Hongzhuang hasn't come out yet? No. Xiren nodded. Last time, you husband and wife received the inheritance of the blood aura together. It seems that this time, you will receive the inheritance of the killing aura together. Since the time has come, Hongzhuang's inheritance should be a done deal, Mo Yunjue said with a smile. Bewitching nodded slightly, and the corners of his eyes and brows were also raised with joy. That's great, but why are there suddenly so many people around here? Isn't that obvious? Naturally, it's because of you and Hongzhuang. Shangguan Yingying smiled. Previously, everyone bet that you wouldn't be able to make it through the first stage. However, as you stayed inside longer and longer, everyone couldn't hold back their curiosity. So, they all rushed over to see for themselves. I see. Bewitching's face flashed with understanding. He thought that everyone came after knowing the result. He didn't expect that everyone had been so concerned about this matter before. Beichen, is the content of this stage difficult? Shangguan Yingying asked curiously. Bewitching thought for a moment and said, It's not that difficult. However, if it's not difficult, it's not easy to pass. it's that complicated? The most important thing when challenging a trial is to be fearless and always believe in what you believe in. That way, your chances of success will greatly increase. As he spoke, Bewitching could not help but look at Mo Yunjue and said, Yunjue, you should feel the same, right? Mo Yunjue nodded, that's right. The most important thing is to be fearless. Once your confidence is shaken, then you won't be able to pass the trial. Wen Ziren and Shang Guanyin glanced at each other when they heard this, and they seemed to be lost in thought. If it was a test of battle power, they might be able to make a judgment. However, if it was a test of one's heart, then it would be very difficult to make a judgment. After all, the human heart was the most complicated. Everyone's state of mind was different and the tests they faced would naturally be completely different as well. Therefore, they were unable to make a judgment based on this point. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and absorbed the endless energy that was surging into her body. She felt the murderous aura on her body continuously gathering. When the murderous aura gathered to a certain level, she felt a kind of aura quietly forming. She was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Back when she had first obtained the blood aura, it had been the same situation. Could it be that this murderous aura was a murderous aura? I've clearly only passed through 2 trials. How could I have received the inheritance? Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled. She had thought that she did not know how abnormal the 3rd trial was. She never thought that she had already received the inheritance. Could it be that the dream I had previously was the 3rd trial? Very quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang realized where the problem lay. Everyone knew that the trials of the demon training tower were divided into 3 levels. It was impossible for her to have received the inheritance after only 2 trials. Therefore, that dream must have been the 3rd trial. The demon training tower is indeed powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed, if it wasn't for my trust in Beichen, I'm afraid that I would have failed in the 3rd trial. Previously, she had killed until she was completely exhausted in the 2nd trial. Her mind was also very tired. Then, she had fallen into that kind of situation. She had entered the illusion when her consciousness was at its most blurred. Under such circumstances, it was very easy to be confused. Fortunately, she woke up at the last moment and was not deceived by the illusion. Otherwise, she would have failed. She had always thought that her mind was strong enough, but Beichen was the person she cared about the most. She didn't expect that this test would start with Beichen, and she almost fell for it. Now that she thought about it, she also felt that she was too stupid before. She trusted Beichen so much, but in the end, she still felt heartache. There are indeed very few people who can pass such a test. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed. One had to overcome one's own inner demons in order to obtain the inheritance. As the murderous aura gradually took shape, Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation began to rise rapidly. 8th level of the Purple Realm, 9th level of the Purple Realm, her aura continued to rise, but Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know what realm she had reached. When everything in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes returned to normal and she once again appeared in the stone room, the corners of her lips curled into a smile. She slowly clenched her hands into fists and felt the abundant energy in her body. Her smile widened. The inheritance of the demon training tower is indeed extraordinary. My power has increased by a lot. I just don't know what level of strength I have now. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Her current strength was not the same as it had been 1,000 years ago. She had no way of determining it. However, according to her intuition, there was definitely a realm above the Purple Realm. She just didn't know about it. It seems that we'll have to wait until we return to the Punlai Palace to find out. Lord Long and the others must know about the situation after the Purple Realm. There were many strong cultivators in the Punlai Palace. She believed that there would definitely be cultivators above the Purple Realm. Perhaps they would be able to learn more about the dark power. With the spread of the news that Di Beichen had obtained the inheritance, the number of cultivators gathered in the breakthrough area increased. Almost everyone wanted to find out what had happened. Di Beichen has already obtained the inheritance and left. Why is Bailey Hongzhuang still inside? Could it be that the inheritance doesn't only last 3 days? She just stayed inside for a long time but didn't succeed? That's possible. Di Beichen's success alone is already very abnormal. If Bailey Hongzhuang also succeeds, I have to wonder if there's something wrong with this challenge area. However, just as this cultivator said this, a golden light suddenly flashed. It was a complete slap in the face. A shining name appeared on the stone wall again, Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's names were written together just like that, stimulating everyone's nerves. Is there any justice in this world? A cultivator could not help but hold his head. It's only been 2 or 3 months, and 3 inheritors have appeared in succession. This is too exciting. What's going on? Either none of them appear in 100 years, or so many of them appear at once. This is too irregular. I think you should stop comforting yourself. It's not about the content of the challenge at all. It's just that Di Beichen and the others are really powerful. There were also many calm cultivators present. Even though this news had shocked them a lot, but thinking about the previous performance of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, although this was unexpected, it was not unacceptable if they thought about it carefully. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked out of the challenge room. Envious gazes swept over to Bailey Hongzhuang, only to see that this woman had a beauty that could topple cities, swaying with the wind as she walked. She was clearly indifferent and alienated, but she gave people a feeling of elegance like an immortal. For a moment, the men present looked at her with blurred eyes. Fairies really did exist in this world. Her looks were outstanding and her strength was tyrannical. Such a woman was truly everyone's fantasy. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang walked out, she realized that there was a sea of people outside. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. She could not help but feel astonished. I never thought that so many people would come. Bailey Hongzhuang secretly sighed. Master, congratulations. You've successfully received the inheritance. Xiao He jumped excitedly. Previously, when Master was challenging the challenge, I couldn't speak at all. I almost suffocated to death. Now, I can finally speak. Congratulations, Master. Xiao Bai and Bai Shi quickly followed up with their congratulations. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. You're the ones with the sweet tongues. Di Beichen came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side for the first time, his dark and bright eyes sparkling as he held Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and boneless hand. Wifey, congratulations. Beichen, did you pass? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. However, Di Beichen frowned and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze couldn't help but change. She thought to herself, could it be that Beichen didn't receive the inheritance? She glanced at Mo Yunjue and the others in confusion. Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao didn't say anything. However, when her gaze landed on Xiren, Wen Xiren couldn't help but chuckle. Hongzhuang, you're so powerful. As your husband, Beichen naturally wouldn't be too bad. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. When she looked at Di Beichen again, she found that the corners of his lips were slowly rising. So you lied to me on purpose? How would I dare? Di Beichen smiled dotingly. That's great. You've all successfully received the inheritance. This is great news. I'm sure sect leader Situ and the others will be proud of you when they know about this. Shangguan Yingying clapped her hands, her eyes filled with yearning. When Xiren looked at Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Although I can't determine your current cultivation, I can feel that your auras have improved a lot. Hearing this, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other and smiled. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go back first. At this moment, Mo Yunjue suddenly reminded them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked around and saw that everyone was looking at them curiously, wanting to know what they were talking about. Di Beichen nodded. Okay. It wasn't until they left the challenge area that the cultivators in the challenge area left one after another. Beichen, what are your cultivations now? As soon as they entered the house, when Xiren's curious gaze fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang and Lin Yiqian. He was really curious to see how much their powers would increase after successfully clearing the stage. Di Beichen frowned and said, I should be above the 9th level of the Purple Realm, but I can't tell what level I am exactly at. That's right, me too. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, Beichen's cultivation should be higher than mine. He was originally 1 level higher than me. In that case, Hongzhuang, you're already above the 9th level of the Purple Realm? Yes. In my opinion, we should have entered an even higher level. It's just that we can't tell at the moment. As he spoke, Bewitching couldn't help but look at Mo Yunjue and said, Yunjue, are you the same? Yes. Xiran chuckled. It seems that the inheritance of the Devil Training Tower is really amazing. If we relied on our own cultivation, it would probably take a long time to reach this level of cultivation. Now, we've only succeeded in clearing the stage and our cultivation has increased by so much. How long have I been in the challenge area? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. I feel like I've been in there for a long time. Only 3 days? Bailey Hongzhuang was astonished. The feeling inside is completely different. I thought I stayed inside for a long time. Luckily, it was only 3 days. Speaking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't help but sigh. It's only been 3 days, but my cultivation has improved so much. If I could repeatedly break through this barrier, it would be amazing. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching and the rest couldn't help but chuckle. If the situation is really like that, wouldn't it be amazing? In just 1 year, I'll become the #1 expert. Haha, that's true. As for this cultivation, we'll ask Master Long when we return to Punlai Palace. He'll definitely know about it, Bewitching said slowly. At this moment, Ao Lingxiao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, There's no need to go back. I know what realm you're in now. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest couldn't help but be stunned. Their gazes fell on Ao Lingxiao, you know? That's right. Ao Lingxiao nodded, I know. Above the purple realm is the Starlight Realm. You're in the Starlight Realm now. Ao Lingxiao looked at Bewitching and the rest, then continued, Have stars condensed in your dantian? Bailey Hongzhuang looked inside and realized that the situation was as Ao Lingxiao said, That's right, stars have really condensed. This is the Starlight Realm. The way to determine the cultivation level is very simple. The Starlight Realm is divided into 9 levels. 1 star is Starlight Stage 1, 2 stars is Starlight Stage 2. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest immediately understood. So it seems that I'm now a Star Aurora Rank 1 cultivator. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. I'm in Starlight Stage 2. Bewitching said. Mo Yunjue nodded. I'm the same. From the looks of it, you guys should have increased by 3 levels, Xiran said. This increase doesn't seem to be as great as when you were in the Blood Refining Tower. No, that's not how you judge it. Ao Lingxiao shook his head. Breaking through from the Purple Realm to the Starlight Realm may seem like it's only 1 level of difference, but it's extremely difficult to cross. These 2 levels were completely different realms. If one wanted to go from the 9th level of the Purple Realm to the 1st level of the Astral Realm, one would need a certain amount of luck or a huge amount of help. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to make the leap. On this Punlai Island, many cultivators were stuck at the Purple Realm level 9 and were unable to step into the Astral level 1. It can only be said that the Demon Training Tower's inheritance is truly amazing, to actually be able to help you directly cross this barrier. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but feel surprised when they heard Ao Lingxiao's words. They had never thought that it would be so difficult to break through. From the looks of it, we've really gained a huge advantage. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Although she didn't know much about this, she could tell from Ao Lingxiao's serious expression that he was telling the truth. However, after thinking about it carefully, she also felt that Ao Lingxiao's words were very reasonable. The Purple Realm and the Astral Realm were already different. Naturally, they were 2 completely different realms. Hearing Shang Guanying's praise, Ao Lingxiao smiled faintly, but his gaze couldn't help but fall on Bewitching. He had already made up his mind that as long as Bewitching could successfully obtain the inheritance, he would tell Bewitching about it. Thinking of this, Ao Lingxiao opened his mouth and said, Bewitching. However, at this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Hearing the knock, everyone in the room couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing who would come looking for them at this time. As the door opened, everyone saw the person who came, and a hint of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. Young Master D, Miss Bailey, I really have to congratulate you today. Steward Qin's face was filled with a happy smile, and there was no lack of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Although he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others came to Punla for the murderous ore field, he never thought that they would actually be able to obtain it. After all, every cultivator who came to the demon training tower wanted to obtain the murderous aura field, but in the end, it was rare to be able to obtain it. However, this time, 3 inheritors suddenly appeared. Even as the steward of the demon training tower, he was extremely surprised. "Thank you, Steward Qin." Bewitching cupped his fists. "I didn't expect young Master Mo to be good friends with you. It's rare for the inheritance of the demon training tower to appear, and the moment it appeared, it fell on you guys. It's really amazing. We were just lucky." Mo Yunjue said. Steward Qin waved his hand. "If it was anything else, it would be fine, but the inheritance of the demon training tower relies on strength, so there's no possibility of it being fake. Actually, I don't have any other intentions for coming here. I'm just here to congratulate you guys. For so long, the demon training tower hasn't had an inheritor, and many people thought that it was impossible to succeed. Now that you guys have succeeded, it really makes my demon training tower appear in everyone's eyes once again." Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had obtained the inheritance, which could be said to be a great benefit, Steward Qin didn't care at all. Such an inheritance could be obtained by those with strength. The reason why it was impossible to obtain it was undoubtedly because one's strength wasn't strong enough. Actually, with this kind of inheritance, the demon training tower should be the most powerful force on Punlai Island. Unfortunately, the chance of obtaining the inheritance was too small. Many cultivators had already thought that it was impossible. In addition, the atmosphere of the demon training tower was very cruel and bloody, so many cultivators didn't come. Regarding this, he felt extremely helpless. He had always hoped that the demon training tower would be able to flourish. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 had obtained the inheritance one after another, it was tantamount to promoting the devil training pagoda. Since Mo Yunjue had obtained the inheritance, the number of cultivators who came to the devil training pagoda had been increasing. He believed that once the news of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also receiving the inheritance spread out, there would definitely be more cultivators coming. Therefore, he had a good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. At the same time, he was amazed by their strength. The friends of geniuses were all geniuses. This was completely true. Hearing Steward Qin's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others laughed. "Steward Qin, in the end, we still took advantage of this matter. However, I can guarantee that as long as you are in the residential area or the cultivation area, there will be no cultivators who will disturb you." "Thank you, Steward Qin," Bewitching said. "You're welcome." As they sent Steward Qin off, they also discovered that there were many cultivators outside the house looking into the house. It was obvious that they wanted to ask them about the secret to passing the trial. However, when they closed the door, no one came to disturb them. It was obvious that Steward Qin had appeared. Fortunately, Steward Qin appeared. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble for the next few days. Xiran sighed with emotion. Although he only took a simple glance outside, he also felt that the number of people was astonishing. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. Previously, when Yunju obtained the inheritance, there were many people looking for her. However, more people thought that it was a coincidence, so the number of people was a bit smaller. Now that Bei Chen and I have also succeeded, everyone thinks that we have the secret. Naturally, the number of people is quite astonishing. In my opinion, we can't stay in this demon training tower for long. It's actually very troublesome to attract too much attention. Bewitching slowly said, "After Xiran and Ying have finished, we will set off for the Punlai Palace." "All right." Xiran nodded. Ying and I are about to break through in the next 2 days. After we break through, we will go and pass the trial. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze couldn't help but fall on Ao Lingxiao, and said, "Ao Lingxiao, what did you want to say to Beichen before?" After Bailey Hongzhuang's reminder, everyone remembered that Ao Lingxiao had indeed wanted to talk to Beichen about something, but was disturbed by the appearance of Steward Qin. Ao Lingxiao was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and said, "Nothing." Seeing that, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ao Lingxiao thoughtfully. She felt that Ao Lingxiao's expression when he opened his mouth was a bit complicated, and it didn't seem like he was going to talk about something unimportant. However, since Ao Lingxiao was unwilling to say anything, there was no point in her continuing to ask. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had also successfully obtained the inheritance, Wen Xiren and Shang Yinging began their closed-door training wholeheartedly. Now that 3 people in their team had successfully obtained the inheritance, they naturally wanted to succeed as well. The news of 3 inheritors appearing in the demon training tower spread like the wind through the entire Punlai Island. For a moment, the demon training tower became a hot place. All the cultivators who felt that they had a glimmer of hope rushed towards the demon training tower without stopping, and the number of cultivators who were rejected by the trial area was even more shocking. Punlai Palace. Yanwei, this is really a big deal. Yizihua walked into Long Yanwei's residence with a face full of smiles. Now, he really couldn't help but admire Long Yanwei's foresight. He had really dug up a treasure. What happened? Long Yanwei looked at Yizihua. Judging from your expression, it doesn't seem like something big happened. Yizihua shook his head. No, something big did happen this time. It's just a good thing. Good thing? Long Yanwei raised his eyebrows. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't think of a good thing that could have happened. He said, "Don't keep me in suspense. Didn't you specially come here to talk about something? Just say it directly." Recently, the demon training pagoda has been in the limelight, because after so long, another inheritor has finally appeared. A few days ago, an inheritor appeared, and now, 2 more inheritors have appeared. Recently, many cultivators have been rushing to the demon training pagoda, wanting to take advantage of this wave of craze to see if they have this luck. Yizihua said. Hearing this, Long Yanwei couldn't help but chuckle. The inheritance of the demon training pagoda completely relies on strength, and has nothing to do with luck. Those fellows who want to try their luck are just indulging in fantasy. However, this is the good news of the demon training pagoda. What does it have to do with us? When Long Yanwei finished speaking, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Could it be that the cultivator who obtained the inheritance is a disciple of our Punlai Palace? Yizihua smiled and nodded. Your reaction isn't too slow. Previously, Beichen and the others said that they wanted to go to the demon training pagoda to explore and see if they could obtain the inheritance. Long Yanwei narrowed his eyes. The people who obtained the inheritance couldn't be them, right? Haha, you guessed it right. Yizihua's face was full of smiles. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen both obtained the inheritance, and now the entire Punlai Palace is talking about them, and now they're famous again. Now it seems that these 2 little fellows are really geniuses. Back then, obtaining the inheritance of the blood training pagoda was already very impressive, and now they even obtained the inheritance of the demon training pagoda. After the palace master heard this news, he was very happy. Originally, this matter would make the demon training pagoda famous, but Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang were disciples of the Punlai Palace, so the Punlai Palace was also in the limelight. Needless to say, this time, the number of cultivators who want to join the Punlai Palace will definitely reach a new high. Even though he had such a guess, after receiving Yizihua's confirmation, Long Yanwei still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. I didn't think that they would actually succeed. Yeah. Yizihua's black eyes were filled with admiration. Yanwei, now everyone is talking about your discerning eyes. Previously, I thought that the price of using 3 demon pet eggs to recruit them was a bit too high, but now, it seems that it's all worth it. The corners of Long Yanwei's lips slowly curled up into an arc. From the looks of it, I've hit the jackpot. There are a total of 3 cultivators who have recently obtained inheritances in the demon training tower. Currently, many forces have already gone to recruit them. The Hall Master hopes that we can recruit them as well. Long Yanwei was surprised when he heard this. There's actually a 3rd person? Does this person not belong to any faction? This person has also just arrived at Punlai Island from the outside world. Now, he has already become a character that all the major powers are fighting to invite. We have to hurry and head to the demon training tower. We? Long Yanwei frowned. I've never been good at this kind of thing, so I won't go. That won't do. The Hall Master has clearly said that you must go. Why should I go there? Long Yanwei shook his head. It was just a coincidence that I recruited Di Beichen and the others. Purposely going outside to recruit cultivators is not something I like to do. You don't know this. This cultivator is a friend of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. The Hall Master thinks that with your relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, once you make a move, you will definitely be able to recruit this cultivator back. Yizihua said with a smile. This cultivator and Hongzhuang know each other? Long Yanwei looked at Yizihua in disbelief. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Yizihua nodded. Yes, this news is already well known. It seems that the cultivator came from the outside world to find them, and now they have successfully met. In my opinion, our Punlai Palace has the highest chance of success. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching are both in Punlai Palace. Since the cultivator came to find them, he should not join other forces. If the three inheritors are all disciples of our Punlai Palace, then it will be really glorious. Long Yanwei had completely understood at this moment. His thoughts were the same as the palace masters. The cultivator would most likely join their Punlai Palace. I didn't expect that the cultivators in the outside world are so amazing. Long Yanwei sighed. No one in Punlai Island has succeeded in obtaining this inheritance for so many years, but the three little guys in the outside world have obtained it. This is really exciting. Haha, you'd better pack up and get ready to go now. Although our Punlai Palace has the highest chance of success in this matter, if we fail, I'm afraid the palace master will be very unhappy. It seems that I can't avoid this matter. Wait for me for a moment. I'll pack up and leave. Chu Yunyao also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had obtained the inheritance, and her face suddenly became extremely ugly. Damn it, I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang's luck to be so good. She even succeeded in breaking through the magic training tower. Chu Yunyao's face could not hide the anger, and she reached out and directly threw the teacup to the ground. What she wanted was for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to be covered in dirt. However, now that Bailey Hongzhuang was in the limelight, how could she not be angry? After hearing the news, Chu Yunsheng's eyes also darkened. Yunyao, I'm afraid you're in big trouble this time. You didn't succeed last time. This time, once Bailey Hongzhuang and others come back, it will be very difficult for you to deal with them again. Listening to Chu Yunsheng's words, Chu Yunyao was non-committal. The murderous aura is indeed powerful, but I can still fight against them. Sister, why do you have to boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Chu Yunsheng shook her head. I'm not trying to boost his morale. I'm just telling the truth. It is said that as long as one obtains the inheritance of the Devil Training Tower, one's cultivation will increase by a lot. Previously, although the cultivation of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others was slightly weaker than yours, after they return this time, their strength might not be weaker than yours. They might even be stronger than you. Haha. Chu Yunyao chuckled. Elder sister, aren't you being too paranoid? Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang was only at the 6th level of the Purple Realm. Even if her cultivation had increased, could it be that she could advance to the Astral Radiance Realm? Aren't you about to break through to the Starlight Realm? With your help, do you still need to worry about Bailey Hongzhuang and others? After thinking for a moment, Chu Yunsheng said in a deep voice, Bailey Hongzhuang and others can't be underestimated. I'll try to successfully break through to the Astral Radiance Realm before they come back. In this way, if they really come to find trouble, we don't have to worry too much. Since you can't go out recently, you might as well cultivate in seclusion and strive to improve your cultivation. Even if it's very difficult to break through, you can't slack off. Chu Yunsheng looked at Chu Yunyao helplessly. Since the incident with Duan Huali, Chu Yunyao not only changed her temperament, but also did not practice as hard as before. In this regard, she felt extremely helpless, but there was nothing she could do. Where did I slack off? Chu Yunyao looked unhappy. I'm just not as lucky as you. Why do you always speak with such an attitude now? I'm your sister. Can't you talk to me properly? Everything I do is for your own good. Chu Yunsheng looked at Chu Yunyao earnestly. We can't limit our eyes to this. There is a wider world behind. Are you going to stay here all the time? You have to think about it. Even if you insist on liking Duan Huali, once Duan Huali enters the Star Realm, he and you will not be in the same world. Don't be fooled by how Duan Huali likes to flirt with other women, he is very attentive towards cultivation. Chu Yunyao originally wanted to refute Chu Yunsheng, but when she heard Chu Yunsheng's words, she couldn't help falling into silence. Seeing that Chu Yunyao finally listened to her words, Chu Yunsheng continued, don't look at Bailey Hongzhuang and others who are weaker than you before. They are people who are favored by the Hall Master and Long Darren. After staying in Punlai Palace for so long, you should also know a lot of practitioners. Although their strength was not very good before, their later development is very amazing. During this time, He Yunjun also helped me inquire about a lot of news. As far as I know, Bailey Hongzhuang and others are extremely hardworking in cultivation. They have only been in Punlai Island for a short time, but the progress of their cultivation base is very terrible. Not only that, from their ability to fight beyond their level, you can know how solid their basic skills are. Since you've already offended such an opponent, you have to be more careful. Once they become stronger, you'll be the one in trouble. Chu Yunsheng looked slightly dignified. Since knowing that Chu Yunyao was going to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and others, she had a bad feeling in her heart. If she offended other practitioners, it would be fine, but it was such a practitioner who was favored by everyone. She was very clear how shrewd the Hall Master's vision was, and Long Yanwei had seen countless people. Since he could be favored by them, he would not be a simple person in the future. Now Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching have obtained the inheritance of the Demon Training Tower, which proves their strength and talent. Chu Yunyao's eyes darkened. Is too exaggerated. But sister, you are exaggerating. But. There. It. And wait. 2. We. After passing the trial, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching rested for 2 days. Although it was only a short 3 days, this kind of test was very tiring for them. They didn't feel tired physically, but they were mentally exhausted. This exhaustion was filled with vicissitudes. Breaking through the inner demons was extremely difficult, and they didn't want to think about the scene when they broke through. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had a tacit understanding not to ask each other what they had seen in the last assessment. In fact, they also had some guesses in their hearts. After all, they knew each other very well. Shangguan Yingying and Wen Ziren entered closed-door cultivation wholeheartedly. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had both obtained inheritances, the pressure on them had increased. Once they succeeded, their strength would improve rapidly. Otherwise, the gap between their cultivations would be completely widened. With such a huge gap between them, it would be impossible for them to catch up without some kind of special opportunity. As companions, they naturally didn't want to be left behind like this. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two obtain inheritances, Ao Lingxiao couldn't hold back anymore. Back then, he had indeed failed to pass the trial in the Demon Training Tower. However, after learning some experiences from Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, he couldn't help but want to give it a try. After all, he was already here. If he could obtain an inheritance, it would be a good thing. As a result, while Ziren and Bewitching were still in closed-door cultivation, Ao Lingxiao directly went to pass the trial. However, Ao Lingxiao's attempt didn't go as smoothly as he had expected. In the end, he still failed. Ao Lingxiao, the trial itself is a bit abnormal. Once you overcome your inner demons, this shouldn't be a problem. Bewitching patted Ao Lingxiao's shoulder and comforted him. Hearing that, Ao Lingxiao smiled. My inner demons aren't as strong as yours. I already knew that when I came to pass the trial. Originally, when I saw you succeed, I also wanted to give it a try. However, the final result was still not enough. It doesn't matter. If we don't succeed this time, we can always try again, Bailey Hongzhuang said. However, Ao Lingxiao waved his hand. This matter has already become my inner demon. How difficult is it to overcome it? After saying that, Ao Lingxiao didn't say anything else and directly walked towards his residence. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. I think there's something wrong with Ao Lingxiao. His face is somewhat pale, and he seems to have lost his soul. It seems that the situation is as he said. That is no longer a demonic barrier, but a heart demon. Otherwise, his expression wouldn't be so ugly. Bewitching's deep eyes flickered with the light of contemplation. Everyone would see something they didn't want to see the most during the assessment. It was just that some people could accept such a scene, while others could not. Judging from Ao Lingxiao's soulless expression, this scene was something he couldn't accept. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She faintly felt that Ao Lingxiao's current special personality might have something to do with something he couldn't accept. Ever since Ao Lingxiao failed the test, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had not seen him leave his room for a few days. Looks like Ao Lingxiao has a lot of sad things to worry about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a state for so many days. Xiren walked out of his room after successfully breaking through to the 7th level of the Purple Realm. He couldn't help but sigh after knowing about Ao Lingxia's situation. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Anyway, we're not in a hurry to leave. We'll just wait for him to straighten out his thoughts. Xiren, you've already broken through. Ying should be breaking through soon, right? That's right. Xiren nodded. Ying's speed is slightly slower than mine. However, it should be tomorrow. Cultivating in this cultivation area is indeed quite fast. Just as everyone was conversing, a familiar voice suddenly entered their ears. You little fellows are really here. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quickly turned around. As expected, Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua were walking towards them with smiles on their faces. Master Long, Instructor Yi. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others bowed with a trace of astonishment in their eyes. Why are you guys here? As Bailey Hongzhuang and the others spoke, Mo Yunjue's gaze also fell on Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua. So this person was the Master Long that everyone was talking about. Yi Zihua didn't immediately reply to Bailey Hongzhuang. Instead, his gaze quietly fell on Mo Yunjue. Mo Yunjue was wearing a black robe. His handsome face exuded a bone-chilling coldness, and his eyes were also cold. Just as the rumors said, this Mo Yunjue was a cold person. If I'm not wrong, this should be Mo Yunjue, young Master Mo? I am indeed Mo Yunjue. Mo Yunjue cupped his hands and said. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that Master Long and Master Long came for Mo Yunjue. However, this was within their expectations. They just did not expect Punlai Palace to let Long Yanwei and Master Long come to recruit him. In the past few days, many forces had come to recruit him, but they were all rejected by Mo Yunjue. Now that they had reunited, there was no reason for them to separate. As expected, heroes come from the young. Young Master Mo was able to obtain the legacy of the Devil Training Tower at such a young age. You are truly a hero of this generation, Yi Zihua said with a smile. Senior, you flatter me. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other, finding it very funny. Usually, when they saw Yi Zihua, he had the appearance of a mentor. At this moment, seeing Yi Zihua say such words to recruit people, it was really different from his usual style. Master Long, Mentor Yi, there are many people here. Why don't we go inside and talk? Bewitching said. Long Yanwei nodded, subconsciously looked around and nodded, okay. After everyone walked into the house, everyone's expressions also relaxed and easygoing. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were most familiar with Long Yanwei and Master Long in Punlai Palace. Even if the two were seniors, they were also very casual. Master Long, Mentor Yi, you came this time to recruit Yunju, right? Xiren said with a smile. Master Long, didn't I rip you off last time? You've been looking at me like that ever since. Isn't this too depressing for me? When Xiren's face suddenly fell. The last time he ripped off Master Long, it was really a great deal for them. However, since then, he had been labeled as a treacherous person in Master Long's heart. When Xiren also felt very helpless about this. This was not the result he wanted. Looking at Wen Xiren's appearance, Long Yanwei could not help but chuckle. Forget it, you don't have to act pitiful in front of me. Do you think I don't know that this is all an act? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also had a smile in their eyes. Master Long was only like this on the surface. In fact, he had always been very good to them. Even when he was ripped off before, Master Long had never cared. Right, why isn't Shangguan Ying here? Long Yanwei looked at Xiren and the others. One had to know that the four of them had always been together. Ying is cultivating in seclusion. She will soon break through to the 7th level of the Purple Realm. Xiren smiled faintly. Hearing this, Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua looked at each other. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' improvement speed was really not slow. When they first joined the Punlai Palace, they were only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Now, in just a few short months, they were about to break through to the 7th level of the Purple Realm. Xiren and Shang Wannying already had this kind of strength before they even passed the level, not to mention Bailey Hongzhuang and the others who had already passed the level. At this moment, even Long Yanwei himself was a little emotional. The reason why he had recruited Bailey Hongzhuang and the others was because of their outstanding combat strength. More importantly, it was because Bailey Hongzhuang's special contract beast that attracted his attention. However, he himself did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to be so outstanding, far exceeding his expectations. So that's how it is. The speed of your improvement is really fast. Yizihua said with a smile. Previously, you were accepted as Inner Palace disciples because of an exception. After you return this time, you will truly have the qualifications to become Inner Palace disciples. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and smiled. Indeed, when they were in the inner hall, they did not have a proper status. The way everyone looked at them made them feel very unhappy. After he returned, he believed that no one would bring up this matter again. After all, they had been looked down upon by everyone, and they were very unhappy in their hearts. Young Master Mo, I wonder if you are willing to join our Punlai Palace. Long Yanwei looked at Mo Yunjue. His usually dignified face was now amiable and approachable. Beichen and the others are Inner Palace disciples of our Punlai Palace. Since you are friends with them, why don't you join Punlai Palace as well? Mo Yunjue looked at Long Yanwei. He had come this time to help Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Now that Beichen's physique problem had been solved, and everyone was not ready to leave for the time being, he would naturally stay here for a while. Moreover, he also found that cultivating here was very helpful in improving his strength. Thinking of this, Mo Yunjue was about to agree. At this moment, Xiren's voice suddenly rang out. Although Yunju and we are good friends and it is indeed more convenient for him to join Punlai Palace, isn't it too insincere for you to ask Yunju to join just like that? When Xiren looked at Long Yanwei, the other forces have all offered all kinds of good conditions for Yunju to consider. I know that our Punlai Palace is the leader of the forces on Punlai Island, but since we have specially recruited him, we should give him some good treatment. Yunju is the first inheritor of the demon training tower after 100 years. Listening to Xiren's words, Long Yanwei said helplessly, I knew from the beginning that you were up to something, but you didn't admit it. Now look. Forget it, tell me, what conditions do you want? Yizihua also smiled and shook his head. Long Yanwei had completely fallen into the hands of these little guys. Although the performance of these little guys was really outstanding and gave Long Yanwei face, these little guys were not soft-hearted when it came to extorting. Thinking of this, Yizihua quietly glanced at Long Yanwei. Only then did he realize that although Long Yanwei's face revealed a helpless expression, the depths of his eyes were clearly overflowing with a smile. Obviously, Long Yanwei was not unhappy about this matter. Hee. When Xiren smiled brightly and walked to Long Yanwei's side, Master Long, we won't make any excessive conditions. Yunju is a genius. Since he wants to join Punlai Palace, the treatment can't be too good, but at least it can't be worse than ours. Why don't you give him a contract beast? As his voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' eyes also fell on Long Yanwei. In fact, they were just giving it a try. If Long Yanwei could give Mo Yunjue a contract beast, it would naturally be the best. This was also what Mo Yunjue needed. However, if Long Yanwei was unwilling, Mo Yunjue still had to join Punlai Palace. They all understood in their hearts that Long Yanwei had already made an exception by being able to take 3 contract beasts from him. If Long Yanwei was unwilling, they would not force him. Long Yanwei glanced at Xiren. I knew that you guys had the idea of my demon pet egg. Presumably, before I came, you guys had already made up your mind, right? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled slightly. Long Yanwei's guess was right. They had indeed thought of all this a long time ago. Seeing that Long Yanwei wasn't angry, Mo Yunjue's smile widened a little. It seemed that this matter really had a chance. Yun's words, Yunju, you can give him a demon pet egg, even if it's to give the demon training tower face, you can give him a demon pet egg. The smile on Xiren's face became even more brilliant. Anyway, this demon pet egg is also a reward for other disciples. It's the same. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang also said, Master Long, Yunju's strength is very outstanding. This kind of recruitment condition is actually not excessive. That's right, Master Long. You won't be disappointed. Mo Yunjue said. Mo Yunjue also cupped his hands towards Long Yanwei. Master Long, if you agree, I will join Punlai Palace. Hearing this, Easy Hua couldn't help but chuckle. Then there's no other way. I can't refuse them. The demon pet egg is yours, so you can only make your own decision. Since you're all saying the same thing, if I don't agree, it would seem that I'm unreasonable. Since that's the case, then I'll agree to it. Long Yanwei said with a smile. In fact, before he set off, he had already expected such a situation. What's more, Mo Yunjue was a cultivation genius, so the conditions offered by the other forces would definitely not be bad. Even if Mo Yunjue and Bailey Hongzhuang were good friends, if they wanted to pull Mo Yunjue over without paying anything, it would indeed be a bit of ancient Buddha's kindness. He believed that the reason why the palace master asked him to come here was also because of this. Seeing that Long Yanwei directly agreed, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but have a thick smile on their faces. Thank you, Master Long. Mo Yunjue and the others said in unison. Since young Master Mo has already agreed to join the Punlai Palace, then the purpose of our trip has been achieved. Long Yanwei slowly opened his mouth. As for the demon pet egg, you can come to me to choose when you return to the Punlai Palace. How about it? Mo Yunjue nodded, cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Master Long, you're welcome, it's what I should do. Easy Hua smiled as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. He felt that Long Yanwei really liked these little fellows, so when he was with them, he would make exceptions again and again. However, to be honest, these little fellows were indeed hard to dislike. When do you plan to return to the Punlai Palace? Easy Hua asked. After Ying breaks through, I will go with Ying to challenge the trial. After the trial is over, we will return, Wen Xiren said. Easy Hua's eyes flashed with understanding. Shangguan Ying should be able to break through soon, right? Yes. Xiren nodded. It should be tonight. Yanwei, since they're going back in a few days, why don't we stay here for a few more days? When the time comes, we can go back together with them. I just happen to want to take a look at the Devil Training Tower. Hearing Easy Hua's words, Long Yanwei replied, Sure, this Devil Training Pagoda has been very lively recently. This time, you guys have successfully passed the Demon Training Tower. This is a big limelight. Now, in the entire Punlai Palace, you guys are in the limelight. If this continues, some disciples of the Inner Palace will be dissatisfied. You have only joined the Punlai Palace for a few months, and almost all the hot news is related to you. Easy Hua's eyes swept over Bailey Hongzhuang and the others one by one. What he said was really true. The matter of Bailey Hongzhuang's healing medicine was not over yet, and now there was such news. In the past few months, every sensational news was caused by them. You can't blame us for this. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands. Actually, they were very innocent. From the beginning to the end, they did not want to be in the limelight. It was just that in the end, this matter fell on their heads. This matter was caused by Master Long. If we attract public anger, Master Long will have to help us. Di Beichen's lips slowly hooked up into an evil smile. Speaking of which, if Long Yuanwei had not recruited them back, there would not have been so many things that would have happened. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the room became extremely harmonious. Long Yanwei and Easy Hua were not arrogant people. In addition, they had a very familiar relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang and others. Everyone didn't care at all. I heard that you issued a bounty to take Chu Yunyao's life. Easy Hua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. This matter was very loud. When the bounty was just issued, the entire Punlai Palace also broke out in a frenzy. No one expected that Bailey Hongzhuang would have a conflict with Chu Yunyao, and Bailey Hongzhuang's bounty was issued so blatantly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, Yes, I have some grudges with Chu Yunyao. I didn't mean to stop you. I just heard the news and wanted to confirm it with you. Easy Hua said, What happened in Qingshan before is also related to you, right? Bailey Hongzhuang and others looked at each other and admitted it. Easy Hua had always been well informed. No matter what the news was, it could not be hidden from him. Since he asked now, he must have already confirmed the news. This bounty is extremely effective for hunting down the cultivators outside the forces, but it is not so easy to deal with the cultivators inside the forces. As long as Chu Yunyao does not leave the Punlai Palace, the possibility of the success of this bounty is very small. Long Yanwei reminded. He was no stranger to Chu Yunyao. This woman's strength was good, but she always liked to cause trouble, and the trouble she caused was not small. In contrast, he felt that Chu Yunyao's sister Chu Yunsheng was much better. Hearing the concern in Long Yanwei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression softened a little. Thank you for your concern, Master Long, but I didn't intend to take her life through this bounty. I just gave her a warning first. As for the real end of the grudge, I have to do it myself. Her ink-black phoenix-like eyes flashed with a cold and resolute light. Chu Yunyao tortured Shangguan Yingying like that and seriously injured her. If she didn't get back at her, it would not be her style. Long Yanwei and Easy Hua also understood the meaning behind Bailey Hongzhuang's words. It seemed that the enmity between the two of them could not be resolved. Forget it. You can deal with the matters between you disciples yourselves. We won't interfere. Easy Hua smiled faintly. You guys should rest well. We'll go take a look at the other places in the demon training tower. After Long Yanwei and the other two left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three sat in the house with joyful smiles on their faces. I didn't think that Master Long would agree so easily this time. I thought it would take some effort. Wen Xiren chuckled. He had always heard that Long Yanwei was very stingy when it came to demon pet eggs. It was too difficult for ordinary people to get a demon pet egg from him. However, in his opinion, Master Long was very generous. Thank you so much for this matter. If you didn't speak, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to obtain this demon pet egg. Mo Yunjue cupped his fists and thanked him. With his personality, he would never ask for help. Therefore, even though Wen Xiren had already told him that he could raise this condition, he did not say it out loud. Listening to Mo Yunjue's words, Wen Xiren waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. We are all friends. There is no need to thank me for such a small thing. It's your first time meeting Master Long and the others, so it's not good for you to ask. However, we're already familiar with Master Long. Although Master Long usually acts very stingy, he's actually not stingy. He's especially very generous to cultivators with strength. Although Xiren often extorted Master Long, in fact, he valued Master Long very much in his heart. He knew very well that Master Long was very tolerant of them. If not, Master Long would not have helped them time and time again. If Master Long did not want to agree, even if he tried his best to extort him, it would be useless. In the end, this was Master Long's own idea. Hongzhuang, it seems that your bounty this time is not small. The entire Punlai Palace already knows about it. Presumably, Chu Yunyao must be very depressed now. The effect you want has been achieved. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, with a faint smile on her lips. Chu Yunyao has brought us so much trouble. Naturally, we can't let her be happy. Let her suffer during this time. When we go back, she will not be as simple as suffering. At night, as Xiren expected, Shangguan Yingying successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Purple Realm. I finally succeeded in breaking through. A happy smile appeared on Shangguan Yingying's face. She quickly walked out of the house and couldn't wait to tell Bailey Hongzhuang the news of her breakthrough. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled and congratulated them. Then tomorrow you can go to the challenge area to try it out. Shangguan Yingying nodded. I also want to see how perverted the content of the challenge is. If I can pass it, that would be great. Let's do our best. Xiren smiled casually, but there was a firm and persistent light in the depths of his eyes. When he was in the blood refining tower, he was unable to obtain the inheritance. This time he came to the demon refining tower. He hoped that he could succeed once. After you are done, we can return to the Punlai Palace. When Shangguan Yingying found out that Long Yanwei had personally come to recruit Mo Yunjue, her eyes flashed with deep surprise. Yunjue, I never thought that you would actually have such face to be able to make Lord Long personally come to recruit you. I'm sure that when we return, the treatment will definitely not be bad. Although you are temporarily an outer disciple after going to Punlai Palace, I believe that you will soon be promoted to an inner disciple. After all, your strength is enough, Bewitching said slowly. The next day, at dawn, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others headed to the challenge area. When they arrived at the challenge area, they found that it was already filled with cultivators. In the past few days, more and more people had come to the challenge area. Now, if they wanted to go through the challenge area, they had to queue up. Upon realizing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt helpless. The challenge area is really too popular now. It seems that you will have to wait for a while before you can go in. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Before this, the challenge area had always been very deserted. There was no need to wait at all. As Bailey Hongzhuang and the others appeared in the trial area, everyone's gazes fell on them. Right now, they were all popular figures in the demon training tower. Everyone wanted to get close to them, but unfortunately, ever since they succeeded in passing the trial, they had been cultivating and did not appear at all. Not only that, the demon training tower had also made a rule that they were not allowed to casually disturb Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Thus, even if they wanted to get close to them, they could only watch from the side and not dare to disturb them. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to come here again. It seems that this time, it should be Wenziren and Shang Wannying who are going to break through. You guessed right, they are all here to break through. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others have succeeded, they must have told the secret to Wenziren and Shang Wannying. Maybe they can also succeed this time. I don't really believe that. The assessment of the demon training tower is aimed at the heart of a cultivator. If the heart is not strong enough to break through the demon barrier, then it will be impossible to succeed. The so-called experience is actually not very useful. That's true. Everyone nodded their heads. There were already many cultivators present who had tried to pass the trial, so they had a certain understanding of the content of the trial. It was just that they were unable to succeed the first time, so they tried many times in a row but still failed. Not long after, it was Wenziren and Shang Wannying's turn. We're going in. Good luck. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others said together. After Wenziren and Shang Wannying entered the trial area, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others waited outside the trial. It was hard to say whether or not Wenziren and his companion would succeed. In any case, they planned to wait here for the next 3 days. This way, if they succeeded, they would be able to share the joy immediately. After Long Yanwei and Easy Hua strolled around the demon training tower, they went to see Steward Qin. When Steward Qin saw the two of them, he was very envious. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were all disciples of the Punlai Palace. This was truly a glorious moment. Although they had been in the limelight in the Magic Tower recently, the cultivators who had obtained the inheritance all came from the Punlai Palace. It could be assumed that the Punlai Palace's glory was no less than the Magic Tower's. It was a pity that the main purpose of the demonic training tower was to allow cultivators to come here to challenge the challenges, as there was no sect here. Otherwise, he would have already recruited Bailey Hongzhuang and the others into his sect. While Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were waiting in the challenge area, Ao Lingxiao, who had disappeared for a few days, finally appeared in front of him. Seeing Ao Lingxiao's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but smile. Ziren and the others have already started? Ao Lingxiao asked. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right. They just went in today. By the way, you have been busy cultivating these few days. Yesterday, Master Long and Mentori came over. Now, Yunju is also a disciple of our Punlai Palace. Master Long and the others came personally? Ao Lingxiao was very surprised. He had stayed in the Punlai Palace for a period of time, so he naturally knew that Master Long and Mentori didn't need to personally come to recruit disciples. Yes, I didn't expect Master Long and the others to come personally. Even we were very surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed that the cultivators who obtained the inheritance of the demon training pagoda had always been valued by the major forces. With Mo Yunjua's strength, it's normal for him to receive such treatment. Ao Lingxiao smiled and turned his gaze to Mo Yunjua. With your current strength, no matter which sect you join, you will be valued more. Even on the Punlai Island, there are very few cultivators in the Star Realm. The Punlai Palace is already the largest force on the Punlai Island. It's naturally great that I can join. Mo Yunjua's eyes rippled with a trace of light. In fact, it didn't matter to him which force he joined. He only came here to meet up with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. It was naturally excellent to be able to improve his strength. He also knew very well that he would not stay in the Punlai Palace forever. At this time, Ao Lingxiao's gaze turned to Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, and said, Di Beichen, I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Di Beichen looked at Ao Lingxiao in surprise, but still nodded and said, okay. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ao Lingxiao thoughtfully. Earlier, she felt that Ao Lingxiao seemed to have something to tell them, but was interrupted by the appearance of Steward Qin. Now, Ao Lingxiao specially came to find Di Beichen. Could it be that he wanted to tell them the reason why he had been following them all this time? Yunjue, then we will leave for a while. Di Beichen said. Mo Yunjue nodded, you guys go. When Di Beichen left, he also pulled Bailey Hongzhuang with him. For him, there was no news that he couldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang know. Ao Lingxiao was not surprised to see Di Beichen's actions. After all, he had always seen the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. These two people had no secrets to speak of. Even in the entire Punlai Island, there were very few couples who had such a good relationship like them. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two returned to the house, Di Beichen looked at Ao Lingxiao and said, just say what you want to say. Ao Lingxiao's expression was complicated as he looked at Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. He did not immediately speak, but fell into silence. In fact, until now, he did not know what to say. Di Beichen, I want to confirm something with you first. If it is confirmed, then I will say it. If not, then my judgment is wrong. Ao Lingxiao said. Di Beichen nodded slightly and said, okay, say it. I want to ask, since you were born, have you always been with your parents? As soon as the words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen could not help but look at each other. A touch of surprise appeared in their eyes. They did not expect that Ao Lingxiao wanted to confirm this question. Could it be that what he wanted to say was related to Di Beichen's background? Thinking of this possibility, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's expressions became more dignified. After all, this matter had always been of great concern to them. Unfortunately, after such a long time, they could not find any clues related to Di Beichen's background. Ao Lingxiao didn't miss the shocked expressions on Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's faces. His eyes brightened. It seemed that his guess was somewhat credible. I've never met my parents. I was adopted by my master. Di Beichen spoke slowly in a deep voice. Why are you asking me this question? Actually, this is just my guess. Ao Lingxiao's expression was somewhat complicated. From the first time I saw you, I felt that your appearance was somewhat familiar. Familiar? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes brightened. Where have you seen someone who looks like Beichen? Di Beichen's appearance was so outstanding that there weren't many people who could look like him. If Ao Lingxiao had seen someone who looked like Di Beichen somewhere else, perhaps that person was Di Beichen's relative. That's someone from the Di family. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but look at each other. If that person's surname was really Di, then there really was some possibility. After all, the only keepsake Di Beichen had on him was the jade pendant with the word Di written on it. Back then, Si Tuyen had guessed that the words written on the jade pendant might be Di Beichen's surname, so he named Di Beichen. Could it be that the Di family was really Di Beichen's family? Ao Lingxiao saw that Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's faces were filled with doubt. In his heart, he knew that Di Beichen must be very curious about his background. If he only felt that Di Beichen's appearance was somewhat similar to that of the Di family's people, then it was fine. But Di Beichen was actually adopted, then perhaps his guess might be right. My clan has a certain relationship with the Di clan. In the past, I've seen a portrait of a senior of the Di clan in my clan. The person in that portrait was extremely similar to Di Beichen. As he spoke, Ao Lingxiao's gaze landed on Di Beichen. Because of this, I was very surprised when I first saw you. However, I also know that my baseless guess is very laughable and has no basis to speak of, so I have been following you all this time to confirm this point. Just because you feel that I look similar to the elders of the Di clan, you feel that I'm a member of the Di clan? Di Beichen frowned. If Ao Lingxiao had any other evidence, he might have believed it. However, it was a bit too ridiculous to confirm this based on the similarity of their appearances. After all, there were so many people in this world, and there were definitely a lot of people who looked alike, but there was no blood relationship between them. Ao Lingxiao shook his head. No, it's not just that. What else? Bailey Hongzhuang quickly asked. This was Di Beichen's obsession. She had always hoped to help Di Beichen find his birth parents. Now that she finally had some clues, she naturally wouldn't want to give up. Actually, the Di family lost a child more than 20 years ago. That child was the grandson of the head of the Di family, Ao Lingxiao said slowly. Ao Lingxiao said slowly, all these years, the Di family has been searching for his whereabouts. However, there has been no news. This is something that we all know. The Di family has almost searched everywhere, but there is no trace of him. The Di family is a family of cultivators. The grandson of the head of the family must be a genius cultivator. Hearing Ao Lingxiao's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were confused. Everything Ao Lingxiao said could be connected to Di Beichen. However, there should be many cultivators who fit this description. How could they be sure that this was related to Di Beichen? All these years, I have been trying to find my birth parents. However, although the things you said seem to be related to me, there is no evidence to prove it. Di Beichen's deep black eyes flashed with the light of thinking. He didn't lose his mind just because Ao Lingxiao said that this matter was related to him. Thinking about it carefully, this was just a side issue. It seemed to be related, but in reality, it was just a clue that couldn't withstand a single blow. Ao Lingxiao also knew that what he said wasn't that trustworthy. However, he had an extraordinary intuition. Although there was no reason for this intuition, it was always very accurate. He felt that Di Beichen was the person he was looking for. Actually, there is one more thing that can be confirmed. Ao Lingxiao muttered. What is it? Bailey Hongzhuang asked aloud, her ink-black phoenix eyes flashing with deep concern. If she could really be sure, then that would be great. I wonder if you have heard of the cursed body? After Ao Lingxiao said this, he felt a little complicated. Actually, this was the proof that could confirm whether Di Beichen was related to the Di family. However, even he felt that this possibility wasn't very high. As Ao Lingxiao's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were both stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Apart from them, this was the first time they had heard of the cursed body from another cultivator. Ao Lingxiao naturally noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's expressions. He couldn't help but ask, you have heard of it? At this moment, even Ao Lingxiao found it hard to believe. The cursed body was an extremely rare body type. He felt that outside of Punlai Island, many people had never even heard of the existence of such a body type. If Bailey Hongzhuang and the others hadn't confirmed that Ao Lingxiao had never heard of Di Beichen's cursed physique, they wouldn't have believed that there was such a coincidence. Di Beichen nodded. That's right. He didn't directly say that he had the cursed physique. Instead, he looked at Ao Lingxiao. He wanted to know what Ao Lingxiao would say next. As far as I know, the lost child of the Di family has the cursed body. In fact, this had always been a characteristic of the Di family. Their family would often have cultivators with the cursed physique. The cursed physique was a very complicated physique. In the early stages of cultivation, it would suppress the cultivation speed of the cultivator. However, if the later stages were to transform into the heavenly mandate physique, then the cultivator would soar to the sky. It was precisely because of this that the Di family was able to have such an amazing status. However, if the cultivator couldn't transform the physique, then the cultivator would gradually become paralyzed and eventually die. In the past, the Di family hadn't mastered this method. However, ever since they successfully transformed the cursed physique into the heavenly mandate physique, their family had rapidly improved. If Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were still doubtful of Ao Lingxiao's judgment, they were now certain that Di Beichen might really be related to the Di family after hearing Ao Lingxiao's words. After all, if it was just based on looks, it could still be a coincidence. However, if the cursed body was the same, it could not be explained by mere coincidence. At that moment, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's feelings were complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang did not expect to find clues about Di Beichen's background here. It was really a pleasant surprise. Most importantly, according to Ao Lingxiao's words, Di Beichen's parents definitely did not abandon him on purpose. Otherwise, they would not have been searching for him all these years. This was the best news for them. She had been with Bewitching for so long, so she understood Bewitching's thoughts very well. In comparison, if Bewitching's parents really abandoned him on purpose, then he would rather not find Bewitching's parents, so as not to add to his sadness. However, if it was not on purpose, then it should be a great comfort to Bewitching. After all, no one would want to be abandoned. After Xianxia finished speaking, he realized that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had fallen into silence. It was as if they were thinking about their own matters and did not answer his question. Seeing this, Xianxia was a little confused. He did not know if his guess was right or wrong. From Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang's expressions, he could not determine any useful information. Bewitching's feelings were even more complicated. He had always been curious about his own background. Especially after learning about Bailey Hongzhuang's life, he also had some expectations in his heart. He hoped that he was also left behind because of some forced reasons, and not deliberately abandoned. Although he had not met anyone from the D family yet, according to Xianxia's information, he felt that he could be the lost child of the D family. However, this was the first time he had heard of the D family. Actually, I have the cursed body. Bewitching slowly spoke in a deep voice. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were as deep as the sea, shining brightly. Following Bewitching's words, Xianxia could not help but be stunned. He stared at Bewitching in a daze and could not recover for a moment. However, after he confirmed that he did not hear wrongly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Your body physique is really the cursed body? Xianxia's gaze was fixed on Bewitching's body. He was afraid that Bewitching would deny it. If Bewitching really had the cursed body, then he could say that Bewitching was the D family's lost young master. Bewitching nodded, that's right. At this moment, Bewitching finally understood why he had such a special body physique. It turned out that this was the special characteristic of the D family. However, Xianxia could not help but frown. From what I know, the cursed body physique is an extremely rare body physique. Only the D family has the solution to it. Logically speaking, with your current age and strength, you should not be able to stand up again. However, you are still fine. This is all thanks to my wife. Bewitching turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. His gaze was so gentle that it could overflow with tears. To tell you the truth, when I first met Hongzhuang, I could only sit in a wheelchair. I had thought that I would never be able to stand up again. It was Hongzhuang who healed me and gave me the chance to stand up again. This was something that Bewitching would never forget. Back then, it was Bailey Hongzhuang who had given him hope. He could still remember the beautiful white figure who had healed him under the peach blossom tree. His wife had slowly walked into his heart from that moment onwards. At the same time, it was also from that moment onwards that he had decided that he would walk down this path with his wife for the rest of his life. Now that he recalled everything that had happened in Fengbo country, the corners of his lips could not help but curl into a smile. Even though they had been through many trials and tribulations together, it was a good thing that they were finally able to hold hands and accompany each other. Noticing the look in Bewitching's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile blossomed like a flower. To her, the general's residence in Fengbo country was a place that she loathed the most. However, because of Bewitching's existence, she could only remember the good times and completely forget the unbearable memories of the past. Hearing Bewitching's words, Xianxia finally came to his senses. Bailey Hongzhuang was an outstanding doctor with exceptional medical skills. This was evident from the healing medicine that Bailey Hongzhuang had concocted. She had only been to the training grounds of the inner palace once, yet she was able to concoct such an effective healing medicine. This showed just how amazing her medical skills were. In that case, it was very possible that Bailey Hongzhuang had cured Bewitching of his cursed body. I see. Xianxia stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. I never thought that junior sister Bailey would be able to cure the cursed body. I'm truly in awe of you. The cursed physique was an extremely difficult physique to break. According to what he knew, back then, the D family had spent a lot of effort to solve this problem. In the end, they had succeeded in solving this problem. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the outside world to know of the existence of the cursed body. However, not only was Bailey Hongzhuang able to diagnose Bewitching at such a young age, but she had also helped Bewitching change his physique. She was truly extraordinary. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Senior brother Ao, you flatter me. Is there a D clan on Punlai Island? Why haven't I heard of it before? Bewitching couldn't help but ask. Even though there were all sorts of big and small forces on Punlai Island, according to what he knew, the forces here were all sects and not aristocratic families. Actually, the Supreme D clan isn't here. Ao Lingxiao spoke. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Could it be in the outside world? According to what she knew, there wasn't a Supreme D clan in the outside world. If there really was one, her grandfather would have already gone to ask about it. It was impossible that there wasn't any news about Bewitching until now. Could it be that it was a very small clan, so her grandfather didn't notice it? No. Ao Lingxiao shook his head. The Supreme D clan is in a place that is even more powerful than Punlai Island, the upper realm. The moment he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but be stunned. Their faces flashed with intense astonishment. What? There's a place that's even more powerful than Punlai Island? Hearing this news, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. This was beyond their expectations. When they first learned that there was a place called Punlai Island, they were already very surprised. Now that they heard from Ao Lingxiao that there was an even more powerful place, they were truly astonished. Actually, Punlai Island is just an intermediate station between the upper realm and the outside world. When the cultivators from the outside world reach a certain level of strength, they can come to Punlai Island and go to the upper realm. In the past, Punlai Island was just an island with very few cultivators. It was just a passage. However, as the number of the skeleton army gradually increased, the upper realm was worried that it would affect the lives of the people from the outside world. So, they gathered some cultivators here. Over time, Punlai Island gradually expanded to become what it is now. So that's how it is. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching suddenly understood. The upper realm is actually not much different from the outside world. It's just that the cultivators there are much stronger. When the forces that controlled the power of darkness appeared, the entire Xianxia continent was in chaos. Wars broke out everywhere, and countless experts fell. Since that war, the structure of the Xianxia continent changed. It was divided into the upper realm and the outer realm. This is because when the war broke out, the major forces worked together to separate the two continents in order to protect the ordinary people from being implicated. So, the outer realm you were in before was just the ordinary people in the past. It's just that after so many years, it has become what it is now. I didn't expect it to be like this. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a light of surprise. He never thought that the Xianxia continent would have such a change. He thought that the place he lived in before was the most vast world. Now, he knew that it was not like that at all. It was just a corner of the world. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a bright light. She felt that the current Xianxia continent was very strange. 1,000 years ago, the cultivators in the Xianxia continent were clearly much stronger than they were now. She was wondering why after such a long time, the cultivator's strength had not improved. Instead, it had regressed. It turned out that this was the most fundamental reason. If that was the case, then it was very likely that the powerful beings she was familiar with were currently in the upper realm. Then, would the Bailey family still exist? Back then, she had left because of an accident. Now that 1,000 years had passed, he didn't know if she was still around. Previously, when we asked Master Long about this matter, Master Long only said that we hadn't reached that level yet, so he wouldn't tell us for now. Senior brother Ao, how do you know all this? Bailey Hongzhuang's clear and beautiful eyes gazed at Ao Lingxiao. She secretly thought in her heart. As early as when she first met Ao Lingxiao, she felt that this Ao Lingxiao was very strange. It seems that Ao Lingxiao's identity was not simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know so many things. Hearing this, Ao Lingxiao glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching and said, "To be honest, I was originally from the upper realm." As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. If it was just for fun, Ao Lingxiao didn't need to join Punlai Island. Moreover, with Ao Lingxiao's temperament, he didn't seem like a playful person. At this time, Ao Lingxiao suddenly looked at Bewitching. "D junior brother, if it is confirmed that you are really the young master of the D family, then at that time can you do me a favor? Hearing this, Bewitching's gaze became serious. His intuition told him that the favor Ao Lingxiao wanted him to do wasn't simple. What favor? Help me take back my family. Ao Lingxiao clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with hatred. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were slightly stunned. Even though they had guessed that the favor Ao Lingxiao wanted them to do wouldn't be easy, it was still beyond their expectations. Take back your family? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Senior brother Ao, even if Bewitching is really a member of the D family, isn't it too difficult for him to help you take back your family? Ao Lingxiao shook his head. It's not difficult. Junior brother D can definitely help me. Why are you so sure that I can help you? Bewitching felt a little strange. Even if he was really a member of the D family, how could he do all this with his strength? The aristocratic families of the upper realm weren't ordinarily powerful. Moreover, if he really returned to the D family, who knew what kind of attitude the D family would have towards him? Regarding this, Bewitching had mixed feelings. Although the D family had been searching for their descendants for so many years, they hadn't interacted with each other for so many years. Who knew what kind of scene it would be when they met again? When he first heard this news, Bewitching was indeed very happy. However, after thinking about it carefully, he calmed down a lot. Aristocratic families weren't as warm as small families. Maybe there were many people in the family who didn't want him to go back. Everything was unknown. Actually, when I was chased out of the clan, an elder in the clan told me that as long as I left the upper realm, it would be very difficult for my brother to find me. Not only that, she even asked me to find a descendant of the D clan who was stranded outside. As long as I could find that descendant, I would have a chance to take back the D clan. At that time, I only thought that she was trying to comfort me. After all, the D family had been searching for that person for so many years and still couldn't find him. How could I possibly find him by myself? It wasn't until I met you that I realized what she said was true. Since I was able to find you, I naturally believe that you can help me take back my family. Ao Lingxiao looked earnestly at Bewitching. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, Ao Lingxiao knelt in front of Bewitching. Junior brother D, I beg you, please help me. Senior brother Ao, what are you doing? Get up. Bewitching hurriedly went to help Ao Lingxiao up. What Ao Lingxiao was doing was completely different from what he usually did. However, Ao Lingxiao was still kneeling on the ground, unwilling to get up. Bewitching couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. They thought it was a good thing to be able to find some clues about Ao Lingxiao's background. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Bailey Hongzhuang also frowned. Judging from Ao Lingxiao's expression, she knew it wasn't a simple matter. She wasn't unfamiliar with such a thing. After all, she had taken back the Lan clan with her parents. If they didn't have enough strength, it would be impossible to accomplish such a thing. Moreover, the aristocratic families of the upper realm were obviously very powerful. It was impossible for them to accomplish such a thing. Even if Bewitching became a member of the D family, he couldn't ask the entire D family to help Ao Lingxiao take back the Lan clan. The D family wouldn't be willing to do that. Senior brother Ao, it's not that we don't want to help you. It's just that we don't have the strength to do it. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She looked a little troubled. Previously, she felt that Ao Lingxiao was always in a bad mood. Something must have happened to him with such a strange temperament. At this moment, after knowing all of this, she felt that this matter was extraordinarily heavy. I'm not forcing you. It's just that I can't see any hope other than you guys. If you can't help me when the time comes, then forget it. If you can, I beg you to help me. From now on, my life is yours. Ao Lingxiao looked very serious. He had already thought it through. As long as Bewitching agreed, he would follow Bewitching's lead in the future. Looking at Ao Lingxiao, Bewitching pondered for a moment. Although he hadn't known Ao Lingxiao for long, he knew that Ao Lingxiao was a trustworthy person. Thinking about it, Ao Lingxiao's current personality most likely had something to do with what happened back then. It was probably also related to his obsession that he couldn't pass the test. Senior brother Ao, get up first. Bewitching said in a low voice, you have to tell me what happened to your family before I decide whether to help you or not. If Ao Lingxiao was truly harmed by a scoundrel, then as a friend, he would do his best to help. If that wasn't the case, then he naturally couldn't help. Seeing that Bewitching had agreed, Ao Lingxiao understood that it was inappropriate for him to ask for Bewitching's help. He immediately stood up and said, "Okay. Actually, I'm from the upper realms Ao clan. Speaking of which, my clan has quite a bit of relationship with the supreme clan." Hearing this, Bewitching and Ao Lingxiao didn't find it strange. If they didn't have some connections, Ao Lingxiao wouldn't have thought that Bewitching was a member of the D family just by looking at his appearance. My father was the clan lord of Ao clan. But, he was suddenly killed 2 years ago. At that time, my elder brother and I were very surprised. We only wanted to find my father's murderer and avenge him. However, my father had already passed away at that time. So, the clan couldn't do without a clan lord. Therefore, everyone began to elect a new clan lord. My strength was stronger than my elder brother's. My father had also intended to pass the position of clan lord to me when he was still alive. Everyone in the clan knew this. Therefore, everything was logical. However, when I was about to ascend to the position of clan lord, an unforeseen event occurred in the clan. At this point, Ao Lingxiao's eyes suddenly surged with anger. His eyes suddenly turned red as he gritted his teeth and said, "That day, I still didn't know what had happened, but I found out that my mother had suddenly died. When I felt it, my mother was already on her last breath. She looked at me like that. Finally, she said my brother's name. I never thought that in order to obtain the patriarch's position, my big brother would even lay his hands on my mother. When I heard the news, I couldn't believe it. Before I could react, my brother had already brought all the elders of the family here and said that I had killed my mother, because the dagger that had pierced my mother's body was the one that I used most of the time. But only I knew that 2 days ago, my brother had said that he wanted to take a look and then took the dagger away. I didn't think much of it at that time. Who would have thought that it was my brother's plot? In order to become the head of the family, my brother had colluded with the Jun family and caused some of our family's properties to fall into the hands of the Jun family. However, my brother pushed all the blame to me and said that I was the one who had colluded with the Jun family. For this reason, he had arranged all kinds of evidence. The people of the Jun family also pointed out that I was the one who had done it. At that time, I couldn't defend myself. In the face of all kinds of evidence, my explanation was powerless. Since then, I had become a traitor in the eyes of the family. All the elders hated me even more. After doing this, my brother still wasn't satisfied and wanted to take my life. It was my wet nurse who secretly let me out. In the entire family, only she believed me. She believed that I wasn't the one who had done it. As for the matter of looking for you, it was also my wet nurse who told me. A trace of emotion flashed in Ao Lingxiao's eyes. The expression of anger on his face was abnormally strong. Even though this whole thing had happened 2 years ago, to him, it was as if it had happened yesterday. It was still vivid in his mind and he couldn't forget it. After this incident, I knew that my father's death was definitely related to the Jun family. All these years, the Jun family had always wanted to strengthen themselves, so they tried to annex all kinds of small families. Back then, not long after I fled, I was discovered by my big brother, Ao Lingjing. He chased me all the way. At that time, I was already exhausted. In the end, I was heavily injured by him. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape. However, since then, my cultivation has declined a lot, and I've become what I am now. As Ao Lingxiao spoke, his hands clenched into fists. In the past 2 years, I have been staying in Punlai Palace, but I have never forgotten about this matter. Taking back the clan is not the most important thing, but I must kill this bastard and avenge my parents. His dark eyes were bloodshot. Ao Lingxiao was filled with righteous indignation. His expression was pained, and there were tears at the corners of his eyes. He could not tolerate such a person continuing to be free and unfettered. His parents had raised him, but he had done such a thing that was worse than a pig or a dog. If he couldn't avenge his parents, then there was no justice in this world. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard Ao Lingxiao's story, the two of them couldn't help but sigh. Killing one's own father and mother was something they couldn't imagine. If what Ao Lingxiao said was true, then Ao Lingjing was truly insane. They were only outsiders. When they heard all this, they couldn't bear it, let alone Ao Lingxiao who had to bear it all. No wonder Ao Lingxiao had always been alone. He didn't associate with anyone. Even his closest big brother had done such a thing. How could anyone else be trusted? If all that you say is true, he said softly. Bewitching looked at Ao Lingxiao. When I have the ability, I will lend you a hand. He finally understood Ao Lingxiao's pain. No one would be able to accept such a thing, especially when he saw his own mother lying in a pool of blood. It was too cruel for him to admit that it was his elder brother who did it. Bailey Hongzhuang always felt that Lan Jingquang was insane. He was willing to kill his own brother for the position of house head. However, compared to Ao Lingxiao's brother, Lan Jingquang was much better. At least, Lan Jingquang didn't kill his own parents. Even if his grandfather didn't pass the position of house head to Lan Jingquang never thought of killing him. Not only that, Lan Jingquang didn't collude with anyone. He only wanted power. On the contrary, Ao Lingjing was insane. He would do anything to get what he wanted. This kind of person wasn't fit to be called a human. Ao Lingxiao's eyes lit up at Bewitching's words. He looked at Bewitching with excitement. Really? You're willing to help me? Bewitching nodded, yes. You believe what I said? I haven't known you for long, but I believe in your character. Bewitching said. With Bewitching's words, Ao Lingxiao felt as if his heart had been violently struck by something. An emotion called gratitude rose in his heart, almost causing him to cry. For the past 2 years, he had been silently enduring this pain and had never told anyone about it. This pain had been suppressed for too long. Under this pain, he simply could not be truly happy. If he didn't get his revenge, he would be like a walking corpse for the rest of his life. In fact, he also knew that if he were to ask Bewitching for help so rashly, most people would not agree. If he were in Bewitching's shoes, he probably would not agree either. After all, they had only known each other for a short while. There was no trust between them. However, Bewitching actually said that he believed him. Ao Lingxiao was willing to go through water and tread on fire for Bewitching. It had only been 2 years, but it felt like 20 years to him. It had been a long time since he had come into contact with the Murlocs, and he had never thought that anyone would be willing to believe him. For a moment, Ao Lingxiao was so emotional that he couldn't speak. He had secretly made up his mind. Whether Bewitching was a member of the D family or not, he would become friends with him. Just based on this trust, he would not let him down. He had lived in the family for so many years. He thought that everyone would believe him. However, because of Ao Lingjing's framing, no one believed him. He could never forget that no matter how he explained, no one in the family was willing to believe him. Those people were familiar with him. However, at that moment, they didn't believe him. How sad was it that no one in the world was willing to believe him, compared to those people whom he had always valued. Bewitching was willing to believe him even though they had only known each other for a short time. How precious was this trust? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised that Bewitching would agree so directly. After all, they had only heard Ao Lingxiao's explanation. They didn't know much about this matter. However, since Bewitching had made such a decision, she would support it. Actually, this matter is somewhat related to the D family as well. Ao Lingxiao slowly said. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. What's involved? Our Ao family has always been on good terms with the D family. That's because the D family is fair and trustworthy. In comparison, the Jun family always likes to do things that cross borders. The D family and the Jun family have always had grievances. The Jun family always wants to hurt the D family. However, the D family is very powerful. Although the Jun family always wants to hurt the D family, they don't have any good opportunities. 2 years ago, the Jun family began to recruit small families in order to increase their strength. Although our Ao family can't be compared to the D family and the Jun family, it's not a small family. If Ao Lingjing really relies on the Jun family, then once they join forces against the D family, I'm afraid this matter will be very troublesome. Ao Lingxiao looked at Bewitching. In fact, he also felt that Bewitching could help him regain his family. That was because as long as he took back his family, the Jun family would become his enemy. He would never allow the Ao family to rely on the Jun family. However, he didn't expect that Bewitching would agree before he could even mention this bargaining chip. This made him even more touched. In that case, isn't the D family in a lot of trouble now? Bewitching frowned. Now that he had finally found out about his past, he did not want anything to happen to the D family. So far, I haven't heard of any changes in the D family. However, there have been many small conflicts between the Jun family and the D family since a long time ago. In fact, with the D family's background, if the Jun family really wants to touch the D family, it won't be done in a short period of time. Therefore, you don't need to be too worried right now. Ao Lingxiao said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She understood the situation that Ao Lingxiao was talking about. For such a huge monster, even if they were to fall, it wouldn't be something that could happen in a short period of time. Moreover, since the Jun family had been doing so many little things over the years, the D family would definitely know about it. They must have taken precautions. So that's how it is. Bewitching relaxed a bit. I don't know where this upper world is. How can we go there? Before today, he had never heard of the upper world. He also didn't know where the entrance was. The entrance to the upper realm is actually at the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples. Ao Lingxiao said. It's actually there? Bailey Hongzhuang was astonished. It was hard to imagine that a place where skeletons gathered was actually the entrance to the upper realm. Ao Lingxiao nodded. That's right, it's there. Not every cultivator can enter the upper realm. Only cultivators who have reached the Star Radiance realm and above have the qualifications to enter the upper realm. Otherwise, cultivators will not be able to pass through the barrier to enter the upper realm. In fact, if a cultivator doesn't have such powerful strength, it would be very difficult for them to reach the entrance to the upper realm from the training grounds. Generally speaking, one would need to at least be at the 9th level of the Morale realm to be able to reach there. Because of this, only cultivators who have reached the 9th level of the Purple realm and above on Punlai Island would know about the existence of the upper realm. Otherwise, knowing about it would only be a burden to them. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also understood. Just as Ao Lingxiao had said, if one didn't have such a powerful strength and knew that there was such a terrifying existence in the Xianxia continent, anyone would feel a bit more pressure in their heart. This wasn't a good thing. It seems that Bewitching and I are already able to enter the upper realm. Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black phoenix eyes flickered with a bright light. The corner of her mouth slowly curled into a smile. It seemed that they had made the right choice to come to the Devil Training Tower. If they didn't succeed in the Devil Training Tower, it would take them a long time to break through to the Star Radiance realm. Now that they had just found out about Bewitching's background, they already had the qualifications to enter the upper realm. This way, they could quickly head to the D family to confirm Bewitching's identity. Bewitching also nodded. Now that he knew his true identity, he also wanted to head to the D family to confirm it. If he was really a member of the D family, then he could be considered to have found his own identity. Not to mention, according to Ao Lingxiao, the D clan had been searching for him for so many years. It seemed that the reunion of the D clan was something worth celebrating. Now, I can only hope that Ying and Xiren will be able to successfully pass the trial. That way, their cultivations will also be able to rise to the astral boundary. Then, we can head to the upper realm together. Bailey Hongzhuang was excited. Presumably, Wen Xiren and Shangguan Ying would be very happy after hearing the news. However, Ao Lingxiao revealed a troubled expression. I'm afraid I can't go to the upper realm for now. Why? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She was puzzled. Previously, I was heavily injured, and my strength regressed too much. Now, I have yet to recover to the Starlight realm in such a short time. Ao Lingxiao had a difficult look on his face. This was something he was most unwilling to face. Originally, his cultivation was much higher than Ao Lingjing's. Ao Lingjing also knew this point, so he intentionally drugged him, causing his cultivation to drop a lot. Now, he actually didn't even have the qualifications to return to the upper realm. Thinking about it, ever since he came to Punlai Island, he didn't see Ao Lingjing chasing after him. He understood that this should be one of Ao Lingjing's plans. As long as he couldn't return to the upper realm, then he would never have any hope of taking back his family. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but stare blankly at Ao Lingzhao's words. They hadn't thought that there would be such a problem. After all, Ao Lingxiao was the former clan lord of the Ao clan. Needless to say, he was very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified for such a position. Even though he was seriously injured, they hadn't thought that Ao Lingzhao's cultivation would decline so much. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation couldn't recover and I couldn't enter the upper world, I wouldn't have stayed on Punlai Island for 2 years. I would have gone to find Ao Lingjing to take revenge. Ao Lingzhao's eyes flashed with resentment. Ao Lingjing had destroyed everything. He had gone against his father's original intention and colluded with the Jun clan. He was a traitor to the clan. As long as he had the chance, he would never let Ao Lingjing do such a thing. He had even thought that as long as he killed Ao Lingjing, at least the clan would continue to exist. Otherwise, with the Jun clan's ambition, they might annex the Ao clan at any time. You've been mistaken as a traitor to the clan. With your current strength, you can't get close to Ao Lingjing. It's better not to be impulsive. It's better to cultivate properly and wait for the right opportunity. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. She could understand the anger in Ao Lingzhao's heart. But, this was definitely not a wise move. Fortunately, Ao Lingzhao's strength hadn't reached the Starlight Realm. Otherwise, he would have disappeared from this world long ago. Since Ao Lingjing could kill his father and mother, killing Ao Lingxiao wouldn't be a problem for him. Ao Lingxiao sighed, indeed, with my current appearance, I'm no different from a cripple. He couldn't help but loosen his hands. His complexion was very dejected. He wanted to take revenge for his parents. But, with his current strength, he couldn't even get close to Ao Lingjing. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. Don't be too anxious. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted, even if Ao Lingjing wants to rely on the Jun clan, the relationship between the Jun clan and the Ao clan isn't good. It won't be easy for him to promote cooperation between the two. At the very least, he absolutely cannot push this matter too quickly, otherwise it will inevitably arouse the suspicions of the people in your family. Therefore, for a short period of time, he will know his place. You don't have to worry. Hongzhuang is right. Since your big brother wants to be the patriarch of the Ao clan, then he will definitely be very careful in his actions. The scene that you imagine will not happen so quickly, so you still have time to change everything. I hope so. Ao Lingxiao nodded. It was precisely because he knew this that he was able to endure until now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to restrain his temper. However, 2 years had already passed, and he still couldn't enter the upper realms gate. This feeling was driving him crazy. However, senior brother Ao still can't enter the upper realm. What should we do? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Di Beichen. She hoped that Di Beichen could reunite with his family as soon as possible. According to Ao Lingxiao, breaking through to the Starlight Realm wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. If they stayed here and waited for Ao Lingxiao to break through, then it would be hard to say how long it would take. At this time Ao Lingxiao took the lead and said, "You can go ahead first. When I recover my strength, I will go find you." In any case, Ao Lingxiao wouldn't be able to take back the Ao family in a short period of time. Di Beichen was the first to go and meet his family. This would help Ao Lingxiao lay a good foundation when the time came. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to help Ao Lingxiao take back the Ao family with just a few of them. Senior brother Ao, if we go first, then you have to cultivate harder and try to recover as soon as possible, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. Previously, they didn't know why Ao Lingxiao approached them, so they were always on guard. Now that she knew everything, she was completely relaxed. They were closer than before, without the estrangement from before. Because of Di Beichen's promise, Ao Lingxiao also felt relieved. At the very least, his path to taking back his family was no longer as hopeless as before. Perhaps he really would succeed one day. Thinking of this, Ao Lingxiao's face finally showed a trace of a smile. I will try my best to recover as soon as possible. Since that incident, his life's goal had been to take back the Ao family. He wouldn't let his family be deceived by Ao Lingjing, and he wouldn't let the Jun family's scheme succeed. For this, he didn't care what price he had to pay. After saying all this, Ao Ling Xiao left. In the past, because he couldn't see any hope in his cultivation, he was a little lazy. Now that he finally found a glimmer of hope, he wanted to cultivate in seclusion and increase his cultivation as soon as possible. As long as his cultivation recovered, his hope of taking back the Ao family would be closer. After all, if he wanted to deal with Ao Lingjing personally, he had to be strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to avenge his parents. After Ao Ling Xiao left, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen. Beichen, do you believe senior brother Ao SX's words so much? Di Beichen nodded. Although Ao Ling Xiao and I have not known each other for a long time, I also know that he is not a crazy person. Even if he really wants me to help him take back his family, there is no need for him to make up something like killing his parents. Since he said so, this matter must exist. When the time comes, we can ask around and find out. Do you think Ao Ling Xiao is the kind of person who would kill his parents? Bailey Hongzhuang heard this and shook her head. No. Bailey Hongzhuang's answer was very certain. Even if she couldn't guarantee that she was 100% accurate, she believed that Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would do such a crazy thing. So. Di Beichen spread his hands. Since we all feel that he is not such a person, then the possibility that what he said is true is very high. I didn't expect Ao Ling Xiao to have experienced something like this. No wonder he is so reclusive now. If it was anyone else who had experienced something like this, their temperament would have changed. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed and shook her head. She could imagine Ao Ling Xiao's incredulous expression when he found out about this. It was really like a heavy blow. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded in agreement. After listening to Ao Ling Xiao's story, she felt that Ao Lingjing was a very scary person. After all, there weren't many evil people in this world who could reach such a level. Not only that, but he was able to arrange all kinds of evidence so seamlessly that the entire Ao family didn't believe Ao Ling Xiao. It could be seen how meticulous he was. Ao Ling Xiao was stronger than Ao Lingjing in terms of strength, but in terms of intelligence, Ao Lingjing was probably not as good as Ao Lingjing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been kept in the dark for so many years until the very last moment. Ao Ling Xiao's strength has dropped so much that even he can't accept it. That's why he's like this now. Bailey Hongzhuang's light voice carried a bit of a sigh. However, after you agreed to help him, I noticed that his eyes were blooming with spirit. His mood was completely different from before. He only became like this because he felt that he had no hope. Now that he's pulled himself together, the speed of his breakthrough should be greatly increased. Di Beichen smiled faintly. However, this matter can't be rushed. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Although Ao Ling Xiao spoke with certainty, they couldn't be sure that this was Di Beichen's true identity until they received confirmation from the Di family. Right now, I only hope that Ying and the others can succeed. That way, we can go to the upper realm. I really didn't expect the Xianxia continent to be divided into 2 continents. However, this is more in line with the Xianxia continent I knew before. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. After so many years, I don't know if there are any families that existed 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years was a long time, but for those monsters, it wasn't impossible for them to persist for such a long time. After transmigrating for so long, she had already accepted her current identity. However, she still missed her previous life. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression and had already guessed what she was thinking. He immediately said, I hope the Bailey family still exists. When the time comes, I will accompany you to take a look. Of course, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't reveal her original identity. Even if she did, no one would believe her. However, he understood the feelings that Bailey Hongzhuang had for the Bailey family. As long as she could see that the Bailey family was doing well, her heart would be comforted. Listening to Di Beichen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's face could not help but soften a little, and her eyes became distant and deep. If it is really still there, then it would be good. Back then, when she accidentally transmigrated, she didn't give any instructions. Or make any arrangements. This has always been a regret in her heart. If the Bailey family can't be passed down well because of her departure, then she will be the sinner of the Bailey family. Seeing the hope in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes, Di Beichen couldn't help but hold her hand. His voice was low but full of strength. Yes, they will definitely be here. When Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen returned to the challenge area, Mo Yunjue was still standing alone outside the challenge area. He's busy cultivating in seclusion. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Mo Yunjue nodded, but the surprise in his eyes did not dissipate. So that's how it is. He has been cultivating very hard recently. Now that our cultivation has reached the Starlight Realm, he naturally has the pressure. If he doesn't cultivate hard, it will be difficult for him to catch up with us. While speaking, Bailey Hongshuang smiled and winked at Di Beichen. Ao Lingxiao actually only told them about this matter. Presumably, he didn't want others to know about it. Since Ao Lingxiao didn't want to say it, they naturally wouldn't say it. Moreover, Di Beichen's identity had not been confirmed yet. It was too early to say all this. Master, as long as Ying and the others pass smoothly, we can return to Punlai Palace in 3 days, right? Xiao He ran out of the chaos ring. When Ao Lingxiao spoke before, they also heard it clearly. It really wanted to see where the entrance to the upper realm was. It had only been 1,000 years. They didn't expect the situation in Xianxia continent to have changed so much. It was really beyond their expectations. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. That's right. As long as Ying and the others pass smoothly, our goal in Punlai Palace has been achieved. We can go back directly. That's great. Xiao He jumped and clapped. But after we go back, our first task is to deal with Chu Yunyao. Xiao He was very unhappy with this guy. There were many cultivators on Punlai Island who made it unhappy, but there was only one person who could make it feel disgusted like Chu Yunyao. When it thought of how Chu Yunyao looked down on its master, it wanted to teach this guy a lesson. He really looked down on people. Seeing Xiao He mention Chu Yunyao, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes darkened. After we go back this time, Chu Yunyao will definitely not be our opponent. At that time, we will naturally take revenge. As for Chu Yunyao, Bailey Hongshuang was also extremely disgusted. If Chu Yunyao had done all this for her, it would not have been like this. However, Chu Yunyao had involved Shangguan Ying in it and let her suffer such torture, which was the most unbearable thing for her. The reason why Shangguan Ying had suffered such a serious injury was all because of her. If she couldn't avenge Shangguan Ying, she would never be able to vent her anger. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Di Beichen couldn't help but smile. In my opinion, you don't even need to do anything. Ying and Xiren won't let her off so easily. If Xiren's strength had also reached the Star Radiance realm, then he believed that the first thing Xiren would do after returning was to kill Chu Yunyao. Because Shangguan Ying's position in his heart was irreplaceable, Chu Yunyao's actions at that time had already touched Xiren's reverse scale, so he would definitely make a move. This was his understanding of his brother. Bailey Hongshuang also understood that compared to her, Xiren definitely hated Chu Yunyao more. But since Xiren wants to make a move, then I will not come forward. This matter will be handed over to him, okay? Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. Thinking about it, the situation was like this. After Shangguan Ying and when Xiren entered the room, many cultivators in the demon training tower paid close attention to the two of them. As Bailey Hongshuang and the other two had succeeded in succession, everyone was very envious. Now that Shangguan Ying and when Xiren had also entered the room, they were very curious as to whether the two of them would succeed. If the two of them also succeeded, then the strength of Bailey Hongshuang and her team would really be too abnormal. They were clearly only in their 20s, yet they all had such strength. How could it not be amazing? Everyone was even certain that once when Xiren and her team succeeded, then Bailey Hongshuang and her team would definitely become the most terrifying team on Punlai Island. From what I see, not all of them will succeed. Didn't the cultivator who came with Bailey Hongshuang and the others also fail? The cultivator that everyone was talking about was naturally Ao Lingxiao. Ao Lingxiao had not appeared with Bailey Hongshuang and the others many times before, but he was still noticed by many people. Therefore, when Ao Lingxiao was about to enter the room, everyone also paid attention to him. When they saw that he had failed, everyone let out a sigh of relief, finally giving them some comfort. That man doesn't seem to be very close to Bailey Hongshuang and the others. They rarely appear together and we haven't seen them for a few days. However, Wen Xiren and Wen Xianxia are different. They have always been together. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two sat on the ground, closed their eyes and began to cultivate, directly blocking out the noise around them. Although everything they saw when they were breaking through the room was an illusion, Bailey Hongzhuang was very happy. Her demon summoning scripture had indeed evolved and was not an illusion. Following the evolution of the demon summoning scripture, her cultivation speed had also increased. It was really something to be happy about. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was cultivating, Baisher's surprised voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Master, let me tell you some good news." Baisher's voice was filled with excitement and agitation. It was as if he could not wait to tell her the news. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, a trace of surprise in her eyes as she asked, "What good news?" "A new stone room has finally been opened in the Chaos Ring." Hearing Baisher's words, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but be taken aback. Her pitch-black beautiful eyes immediately surged with surprise. "Are you telling the truth?" White Lion nodded. "It's true. I only just discovered it. Just now, it was bored and strolled around the Chaos Ring a few times. However, when it was strolling around, it suddenly discovered that there was an additional door. After taking a closer look, it discovered that a new stone room had been opened in the Chaos Ring. Once it had realized this, it had immediately come to tell Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, the appearance of a new door was a great help to Bailey Hongzhuang. "That's great." Bailey Hongzhuang was overjoyed. It had been a long time since a new door had been opened in the Chaos Ring. When she thought of this, Bailey Hongzhuang almost wanted to immediately enter the Chaos Ring to take a look. Unfortunately, there were too many cultivators outside the challenge room, so it was not convenient for her to check. The three beasties were also extremely excited in the Chaos Ring. They were all guessing what would appear in the new stone room this time. Now that Master had already mastered many things, what would appear in the new stone room that would be beneficial to Master? "Master, do you want to come over and take a look now?" Xiaohei could not help but ask. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment before shaking her head. "Forget it, I'll go in and take a look after Yingying and the others are done." Since the door to the stone room was already open, there was no need to rush. She had run back several times, so others would not know what had happened. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the three beasties understood what she was thinking. They immediately said, "Then we'll wait for Master to come back before going in to take a look." "Good." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile as she said in a gentle voice. Bewitching also noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang was mumbling something. It was obvious that she was communicating with the three beasties. He could not help but chuckle. "Wife, what are you mumbling to Xiaohei and the others about?" "I'm not telling you." Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to be mysterious as she blinked and stuck out her tongue playfully. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's lively and playful appearance, Bewitching's eyes couldn't help but deepen a bit, and his heart softened. His wife was very charming no matter how he looked at her. She was different and had a different style. To him, no matter how he looked at her, he would never get tired of looking at her. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two waited outside the challenge room just like that. As time gradually passed, the joy in their hearts grew stronger. As long as Xiren and Wen Xianxia were still in the breakthrough room, they would continue to challenge the breakthrough. As long as they persisted for one more day, they would have passed one more breakthrough. As long as they did not come out, it meant that they had a high chance of passing the breakthrough. After Long Yanwei and Yizihua found out that Xiren and Wen Xianxia had started to challenge the level, they had nothing better to do, so they came to the challenge area to take a look. Later on, they simply waited outside with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, waiting for Wen Xianxia to come out. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were extremely surprised and amused at the same time. Long Yanwei and Yizihua really didn't put on any airs in front of him. Bailey Hongzhuang, during this period of time, Punlai Palace has produced a lot of healing medicine. Now, in addition to supplying Punlai Palace's disciples, it has also gradually begun to be sold outside. Long Yanwei saw Bailey Hongzhuang. During this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had not been in Punlai Palace. Presumably, she didn't know much about this matter. Has it already begun to be sold outside? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. She didn't expect Punlai Palace to be so fast. Long Yanwei nodded. The first batch of healing medicine was first supplied to Punlai Palace's disciples. It wasn't until there was a surplus of healing medicine that it began to be sold outside. In fact, if it wasn't to be more certain of the effect of this healing medicine, Punlai Palace would have sold it outside even faster. After all, the number of people in Punlai Palace was far from what ordinary forces could compare to. Once it was put into production, the speed was naturally not slow. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. According to Bailey Hongshuang's judgment, although she had already handed over the prescription to Punlai Palace must first verify the effect of this healing medicine. What's more, the number of cultivators in Punlai Palace was not small. Even if the healing medicine was made, they must provide it to the disciples in the palace as soon as possible. It would take some time to sell it to the outside. Now it seemed that Punlai Palace really had a lot of people and their speed was so fast. Now this healing medicine has only just begun to be sold. I'm afraid it will take some time for it to be accepted by everyone. However, according to the effect that we have verified, I believe that it will not be long before this healing medicine will be accepted by everyone. Long Yanwei's face was filled with a shallow smile. Even though he already knew that the effect of this healing medicine was very outstanding, according to the information provided by the cultivators in the palace, the effect of this healing medicine was still outstanding and beyond everyone's expectations. If Bailey Hongshuang had not become a disciple of Punlai Palace, her medical skills alone would be enough to become a master of Punlai Island. Speaking of which, their Punlai Palace still had an advantage in this matter. Therefore, Long Yanwei also remembered Bailey Hongshuang's friendship in his heart. Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. It just took a few more days. I believe that Punlai Palace's business will be very good in the future. Bailey Hongshuang had always been very confident about the effect of her healing medicine. After the first batch of healing medicine is sold, I think you will become a rich woman. Easy Hua smiled and joked. As soon as this was said, Di Baichen and Mo Yunjue could not help but laugh. 20% of the entire sex healing medicine sales belonged to Bailey Hongshuang. This profit was indeed not small. Yes. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled, then I hope that Punlai Palace's sales will get better and better. In this way, I will also be a rich person in the future. Long Yanwei's lips curled into a smile. In fact, they all knew very well that with Bailey Hongshuang's ability, if she wanted money, it was absolutely easy. However, just as Bailey Hongshuang and others were talking and laughing, suddenly, a movement attracted their attention. For a moment, everyone's eyes looked at the breakthrough room because they clearly noticed that the movement came from the breakthrough room. Bailey Hongshuang and others also frowned. At this moment, it was not even 3 days and there was movement in the breakthrough room. Could it be that there was a problem? Just as they hesitated, the door of the breakthrough room suddenly opened. Shang Guaniying slowly walked out of the breakthrough room. She looked like she had lost her soul, and her eyes were filled with dejection. Seeing Shang Guaniying, to Yingying, Shang Guaniying's Yingying, are you okay? Shang Guaniying, to Yinjing's to, Shang Guaniying's, Hongshuang, Shang Guaniying's was, Pale's. Shang Guaniying glanced at Bailey Hongshuang, as if she had suddenly found her pillar of support. She tightly grasped Bailey Hongshuang's hand, the corners of her eyes were still filled with tears. Hongshuang, I'm fine. She shook her head. Originally, she did not understand the difficulty of the breakthrough that everyone was talking about. She did not understand why everyone looked like they had lost their souls after coming out. It was not until she experienced it that she realized how difficult it was. This kind of scene was really difficult to bear. At the same time, she also understood how difficult it was for Bailey Hongshuang and the other two to persevere. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Shang Guaniying worriedly. Although she said she was fine, her expression clearly said that she was not. Bailey Hongshuang helped Shang Guaniying to sit down at the side. She sighed in her heart. The inheritance of the demon training tower attacked one's heart. If one's mind was not firm enough, it was very easy to be confused or even injured. In fact, before she started the challenge, even she herself didn't know that she would have these problems. Therefore, even if everyone thought that they had no problems, they would only realize that they weren't as powerful as they thought they were after entering the trial. She was actually a little worried about Shang Guaniying. Because Shang Guaniying was different from cultivators like them who had always been wandering outside. Her cultivation path had always been very smooth. Since young, she was the pearl of the Cloud Sword sect. No one dared to bully her. Although she had made great progress now, there were still many problems that she could not control. There was still a certain distance to completely overcome. Before this, Bailey Hongzhuang had guessed that Shangguan Yingying might encounter a test. Just the second test of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood was probably unbearable for her. Because it was really too lonely. Even Bailey Hongzhuang herself had felt lost. And lonely in that blood-red world. Shangguan Yingying had never come into contact with such a thing. She probably could not accept it just by noticing the shocking scene, let alone having to stay in there for such a long time. Yingying, are you all right? Bewitching asked with concern. Shangguan Yingying sat down and drank some water. Only then did her spirit recover a little. She nodded, but her expression was still filled with frustration and helplessness. I'm already fine. It's just that I failed this test. Bailey Hongzhuang held Shangguan Yingying's hand. It's no big deal if you fail. There will be chances in the future. The content of this test is really too abnormal. I didn't think so before, but after experiencing it, I only feel that it's really terrifying. Shangguan Yingying sighed. Seeing Shangguan Yingying quickly recover her previous vitality, Yizihua could not help but chuckle. No one has obtained the inheritance of the demon training tower for over 100 years. You have to get rid of the demon in your heart. This is already very abnormal. It's no big deal if you fail. I failed too. Shangguan Yingying smiled at Yizihua and said, Instructor Yi, are you comforting me with your own experience? Of course. Yizihua looked at Shangguan Yingying helplessly. If you weren't so depressed, I wouldn't have told you about my shameful past. It is precisely because of the difficulty of this trial that the inheritance of the demon refining tower is so precious. That is why the inheritor has such an extraordinary weight. Long Yanwei looked at Shangguan Yingying. Actually, it's not a big deal if you can't get rid of the inner demons. There are too many people in this world who can't get rid of it. However, cultivators who could break through the demonic barrier would definitely be able to go further. This was because they had the heart of a fearless powerhouse. Really? Shangguan Yingying looked at Long Yanwei expectantly. She saw that everyone had succeeded, so she also hoped that she could succeed. Now that she had failed, it was a huge blow to her. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Shangguan Yingying with a faint smile in her eyes. She had been a little sad when she saw that Shangguan Yingying had failed, but now, she found it very interesting when she saw Shangguan Yingying's innocent look. At their level, it was rare to see someone as simple-minded as Shangguan Yingying. It was very rare. Lord Long, Instructor Yi, thank you. Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with gratitude. She was not stupid and naturally knew that Long Yanwei and Yizihua were comforting her. When she had first found out that she had failed, she had indeed been very sad. However, after hearing everyone's comforting words, she felt much better. Everyone wanted to succeed, but there were very few who had actually succeeded. Furthermore, she knew very well that there was a large gap between her and Hongzhuang. Such an outcome was not unexpected. However, when all of this had really happened, she still felt a little sad in her heart. Seeing that Shangguan Yingying had returned to normal so quickly, Long Yanwei and Yizihua could not help but smile faintly. When they had first met Shangguan Yingying, they had already known that this girl's thoughts were extremely pure. At their level, it was very rare to see someone with such a pure mind. Thinking about it, she must have grown up under everyone's protection. Now that they had interacted with each other, they felt that it was very rare. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It won't be too late to try again when you feel that you can break through that evil barrier. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted Shangguan Yingying. One failure was nothing. There would be many opportunities in the future. Shangguan Yingying nodded slightly. I will work hard. I hope that I can succeed next time. However, this illusion is just too realistic. When I first entered, I thought that it was just an illusion and that there was nothing to be afraid of. However, after entering, I found that everything was out of my control. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. She had also experienced this point. This was the power of the devil training pagoda. If not for this, how could she have been bewitched with her intelligence? Indeed, there is no use in believing that this is an illusion. You must really overcome it. Otherwise, the illusion will use countless methods to make you believe that everything is real. This kind of challenge is too perverse. Shang Guanying muttered with a sigh. Even though she had already come out of the illusion, she still shuddered when she recalled the scenes that had happened before. Master, Ying has failed. What should we do? Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with helplessness. Now that they had finally found out about Bewitching's origins, both Master and Bewitching wanted to go to the D family in the upper realm as soon as possible. However, in order to ascend to the upper realm, one had to be at the Starlight realm. However, Shang Guanying had failed to ascend to the upper realm. With her current cultivation at the 7th level of the Purple Realm, it would take her quite some time to reach the Starlight Realm. If I want to go with them, I'm afraid I'll have to wait on Punlai Island for a while. Xiao Bai sighed. Originally, Shang Guanying's failure was not a big deal, but now that she was involved in this matter, it was very troublesome. White Lion nodded. But Bewitching hasn't seen his family for more than 20 years. Are we going to continue waiting? Hearing the discussion of the three beasties, Bailey Hongzhuang's mood was very complicated. She only hoped that Ying and Bewitching would succeed. This way, they would definitely become cultivators of the Starlight Realm. Unfortunately, Ying had already failed. No matter if Xiren succeeded or not, he would definitely be with Ying. Then what should she and Bewitching do? Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously glanced at Bewitching. With Bewitching's personality, he would definitely insist on staying and wait for Ying and Bewitching to set off together. Perhaps Xiaobai was right. Since they had already waited for so many years, waiting a little longer would not be a problem. After all, Xiren and Bewitching did not want the two of them to be alone on Punlai Island. Therefore, they definitely could not abandon Xiren and Bewitching. Fortunately, Xiren is still persevering. Hopefully, Xiren will succeed. Shang Guanying looked hopefully at the door of the breakthrough room, which was still tightly shut. When Xiren was currently inside, she had already failed. Xiren still had hope. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but look at the tightly closed door of the room. They only hoped that when Xiren would be able to persevere. Seeing this scene, Long Yanwei and Yizihua also felt a little emotional. Thinking back, they had also come here to try, but they did not succeed. Talking about this point, they could not compare to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. The surrounding cultivators had already known that there was no technique in this room when they saw Shang Guanying come out. Otherwise, with the experience of the three people, Shang Guanying would not have failed. After a few more hours, a series of noises suddenly came from the breakthrough room again. Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. If they didn't hear wrongly, this voice seemed to come from the room where Xiren was. Everyone couldn't help but frown when they heard the voice. It wasn't time yet. Could it be that Xiren also failed? Shang Guanying's expression was somewhat complicated. She knew how much Xiren cared about this challenge. In order to succeed, Xiren had worked extremely hard. Back then, when he failed to pass the blood refining tower, he had always remembered it in his heart. Therefore, he had always placed all his hopes on the demon refining tower. He only hoped that he could succeed this time. If Xiren were to fail again this time, the blow he would receive would definitely be greater than hers. This was definitely not a situation she wanted to see. However, no matter how unwilling Shang Guanying was, it still happened. The door to the room opened and Xiren's figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this, Shang Guanying immediately ran over. Her face was filled with worry and concern. She said, "Xiren, how are you?" When Xiren looked at Shang Guanying beside him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Ying? Yes, I'm here." Shang Guanying nodded. Xiren's expression changed a little. He understood that Ying had also failed. It seemed that he had underestimated the difficulty of this test. No wonder so many cultivators had failed. It was simply too difficult. It seemed that Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue were really three geniuses. After seeing that Xiren had also come out, Long Yanwei and Yizihua exchanged glances. In fact, they were also very curious about the results of Xiren and Shang Guanying. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's performance was too outstanding. If when Xiren and Shang Guanying could also do this, then they really couldn't help but sigh at the emergence of geniuses in batches. When did the cultivators of the outside world become so outstanding? Now it seemed that this wasn't the emergence of a batch of geniuses. It was just the appearance of a few extremely outstanding young people. Xiren, are you okay? Bewitching looked at Xiren, his handsome eyes filled with concern. After experiencing all this, he understood this feeling. After entering this challenge room, they would see the scene that they didn't want to see the most. Even if they knew that everything was fake after coming out, they would still feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. Xiren waved his hand. His mental state was clearly much better than when Shang Guanying first came out, but that trace of depression and sadness could not be concealed. He grew up with Bewitching since he was young, but he had never been able to beat Bewitching in so many years. Although he had long been used to it, this failure still made him feel a little uncomfortable. I'm fine. I'm just a little sad that I didn't succeed. Looking at Xiren's depressed appearance, Shang Guanying couldn't help but say, Xiren, one failure is no big deal. Life is full of opportunities. Just because you didn't succeed this time doesn't mean that you won't succeed next time. I'm with you. Next time, we'll try again together. Seeing that Shang Guanying used the comforting method that everyone used to comfort her so quickly, everyone felt that it was very funny. This Shang Guanying was really heartless. Not long ago, she was so depressed, but now she seemed to be completely fine. She wasn't affected at all. Xiren turned around and saw Shang Guanying's worried look. He immediately pulled himself together. No matter what, he didn't want Shang Guanying to worry about him. Ying, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I can still take this little blow. Hearing this, Shang Guanying couldn't help but smile. Xiren, I knew you would definitely pull yourself together. Of course. Xiren raised his eyebrows. It's just a blow. It's nothing. Hee hee. Shang Guanying also smiled. Let's try it together next time. Alright. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were originally very worried that Shang Guanying and Shang Guanying would not be able to take the blow. However, judging from their current situation, it seemed that they did not need any consolation at all. The two of them had completely recovered by themselves. Ying is really Xiren's medicine. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching next to her. She had noticed that Xiren's expression was very strange when he came out. Although Shang Guanying's expression was much better than Xiren's when she came out, she could see that Xiren had suffered a heavier blow than her. But now, with just a few words from Shang Guanying, when Xiren had already recovered. This kind of recovery was not an act, but a real one. This was not an ordinary kind of power. Bewitching had known Xiren for so many years and knew his character very well. Although he would feel disappointed if he failed the challenge, he was never one to give up easily. He would quickly pull himself together again. Furthermore, Shang Guanying was by his side. In front of the woman he loved the most, he would never allow himself to be dispirited. Hence, it was within his expectations that he would pull himself together so quickly. After all, the challenge of the Devil Training Tower was not that easy to pass. So many people present had not been able to pass the challenge, so his failure naturally did not count as much. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes could not help but soften. The relationship between the two of them is indeed very good. Although Xiren and Shang Guanying had always bickered with each other, after this period of interaction, he knew very well just how deep the relationship between the two of them was. This kind of love that they had for each other since they were young had seeped into every detail of their lives. At this moment, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and could not help but frown. Could it be that my wife feels that our relationship is not good enough? Or that my performance at night was not good enough? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. After understanding the meaning behind Bewitching's words, her cheeks quickly flushed red. She glared angrily at Bewitching. What nonsense are you spouting? Bewitching chuckled. My wife is not dissatisfied. Then I'm relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching's devilish smile and felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. She could only be bullied by this guy in terms of words. It seems that there is no technique involved in this challenge. Otherwise, Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying would not have failed. That may not be the case. Perhaps they did not really tell Xiren and Shang Guanying the technique. If that's the case, then even if we find a way to ask them, they won't tell us. The cultivators present sighed one after another. They had originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had the skills to clear the stage, and had only wanted to ask them for advice. However, judging from the current situation, it was clear that the situation was not as simple as they thought. Killing Qi Field, that was an extremely powerful inheritance. Once one obtained it, one's strength would definitely be different from before. Moreover, the rewards after passing this trial were also extremely shocking. In the past, it was fine if no one succeeded, but now that someone had succeeded and they didn't know how to do it, they were naturally very depressed. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest stood where they were, feeling the gazes of the crowd. They frowned as they listened to the discussions. "Let's go back first," Bailey Hongzhuang said. "All right." Wen Xiren nodded. There were so many people here that it was not a good place to talk. "Then we'll go back first. If you decide when to return to Punlai Palace, let us know and we'll go back together," Long Yanwei said slowly. According to his plan, they would be able to leave after Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying had finished clearing the stage. However, since they had not succeeded in clearing the stage, Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying would probably need some time to recover their emotions. They might as well not disturb them. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded. "All right." After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other four left, Mo Yunjue did not stay for long. Instead, he returned to the cultivation area to cultivate. "I didn't expect both of us to fail." How depressing, Wen Xiren couldn't help but sigh as soon as he entered the room. His expression was full of helplessness. Previously, in front of others, he still had some scruples. Now that there was only Bewitching and Shang Guanying, there was naturally no need to hide anything. "It's okay. Won't there be another chance in the future?" "Who knows, we might succeed next time," Bewitching said. Wen Xiren shrugged helplessly. "Although that's the case, this kind of demonic barrier isn't something that can be easily broken. If we can't break it now, we might not be able to break it in 10 or 20 years, or even in this lifetime." The inner demon barrier was only related to one state of mind. It had nothing to do with age or strength. Perhaps as they grew older and stronger, their obsession would become stronger and stronger. It would be even more difficult to break the inner demon barrier. If that wasn't the case, it wouldn't have remained unsolved for so many years. This proved that if everyone failed the first time, no matter how many times they tried, they still couldn't break it. What's more, seeing the scene that he didn't want to see the most wasn't a good feeling. "Don't worry. Take it slow. Maybe you'll be able to figure it out one day," Bailey Hongzhuang comforted gently. This kind of thing really couldn't be rushed. Only when one state of mind reached a certain level could they break it. The more anxious they were, the more obsessed they were, and the less likely it was to succeed. "That's right. Anyway, we're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Why rush?" Shang Guanying looked at Xiren and her eyes suddenly softened. "In my heart, you've always been the best. Even if you can't break through the inner demon barrier, what's so great about that?" Hearing Shang Guanying's words, Xiren couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the former in astonishment and even wondered if he had heard wrongly. In the next second, when Xiren suddenly rushed in front of Shang Guanying. He excitedly held Shang Guanying's hand, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. "Ying, did you just say that I'm the best in your heart?" Looking at Xiren's excited appearance, Shang Guanying's expression was a little stiff and even a little shy. Compared to such warm words of praise, she felt more comfortable scolding him on a daily basis. However, thinking about how Xiren had suffered a huge blow today, Shang Guanying nodded and said, "That's right." After receiving Shang Guanying's confirmation again, Xiren couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Ying, I've been with you for so long, and this is the first time you've spoken the truth." As soon as these words came out, Shang Guanying, Bewitching, and Bailey Hongzhuang were all stunned. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Shangguan suddenly felt that there was no need for her to comfort him. She rolled her eyes and said, "I was just lying to comfort you." However, Xiren didn't care at all. He smiled and shrugged, "Ying, you've already spoken the truth. I know everything you're saying now is just because you're shy. I understand." Shangguan looked at Xiren speechlessly. Her face was full of anger, but deep in her eyes, there was a deep smile. Inside the room. Bewitching, what are your plans now? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. Originally, after talking with Ao Lingxiao, they had already made a decision. However, the current situation was slightly different from what they had expected. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and immediately understood what she meant. He said, "Since Xiren and Ying have not successfully broken through to the Starlight Realm, then we can only wait here for them to break through before we go." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She had already guessed that Bewitching would make such a decision. Therefore, she did not find it strange. "Then we will wait here for a while." Bailey Hongzhuang replied. "You think so too?" Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to agree without saying anything. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and leaned on Bewitching's shoulder. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. "No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Actually, I have the same thoughts as you. Long ago, I had already guessed your decision. You have always been a righteous person. Xiren and Ying have done so much for us. Naturally, we cannot abandon them and leave." Bewitching nodded slightly and reached out to play with Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and boneless hand. "No one knows me better than Hongzhuang. Since so many years have passed since my birth, there is no need to be anxious. Now that I have some clues from Ao Lingxiao, although I feel that the possibility is very high, it is not necessarily so. After all, the world is so big and there are so many strange things. Anything can happen by coincidence." Bewitching's deep eyes were calm. So many years had passed, and he had seen a lot of things about his own life. It would be good if he could find his birth parents. However, if he could not, it would not become his regret. Now that he knew, it was just a matter of waiting a few days to meet them. It did not affect anything. On the contrary, Xiren was his brother for more than 20 years. Naturally, he would not ignore him. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "You are right. Actually, whether it is Xiren or Ying, their cultivation talent is very powerful. I think it will not take them too long to reach the Starlight Realm." "That's right. In this way, we can also wait until Ao Lingxiao reaches the Starlight Realm. Then, we can go to the Upper Realm together." Bewitching smiled faintly. "We don't know anything about that place. It's good to have one more acquaintance. If we have nothing to do tomorrow, let's return to Punlai Palace." Bailey Hongzhuang's dark eyes became deep. "We have been here for several months. It is time to go back and settle the score with Punlai Palace." Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. That was then, and this is now. Compared to the situation when they first arrived, their strength had greatly improved. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others packed their bags and set off to return to Punlai Palace. Long Yanwei and Yizihua walked in front, while the 5 of them followed behind. Steward Qin also came to send them off after knowing that they were leaving. "Come back to me when you have time in the future." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others nodded. Of course, of course. Master Long, Mentor Yi, you must come back to my place as a guest next time." Steward Qin looked at the 2 of them with envy and helplessness in his heart. Speaking of which, it was he who first met Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. It was also he who first discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang had such powerful medical skills. It was a pity that he failed to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang. Instead, he let Punlai Palace take advantage of it. Punlai Palace was the #1 force on Punlai Island. It was obviously impossible for him to compete with Punlai Palace. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 obtained the inheritance in the Demon Refining Tower. As a result, even Mo Yunjiu joined Punlai Palace. In comparison, Punlai Palace was the one with the most face. As the steward of the Demon Refining Tower, his heart was naturally very bitter. He didn't grasp the great opportunity. What a pity, it was really a pity. Thinking of this, Steward Qin couldn't help but think of the Golden Flame auction house. If the auction house wasn't unwilling to sell the Tears of Cold Flame to him, then it wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. However, he missed it. Now, even if he wanted to recruit them, there was no hope. After all, Punlai Palace could afford the conditions that he could give to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. What's more, Punlai Palace still had Master Long. It was because of him that Punlai Palace was able to recruit many outstanding talents that other forces couldn't recruit. After bidding farewell to Steward Qin, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others set off on their return journey. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to Punlai Palace, Chu Yunyao and her sister also received the news immediately. During this period of time, they had been very concerned about the movements of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. After all, after the last incident, they all knew very well that once Bailey Hongzhuang and the others came over, there would inevitably be a fight between them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others have returned. Chu Yunsheng looked at Chu Yunyao and said slowly. Chu Yunyao nodded. So be it. What's the big deal? Looking at Chu Yunyao's indifferent look, Chu Yunsheng couldn't help but frown. It is said that in addition to Bailey Hongzhuang, the cultivator who obtained the inheritance of the Demon Refining Tower is also their friend. This time, Master Long and Mentor Yi personally went to the Demon Refining Tower to recruit him. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang's team will be even stronger. If they take the initiative to provoke us, I will deal with them with you. If they don't come looking for trouble, don't take the initiative to look for trouble, and don't go out by yourself. We have to find an opportunity to completely solve this problem. Chu Yunsheng's face was a little dignified. Since knowing this news, she only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and others were really formidable. These fellows had only been in the Punlai Palace for a short period of time. It seemed that every once in a while, the strength of their team would increase a little. Moreover, the speed of their improvement was very terrifying. It seemed that as long as they were not careful, their strength would quietly surpass them. This is the Punlai Palace. I don't believe that they would dare to take the initiative to provoke me after only leaving for a few months. Chu Yunyao still didn't care. In her opinion, Chu Yunsheng was completely timid. Even a few guys who had just become inner disciples were afraid of her. It was a waste of her strength. Don't be self-righteous anymore. If you lose your life because of this, I'll see what you can do. Sister, I really don't understand. Why is it that the stronger you are now, the more timid you become? Chu Yunyao said with a chagrined expression. Isn't this all because of you? If I wasn't worried about you, why would I care about this? Chu Yunsheng rolled her eyes, feeling that Chu Yunyao was really insensible. You should restrain your temper for the time being. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to successfully break through to the Star Realm in these days. After I break through to the Star Realm, we will find a way to deal with them. Hearing this, although Chu Yunyao was unwilling, she could only agree, all right. In fact, in her opinion, there was no need for Chu Yunsheng to take action. She alone was enough. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was only at the 6th level of the Purple Realm at that time. Even if a few months had passed, how much could Bailey Hongzhuang's strength have improved? In the end, it was just that Chu Yunsheng was too nervous. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had just returned to Punlai Palace when Ren Ziheng and some others rushed over. After seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were safe and sound, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are all right. We were really worried to death before. Ren Zimei could not help but sigh. Since that incident, we have not seen any trace of you. If we did not receive the note you sent back, we would have thought, since Shangguan Yingying's accident, they knew in their hearts that it was Chu Yunyao's doing. Unfortunately, they could not find any evidence and did not know what to do. Later, Bewitching and Wen Ziren went out to look for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. They could not help much and were extremely nervous. Until now, they did not know how Bailey Hongzhuang and the others escaped from Chu Yunyao's hands. Fortunately, there were no problems in the end. Fortunately, you came back safe and sound, so we can rest assured. Ren Ziheng smiled faintly. Recently, you have really been in the limelight. I really did not expect you to be so powerful. You even succeeded in breaking through the demon training tower. We were just lucky, that's all. Di Beichen smiled. Chu Jinfeng waved his hand. If you were to be humble and say that you were lucky in other matters, then that would be fine. However, I have personally experienced the Demon Training Tower's test. That kind of abnormal degree is simply impossible for ordinary people to pass. The fact that you were able to pass proves that you are also abnormal. Hearing Chu Jinfeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. Senior Chu, are you praising us? Or are they indirectly scolding us? Chu Jinfeng chuckled. Actually, this is also considered a compliment. Because this inheritance is truly sick, it means that you guys are very strong. Jinfeng is right. Ren Zimei nodded. This inheritance hasn't appeared for over 100 years. You guys actually managed to obtain it. It's really an eye-opener. However, after hearing Ren Zimei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not pay attention to what she said. Hey, hey, hey. Xiren moved closer to Ren Zimei, his eyes full of ridicule. What did I just hear? What? Ren Zimei looked at Xiren suspiciously, her eyes filled with confusion. You just called Senior Chu Jinfeng? Did I hear wrongly? Looking at Ren Zimei's appearance, everyone was even more certain that there was something going on between her and Chu Jinfeng. In the next moment, everyone's gaze fell on Chu Jinfeng. When Xiren even asked, Senior Chu, is there a situation? Compared to Ren Zimei's reserved shyness, Chu Jinfeng was much more generous. He raised his eyebrows proudly. Of course, your senior sister Ren is now mine. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all widened their eyes. Although they had already expected such a result, Chu Jinfeng's words were very bold and unrestrained. After hearing these words, Ren Zimei's face was so red that it almost dripped blood. She immediately pushed Chu Jinfeng and said, What nonsense are you talking about? How am I talking nonsense? Chu Jinfeng's expression became serious. Zimei, I have liked you for many years. Now that you have finally accepted my feelings, I can't wait for the whole world to know. Ren Zimei, who was originally extremely embarrassed, heard Chu Jinfeng's serious confession, and the affection between her eyebrows became even stronger. The corners of her lips gradually rose into a smile. She had always known about Chu Jinfeng's feelings for her, but as she became stronger and stronger, her courage to give her true feelings became smaller and smaller. It was precisely because of this that she had never accepted him. It was not until she met Bailey Hongzhuang and the others that she saw them supporting each other that she felt that it was very beautiful and she yearned for it. It turned out that there were still such sincere feelings. Not everyone only valued their own interests. She also hoped that she could find her other half who treated her with such sincerity. Especially after Shang Guanying's disappearance, when she saw the anger and heartache on Xiren's face, her emotions became even stronger. Under the influence of such emotions, she gradually decided to accept Chu Jinfeng. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Chu Jinfeng and Ren Zimei, whose eyes were full of affection, and the smile in her eyes deepened. To be able to see that these two lovers had finally gotten married, they were also sincerely happy. Senior brother Ren, did Chu Yunyao come to find trouble with you while we were away? Beichen's eyes darkened slightly as he asked. Ren Ziheng waved his hand. Although Chu Yunyao likes to stir up trouble, since your incident, Chu Yunsheng seems to have restrained her a lot, so she didn't come to find trouble. In addition to the bounty issued by the Devil Training Pagoda, many cultivators want to take Chu Yunyao's head, so she doesn't dare to come out easily. During this period of time, she hasn't even left her house, and she doesn't even dare to go to the training grounds. At this point, Ren Ziheng couldn't help but admire Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Logically speaking, with Chu Yunyao's strength, it should be very easy to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and others. However, the situation was completely opposite. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were just newcomers who had just come to Punlai Island for less than a year, but they forced Chu Yunyao to a situation where she didn't even dare to go out. This was really not an ordinary situation. How do you know that Chu Yunsheng restrained her? Shang Guanying asked curiously. So that's how it is. Shang Guanying immediately understood. I saw that Chu Yunyao's lawless appearance, so there is still someone who can control her. Speaking of which, we still don't quite understand why you were taken away by Chu Yunyao. Ren Zimei couldn't help but say, if it was to take Hongzhuang, then I can understand, but to take you away for a Yunling fruit, I can't understand. Hearing this, Shang Guanying raised her eyebrows. Why is it understandable that she took Hongzhuang? Because Duan Huali likes Hong Shuang, but any woman who is liked by Duan Huali, Chu Yunyao will always dislike her. You guessed right. Shang Guanying gave Ren Zimei a thumbs up. In fact, Chu Yunyao's original intention was to deal with Hong Shuang, but that afternoon, Hong Shuang happened to be in seclusion, so I was the only one who went there. No wonder. Ren Zimei and Ren Ziheng looked at each other and immediately understood what was going on. Previously, they felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Chu Yunyao was famous for causing trouble in Punlai Palace, but she only targeted women, and these women all had one thing in common, which was that they were all liked by Duan Huali. With Duan Huali's playboy personality, any female cultivator with a little bit of beauty would inevitably be disturbed. Ren Zimei had also experienced such a thing in the past, but Duan Huali was just teasing her, so the matter was not very serious. Looking at your expressions, it seems that you know a lot of stories. Why don't you tell us? It's very interesting to talk about this. A smile appeared in Chu Jinfeng's eyes. This is a very famous love triangle. Love triangle? Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were slightly stunned. They had never heard of such a situation. Not bad. At that time, Duan Huali actually took a fancy to Chu Yunyao because she was also very beautiful. Chu Yunyao also had a good impression of Duan Huali. The two of them fell in love at first sight. However, they had just met each other a few times and had a good impression of each other. They spoke a few words, but they didn't even know each other's names. After that, Duan Huali went to the training ground. Who would have thought that he would meet Chu Yunsheng during the training? Duan Huali did not know that Chu Yunyao and Chu Yunsheng were twin sisters. He only thought that Chu Yunsheng was Chu Yunyao. When they were training together, he began to pursue her. After saving Chu Yunsheng once, Chu Yunsheng also had feelings for him. After Chu Yunsheng left the place of experience, she told Chu Yunyao that she already had someone she liked. It happened that Chu Yunyao also said that she had a sweetheart. The two sisters were very happy and planned to invite their sweethearts out to meet each other. Who would have thought that when they met, the situation would be awkward? Duan Huali didn't expect to see two people who looked exactly the same. Suddenly, he couldn't even tell who he liked. Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yunyao were naturally dumbfounded. They didn't expect it to turn out like this, and they were embarrassed. No? So interesting? Wen Ziren couldn't help but be speechless. This kind of thing was really hard to say. Speaking of which, it was impossible to say who was right and who was wrong. It's so interesting. Ren Zimei nodded. Just thinking about it, you can imagine how awkward the situation was at that time. Bailey Hongzhuang was speechless after knowing all this. She never thought that Duan Huali and Chu Yunyao would fall in love at first sight. Recalling Chu Yunyao's appearance before, it was obvious that she had deep feelings for Duan Huali. It was a pity that her rival turned out to be her own sister. In this way, this matter was really difficult to solve. How was this matter resolved later? Shang Guanying asked curiously. Now Duan Huali doesn't seem to be with anyone. At that time, the three of them were speechless when they understood what was going on. Chu Yunyao thought that Chu Yunsheng was a third party, and she was forcibly mixed in between her and Duan Huali. Chu Yunsheng also had true feelings for Duan Huali. After all, the two had experienced life and death in the experiential learning place. Duan Huali even saved her. Before she knew this, she had always put all her heart on Duan Huali. As for Duan Huali, he was even more dumbfounded. He had always liked the two sisters as one person. Who would have thought that they would suddenly be divided into two people? He didn't know what to do. Duan Huali should like Chu Yunsheng more. At this time, Bewitching, who had been silent, suddenly spoke out his opinion. As soon as this remark came out, Ren Zimei couldn't help but look at Bewitching in surprise. How do you know? Duan Huali fell in love with Chu Yunyao at first sight. This love at first sight was naturally based on appearance. Since Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yunyao look exactly the same, what's the difference? On the contrary, Duan Huali and Chu Yunsheng have been together for a while in the experiential learning place. This is a real feeling, so the weight in his heart must be Chu Yunsheng. After listening to Bewitching's analysis, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others nodded in agreement. You're right. At that time, Duan Huali gave this answer after thinking about it. After knowing this, Chu Yunsheng was very happy. After all, women always liked heroes who saved their lives. Moreover, Duan Huali was not weak, and his appearance was also outstanding. In this inner hall, there were many women who liked him. However, Chu Yunyao doesn't have such a good temper. This Chu Yunyao shouldn't be trying to mess up Chu Yunsheng and Duan Huali, right? Shang Guanying frowned and recalled Chu Yunyao's hysterical look when she talked about Duan Huali. She felt that Chu Yunyao was really likely to do such a thing. That's it. Chu Jinfeng sighed and nodded. To be honest, just based on this point, I am also very speechless about Chu Yunyao. In any case, Chu Yunsheng was also her sister. She actually completely regarded her as a rival in love. After knowing that Duan Huali liked Chu Yunsheng, Chu Yunyao couldn't accept this and directly made a fuss about it. It seemed that Chu Yunsheng was the third party and robbed her sweetheart. In this regard, Chu Yunsheng and Duan Huali were also very helpless. In the end, Chu Yunsheng still looked at Chu Yunyao as her sister and reluctantly separated from Duan Huali. Although Duan Huali was unwilling, he couldn't help it because Chu Yunsheng had made up her mind and Chu Yunyao was too crazy. After listening to all this, Bailey Hongzhuang and others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They really didn't expect that there was such a past between Duan Huali and Chu Yunsheng. It was really beyond their expectations. It seems that Duan Huali's current appearance has a lot to do with Chu Yunyao. Wen Xiren sighed. Recalling the playboy attitude when they saw Duan Huali before, it was hard to imagine that he had such a serious past. In fact, anyone who meets a woman like Chu Yunyao is very sad. She knows that her sister and Duan Huali have a deep relationship, but because of her own selfishness, she forcibly separated the two of them. Over the years, no matter who Duan Huali likes, Chu Yunyao will inevitably find trouble. If it was someone else, Duan Huali would have already taught them a lesson. The reason why he has been indulging Chu Yunyao is actually for Chu Yunsheng's sake. You say, if you just fell in love with a woman, and the woman died, what kind of feeling would you have? Now Duan Huali is just playing, and there is no real feelings. Chu Jinfeng shrugged. Although he was not very optimistic about Duan Huali's usual style, he still sympathized with Duan Huali in this matter. It seems that Duan Huali still has feelings for Chu Yunsheng. Shang Guanying said in surprise. Ren Zime nodded. It should be like this, otherwise Duan Huali would not still indulge Chu Yunyao. When Chu Yunyao kidnapped me last time, what she said was a completely different version. She said that Duan Huali had deep feelings for her, but they were not together because of a freak combination of factors. I said that with Duan Huali's temper, if he really liked her, how could he be with someone else? Shang Guanying curled her lips. She was very disdainful of Chu Yunyao's style. At this moment, after knowing all this, she was even more unable to understand. Until now, Chu Yunyao has always regarded Chu Yunsheng as a third party, thinking that she was the one who obstructed the feelings between her and Duan Huali. Speaking of which, I admire Chu Yunsheng very much. Although they are sisters, they are actually the same age, but she has always been extremely tolerant of Chu Yunyao, which is completely opposite to Chu Yunyao's selfishness. At this time, Rens couldn't help but say. Hearing the words, Bailey Hongzhuang's, it seems that Chu Yunsheng is still very good to her sister. For her sister, she even gave up the man she liked. However, with such a sister, it will be difficult for her to live a peaceful life. That's why I said that Chu Yunyao is a weirdo. When I heard that you had a conflict with her, I already felt that it was very troublesome. Chu Jinfeng said. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. There is nothing to worry about now. We don't have to be afraid of her. In just a few months, their strength has changed a lot from before. If they meet Chu Yunyao again, they don't have to worry. Because even if Chu Yunyao broke through during this period of time, she was only in the first order of star radiance. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was the same as hers, so there was no need to be afraid. If she didn't break through, then Bailey Hongzhuang would completely beat her. Bailey Hongzhuang's black phoenix eyes flashed with a bright light, and her beautiful face was covered with a layer of coldness. As early as when she left, she had already made up her mind that when she returned, she would definitely get back at Chu Yunyao for the humiliation they had suffered. For Shang Guanying, and for herself, hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ren Zime and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to be so domineering. In their opinion, even if Bailey Hongshuang and the others had obtained the inheritance of the demon training tower, their cultivation would not be a match for Chu Yunyao. However, now that Bailey Hongshuang had opened her mouth, she actually wanted to take the initiative to find trouble with Chu Yunyao. This was beyond their expectations. Hongshuang, you have to think carefully. Once you go, it won't be just Chu Yunyao alone. Her sister Chu Yunsheng and He Yunjun will also be there. Chu Yunyao is already at the 9th level of the Purple Realm, and Chu Yunsheng and He Yunjun are even stronger than Chu Yunyao. Even if your strength has improved, I'm afraid you won't be a match for them. Ren Zimei's face was filled with anxiety. Now that she finally saw Bailey Hongshuang and the others return safely, she didn't want anything to happen to them as soon as they came back. Hearing Ren Zimei's words of concern, Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. After exchanging a look with Bewitching and the others, she said with a smile, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Nothing will happen. Leave this matter to us. You guys just watch from the back." Bewitching also said slowly. Ren Ziheng and the others wanted to persuade a little more, but seeing that Bewitching also said such words, they must have thought about all this before coming back. Although they didn't know what happened after Chu Yunyao took Shangguan Yingying away, they knew that with Chu Yunyao's character, she would not treat Shangguan Yingying well. They were afraid that Shangguan Yingying suffered a lot in her hands. Judging from the strong feelings between Bailey Hongshuang and others, Shangguan Yingying had suffered such a big loss in Chu Yunyao's hands. They would definitely not let Chu Yunyao go easily. "Since you've already made your decision, we won't stop you," Ren Ziheng said. "Big brother?" Ren Zimei frowned as she looked at Ren Ziheng. She didn't think that Ren Ziheng would agree to let Bailey Hongshuang and the others go. The danger was too great. Ren Ziheng pulled Ren Zimei back and shook his head. Beichen and the others are not reckless people. Since they have decided to do this, they must have already made up their minds. Even if you try to persuade them, it will be useless. Ziheng is right. Chu Jingfeng couldn't help but say, "Have you forgotten the appearance of junior brother when junior sister Shangguan had an accident last time? Some things can be tolerated, but some things can't be tolerated." He also agreed with the approach of Bailey Hongshuang and others. After all, Chu Yunyao's previous behavior was too much. If they didn't get back at her, no one would be able to stand it. What's more, he also believed that Bailey Hongshuang and others should have a certain degree of confidence in doing so. The inheritance of the murderous aura should be very powerful. Even if they were not opponents, at least they could deal with them for a while. Bailey Hongshuang and her party didn't even go back to their residence, but went directly to Chu Yunyao's residence. Now they were already in the limelight of Punlai Palace. When they first came to Punlai Palace, some cultivators didn't know enough about them. But now, as the effect of this healing medicine was completely spread, everyone's impression of Bailey Hongshuang became very deep. After all, this kind of healing medicine had helped them a lot, so everyone admired Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills very much and had a certain good impression of her. At this moment, after seeing Bailey Hongshuang and others coming back, almost everyone's eyes were attracted by them. Bailey Hongshuang and others are back. Look at the man in black beside them. He must be the cultivator that Master Long and Mentor Yi went to recruit this time. It should be like this. This time Bailey Hongshuang and others are really famous. The murderous aura is an extremely powerful inheritance. I have only heard of it, but I haven't seen it until now. I hope I have the opportunity to really see it. But Bailey Hongshuang and others don't seem to be going to their residence now. Where are they going? Some cultivators suddenly found that the destination of Bailey Hongshuang and her party was a little strange, and they suddenly spoke out in surprise. Among the crowd, there were many cultivators who knew the grievances between Bailey Hongshuang and Chu Yunyao. They immediately said, "Maybe they are going to find Chu Yunyao. Didn't they have a conflict with Chu Yunyao before they left?" After such a reminder, everyone understood. They thought secretly in their hearts. They didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang and her party to be so aggressive to find trouble with Chu Yunyao. It was really beyond everyone's expectations. After all, if it was a normal day, this was usually done by Chu Yunyao. Bailey Hongshuang and her party walked very quickly, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at Chu Yunyao's residence. Looking at the closed door, Bailey Hongshuang said directly, "Chu Yunyao, get out here." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. No one had expected Bailey Hongzhuang to be so domineering the moment she opened her mouth. It was completely different from what they had imagined. She was simply here to clamor. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bewitching and a few others were also standing beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Their gazes were cold as they stared at the tightly shut door. Their faces were similarly filled with arrogance and indifference. That condescending look was filled with provocation. Chu Yunyao was cultivating in her room. Chu Yunshang had told her to cultivate in peace and not to find trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang and others. Although she was a little unhappy, she could only wait. After all, she still had to listen to her sister's words. It was just that she didn't expect that while she was still cultivating, Bailey Hongzhuang and her party dared to take the initiative to come to her door. This sentence made her so angry that her veins stood out. The next moment, Chu Yunyao stood up directly. Her face was full of anger, and her eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames at any time. This damn Bailey Hongzhuang, it's good that I let her go and didn't take the initiative to find trouble with her. She even dared to take the initiative to provoke me. She's courting death. Chu Yunyao cursed angrily. I'm going out to teach her a lesson. Chu Yunyao's face was gloomy, and her eyes were full of coldness. The last time she ran away, it was her luck. This time, I must make her regret appearing in front of me again. Looking at Chu Yunyao's angry appearance, Chu Yunshang couldn't help but take her hand and said in a deep voice, Yunyao, don't be too impulsive. It's not a matter of whether I'm impulsive or not. Now they have come to the door. Chu Yunyao's voice was mixed with anger, and her face became ferocious and ugly. It's because they have come to the door that we can't be impulsive. They must have something to rely on. If you go out directly, won't you fall into their trap? But if I don't go out, will I be a coward here and be insulted by them? Chu Yunyao was going crazy. During this time, because of the reward order, she had been trapped here and did not dare to go out. She was afraid that she would be attacked inexplicably. It was because of such a move that she was almost crowned by everyone as a coward. She also knew that she had offended a lot of people on weekdays, so once this kind of thing happened, there would be more people who would laugh at her, which was the most unbearable thing for her. However, now Bailey Hongzhuang took the initiative to provoke her. If she didn't go out, she would really have no face to see people in the future. Chu Yunshang's face was also very ugly. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and others would take the initiative to provoke her, which was completely beyond her expectations. For a while, she actually didn't know what to do. You should know that this time, Master Long and Mentor especially went to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang's friends. Now the recruitment is successful. I think Master Long and Mentor also remember Bailey Hongzhuang's kindness. Maybe now Bailey Hongzhuang is relying on Master Long and Mentor to come and clamor. In this case, we will always be at a disadvantage if we go out. Chu Yunshang's eyes were full of thinking. In her view, Bailey Hongzhuang and others had such courage. After all, there was a certain reason. If they didn't figure out the reason and went out rashly, they would definitely suffer. I don't believe that Master Long and Mentor can protect them so blatantly. Chu Yunyao said with dissatisfaction. You're wrong. Chu Yunshang shook her head. Don't you remember what happened in the outer hall? Master Long is obviously on their side. Since we are staying in Punlai Palace, we can't be enemies with Master Long. There is absolutely no benefit for us. What should we do now? Chu Yunyao's brows were tightly knitted together, and her face was extremely dark. She had been in Punlai Palace for such a long time, and she had never been so aggrieved. Let's deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Let's see how things go first, Chu Yunshang said thoughtfully. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Chu Yunyao did not come out, the corners of her mouth could not help but slowly curl up into a playful smile. Her red lips opened slightly, and the clamor rang out again. Chu Yunyao, you coward, don't tell me you don't dare to come out? Shang Guanying and the others chuckled when they heard that. Haha, I didn't expect Chu Yunyao to become so timid after not seeing her for a while. What should we do? Why don't we just let him go? Shang Guanying chuckled, her words full of sarcasm and contempt. She clearly remembered how Chu Yunyao treated her at the beginning. Now she finally had a chance to retaliate against Chu Yunyao. Naturally, she would not be polite. The onlookers saw that after Bailey Hongzhuang and others said such harsh words, Chu Yunyao still stayed in the room without any movement. Their faces were also filled with surprise. Chu Yunyao hasn't come out yet. It's really not in line with her usual style. She shouldn't really be afraid of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, right? Now that Bailey Hongzhuang's people have obtained the inheritance of the Devil Training Pagoda, their strength is not what it used to be. This time, Chu Yunyao's face is lost, but she deserves it. With her usual style, there are many people who hate her. Now seeing her in such a situation, I only feel very happy. Damn it. Chu Yunyao stomped her feet angrily, her face was ferocious to the extreme, and the burning anger in her eyes almost burned her out. No. I can't stand to let them continue to ridicule and insult me like this. Chu Xianxia Chu Yunyao, I have been in Punlai Palace for so long, and I have never suffered such humiliation. Even if Lord Long and others are outside, I can't continue to endure like this. Otherwise, how can I face people in the future? I must teach them a good lesson today and let them die in my hands. Chu Yunyao's hands clenched into fists, and her chest was full of anger. She regretted that she didn't kill Shang Guanying and Bailey Hongzhuang directly at the beginning, so as to cause the current trouble. Yunyao, Chu Yunshang was a little helpless. She didn't expect things to get to this point. Bailey Hongzhuang and others were just newcomers. They were so arrogant, which was completely different from the style of ordinary cultivators. However, Chu Yunyao ignored Chu Yunshang's words and rushed out of the house. Just when Bailey Hongzhuang and others thought that Chu Yunyao would not come out today anyway, the closed door suddenly opened, and then Chu Yunyao's figure appeared in their sight. Bailey Hongzhuang, are you looking for death? As soon as she came out, Chu Yunyao's eyes locked on Bailey Hongzhuang and roared loudly. In the face of Chu Yunyao's roar, Bailey Hongzhuang did not mind. The smile on her lips was still brilliant, and her bright face was beautiful unparalleled. Chu Yunyao, you finally came out. I thought you were going to stay in the house and didn't dare to come out to meet people. Don't do this. Why don't I dare to come out? Yours, Lord Long's USU. Don't want to protect lords. If you want to rely on Master Long and the others to protect you, you better be careful. If Master Long and the others aren't by your side, your little life can be lost at any time. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, do you think everyone is like you? You only know how to bully others? Open your dog eyes and look carefully. There are only a few of us here. Don't get Lord Long involved. Shang Guanying said. Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and others in front of her and secretly cursed in her heart, are these people out of their minds? Since Master Long and Mentori are not here, they dare to come to her for trouble. This is tantamount to courting death. Is it possible that Master Long and others are in other places, and Bailey Hongzhuang and others want to force her to do it first? Chu Yunyao was secretly puzzled. For a while, she didn't dare to do anything. She always felt that the situation in front of her was a little strange. Maybe Bailey Hongzhuang and others had set up a trap and waited for her to jump in. After Chu Yunyao came out, Chu Yunshang also came out. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Chu Yunshang. After a careful look, she found that the appearance of the two sisters was really similar. If she didn't speak, she really couldn't tell whether it was Chu Yunyao or Chu Yunshang. Originally, she was very disgusted with the two sisters, but when she learned about the past of Chu Yunshang from Ren Ziheng and others, her impression of Chu Yunshang was much better. Not to mention Chu Yunshang's character, at least she was full of affection for her sister, which was undoubtedly much better than Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao, you should have seen clearly now that Master Long and others are not here at all. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Chu Yunyao frowned and subconsciously looked at Chu Yunshang. Although she did not see Master Long, she always felt that since Bailey Hongzhuang and others were here, things would not be so simple. Bailey Hongzhuang, what do you want to do? Chu Yunshang's eyes were cold. She thought that after a while, she would find a way to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and others. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and others would be so fast. As soon as they returned to Punlai Palace, they had already come to trouble them, which was really beyond her expectations. What do I want to do? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, but the curve of her lips was a little colder. It's very simple. If there is a grudge, an eye for an eye. Chu Yunyao, Chu Yunsheng, last time you two sisters joined forces to kidnap Ying. If we hadn't successfully rescued Ying, she would have died in your hands now. This time, we will make you pay the price. Xiren's eyes were burning with anger. Even though this matter had passed for several months, Shangguan Ying's injury had been imprinted in his heart. Even now, he could not forget how pale and weak Shangguan Ying looked when he first saw her. Since young, Shangguan Ying had always lived a life of luxury and had never suffered any hardships. He was determined to protect Shangguan Ying. But this time, he did not expect Shangguan Ying to suffer such humiliation. If he did not take revenge, he would not be able to vent his anger. With Xiren's voice falling, the crowd was in an uproar, and the eyes looking at Chu Yunyao and Chu Yunyao suddenly changed a little. I didn't expect that Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yunyao really took Shangguan Ying away. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang and others came back to clamor. Bailey Hongzhuang and others are also very powerful. At that time, they were able to save Shangguan Ying from their hands. This is very amazing. As the conflict between Bailey Hongzhuang and the others gradually escalated, the cultivators of Punlai Palace also rushed over. There were not many situations where such a big commotion was caused in the inner hall. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were currently in the limelight. Everyone wanted to know how much progress they had made after obtaining the inheritance of the demon training pagoda. They did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would give them a chance to observe as soon as they returned. Naturally, no one was willing to miss it. You want me to pay the price with just you? Chu Yunyao sneered, her eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. You don't even know how much you are worth. You should be thanking the heavens if I don't go looking for trouble with you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also sneered, every dog has its day. We were indeed no match for you last time, but that doesn't mean that we're still no match for you now. Bailey Hongzhuang, I know that you have obtained the inheritance of the demon training pagoda and your strength has improved. However, if it is just because of this that your morale has greatly increased, it would be a bit too laughable. Chu Yunyao looked coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang as the corners of her lips curled into a sneer. Do you think that the gap in strength is so easy to cross? So what if your cultivation is about the same as mine? You are no match for me. Chu Yunyao, I find that your ability to deceive yourself is very good. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Under the sunlight, her beautiful face was extremely beautiful. Back then, your cultivation was 3 levels higher than mine, and I was able to contend with you. Now that my strength has greatly improved, you still want to be my opponent? Don't you know if you are worthy? I'm here today to take your life. At this point, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice suddenly surged with a strong killing intent. This kind of killing intent came from all directions, bringing with it a dense chill that made people shudder. When everyone felt the killing intent emitted by Bailey Hongzhuang, they couldn't help but shiver. They all looked at her in astonishment. They never thought that the killing intent she emitted would be so terrifying. Under this murderous aura, everyone felt their minds being affected. They couldn't help but think of the things they were most afraid of. Chu Yunyao felt the murderous aura released by Bailey Hongzhuang the most. She immediately looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with horror. This kind of murderous aura was the most she had ever felt in her entire life. A chill seemed to rise from the soles of her feet. She was enveloped in the murderous aura. It was as if she saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. Chu Yunyao couldn't help trembling. She stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze and tried to restrain her body, not wanting to show such a timid look. Unfortunately, she had never faced such a murderous aura before and had no resistance to it. Even if she tried her best to control it, she was still affected by it. Murderous aura, this is the unique murderous aura of the demon refining tower. Among the cultivators present, there was no lack of people who could recognize this murderous aura. The demon refining tower had always been most famous for this murderous aura. As long as they fought in the arena, after winning the battle, the murderous aura in their bodies would increase. As the murderous aura gradually thickened, it became a fighting method for the cultivators of the demon refining tower. After Chu Yunsheng noticed this scene, her face suddenly changed. Even with her cultivation base, she felt a sense of horror in the murderous aura of Bailey Hongzhuang. It was just that the killing intent could affect a person's heart. This kind of power was truly terrifying. This was also the first time Shang Guanying and the others had seen Bailey Hongzhuang release such a terrifying killing intent. They couldn't help but be shocked. I never thought that the killing intent released by junior sister Bailey would be so powerful. It's truly amazing. Ren Ziheng couldn't help but sigh, because you guys have stayed in the demon refining tower for so long, the killing intent released must be so terrifying. Hearing this, Wen Xiren shook his head and said, although fighting in the demonic tower can increase one's murderous aura, the murderous aura is not as strong as this. I believe that the murderous aura that Hong Zhuang is releasing is related to the inheritance of the demonic tower. Previously, he had also seen Bailey Hongzhuang's battle in the arena, and it was obvious that he was unable to reach such a level. In this way, other than the explanation of the inheritance obtained from the demon refining tower, there was no other possibility. So that's how it is. Chu Jinfeng immediately understood, although Hong Zhuang only casually released a trace of killing intent, this killing intent is truly terrifying. It seems that the inheritance of the demon refining tower is truly worthy of its reputation. I really want to see what it looks like. Shang Guanying smiled slightly. If you're lucky, you might be able to see it later. Chu Yunyao was in a state of shock for a short period of time, and couldn't help but be affected by Bailey Hongzhuang's killing intent. She was confused for a moment, but she quickly reacted, and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of anger. Bailey Hongzhuang, stop pretending to be mysterious. If you really want to fight, then I'll accompany you to the end. Last time, you were lucky to have escaped. This time, you actually took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. I will definitely not let you have the chance to go back. Chu Yunyao's eyes were as sharp as a knife. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang as if she wanted to tear her into pieces. She would never allow Duan Huali to fall in love with another woman, so Bailey Hongzhuang had to die. This time, it's not you who wants me dead, it's me who wants you dead. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Di Beichen and Mo Yunjiwei quietly stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang. They were very clear that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was no longer the same as before. To deal with Chu Yunyao, Bailey Hongzhuang only needed Bailey Hongzhuang to take action herself. Last time, Chu Yunyao had kidnapped Shang Guanying. Bailey Hongzhuang had always felt very guilty. She only wanted to personally avenge Shang Guanying. In this regard, they naturally had to fulfill Bailey Hongzhuang's wish. Therefore, they had already decided that as long as Bailey Hongzhuang could solve it, they would not interfere, unless Chu Yunyao found help. What arrogance! Chu Yunyao chuckled, don't think that you are so great just because you have obtained an inheritance. Don't regret your actions when you reach the netherworld. You think too much. Bailey Hongzhuang said lightly. Shang Guanying looked at the very proud Chu Yunyao. The situation at that time also appeared in her mind. Chu Yunyao, you are so selfish. It is also a good thing that you die. In this way, Duan Huali does not have to live in your shadow. Serves you right that Duan Huali liked your sister back then. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't like you. But as Shang Guanying's voice fell, Chu Yunyao's face suddenly turned ugly to the extreme. She looked at Shang Guanying with her teeth bared and her eyes bloodshot. She shouted angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Chu Yunsheng obviously did not expect that Shang Guanying would also dig up the past. To be honest, it was also an unforgettable past for her. Now she only hoped that this matter could gradually fade away. It was a pity that Chu Yunyao had been deeply involved in it and could not extricate herself from the beginning to the end. She also felt extremely helpless. Now that Shang Guanying said this in front of everyone, she couldn't help but feel as awkward as before. How am I talking nonsense? Shang Guanying curled her lips and said righteously, not to mention me, even if it's anyone present, they will think that this matter is completely because of your own selfishness that you broke up your sister and Duan Huali. I didn't expect that you still don't repent after so long. Instead, you think that your sister is the third party. It's really hopeless. I knew him first. It's me. It's me. Chu Yunyao emphasized. However, Shang Guanying didn't care. Do you think love is buying things? What's first come, first served, if I were you, I would have left obediently. But you have to come between your sister and Duan Huali and disturb this relationship. Why not first come, first served? If it weren't for her interference, I would have been with Duan Huali long ago. How could it become like this now? Chu Yunyao's face was gloomy, and her eyes were full of killing intent when she looked at Shang Guanying. Obviously, Shang Guanying's words had deeply stimulated her, which made her unable to accept it at all. You're really stubborn. It's really bad luck for your sister to have a sister like you. Shang Guanying was completely helpless. When she was taken away last time, she already knew how persistent Chu Yunyao was about this matter. However, after knowing the grievances, she felt that the problem was all because of Chu Yunyao. Everyone wanted to see the lovers get married in the end. However, Chu Yunyao liked to break up Mandarin ducks. She felt very unhappy when she saw it. Although Duan Huali and Chu Yunsheng were not good people, she still sympathized with them on this point. Unfortunately, with Chu Yunyao between them, they would never be together in this life. At this moment, the cultivators present naturally recalled the sensational love triangle back then. Until now, there were still people talking about it enthusiastically. It was only after seeing Chu Yunyao's attitude towards this matter that everyone was shocked to realize that Chu Yunyao had not given up after such a long time. I finally understand why Chu Yunyao is looking for trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang. It must be that Duan Huali has taken a fancy to Bailey Hongzhuang this time, so things have become like this. Well, from the looks of it, Bailey Hongzhuang is quite unlucky. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength is good. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have died silently in the hands of Chu Yunyao. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Chu Yunyao's persistence in this matter also made them feel terrible. Feeling the strange eyes of the crowd, Chu Yunyao also frowned, and her eyes burned with anger. Shang Guanying, if you talk nonsense again, I will kill you. The elemental energy in Chu Yunyao's body burst out, and the aura of the 9th level of the Purple Realm was fully revealed. Her speed was very fast, and the moment she finished speaking, she attacked directly. When Shang Guanying saw Chu Yunyao suddenly attacking her, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. However, just as Chu Yunyao was about to attack Shang Guanying, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly blocked her. Your opponent now is me. Bailey Hongzhuang said lightly. Chu Yunyao was already very unhappy when she didn't succeed in one blow. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her, she was also angry. Since you like to find trouble, then I will fulfill your wish. As soon as her voice fell, Chu Yunyao released the pressure of the 9th level of the Purple Realm, and without hesitation, crushed Bailey Hongzhuang. After everyone felt Chu Yunyao's strength, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They heard that Chu Yunyao's character was very annoying, but they had to admit that her strength was also very outstanding in this inner hall. The strength of the 9th level of the Purple Realm was not easy to reach. Everyone had to be a little wary of cultivators with such cultivation. In contrast, Bailey Hongzhuang was so young and had just joined the Punlai Palace. Even with the existence of the inheritance of the Demon Training Tower, everyone still thought that the possibility of Bailey Hongzhuang winning was very small. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Perhaps this was the case, she was young and impulsive after all. She couldn't bear some humiliation. As soon as she came back, she directly came to take revenge. In their opinion, with Bailey Hongzhuang's potential, as long as they waited for a while, she would be able to defeat Chu Yunyao sooner or later. Seeing Chu Yunyao directly releasing her pressure as soon as she made a move, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sneer, it's the same old trick again, but it's no longer useful to me. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand, and the pressure released by Chu Yunyao directly dissipated into nothingness. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. They stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang, their faces filled with disbelief. Chu Yunyao was also dumbfounded. She couldn't react for a while. Obviously, she couldn't believe that the pressure she released was so easily resolved by Bailey Hongzhuang. That was the aura of a 9th level Purple Realm cultivator. When she had released this aura a few months ago, even Bailey Hongzhuang had a hard time resisting it. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had increased, it was still impossible for her to completely ignore it. I never thought that I would underestimate you. Chu Yunyao's face was gloomy, and her voice was a bit heavy. She was secretly wondering what realm Bailey Hongzhuang had reached now. In fact, although she had been stubborn before, she knew in her heart that Bailey Hongzhuang's potential was indeed very shocking. At that time, her cultivation was 3 levels lower than hers, but she was able to rely on the inheritance of the blood chi field to contend against her. If it weren't for her cultivation being strong enough, she really wouldn't have the confidence to defeat Bailey Hongzhuang. Could it be that the inheritance of the demon refining pagoda had allowed Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation to increase again? If that was the case, then she really had to be careful. However, when Chu Yunyao turned her head and saw Chu Yunsheng behind her, her heart immediately calmed down. After all, she wasn't alone. You didn't underestimate me, you overestimated yourself. Now, I'll let you see what real pressure looks like. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Chu Yunyao couldn't react for a while. She didn't understand the meaning of these words, but soon Bailey Hongzhuang had already used actions to make her understand. Because Bailey Hongzhuang directly released her pressure, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted, directly enveloping Chu Yunyao in front of her. Chu Yunyao didn't care at first, but after Bailey Hongzhuang's pressure was released, she only felt her whole body sink, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing on her body, making it difficult for her to move. Chu Yunyao raised her eyes in shock and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her in disbelief. Her whole person seemed to have been hit hard, and she said in a daze, "Star Realm?" The surrounding cultivators were also affected by this pressure and immediately retreated. This feeling of being pressured by Mount Tai was not a comfortable one. How is it possible? It's only been a few months. How can you break through to the Star Realm? Chu Yunyao kept questioning. Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough in strength really hit her too hard. She never expected that Bailey Hongzhuang could break through to the Star Realm. Star Realm was completely different from the 9th level of the Purple Realm. Although it was only a slight difference, the pressure released by Bailey Hongzhuang at this moment suppressed her deeply, making it difficult for her to move. Chu Yunsheng also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. During this period of time, she had been trying to break through from the 9th level of the Purple Realm to the Star Realm. Unfortunately, the bottleneck of the Star Realm was too difficult to break through. If there was no certain opportunity, it would be impossible to succeed. She had worked very hard, but there was still a slight difference. She wanted to take advantage of this period of time to successfully break through and then deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and others. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and others had broken through earlier than her. How could this not surprise her? It was not an easy thing to break through to the Starry Sky Realm. Bailey Hongzhuang was only at the 6th level of the Purple Forbidden Realm before, but in a few months she was promoted to the Starry Sky Realm. This speed of promotion was too shocking. You can't break through, but it doesn't mean that I can't break through. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Chu Yunyao jokingly. Before I left last time, I said that when I came back, I would get it back from you with interest. Now it's time for me to get it back. It was not until this moment that a feeling of fear rose in Chu Yunyao's heart. She couldn't deal with the cultivators of the Star Realm. Not only her, even if Chu Yunsheng and she joined forces, they would not be Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent. Ran Ziheng and others were also dumbfounded at this moment. They only felt that the image of Bailey Hongzhuang in front of them was so tall. Oh my God. Chu Jinfeng sighed. Junior sister Bailey is too abnormal. When I first met her, her cultivation was so much weaker than mine. How could it be that in just a few months, she has surpassed me by so much? For everyone, the Star Realm has always been a gap that is difficult to cross. I didn't expect junior sister Bailey to cross it so easily. It's really amazing. After Bailey Hongzhuang displayed the strength of the Starlight Realm, she was in the limelight for a while. Although there were many experts in the Punlai Inner Palace, there were very few cultivators who could break through to the Starlight Realm. This was because there was an insurmountable gap between the 9th level of the Purple Realm and the Starlight Realm. Once crossed, the strength would no longer be the same as before. However, the vast majority of cultivators would stop at the 9th level of the Purple Realm. Needless to say, everyone clearly knew that the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation could increase so quickly was definitely related to the Demon Training Tower. At this moment, everyone also understood why the inheritance of the Demon Training Tower could make everyone scramble for it. It was because it could allow people to directly break through the bottleneck that they could not break through normally. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze could not help but fall on Bewitching and Mo Yunjue. Since Bailey Hongzhuang could break through to the Starlight Realm, did that mean that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had also become Shiman Qing's cultivators? If that was the case, then the strength of their team was a bit too terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang completely ignored Chu Yunyao and went forward to slap Chu Yunyao's face. Suddenly being humiliated like this, Chu Yunyao raised her head in anger. Her heart was burning with rage, as if she wanted to swallow Bailey Hongzhuang alive. However, facing Chu Yunyao's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang was unmoved. I'm returning this slap to you on behalf of Yingying. Chu Yunyao was slightly stunned. She immediately remembered that when she kidnapped Shangguan Yingying, she had indeed slapped Shangguan Yingying many times. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud slap rang out again. Pa! Bailey Hongzhuang's slap was very heavy. With just one slap, Chu Yunyao's face was swollen. I said that I would take it back with interest. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a faint smile. Her originally pure and charming face was even more outstanding and charming, but it only added a hint of devilish charm. How many slaps did you give Yingying? Back then? I'll make you pay back double. Pa. Pa pa pa. Bailey Hongzhuang's hands were as fast as lightning. In a short time, she had already slapped Chu Yunyao's face dozens of times. When everyone saw Chu Yunyao's face again, her face was no longer the same as before. It was completely swollen like a pig's head, making it impossible to distinguish. Bailey Hongzhuang, you've gone too far. Chu Yunyao shouted, but because Bailey Hongzhuang beat her into a pig head, her words were a little vague at the moment, and finally her teeth were loose. She was about to go crazy. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she could only be humiliated by Paris Hongzhuang. No matter how hard she tried to break free from Bailey Hongzhuang's grip, the latter's hands were as hard as a rock and she could not move at all. This feeling simply made her collapse. I'm going too far? Compared with you, I'm nothing. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. After seeing this scene, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but rush over. Her face became very ugly, but she also knew that she was not Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent. She could only say, Bailey Hongzhuang, Yunyao has become like this now. You have already vented your anger. Why don't you let it go? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Chu Yunshang. Let it go? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Listening to Chu Yunshang's words, Bailey Hongzhuang sneered in her heart. Every time Chu Yunyao appeared, she clamored to take their lives. Now it was just a few dozen slaps, and she said that she had been taught a lesson. If she wanted to teach Chu Yunyao a lesson, it would not be so simple. I'm just helping Yingying get back the interest now. It's up to my Yingying whether to let it go or not. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled slightly, and her eyes turned to Shangguan Yingying behind her. Shangguan Yingying was insulted and tortured by Chu Yunyao because of her, so she came here this time to let Shangguan Yingying vent her anger. With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice falling, everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Shangguan Yingying. Everyone clearly remembered that last time Bailey Hongzhuang and her party came to Chu Yunyao to make trouble, in order to find Shangguan Yingying. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and others came here as soon as they came back. There was no doubt that it was also for Shangguan Yingying. It could be seen that Shangguan Yingying's weight in their team was not light. Shangguan Yingying looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her, and there was a touched smile in the corner of her eyes. She knew that Hongzhuang did this to help her get back her face and to make her happy. She really hated Chu Yunyao to the extreme, but now after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and others doing this for her, she was also very moved in her heart, and her original anger dissipated a lot. After all, although Chu Yunyao's last practice hurt her, after that incident, she had grown a lot. She was no longer as naive as before, and gradually became mature. However, she still wouldn't let Chu Yunyao go. This woman was really hateful. She not only wanted to hurt her, but also wanted Hongzhuang's life. If she was kept alive, it would definitely cause trouble. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang like this, Chu Yunshang felt helpless, but she also knew that if Shangguan Yingying didn't let go of Chu Yunyao, then Bailey Hongzhuang would never stop. Thinking of this, Chu Yunshang's eyes also turned to Shangguan Yingying. Sister Shangguan, Chu Yunyao has been taught a lesson. I wonder if you can let her go. Chu Yunshang was also very helpless. With her status in the Punlai Palace, she did not expect that she would have to plead with a junior sister who had just entered the Punlai Inner Palace. This feeling was really difficult to describe. Sister, why are you begging her for mercy? Chu Yunyao's face was full of resentment. Even though she had been tightly clamped in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, she was still restless. Yunyao, Chu Yunxiang frowned. Shang Guanying chuckled and said, Chu Yunxiang, you are pleading for Chu Yunyao like this, but she doesn't seem to appreciate your kindness. Shang Guanying, don't be arrogant there. It's just a fox pretending to be a tiger. A guy like you wants me to beg for mercy. It's a fool's dream. I really regret that I didn't kill you directly at that time, and let you have the chance to jump here. As soon as these words came out, Shang Guanying's eyes also showed a touch of coldness. In that case, we don't have to be polite. Hong Zhuang. Shang Guanying winked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, the corners of her mouth raised, and said, I know what to do. Bailey Hongzhuang, what do you want? Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly. She didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang would dare to kill her in front of everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and said with a chuckle, you should be able to guess what I'm thinking. You. If you kill me, there will definitely be trouble. Chu Yunyao said coldly. Listening to Chu Yunyao's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sneer. This Chu Yunyao really didn't know that she was about to die. I'll be in trouble? Just based on the current you, do you have the qualifications to get me into trouble? My sister and He Yunjun will not let you go. Chu Yunyao's face was without fear, as if she was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang did not dare to attack her at all. Don't think that you are amazing just because you have reached the star realm. He Yunjun is also a cultivator of the star realm, and my sister will soon break through to the star realm. If you dare to attack me now, it won't be long before they will take your life. Yunyao. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Yunxiang's face was also very ugly. She knew that Chu Yunyao had always been unwilling to admit defeat, especially in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. She was even more unwilling to lower her posture. However, the current situation was completely that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had the upper hand. Chu Yunyao's words now were just to provoke Bailey Hongzhuang. It was completely suicidal. She had already warned Chu Yunyao just now, but Chu Yunyao didn't seem to understand what she said and didn't understand the meaning of her warning at all. He Yunjun had indeed broken through to the star realm, but Bailey Hongzhuang, who had reached the star realm, was definitely not to be underestimated, because she was the inheritor of the blood refining tower and the demon refining tower. Moreover, Bewitching and the others were not to be trifled with. Although she was not far from the star realm, she had not broken through yet, and there was always a big gap. The most important thing was that He Yunjun was not here at all. For them, the most important thing now was to stall for time, hoping that He Yunjun could rush over after knowing what was going on here. Otherwise, if Bailey Hongzhuang really wanted to take Chu Yunyao's life, she would not be able to stop it. Hee hee. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Are you threatening me? So what if I threaten you? Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly. Her hateful eyes could not wait to tear Bailey Hongzhuang into pieces. She didn't want to admit that she wasn't as beautiful as Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation had surpassed hers, she couldn't compare to Bailey Hongzhuang in every aspect. Her hatred for Bailey Hongzhuang had reached its peak. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she had been taught a lesson without being able to fight back. Her face had been beaten to such a state. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had told her the past that she was most unwilling to talk about. She was about to go crazy from anger. You really have guts. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. However, I have never liked to be threatened. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's hand directly grabbed Chu Yunyao's neck. You actually said that I didn't dare to do it. Then I will do it for you. Her 5 fingers gradually exerted force. Bailey Hongzhuang directly lifted Chu Yunyao up with one hand. The murderous intent in her eyes continued to rise. She had never intended to let Chu Yunyao go. What she had done before was just to help Shang Guanying vent her anger. After all, if Chu Yunyao died so easily, it would be too easy for her. Chu Yunyao only felt a sense of suffocation gradually coming. She couldn't breathe. Her face was swollen and purple. Her hands were constantly struggling to get out of Bailey Hongzhuang's control. However, under the suppression of the other party's breath, it was very difficult for her to move. She didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang dared to kill her like this, but when she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang still had no intention of letting go, she was really scared at this moment. Her hands tightly grasped Bailey Hongshuang's hand on her neck, just wanting Bailey Hongshuang to let go and give her a chance to breathe. It was a pity that Bailey Hongshuang was obviously trying to kill her. No matter how she struggled, Bailey Hongshuang's hand did not loosen even a little bit. Let me go. Chu Yunyao shouted with all her strength, but in this case, her voice was as small as a fly's. After seeing this scene, Chu Yunxiang's face quickly climbed with panic. She didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to be so powerful. She directly wanted to take Chu Yunyao's life. After all, Chu Yunyao shouldn't have stimulated her just now, otherwise things wouldn't have become like this. Bailey Hongshuang, let her go. Chu Yunxiang shouted. However, Bailey Hongshuang just glanced at Chu Yunxiang lightly, but ignored her at all. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang's ruthless action, the people around couldn't help but change their expressions. Chu Yunyao really fell this time. Just now, she thought that Bailey Hongshuang didn't dare to really do anything to her. Now, she directly gave her a loud slap. It's not Chu Yunyao's own fault. The situation has become like this just now. She even dared to provoke Bailey Hongshuang. If she doesn't die, who will? If Chu Yunyao really dies this time, it's not bad. Anyway, I don't like her very much. The cultivators shook their heads and sighed, their eyes full of indifference. They really didn't have a good impression of Chu Yunyao and the others, so naturally, they wouldn't be sad about her death. On the contrary, for Chu Yunyao, who always took advantage of others' power, death was a lot easier for them. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang ignored her words and Chu Yunyao was about to die, Chu Yunxiang did not dare to delay and immediately attacked Bailey Hongshuang. However, just as Chu Yunxiang made her move, a burst of qi came and blocked her attack. Bang! Chu Yunxiang fell heavily to the ground, her face pale, looking at the cultivator who attacked her in shock. He saw Bewitching standing beside Bailey Hongshuang. Just now, he had casually waved his hand and blocked Chu Yunxiang's attack. You! Chu Yunxiang's eyes were full of resentment, but when she thought of her own strength, the other party could still repel her with one palm. This strength was stronger than Bailey Hongshuang. How is it possible? Chu Yunxiang was a little unbelievable. Although she didn't enter the Starlight Realm, He Yunjun was a cultivator of the Starlight Realm, so she also had a certain understanding of the strength of the Starlight Realm. Even when she was an opponent of He Yunjun couldn't cause such a strong injury to her. Could it be that He Yunjun was merciful to her? My God! Chu Jingfeng sighed as he looked at Di Baichen. Junior brother Di has also broken through to the Star Radiance realm. How enviable! The Star Radiance realm was a realm that he had always wanted to reach. However, it was so difficult to break through to the next level. He was still far away from the Star Radiance realm. Originally, he thought that Di Baichen and the others were newcomers and should be slower than him. He didn't expect that in just a few months, they would directly cross this gap. It was simply enviable. Junior brother Di's move just now was too cool. Ren Zimei clasped her hands together, and her eyes were full of worship. This time, Chu Yunxiang and her sister are completely out of the game. They deserve this result. Compared to Ren Zimei and Chu Jinfeng's excitement, Ren Ziheng's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. Seeing Ren Ziheng like this, Ren Zimei couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, at such a time, why do you have such a thoughtful expression? This matter may not be resolved so easily. Don't forget that there is still He Yunjun. Even if He Yunjun comes, he has just broken through to the Star Radiance realm. Junior sister Bailey and junior brother Di are already Star Radiance realm cultivators. He is simply not a match for them." Ren Ziheng shook his head. "You are thinking too simply. Although He Yunjun is not a match for junior sister Bailey and junior brother Di, he can find someone to help. He has been in the inner palace for quite some time, so he knows quite a number of cultivators. Naturally, there are astral boundary cultivators among them. As long as he is willing to pay a certain price, the other party will not mind lending a hand." Hearing this, Chu Jingfeng and Ren Zimei couldn't help but look at each other. This was indeed a problem. If He Yunjun really found someone to help, then this matter would be somewhat complicated. Who knew what the final result would be if the two sides fought? He Yunjun still hasn't come yet. You don't have to be so worried. Xiren slowly said as he listened to Ren Ziheng and the others' conversation. This was not the first time he had heard of He Yunjun. This person's strength was ranked very high in the inner palace. After all, if Bewitching and the others hadn't obtained the inheritance of the Devil Refining Tower, it would have taken them a long time to break through to the Starlight Realm just by relying on their own cultivation. Xianxia was not very old, but he was able to cultivate to such a level by himself. It could be seen that his cultivation talent was very outstanding, and he was a powerful character. Just as Xiren and the others were talking, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly loosened her grip on Chu Yunyao. Bang! Chu Yunyao's body fell heavily to the ground. She hurriedly breathed in the fresh air greedily. For the first time, she felt that being able to breathe air was such a happy thing. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and looked coldly at Chu Yunyao, who was lying on the ground. Her eyes then turned to her side. Just now, when she was about to take Chu Yunyao's life, an attack suddenly attacked her, causing her to let go of her hand. Following this unforeseen event, everyone's eyes turned to the person who had come. This is going to be lively. Xianxia is here too. It's a pity that Chu Yunyao was only one step away from death, but Xianxia came here at this time. Everyone couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing, and some people who hated Chu Yunyao couldn't help but sigh. With their strength, it was extremely difficult to kill Chu Yunyao. Originally, they just wanted to take advantage of Bailey Hongzhuang's hand to vent their anger for themselves. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Chu Yunyao saved their lives, which was really infuriating. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on the man. She saw that the man was elegant and his skin was very white. He looked like a white-faced scholar, but his strength was very strong, which was completely inconsistent with his weak appearance. Xianxia. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Xianxia's figure quickly appeared beside Chu Yunsheng and quickly helped her up. Yunsheng, how are you? Xianxia's voice was gentle, and her face was full of concern. Seeing Xianxia coming, Chu Yunsheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and her heart was also at ease. Yunjun, I'm fine. Chu Yunsheng took Xianxia's hand, it's just Yunyao. But it's good that you're here. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded and patted Chu Yunsheng's hand comfortingly, don't worry, leave it to me. Chu Yunsheng immediately helped Chu Yunyao up from the ground and asked with concern, Yunyao, are you okay? Don't worry, I won't die. After standing up, Chu Yunyao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, her eyes cold and resentful. She almost died in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. Xianxia, quickly kill her. Chu Yunyao hurriedly said. With her current strength, it was obviously impossible to kill Bailey Hongzhuang by herself, but relying on Xianxia's strength, she could still avenge her. Looking at Chu Yunyao's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This guy was really a bully. Bailey Hongzhuang, isn't it a bit too much for you to rush over and take Chu Yunyao's life today? Too much? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and said with a chuckle, when Chu Yunyao took Ying away, why didn't you say that it was too much? Instead, you helped her. If we had died in Chu Yunyao's hands back then, would you have thought that Chu Yunyao had gone overboard? Now you're saying that I'm going overboard? Your double standards are too laughable. As Bailey Hongzhuang finished speaking, the cultivators present could not help but laugh. Indeed, it was Chu Yunyao who started this matter from the beginning to the end. Now Xianxia said that it was too much for Bailey Hongzhuang to come back to find trouble, which was a bit ridiculous. Only the officials were allowed to set fires, but the common people were not allowed to light lamps. This was not a reason that everyone could accept. No matter what, you've done this far today. It's better to take a step back and let it go. Xianxia said slowly, with a thin and cold face. In fact, he didn't want to get involved in this matter at all, but he had to come forward because of Chu Yunsheng. He also didn't have any good feelings for Chu Yunyao, because she really liked to cause trouble. Every time she caused trouble that couldn't be solved, Xianxia had to come up to deal with it. He never liked to offend talented cultivators, because no one knew what level these cultivators would grow to in the future. It was not a wise move to offend a future peerless expert. What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang was not only a cultivator, but also a doctor with outstanding medical skills. This kind of person's appeal has always been very strong. If not for this, Bailey Hongzhuang would have only issued a bounty order, and the Chu Yunsheng sisters would be trapped in the house. It can be seen how strong her appeal was. Now he had used the healing medicine made by Bailey Hongzhuang, and the effect was really amazing. Offending such a person would only cause trouble for himself in the future. Since Bailey Hongzhuang could issue a bounty order to trap Chu Yunsheng and her sister in the house, she could also issue a bounty order to tie him down. In his principles, this was never what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, Chu Yunyao was Chu Yunsheng's biological sister. He couldn't ignore it for Chu Yunsheng's sake, which made him very annoyed. That's it? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. You say that's it? It's so simple. You don't even ask the person involved whether they agree or not. Ying, do you think we can agree to this matter? Shangguan Ying chuckled, of course not. Did you hear that? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at He Yunjun and others. My Ying said she doesn't agree. He Yunjuan's eyes were gloomy, and she said coldly, so, you must carry out this matter to the end? It's good that you know. Seeing this, Chu Yunsheng's face couldn't help but become a little ugly. She didn't expect that after He Yunjun appeared, Bailey Hongzhuang and others would still be so unforgiving. Yunjun, what should we do? He Yunjun patted Chu Yunsheng's hand and said, don't worry, I've already made preparations. Bailey Hongzhuang, do you really want to carry out this matter to the end? If this matter ends here, then I, He Yunjun, will owe you a favor. Otherwise, it won't do you any good if we fight. He Yunjun slowly said, his voice filled with threat. He did not want to become enemies with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, but if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were determined to see this matter to the end, then he had no other choice. Cut the crap. If you must stand up for them, then just do it. Bailey Hongzhuang's tone was even more resolute. There was no hatred between her and He Yunjun, but since He Yunjun was Chu Yunsheng's lover, then they stood on the opposite side. There was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. At the same time, Bewitching also stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and looked at He Yunjun. He did not say a word, but he had already used his actions to tell He Yunjun that as long as He Yunjun dared to make a move, she would have to go through him first. Noticing Bewitching's actions, He Yunjun could not help but frown. Yunjun, this Bewitching has also reached the strength of the Starlight Realm. Chu Yunsheng reminded He Yunjuan's ear. Hearing this, He Yunjun frowned. As early as before Bailey Hongzhuang and the others came back, he and Chu Yunsheng discussed how to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, the progress of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had completely exceeded their expectations. After noticing the change in He Yunjuan's expression, Chu Yunsheng's heart couldn't help but thump. Even if He Yunjun had come, with his strength alone, he was not the opponent of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang. I know that both of you have reached the Starlight Realm, but I also have helpers. As soon as the voice fell, He Yunjuan's eyes looked not far away. Then, a figure slowly walked over under everyone's gaze. The man was wearing a black robe. Looking at his face, he should be 40 years old. His face was quite rough, and there was a sense of majesty when he walked. Seeing the appearance of this cultivator, the faces of everyone present couldn't help but change a little. Niao Zhuang, it's Niao Zhuang. I didn't expect that He Yunjun had been prepared for a long time. Even Niao Zhuang was invited. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang's people are in a bad situation. Chu Yunyao had been silent. Bailey Hongzhuang's previous attack had made her lose her temper. At this moment, she only hoped that she could live well, so after He Yunjun came, she had not spoken. But at this moment, after seeing Niao Zhuang come, a smug smile appeared on her face. Bailey Hongzhuang, your good days are over. Chu Yunyao sneered. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and others also glanced at the newcomer. The name Niao Zhuang was really in line with the characteristics of this man. However, from the expressions of everyone present, this Niao Zhuang's strength was probably extremely powerful. Otherwise, everyone would not show such an expression. Shangguan Ying couldn't help but frown and ask, Senior Brother Ren, who is this Niao Zhuang? Why did everyone's expression change after seeing him? Niao Zhuang is a very famous cultivator in Punlai Inner Palace. His cultivation is very strong. Now he has reached the strength of the second-order Starlight Realm. Ran Ziheng said slowly, and a touch of worry appeared between his eyebrows. This is bad. The strength of the second-order Starlight Realm is much stronger than the first-order Starlight Realm. Once Niao Zhuang and He Yunjun join forces, then junior sister Bailey and the others won't be able to gain any benefits. Yes. There is another reason why this Niu Shuang is so famous. He is extremely ruthless in his attacks. Most cultivators would not be willing to make an enemy out of him. We did not think that He Yunjun would be able to invite him over. I believe he must have paid a considerable price, Ren Zimei said with a frown. Star Ray. Level 2? At this time Mo Yunjue, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Hearing Mo Yunjue's words, Ren Ziheng nodded. That's right. He has already reached such a level. We have to remind junior sister Bailey to be more careful. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Even if we can't take Chu Yunya's life this time, we can come again next time. After all, He Yunjun had to pay a hefty price to invite Niu Shuang. I don't believe that he can invite Niu Shuang every time. It's just the second-order Starlight Realm. You don't have to be so worried. Hong Shuang and Beichen can handle it. Mo Yunjue said slowly. Following Mo Yunjue's words, Ren Ziheng and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Their eyes flashed with doubt. They didn't understand what Mo Yunjue meant. Could it be that after Bailey Hongshuang and Chu Yunjue joined forces, they could actually defeat the second-order Starlight Realm Niu Shuang? Chu Yunsheng, who was originally extremely nervous, after seeing Niu Shuang, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Yunjun, I didn't expect you to even invite Niu Shuang. Chu Yunsheng said happily. If it was only He Yunjun alone, it would be difficult for them to deal with Bailey Hongshuang and the others, but Niu Shuang was a second-order Astral Radiance cultivator. With his strength, dealing with a first-order Astral Radiance cultivator was not a problem. He Yunjun glanced at Chu Yunsheng with a smile. I heard that something happened here, and Niu Shuang happened to be by my side. To be on the safe side, I invited him. Now it seems that my previous judgment was not wrong. Chu Yunsheng nodded, looking at He Yunjun with eyes full of affection and worship. You are really prescient. If you didn't invite senior brother Niu, we would be in a dangerous situation today. Speaking of this, Chu Yunsheng couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongshuang and the others not far away. In just a few months, Bailey Hongshuang and the others' improvement really made her afraid. If they couldn't deal with Bailey Hongshuang and the others this time, then they would really be in trouble in the future. He Yunjun obviously understood Chu Yunsheng's thoughts and immediately said, Don't worry, after today, this trouble will not exist. Hearing this, Chu Yunsheng looked up at He Yunjun, the smile in her eyes deepened. Yunjun, thank you. You are my woman, I naturally won't let anything happen to you. You don't need to thank me. Bailey Hongshuang looked at He Yunjun and Chu Yunsheng whispering. Although she didn't know what they were talking about, she could roughly judge some content from their expressions. Master, they seem to think that after inviting Niu Shuang, a second-order Astral Radiance cultivator, they are already winning. Xiao Hei's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule, chuckling lightly. They are frogs at the bottom of the well, naturally thinking that Niu Shuang, a second-order Astral Radiance cultivator, is enough. Unfortunately, they don't know that Bewitching is also a second-order Astral Radiance cultivator. Xiao Bai's face showed a smug smile. Now is not a hurry to say it. Let's see how arrogant they are later. Presumably, when they know the truth, their expressions will be even more wonderful. Xiao Bai, you are getting worse and worse. Xiao Hei sighed aloud, and then a sly smile sighs. However, my thoughts are the same as yours. Iss. After hearing the gloomy words, gloat, and qians, they couldn't help shaking zzzzs. They were also looking forward to seeing what kind of expression He Yunjun and the others would have when their fantasies were shattered. After a while zzzzs, essence was and He Yunjun, you must help me teach them a lesson. Chu Yunyao said aloud. With that, Chu Yunyao's eyes turned to Bailey Hongshuang again, and said, Bailey Hongshuang, the humiliation you have inflicted on me, I will pay you back double in a while. A sinister smile appeared on Chu Yunyao's face. Her face, which was already swollen like a pig's head, could not be distinguished at the moment. She only felt that it was all wrinkled together, and it was extremely ugly. He Yunjun looked at Chu Yunyao faintly, and a touch of disgust appeared in his eyes. It was just a short moment, and he covered it up again. Although He Yunjuan's expression was hidden very quickly, Bailey Hongshuang and others did not miss it. They were also amused in their hearts. Presumably, the existence of Chu Yunyao made He Yunjun feel very disgusted. Otherwise, she would not show such an expression. This Chu Yunyao is really powerful. My future brother-in-law has already hated her to this extent. I think if it weren't for Chu Yunsheng, He Yinjun would have pretended not to be here today. When Xiren's lips evoked a sarcastic smile, whispering in Bailey Hongshuang's ears. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen looked at each other, and there was a smile in their eyes. With Chu Yunyao's character, there should be very few people who can like her. Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. Although liking a person often starts from the appearance, after getting along for a long time, one would know what kind of person Chu Yunyao was. Otherwise, she and Chu Yunsheng had the same appearance, but Chu Yunsheng had already found a sweetheart, but she never had. Maybe it's because her character is too annoying, so no one likes her at all. At that time, Duan Huali could have feelings for her, which made her feel so surprised that she can't forget it now. Shang Guanying shrugged. Listening to Shang Guanying's words, Bailey Hongshuang and others couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's really a good idea. You hit the nail on the head and directly exposed the truth. Okay. He Yinjun lightly responded to Chu Yunyao's words. Suddenly, the pride on Chu Yunyao's face was even more obvious. Bailey Hongshuang, you're going to die. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Chu Yunyao indifferently, her chin was slightly raised, and the corners of her lips evoked a playful arc. Chu Yunyao, you really don't know yourself. Can't you see that your future brother-in-law has already disliked you to the extreme? It's not easy for your sister to have a sister like you, and it's even more difficult for your brother-in-law. Shang Guanying made fun of her. As soon as these words came out, the cultivators present all covered their mouths and chuckled. This was also what they were thinking. He Yinjuan's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. He felt that his performance just now was not very obvious, but now that Bailey Hongshuang had exposed his thoughts in public, he was a little embarrassed for a moment. Chu Yunyao was slightly stunned, then chuckled and said, Bailey Hongshuang, don't talk nonsense. He Yinjun doesn't think so at all. Oh? Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. You're really confident. However, even if you think this way, he might not think the same way. Perhaps he feels that it is better for me to take your life earlier. After all, having a burden like you is really disgusting. He wants to be with my sister, so he naturally has to take care of me. This is what he should do. Don't sow discord there. Chu Yunyao said coldly, no matter what you say now, you will die in my hands later. He Yunjun, you have to think about it. If you want to be with Chu Yunsheng, you must take Chu Yunyao as a burden with you. Shang Guanying suddenly said, looking at He Yunjun playfully, how about this? You take Chu Yunsheng away directly, and we will pretend that nothing happened between us. As for Chu Yunyao, this burden, we will help you solve it directly, and save you trouble in the future. Chu Yunsheng looked up and saw He Yunjuan's hesitant expression, and her face suddenly became ugly. In fact, she always knew that He Yunjun didn't have a good impression of Chu Yunyao. If it weren't for her sake, He Yunjun wouldn't even bother to take care of Chu Yunyao. The things that Chu Yunyao had made several times before had already made He Yunjun feel very troublesome. This time, He Yunjun even invited Niu Zhuang. Although she was very happy before, at this moment, she came back to her senses and knew that He Yunjun had paid a certain price to invite Niu Zhuang. In the end, she didn't manage her sister well. If she could manage Chu Yunyao and let her restrain her temper, then things would not have become like this. Yunjun. Chu Yunsheng couldn't help calling out. Listening to Chu Yunsheng's words, He Yunjun recovered from his thoughts. If possible, he really hoped that everything would be as Shang Guanying said, but unfortunately, Chu Yunsheng was here now, and under the watchful eyes of the public, even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. Lowering his head slightly, He Yunjun noticed the worry in Chu Yunsheng's eyes. Yunsheng, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Chu Yunyao. He Yunjun, I think what this little junior sister said is very reasonable. This Chu Yunyao will only cause trouble all day long. You might as well let her fend for herself. In this way, you can save a lot of trouble. Niu Zhuang suddenly said. With the sound of Niu Zhuang's voice falling, the faces of the people present became wonderful. I didn't expect this Niu Zhuang to be a temperamental person. He directly saw through the truth. Chu Jinfeng sneered. Ran Zimei nodded in agreement. Niu Zhuang has such a character. He is not afraid of offending people at all. Fortunately, he is strong enough. Otherwise, with his mouth, I am afraid that he will make many enemies in Punlai Palace. Niao Zhuang, what do you mean by this? Chu Yunyao's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that the person He Yunjun invited to help would ridicule her, making the people around her laugh at her. It was really hateful. What do I mean? Niao Zhuang laughed. Isn't my meaning obvious enough? You should be aware of how much trouble you've caused during this period of time. If He Yunjun has the time to help you deal with these troublesome matters, it would be better for her to cultivate by herself. Perhaps she has already reached my level of cultivation, then there is no need to ask for my help. Niao Zhuang, you've gone too far. Chu Yunyao said angrily, no matter what I do, it's our own family business. There's no need for an outsider like you to interfere. Seeing Chu Yunyao's attitude, Niao Zhuang couldn't help but frown. His voice couldn't help but become cold. If you really don't need me to intervene, then I'll leave. Chu Yunshang's face suddenly changed, and she angrily rebuked, Yunyao, what nonsense are you talking about? Quickly apologized to senior brother Niao. Chu Yunyao's face was full of resentment, but she also knew that she shouldn't have said that just now. Apologize quickly. He Yunjun said with a gloomy face. Senior brother Niao, I'm sorry. Chu Yunyao said slowly. She lowered her head, and her eyes flickered with deep resentment. She didn't know what kind of bad luck she had today, but everyone actually came to mock and ridicule her. She was simply about to die from anger. Listening to Chu Yunyao's apology, Niao Zhuang snorted coldly and said, this time, I will let it go for He Yunjuan's sake. Next time, if you dare to say such words to me again, I will not be polite to you. You should know that He Yunjun is your brother-in-law. It's one thing for him to be bullied by you, but I have nothing to do with you. If you dare to talk nonsense to me, then you're courting death. Niao Zhuang's face did not hide his disgust at all. He did not have any good feelings for Chu Yunyao. If it were not for his good relationship with He Yunjun and the conditions offered by He Yunjun that satisfied him, he would not have come today. Listening to Niao Zhuang's fierce words, Chu Yunyao's face suddenly became ugly. She really didn't understand. Niao Zhuang was obviously the helper invited by He Yunjun. Now he even targeted her. He looked like Bailey Hongzhuang's people. It was really hateful. Senior brother Niao, Yunyao has always been like this. Don't be angry with her. Chu Yunshang said softly, her eyes full of fear. It was already very troublesome for them to offend Bailey Hongzhuang. If they offended Niao Zhuang, they would definitely die today. Niao Zhuang looked at Chu Yunshang faintly, and his expression eased a little. You two sisters look exactly the same, but your personalities are completely different. You are much better than your sister. Chu Yunshang smiled awkwardly. She was helpless in her heart, but she could not say anything. However, Chu Yunyao only felt that Niao Zhuang's words were like a slap on her face, which made her feel extremely bad. She asked herself that she did not offend Niao Zhuang, but Niao Zhuang came to find trouble with her. If she could become stronger in the future, she must get back the humiliation today. Senior brother Niao, today I have to ask you to help me solve these problems. He Yunjun looked serious. Hearing this, Niao Zhuang waved his hand. Since I promised you, I will help you solve them. Thank you, senior brother Niao. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others glanced at Niao Zhuang indifferently. They were not nervous at all. They were just waiting for Niao Zhuang to make his move. Then, they would let him taste the taste of regret. Bailey Hongzhuang, I'll give you one more chance. Do you really want to go all the way today? He Yunjun said coldly. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. I must kill Chu Yunyao today. If you must help her, then we can only meet on the battlefield. Seeing this, a complicated look flashed in He Yunjuan's eyes. If that's the case, then we can only fight it out. In the next moment, He Yunjun drew her weapon and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation. When He Yunjun took action, Chu Yunyao also shouted, He Yunjun, you must kill her. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. The lapis lazuli sword instantly appeared in her hand and met He Yunjuan's attack. Since junior brother he has already taken action, then I can't delay. Niao Zhuang laughed and immediately locked his eyes on Bewitching. Facing Niao Zhuang's gaze, Bewitching's expression was indifferent. The flowing light sword also appeared in his hand. His attitude had already made everything clear. Junior brother D, I have been entrusted to do my duty. Sorry to offend you. As soon as his voice fell, Niao Zhuang directly stabbed at Bewitching with his sword. Bailey Hongzhuang and He Yunjun instantly clashed, and the aura of the Star Radiance realm was completely exposed. Every time the two of them clashed, the force that shot out was extremely frightening. After the two of them started to exchange blows, the crowd all retreated a certain distance. The ripples of a Star Radiance realm cultivator's battle were not ordinarily strong. If they were too close, once they were affected, it would really be accidental injury. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest to be so unyielding. Senior brother Niao is a Star Radiance realm level 2 cultivator, and they actually dare to exchange blows with him. This courage is really impressive, so what if they have the courage? If their abilities are not enough, won't they still die in the hands of senior brother Niao? From what I see, that might not be the case. Don't forget, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest are the inheritors of the Devil Training Tower. Their battle abilities are definitely very strong, and they might even be able to fight above their level. Everyone's eyes flickered with a curious light. They were extremely curious about the outcome of this battle. After all, both parties' abilities were very strong. A battle between Star Radiance realm cultivators was not something that could be easily seen on a normal day. Today, it could be considered as a feast for their eyes, and they understood just how powerful the battle abilities of Star Radiance realm cultivators were. After He Yunjun exchanged blows with Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang was. Previously, he only heard that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's battle abilities were not weak, but he did not have any actual experience. He even thought that there were some elements of it. But now that he had personally exchanged blows with them, he finally understood that Bailey Hongzhuang's ability was really very strong. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang had just broken through to the Star Radiance realm, and he had already been in the Star Radiance realm for a period of time. But now that they were exchanging blows, his strength was actually not comparable to Bailey Hongzhuang. This was simply too unbelievable. Ding ding ding. Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was as fast as lightning. One after another, her attacks were like a torrential rain that mercilessly attacked He Yunjun. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's attacks, He Yunjun's response was somewhat inferior. With a slight carelessness, a bloody wound appeared on his body. Bailey Hongzhuang was originally curious about He Yunjun's strength, but after exchanging blows, she knew that He Yunjun was no match for her. When Bailey Hongzhuang stopped, everyone found that He Yunjun's body had dozens of large and small scars. His clothes were already dyed red with blood, but these wounds were not deep and did not harm his vital organs. The cultivators present were not stupid people. From this point, they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was much stronger than He Yunjun's. If Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to take his life, she could have killed him directly just now. Her current appearance was just to tease He Yunjun. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang's strength to be so powerful. She is completely beating He Yunjun's rhythm. The cultivators present were all stunned. Originally, they were still thinking about who was stronger. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had obtained the inheritance of the demon refining pagoda, He Yunjun's reputation had been around for a long time. But they did not expect that He Yunjun would not be able to resist at all. Yunjun. After seeing He Yunjun like this, Chu Yunsheng couldn't help but call out. Her voice was full of worry. He Yunjun raised his hand, indicating Chu Yunsheng not to worry, but his eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. With your strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent, and her voice was gentle and fearless. She did not have any thoughts about He Yunjun. If it were not for Chu Yunsheng, there would be no interaction between them at all. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's contemptuous words, He Yunjun's face was a little ugly. He had always boasted that his strength was very outstanding, but he did not expect that he would be defeated by such a young woman today. Moreover, when the two sides fought, he had almost no strength to fight back. Compared to the scars on his body, Bailey Hongzhuang did not suffer the slightest bit of injury, which really gave him a big blow. When Chu Yunyao saw that Bailey Hongzhuang defeated He Yunjun so easily, she could not help but widen her eyes, and her face was full of shock. How could it be? These words kept appearing in Chu Yunyao's mind. He Yunjun had always been an extremely powerful person in her mind, but now he was defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang, which also gave her a big blow. Facing Bailey Hongzhuang, He Yunjun did not know what to say for a moment. He could not help but look at Niu Zhuang, who was not far away. He could only pin his hopes on Niu Zhuang. After all, Niu Zhuang's cultivation was higher than his. Bailey Hongzhuang would not be his opponent. As Niu Zhuang's attack attacked Di Beichen, he found that Di Beichen was young, but there was no panic on his face. This was not an ordinary calmness. However, when Niu Zhuang's attack collided with Di Beichen's attack, he felt the power from the sword. Niu Zhuang's eyes narrowed, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. That was because he found that Di Beichen's strength was not weaker than his. This was impossible. Niu Zhuang immediately had this thought in his mind. Even if Di Beichen had broken through to the Starlight Realm, he was a level 2 Starlight Realm cultivator. Di Beichen and the others were no match for him. What's more, he had been stuck at the second level of the Astral Magnate Realm for a very long time. Among all the cultivators he came into contact with, as long as they were below the second level of the Astral Magnate Realm, none of them were his match. However, Di Beichen's strength was actually able to contend against him. It was truly unbelievable. However, Di Beichen didn't give Niu Zhuang any time to think. He attacked Niu Zhuang without hesitation. When everyone saw that not only was Di Beichen not defeated, but he even dared to take the initiative to attack Niu Zhuang, they could not help but be dumbfounded. It can't be. Di Beichen is actually not defeated by Niu Zhuang? This is too shocking. Could it be that the inheritor of the Demon Refining Tower is actually so abnormal? A level 1 Starlight Realm cultivator can actually deal with a level 2 Starlight Realm cultivator. This is really terrifying. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not show the slightest fear when they saw Niu Zhuang coming. It turns out that they were simply confident in dealing with him. Everyone suddenly understood. They looked at Di Beichen with eyes full of admiration and jealousy. Previously, Di Beichen rarely showed off, so they did not pay much attention to him. At this moment, they realized that Di Beichen's strength was actually so strong. The reason why they had always been wary of Niu Zhuang was not only because he was a rank 2 astral magnate, but also because his attacks were extremely ruthless. It was said that no one below rank 2 could match him. Niu Zhuang was already 40 years old, much older than them. His strength had already stagnated at rank 2 astral magnate for quite a few years. Everyone knew that his potential seemed to have been exhausted. In these few years, he had not improved at all. Many people even thought that he would be stuck at rank 2 astral magnate for the rest of his life. Niu Zhuang obviously knew of this possibility, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he continuously worked hard to raise his battle strength. It was because of this that his battle strength had increased to a terrifying level. As long as it was a cultivator below rank 2 astral magnate, there was no one who could match him. However, Di Beichen had only just reached the astral magnate realm. To be able to fight with Niu Zhuang without losing, this was not an ordinary level of strength. Hearing Ren Zimei's words, Ren Ziheng shook his head and said, "Your judgment is wrong. Di Beichen is not rank 1 astral magnate, but rank 2 astral magnate." When these words came out, Chu Jinfeng and Ren Zimei could not help but be stunned. They looked at Ren Ziheng in astonishment and raised their voice. "What did you say? Di Beichen has already broken through to rank 2 astral magnate?" "That's right." Ren Ziheng nodded seriously. "From the aura he is emitting, he has definitely reached rank 2 astral magnate." "It can't be?" Chu Jinfeng was a little suspicious. How long has it been since junior brother Di and the rest left? To be able to break through to the astral magnate realm is already very abnormal. He even broke through to rank 2 astral magnate. This is too unbelievable. Geniuses are always different from the rest. Ren Ziheng sighed, but his gaze could not help but fall on Mo Yunjue. At this moment, he could not help but recall what Mo Yunjue had said before. Looks like they really did not care about the rank 2 astral magnate Niu Zhuang. "Junior brother Wen, is Ren Ziheng's judgment correct?" Chu Jinfeng asked. Wen Ziren smiled faintly and nodded. "That's right." "My God, do you still want us to live?" Chu Jinfeng smiled bitterly. Back then, their cultivation was stronger than Di Beichen and the rest. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, it would be impossible to catch up to Bewitching and the rest. Bewitching and Niu Zhuang fought together. In the process of this fight, he also found that Niu Zhuang's fighting strength was indeed very strong. Compared to the ordinary second-order stellar magnate cultivators, Niu Zhuang's fighting strength could almost compete with third-order stellar magnate cultivators. However, he was also not simple. It would not be easy for Niu Zhuang to defeat him. I really didn't expect that at such a young age, you would actually break through to the second level of the astral magnate realm. After a few exchanges, Niu Zhuang also realized that Bewitching was not a cultivator who had just broken through to the star realm, but had already reached the second stage of the star realm. Not only that, but Bewitching's battle prowess was even stronger than that of a rank 2 stellar magi cultivator. To have such a cultivation at such an age, his potential was limitless. Same to you, Bewitching said faintly. However, Niu Zhuang's words stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. At such a young age, he has already broken through to the second level of star radiance. The inheritor of the demon tower is indeed worthy of his reputation. Niu Zhuang's gaze towards Bewitching changed a little. In fact, the reason why he chose to fight today was partly because he was curious about how strong the inheritor of the demon tower was. After this fight, he also understood the gap between them. He had just broken through to this level and could have such a fighting strength. It was really amazing. Xianxia had always hoped that Niu Zhuang could defeat Bewitching and then come to help him. However, at this moment, after hearing Niu Zhuang say that Bewitching was also at the second level of star radiance, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Second level of star radiance? Bewitching is also a cultivator at the second level of star radiance? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly, and said, "Only your friends are allowed to break through to the second level of star radiance, and we are not allowed to break through to the second level of star radiance? How did you break through so quickly?" Xianxia found it hard to believe. "We naturally have our own methods. There is no need to tell you." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled coldly, and then locked his eyes on Chu Yunyao. "Chu Yunyao, you will definitely die today. Take advantage of the current situation to take a good look at the scene in front of you. In the future, you can only stay in hell." Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yunyao were also dumbfounded at this moment. Their minds were unable to turn around for a moment. They had clearly turned the situation around before. How did it return to the initial situation now? "Yunjun, what should we do?" Chu Yunsheng couldn't help but look at Yunjun, a thick panic on his face. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were really too strong. If they said that they didn't have any helpers, sooner or later they would lose to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Yunjun was also confused at this moment. His deep eyes were filled with a complicated light. He had always thought that after inviting Niu Zhuang, they had already won. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were so abnormal, completely destroying his plan. "Yunjun, you go and find some more helpers." Chu Yunyao said, "With your ability, you can definitely find some stronger helpers. As long as they come, you can kill Bailey Hongzhuang." Seeing that Chu Yunyao still wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang at this time and didn't know the seriousness of the situation, the disgust in Yunjuan's eyes became stronger. "Chu Yunyao, don't dream. There are only a few cultivators above the Starlight Realm in the Punlai Inner Palace. Where am I going to find so many people to help me? The current situation is entirely because of you, yet you don't even have the slightest bit of shame." Listening to Yunjuan's accusation, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but be stunned, and then her face was filled with anger. She had already been humiliated again and again today, and now even Yunjun had come to humiliate her. "It's unreasonable," Yunjun said angrily. "If I didn't have feelings for your sister, I wouldn't care about your life and death at all." Bailey Hongzhuang saw the conflict between Yunjun and Chu Yunyao. She was not in a hurry to take action. She just watched them bite each other. It was very interesting. With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice falling, Yunjun and Chu Yunsheng were both stunned. They didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would make such a condition. Yunjuan's eyes flashed with a touch of hesitation, and he couldn't help but turn to Niu Zhuang, who was fighting with Bewitching not far away. If Niu Zhuang could defeat Bewitching, then they might still have a chance, but if Niu Zhuang couldn't win, then everything would be decided by Bailey Hongzhuang and others. Judging from the posture of Bailey Hongzhuang and others, It was obvious that they wouldn't stop until they killed Chu Yunyao. If he didn't agree, not only would Chu Yunyao die, but they would also have to accompany Chu Yunyao to die here. This was obviously what he didn't want to see. Dying for Chu Yunyao was definitely something he couldn't accept. However, at present, they still had a glimmer of hope. If Niu Zhuang could defeat Bewitching, then they could still turn defeat into victory and not fall into such a situation. After seeing He Yunjun's hesitation, Chu Yunsheng's face suddenly became ugly. Yunjun, we. He Yunjun turned his head and glanced at Chu Yunsheng. Yunsheng, if it really comes to that point. Although he didn't finish his words, He Yunjun's attitude had already made everyone understand. If it really came to that point, then he would definitely give up Chu Yunyao. It was a stupid move to give up his life for such a woman. Listening to He Yunjun's words, Chu Yunsheng couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and her pretty face turned pale. Even though Chu Yunyao had always been very excessive, she was still her sister. She had never thought that there would be such a day. After Chu Yunyao heard He Yunjun say such words, her face suddenly filled with disbelief. He Yunjun, you really dare to do this to me? He Yunjun glanced at Chu Yunyao and didn't say anything. He couldn't help but turn to Niu Zhuang. If Niu Zhuang could win, he didn't want to do this. After all, he knew Chu Yunyao's position in Chu Yunsheng's heart. After exchanging blows with Bewitching, Niu Zhuang was shocked to discover that Bewitching's strength was extremely powerful. Compared to him who was stuck at the 2nd level of astral radiance, Bewitching was not the slightest bit weaker. On the contrary, Bewitching was even stronger. You are no match for me. Bewitching's eyes were calm and indifferent after the first strike. Niu Zhuang was slightly taken aback. He looked at Bewitching in surprise. Although I can't defeat you now, you are too confident. I haven't used my full strength yet. You should be aware of that, Bewitching said slowly. Hearing this, Niu Zhuang took a deep look at Bewitching. After thinking for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. I really am no match for you. He was not a stupid person and immediately understood the meaning of Bewitching's words. Thinking about it, Bewitching had already seen that he had used his full strength just now. On the contrary, Bewitching had only used a part of his strength. Therefore, even if it was just a fight, he already knew the final result. After seeing Niu Zhuang admit that he was not as good as Bewitching, everyone present showed a look of astonishment. My God, did I hear it wrong? Niu Zhuang actually admitted that he is not a match for Bewitching in public? You didn't hear it wrong, because I heard it too. One after another, astonished gazes fell on Bewitching. Everyone was in disbelief. Bewitching's breakthrough to the Starlight Realm was already very surprising. Now, even Niu Zhuang was no match for him. This meant that no one below the 2nd level of the Starlight Realm could be a match for Bewitching. This was really not an ordinary level of strength. Everyone was thinking about it. In the future, they definitely could not offend Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. With their strength, if they offended them, they would really be asking for trouble. Junior brother D, I really admire you. Niu Zhuang looked at Bewitching with eyes full of admiration. All along, there were very few cultivators who could make him admire Bewitching, but this Bewitching was one of them. To be able to have such strength at such a young age was really admirable. Moreover, during the fight, Bewitching clearly had the opportunity to injure him, but did not directly injure him. He had already accepted this kindness. Just this magnanimity alone was not easy. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely not be merciful in this situation. However, Bewitching's actions were undoubtedly to preserve his face. If he still did not understand, then he would be too stupid. Today, let's not fight, no concord. How about we be friends from now on? Niu Zhuang's face revealed a smile as he said. He and He Yunjun were only acquaintances, and did not have a deep friendship. However, he really thought highly of Bewitching and the others. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was such a famous doctor. In fact, he did not want to deal with them at first. However, He Yunjun deliberately asked for his help, and the conditions she offered were very good. Therefore, he came to take a look. After Niu Zhuang said these words, everyone's eyes gathered on him. Wasn't this development a little too dramatic? Niu Zhuang was the helper invited by He Yunjun. Now, he actually appreciated Bewitching and wanted to be friends with Bewitching. In this way, didn't it mean that Niu Zhuang was bought over by them? Seeing Niu Zhuang say such words, Bewitching's eyes quietly flashed with a hint of surprise. Then, he chuckled and nodded, that's great. He thought that with Niu Zhuang's status in the Punlai Inner Palace, he would definitely not admit defeat easily. However, he did not expect that he would directly admit that he was not his opponent. Moreover, he did not show any displeasure, he even proposed to be friends with him. Recalling what Niu Zhuang and Chu Yunyao had said before, he knew that Niu Zhuang was a person who spoke his mind and did not beat around the bush. Therefore, when he said that he wanted to be friends with him, it must be from the bottom of his heart and he did not have any other thoughts. In this inner palace, he did not want to offend too many opponents. If he could make some friends, it would be great. After all, they would have to train in the future. More friends would be more help. If they had more enemies, it would be very troublesome to deal with them in the future. What's more, cultivators above the starry sky realm were very rare. Their status in the inner palace was very important. If they killed the starry sky realm cultivators, it would be a great loss to the Punlai Palace. Presumably, Master Long and the others did not want to see it. If it was an enemy, it would be fine. However, since this was a conflict that could be resolved, it was better to resolve it. It would be good for them. Listening to Bewitching's words, Niu Zhuang also laughed heartily, haha, that's great. The development of this matter is really beyond my expectations. I didn't expect Bewitching to have such an ability to make Niu Zhuang appreciate him so much. There is no need to fight. Shangguan couldn't help but look at Wen Xiren beside her. Her pretty face was full of helplessness and emotion. It could be considered the most dramatic fight since they came to Punlai Palace. Xiren nodded, his eyes shining brightly. This Niu Zhuang seems to be reckless, but he is very smart. He should be very clear that he is not Bewitching's opponent. In such a case, if he continues to fight head-on, it will not do him any good. However, his appreciation for Bewitching should also be real. It can be said that no discord, no friendship. It is good for us to make a friend. Look, Chu Yunyao's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Ran Zimei suddenly chuckled. Shangguan and others couldn't help but look at Chu Yunyao. They saw that Chu Yunyao's face was gloomy and no longer had the previous arrogance. Her eyes flashed with a strong fear. It seemed that it was hard to imagine what would happen next. After seeing that Niu Zhuang had become friends with Bewitching, He Yunjun couldn't help but be stunned. This result was simply a dramatic reversal. After Bailey Hongzhuang noticed this scene, the smile on her lips widened a little. She retracted her gaze and looked at He Yunjun. Have you thought about it? He Yunjun thought for a moment, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He looked at Chu Yunsheng and said, Yunsheng, let's agree. There was a hint of helplessness in his low voice. He never cared about Chu Yunyao. The only thing he cared about was Chu Yunsheng's thoughts. He Yunjun, you are too much. Chu Yunyao's face showed a strong sense of indignation. Her eyes were bloodshot and she looked at He Yunjun with hatred. How can you do this? Facing the angry Chu Yunyao, He Yunjun didn't care at all. Over the years, you have caused a lot of trouble. I have helped you clean up the mess every time. I have already done my best. You provoked an opponent that you shouldn't have provoked and suffered the consequences of your own actions. Don't tell me you want me to die with you? He Yunjuan's eyes were full of coldness. Originally, he was still a little worried about Chu Yunyao, but after Chu Yunyao said those words to him, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. At this moment, she didn't want to care about Chu Yunyao's life or death. You. Chu Yunyao looked at He Yunjun angrily. After opening her mouth to say this word, she really didn't know what to say. She understood that no matter how good a friend was, they would reveal their selfish side in this kind of life and death situation. However, she still found it hard to accept how He Yunjun treated her. Sister, let's ignore him. He's not sincere to you at all. Chu Yunyao looked at Chu Yunsheng. Yunsheng, haven't you done enough for her all these years? She never knew how to be grateful. She only knew how to take things from you. What's the use of having such a sister? I'm the only one who knows about your hardships. Why don't you solve this problem now? Your life will be much easier in the future. He Yunjun looked at Chu Yunxiang. He really liked Chu Yunxiang and did not want Chu Yunxiang to be buried with Chu Yunyao. He Yunjun, that's enough. Chu Yunyao shouted, holding Chu Yunxiang tightly with both hands. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. Think of a way. I don't want to die. Chu Yunyao looked at Chu Yunxiang nervously. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now she had no choice but to pin all her hopes on Chu Yunxiang. Bailey Hongzhuang obviously wanted to take her life. She didn't want to die like this today. At this moment, she finally knew fear. Chu Yunxiang looked at Chu Yunyao beside her with a complicated expression. She never thought that one day she would have to make such a choice. He Yunjun had no other way, so he naturally didn't need to say more. If you don't agree, he can only die here with Chu Yunyao. If you agree, Chu Yunyao will also die. But it's also hard for him to bear watching his sister die in front of him. Yunxiang, at this time, she still wants you to die with her. Haven't you seen through her yet? He Yunjun said. Helplessly. The cultivators present all spoke out together. Chu Yunxiang really has some feelings for her sister, but Chu Yunyao obviously doesn't have such an idea. Chu Yunyao is obviously a dead end. At this time, she still wants to use Chu Yunxiang as a cushion. This sister is really amazing. With Chu Yunyao's temperament, it's not surprising that she would do such a thing. Haven't we seen it before? Looking at this scene, Chu Yunyao had become a dead person in the hearts of everyone. If no other heavyweight appeared, Chu Yunyao's ending today would definitely not be changed. When Chu Yunyao saw the hesitation on Chu Yunxiang's face, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Her face was pale and weak, and her words should be trembling. Sister, are you really going to watch me die like this? Chu Yunxiang looked helpless. You Yunyao, I won't watch you die like this. Then think of a way. Chu Yunyao quickly said. As matters stand, there's nothing I can do. Chu Yunxiang spread out her hands. With her current strength, she was no match for Bailey Hongzhuang and others. She couldn't even beat Bailey Hongzhuang, let alone Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Chu Yunxiang and the others. It seems that you have made your decision. At this time, He Yunjun hurriedly said, we promise you to leave Chu Yunyao behind. As He Yunjuan's voice fell, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but say angrily, He Yunjun, it's fine if you're like this, but why are you bringing my sister along? Things have already come to this point. Since you are definitely going to die, why ask your sister to bring you along? Why don't you give your sister a way out? With that, He Yunjun directly held Chu Yunxiang's hand. His face was firm, and his voice was steady and powerful. Yunxiang, don't think about it. Things have come to this point. You can't change the outcome. It's better to leave your life and live well. Hearing this, Chu Yunxiang was very helpless. She looked at herself and Bailey Hongzhuang and others. She didn't speak, but she also acquiesced. In the face of Chu Yunyao's questioning, Chu Yunxiang couldn't bear it. She never thought that there would be such a day, let alone answer Chu Yunyao's words. Thinking of this, Chu Yunxiang wanted to approach Chu Yunyao, but was held tightly by He Yunjun. She looked at He Yunjun, only to see the latter shaking her head at her. Seeing this, even if Chu Yunxiang couldn't bear it in her heart, she could only helplessly lower her head. Chu Yunyao also noticed He Yunjuan's actions, and the hatred in her eyes grew stronger. She didn't expect that at this time, Chu Yunxiang and others not only didn't help her, but also chose to stand by. This situation made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and there was an unspeakable fear in her heart. She didn't want to die. After seeing He Yunjuan's choice, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile also rose a little. It seems that you have made a choice. He Yunjun bowed to Bailey Hongzhuang, junior sister Bailey Hongzhuang, we won't care about Chu Yunyao's affairs anymore. You can spare us, and we are grateful for your magnanimity. Even though he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang did this just to better ridicule Chu Yunyao and let Chu Yunyao experience the feeling of being betrayed, no matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang still let them go. Otherwise, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang wanted them to die, they would have no way to get away. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at He Yunjun with a little surprise. She had always thought that He Yunjun was Chu Yunxiang's lover, and she didn't know anything else. After seeing He Yunjun today, she didn't have a good impression of him. After all, they were all enemies. However, this person would thank her after losing face, which was beyond her expectation. It seemed that this person was also a person who could endure humiliation. However, anyone who possessed such a trait would have great achievements. It was no wonder that they were able to reach their current level. Senior apprentice brother you're being too courteous. No discord, no concord. There's no deep hatred between us. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. Every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. As long as He Yunjun did not interfere in their matters, she would not care. What's more, judging from this situation, He Yunjun might be very grateful to him for helping to solve Chu Yunyao's problem. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's answer, He Yunjun also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, she couldn't help but feel grateful and appreciative. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so magnanimous. However, he was also worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would resent them for interfering in this matter. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang's group was too strong. If the other party held a grudge against them, then they would only have a dead end. It hadn't been long since he broke through to the First Order, and there was still a long way to go to the Second Order. It was impossible to defeat Bewitching in a short period of time. However, now that Bailey Hongzhuang really intended to let them go, they didn't have to worry. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head to look at Shangguan Yingying behind her. Yingying, this Chu Yunyao is yours to deal with. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Shangguan Yingying's face. She immediately took a step forward with a playful look on her face. I have full authority to deal with her? Xiren also looked at Shangguan Yingying dotingly. Shangguan Yingying had been treated like that by Chu Yunyao before. This time, they came to let Shangguan Yingying vent her anger. Now that he saw Chu Yunyao's betrayal, when Xiren felt that it was still not enough. This woman had asked for it. Shangguan Yingying walked to Chu Yunyao with a smile. Looking at the latter's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, she chuckled and said, Chu Yunyao, when you kidnapped me last time, you didn't expect that there would be a day like this, did you? Shangguan Yingying, don't be complacent. I should have killed you directly at that time. Chu Yunyao's eyes were gloomy. It was really a mistake that led to everlasting regret. At that time, Shangguan Yingying was just a little grasshopper that she could pinch to death at will. Now, she could control her life and death. She hated it very much. If she had known it, she should have been more decisive. Why should she worry about Master Long's opinion? It was best to rush over and kill Shangguan Yingying directly. It's a pity that you didn't do it at that time. It's useless to say this now. Shangguan Yingying raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, now that you have fallen into my hands, there is only one way out. I won't make the same mistake as you. With that, Shangguan Yingying's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Since she was born, she had never been treated like that. Now, thinking of all the torture that Chu Yunyao had done to her at that time, she also gnashed her teeth. Slap. Shangguan Yingying slapped Chu Yunyao's face loudly. She deeply remembered that every time she said a word, Chu Yunyao would slap her in the face. At that time, she secretly swore that as long as she was still alive, she would definitely return this to Chu Yunyao in double. You. Suddenly slapped by Shangguan Yingying, Chu Yunyao couldn't help glaring at her. However, as soon as she said a word, she was stared back by Bailey Hongzhuang. Now she was surrounded by Bailey Hongzhuang and others. There was no possibility of leaving. If she dared to do anything, she would die immediately. When she thought of this, she could only force herself to hold it in. Her mind was constantly thinking of a way to leave. Pa. Shangguan Yingying mercilessly slapped her again. Chu Yunyao, you must have felt like this when you slapped me, right? Shangguan Yingying's pitch-black eyes flashed with a cold light. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Now, I will return everything to you so that you can properly experience this feeling. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Seeing this person appear, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Speaking of which, the reason why this matter had become like this was all because of this person. Duan Huali. When Chu Yunyao saw Duan Huali appear, her eyes instantly lit up with joy. He Yunjun and the others also looked at Duan Huali. The reason why Chu Yunyao would find trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang was entirely because of him. Duan Huali just heard that there was a conflict between Bailey Hongzhuang and Chu Yunyao, so he wanted to come and have a look. After all, he was also at the scene when there was a conflict in the resource hall last time. It was not until he arrived that he realized that this conflict had erupted so fiercely that it was completely beyond his imagination. Hearing this, Duan Huali looked at Chu Yunyao and saw that Chu Yunyao no longer had her usual arrogant appearance. Her face was completely swollen like a pig's head, and blood was still flowing from the corners of her lips. She couldn't even speak clearly. On the other side, He Yunjun was holding Chu Yunshang's hand. Obviously, she ignored Chu Yunyao's appearance, which made him a little unbelievable. According to his understanding, Chu Yunshang had always been very good to Chu Yunyao. If not, she would not have made such a choice at the beginning. But now she ignored Chu Yunyao. Could it be that after such a long time, she finally figured it out? Chu Yunyao climbed to Duan Huali's side and pulled Duan Huali's trousers tightly with both hands. Duan Huali, you must save me. They don't care about me. If you don't save me, I will die today. Duan Huali frowned. Since the last time he heard that Bailey Hongzhuang and others had a conflict with Chu Yunyao before leaving Punlai Palace, he knew that Chu Yunyao must have gone to trouble Bailey Hongzhuang and others. Over the years, Chu Yunyao had done this kind of thing a lot. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang was fine, so he didn't take it to heart. It was just that he didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and some people would be so powerful. As soon as they came back, they tortured Chu Yunyao to such a situation. It was reasonable to say that He Yunjuan's strength had already reached the first stage of star aura. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others should not be his opponents at all. Was it possible that He Yunjun hated Chu Yunyao, so he was unwilling to help? However, if this was the case, Chu Yunshang would not ignore Chu Yunyao. For a time, Duan Huali's mood was also very complicated. He couldn't understand the situation in front of him. Bailey Hongzhuang and others looked at Duan Huali coldly. They didn't have a good impression of this person. In the end, the reason why Shangguan Yingying was treated like this was entirely because of Duan Huali. Beichen's eyes turned cold when he saw Duan Huali. He clearly remembered how Duan Huali had provoked him when he had tried to attract Bailey Hongzhuang's attention. He remembered clearly how Duan Huali had looked down on him. Showing such an expression in front of his wife was already a great insult to him. Back then, because he wasn't strong enough, he could only endure it for the time being. But now, everything was different from back then. Yunshang, you. Duan Huali couldn't help but ask. However, before Chu Yunshang could speak, He Yunjuan's voice rang out first. Junior brother Duan, Yunshang isn't that familiar with you. You should call her junior sister Chu. Hearing this, Duan Huali was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. Duan Huali, you don't have to pay attention to them. He Yunjun is completely a despicable and shameless villain. He actually persuaded my sister to leave me alone. My sister is also obsessed and actually agreed to him. Chu Yunyao said and looked at Chu Yunshang fiercely. Chu Yunshang, from today onwards, we are no longer friends. From now on, you are no longer my sister. Yunyao. Chu Yunshang's expression was complicated, and her mind was also full of thoughts. She did not know if Duan Huali would join them. Would it be possible to defeat Bailey Hongzhuang and the others? Although Duan Huali didn't have a complete understanding of this matter, he had a rough idea. With Chu Yunshang's temperament, she would not ignore Chu Yunyao unless she had no choice. In this way, there was only one explanation. Junior sister Bailey, I don't know if you can spare Chu Yunyao this time for my sake. Duan Huali couldn't help but ask. Listening to Duan Huali's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips evoked a playful arc, and she sneered, why should I give you face? As soon as this remark came out, Duan Huali couldn't help but be stunned, and his expression was a little embarrassed. Bailey Hongzhuang's rhetorical question was tantamount to giving him face. For the sake of my previous friendship with you, you should be magnanimous and let her go this time. Duan Huali continued. When Chu Yunshang saw that Duan Huali was willing to speak for her at this time, she couldn't help but be moved, and her eyes became more and more affectionate. She knew that Duan Huali couldn't have no feelings for her at all. That's where you're wrong. We've never been friends before. Bailey Hongzhuang stretched out a finger and shook it. This is all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could Chu Yunyao take Yingying away? Yingying wouldn't be tortured by Chu Yunyao. Now you want me to let Chu Yunyao go, instead of pleading for Chu Yunyao now, You might as well think about how to plead for yourself. Duan Huali's face suddenly became ugly. Being refuted by Bailey Hongzhuang again and again, he naturally lost face. What? What? Does junior sister Bailey want to do something to me? At this moment, Di Beichen stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and looked at Duan Huali coldly. I'm the one who wants to hurt you. Hearing Di Beichen's words, Duan Huali was slightly stunned. Then, he chuckled and said, Junior brother Di seems to have a lot of opinions about me. You're wrong, Di Beichen said slowly. Oh? Duan Huali was a little surprised. Does junior brother Di not have anything against me? No. Di Beichen's eyes were cold. I don't have a problem with you. I want to kill you. Di Beichen's lips curled into a cold arc as he looked at Duan Huali with a smile that was not a smile. Everyone wanted to kill Chu Yunyao as soon as they came back, and for him, the one he wanted to kill the most was Duan Huali. This guy dared to flirt with his most beloved woman in front of him. He had already vowed to kill this guy. As soon as these words came out, everyone sighed and their faces were filled with surprise. Di Beichen is too domineering. He said that he wanted to kill Duan Huali as soon as he opened his mouth. It's really surprising. In fact, this is not surprising. As early as a few months ago, Di Beichen said at the transmission array that he would be rude to Duan Huali. Now, this is also expected. Duan Huali is a womanizer. Bailey Hongzhuang is so beautiful. It's impossible for Duan Huali not to have any thoughts about her. Didn't this offend Di Beichen? After hearing these words, Chu Yunyao and Chu Yunsheng's faces suddenly changed a little. Duan Huali was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he chuckled and said, Junior brother Di, your tone is a little too big. Whether it's big or not, let's see. He originally wanted to deal with Duan Huali after dealing with Chu Yunyao. Since Duan Huali was already here, he might as well deal with him together and save himself the trouble of looking for him in the future. When Duan Huali discovered that Di Beichen had already reached the second order of star magnate, his face could not help but flash with a thick shock. Suddenly, he looked at Chu Yunsheng with a hint of understanding. It turned out that it was not that He Yunjun was unwilling to save Chu Yunyao, but that he was not Di Beichen's opponent and could not help. Di Beichen's fist rapidly enlarged. In Duan Huali's eyes, mixed with a fierce qi, directly blasting the air and attacking him. Duan Huali understood that Di Beichen was not joking. He really wanted to take his life. However, his movements were not fast. When Di Beichen's fist was about to reach him, he also met it with a punch. Bang, the qi scattered. Duan Huali's face changed a little, and then his figure took 2 steps back. According to his judgment, Di Beichen had just broken through the second order of star magnate. He should not be his opponent, so he dealt with it very calmly. However, he did not expect Di Beichen's punch to be able to force him to retreat. How could this be? A storm raged in Duan Huali's heart. This level of strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his. Thinking back to the beginning, Di Beichen was just a grasshopper that could be pinched to death at will in his eyes. It was just that he wanted to get Bailey Hongzhuang's heart, so he did not plan to make a move himself. What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang and others were deeply valued by Master Long. He was also unwilling to offend Master Long. It was a pity that the people he sent did not succeed. Instead, it gave Di Beichen a chance to grow. Your strength. How did it become so strong? Looking at Duan Huali's surprised expression, Di Beichen ignored it. Why should I tell you? As soon as he finished speaking, Di Beichen launched another attack. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the 2 people who were fighting. She understood Di Beichen's hatred for Duan Huali. Previously, she had been asking Di Beichen to endure. Now, she finally had the chance to take revenge. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Fortunately, they did not have to wait for too long. Now, they could finally hold their heads high. Bang bang bang, the first exchange between Di Beichen and Duan Huali was the most powerful collision yet. The terrifying killing intent that leaked out from Di Beichen's body clearly indicated that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take Duan Huali's life. Qi continued to explode. The 2 people's movements were as fast as lightning. As they entangled with each other, the crowd was dazzled. It seems that junior brother Di wants to take revenge this time. Chu Jinfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of interest flashing in his eyes. As for the grievances between Di Beichen and Duan Huali, it could be said that he was very clear about it. Who let Duan Huali, this guy, take liberties with other people's wives? Any man with a bit of backbone would not be able to swallow this. I admire men like junior brother D. Ran Zimei's eyes flashed with joy. Duan Huali should be taught a lesson. Ran Ziheng, between junior brother D and Duan Huali, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Chu Jinfeng could not help but ask. Although Di Beichen had broken through to level 2, Duan Huali was also a very famous expert. Beichen will definitely win. At this moment, a cold but firm voice rang out. Ran Ziheng and the others couldn't help but look at the source of the voice, only to find that it was Mo Yunjue not far away. The three of them couldn't help but look at each other. Although today was the first time they met Mo Yunjue, they could feel that his strength was very tyrannical, and he was extremely cold. His whole body exuded a kind of aura that didn't allow strangers to approach him. Therefore, even if they were quite familiar with Di Beichen and the others, there was a certain distance between them and Mo Yunjue. Junior brother Mo, how can you be so sure? Chu Jinfeng thought for a moment and asked. At the same time, he wanted to test whether Mo Yunjue was an extremely difficult person to get along with. Mo Yunjue's gaze fell on Di Beichen in front of him, and slowly said, if this Duan Huali's strength is higher than Beichen's, then there may be a chance of winning, but since their cultivation is the same, Duan Huali is definitely not Beichen's opponent. As soon as these words came out, Ren Ziheng and the others were surprised. Mo Yunjue's words were very domineering, as if he had extreme confidence in Di Beichen's strength. Xiren also couldn't help but look at Mo Yunjue. It seemed that Di Beichen was right. Although Mo Yunjue and he were originally rivals, Mo Yunjue was a very magnanimous gentleman, not a sinister villain. He Yunjun, Chu Yunsheng, and Chu Yunyao's eyes all focused on Duan Huali, but the three of them had different thoughts. Because of the past between Duan Huali and Chu Yunsheng, He Yunjun didn't have any good impression of Duan Huali. Although they didn't fight on normal days, they still looked at each other with disgust. Moreover, this matter was entirely caused by Duan Huali, and he loathed this person's style to a certain extent. Chu Yunyao looked at Duan Huali with a face full of hope. Her whole mental appearance had become completely different from before. Now, in her eyes, Duan Huali was a hero who had come to save her. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Shangguan Yingying and said, Yingying, Beichen will take care of Duan Huali. You don't have to worry. You just need to vent your anger. Duan Huali was only a level 2 astral radiance cultivator. With their current strength, Duan Huali could not do anything. As long as Di Beichen made a move, Duan Huali would have no chance of winning. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Shangguan Yingying smiled and nodded. She naturally understood Di Beichen's strength. Okay. Chu Yunyao saw that Shangguan Yingying wanted to attack her again, and quickly said, Shangguan Yingying, Duan Huali has come to save me. If you dare to attack me again, I won't let you go. In your dreams. Shangguan Yingying kicked Chu Yunyao directly. Do you still want to leave? That's impossible. Speaking of this, Shangguan Yingying suddenly chuckled. Chu Yunyao, don't say that I'm not good enough for you. Haven't you always liked Duan Huali? Today, I'll let you both go to the Yellow Springs. When you go to the underworld, you can be companions. This can be considered as fulfilling one of your wishes. You. Chu Yunyao's eyes burned with anger, and the yuan energy in her body gushed out instantly. Even if I want to die, I will never let you live. Shangguan Yingying obviously didn't expect that Chu Yunyao would suddenly fight back and couldn't react for a moment. Be careful. When Xiren hurriedly called out and immediately wanted to rush to Shangguan Yingying's side. Unfortunately, there was a certain distance between them and it was too late for him to do so. Chu Yunyao's eyes flashed with excitement and pride. Although she was not Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent now, as long as she killed Shangguan Yingying, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would definitely be in incomparable pain. Then she would be able to vent her anger. However, just as Chu Yunyao's attack was about to land on Shangguan Yingying, Bailey Hongzhuang's fist directly hit Chu Yunyao's body. Bang! With a sound, Chu Yunyao's figure flew out and landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chu Yunyao fell to the ground. Just as she wanted to get up, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't show any mercy in that palm strike just now. Chu Yunyao was naturally seriously injured by the full strength of a first-rank starlight. Ying, are you okay? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with concern. Shangguan Ying shook her head. You acted in time. I'm fine. Wen Ziren also ran to Shangguan Ying's side. After seeing that Shangguan Ying was safe, he was completely relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze to Chu Yunyao and slowly walked to her side. Chu Yunyao, I didn't expect you to have the courage to fight back. Chu Yunyao smiled coldly, her lips and teeth full of blood. You acted quickly just now. Otherwise I would have killed Shangguan Ying. Looking at Chu Yunyao's proud appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with coldness. Chu Yunyao, looking at your proud appearance, I really feel that it's a bit of an eyesore. Hee hee. Chu Yunyao chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang, everything is not over yet. You don't have to make a conclusion too early. Maybe the one who dies in the end is you, not me. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yunyao could not help but be stunned. Before she could react, Bailey Hongzhuang punched her dantian. Bang, another voice sounded. Then, everyone was shocked to find that Chu Yunyao's entire body suddenly deflated like a balloon. Chu Yunyao's face suddenly showed an extremely painful expression. She couldn't control her body and knelt down directly. Her face became extremely pale, and cold sweat oozed out uncontrollably. She clutched her dantian in agony and stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. You actually destroyed my cultivation? I asked you to be obedient. If you don't want to, then I can only destroy your cultivation to make you obedient. Bailey Hongzhuang's hands were around her chest, and her delicate face was full of indifference. Yunyao. Chu Yunshang couldn't help but call out after seeing that Chu Yunyao's cultivation had been destroyed. However, Chu Yunyao just glanced at her coldly. I've become like this now. Are you happy? The cultivators present couldn't help but gasp when they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had destroyed Chu Yunyao's cultivation. Chu Yunyao's face was ashen, and her eyes were filled with tears. Once she lost her cultivation, she would become a complete waste. For so many years, she had always been proud of her cultivation. She had never thought that one day her cultivation would be destroyed. Instead of that, she really felt that it was better to die like this. What was the point of living for a waste? For Chu Yunyao's strong despair, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were extremely cold. You can't live if you want to. If Chu Yunyao hadn't caused trouble herself, how could she have fallen to this point? Since she dared to do such a thing at the beginning, she should be prepared to bear all this now. Ying, she can't hurt you anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Shangguan Ying was also surprised that Bailey Hongzhuang acted so neatly. However, Chu Yunyao had humiliated her many times before because she was strong enough. Now that she had lost her cultivation, she felt very happy. Unrighteous deeds are doomed to destruction. Serves you right for ending up like this. Shangguan Ying looked at Chu Yunyao coldly. If it hadn't been for Bailey Hongzhuang's speed, she might have been seriously injured by Chu Yunyao now. Thinking of this, she felt a burst of displeasure and immediately stepped on Chu Yunyao's body again. Puff. Chu Yunyao spat out another mouthful of blood. Her injury was very serious. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang destroyed her cultivation. Her body had already been weak to a certain extent. At this moment, she was only kicked by Shangguan Ying, but she couldn't bear it. You're arrogant. Shangguan Ying's eyes were cold. Let's see how you can be arrogant now. After seeing Chu Yunyao being humiliated like this, Chu Yunshang's eyes flashed with a strong unbearable light. She couldn't help but say, Junior sister Shangguan, Yunyao's cultivation has been destroyed and she has been taught a lesson. Why don't you let her live? No matter what, Chu Yunyao was her sister. Seeing her sister suffer such humiliation, she was also extremely painful in her heart. Hearing this, without waiting for Shangguan Ying to speak, Chu Yunyao had already angrily said, Chu Yunshang, you don't need to come here to pretend to be kind. Since you've already decided to abandon me, why are you pretending to be a good person now? It's none of your business whether I live or die. Yunyao. Chu Yunshang frowned. She couldn't do anything about it. If she could, she really wished that none of this had happened. Shang Guanying couldn't help but look at Chu Yunsheng and said lightly, since Chu Yunyao doesn't appreciate your feelings, you don't need to think too highly of yourself. Since you've already made your decision, why are you still acting like this? She didn't like Chu Yunsheng either. If Chu Yunsheng decided to completely ignore Chu Yunyao after leaving, she might appreciate it a little. Now she really did it and wanted to set up a chastity memorial arch. She also felt very disgusted. He Yunjin took Chu Yunsheng's hand and advised, Yunsheng, if you don't want to be buried with Chu Yunyao, then don't say anything. The current situation is not good for us. If you waver your position like this, maybe they will kill you directly. Chu Yunsheng nodded helplessly. Now, she didn't dare to say anything more. Bewitching and Duan Huali's battle was in full swing. The tyrannical qi burst out, and wherever it passed, it was a mess. The more Duan Huali fought, the more shocked he became, because he realized that Bewitching was so young, but his combat experience was so terrifying. Originally, he thought that even if Bewitching's strength was comparable to his, he would still have a certain advantage in terms of combat experience. However, Bewitching's performance was flawless, and he couldn't find a single flaw. This was a bit too terrifying. Could it be that all the cultivators who came out of the demon training tower had such terrifying combat strength? After Bewitching fought with Duan Huali for a while, he had a certain understanding of Duan Huali's strength, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. In the next moment, Bewitching and Duan Huali separated. After probing for so long, you still haven't revealed your true strength. Now it's time for us to see the real deal. Bewitching's voice was cold, and his deep eyes rippled with a cold light. Hearing Bewitching's words, Duan Huali couldn't help but be stunned, and his eyes flashed with a strong sense of astonishment. Probing? Could it be that he used all his strength to fight with Bewitching, but to Bewitching, it was just a probe? Is it not? Bewitching asked back. Duan Huali's expression was a bit ugly. Facing Bewitching's words, he couldn't weaken his momentum, and immediately said, yes, it's time for us to see the real deal. Today, you're the one who's looking for trouble with me. If you die in my hands, don't regret it. Hearing this, Bewitching sneered, you're overestimating yourself. There's only one possibility today, and that is that you'll die in my hands. In the next moment, a vigorous aura erupted from Bewitching's body, and a rich blood color mixed with darkness appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A faint smell of blood spread in the air, and Bewitching's entire body was shrouded in a bloody aura. However, those who had seen Bewitching's bloody aura before would find that the bloody aura he displayed this time was slightly different from usual. Xiren, why do I feel that Bewitching's bloody aura seems to have something more than usual? Shang Guanying couldn't help but look at Xiren with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Xiren nodded slightly, I think so too. Maybe it has something to do with Bewitching's murderous aura this time. Until now, even they didn't know what effect of murderous aura had. Now that they had the opportunity to see Bewitching's display, they were very much looking forward to it. After Bewitching displayed the blood chi field, everyone was surprised to find that Bewitching's aura had improved. It can't be. This bloody aura is actually so abnormal. Bewitching is already a Starlight Realm cultivator, but it can still increase his cultivation. The extent of this increase is too terrifying. This is the power of the blood chi field. That's why there are so many cultivators fighting to be the first to obtain it, but according to what I know, it seems that after a cultivator reaches the Starlight Realm, the bloody aura can only increase their cultivation by one level. This is because the gap between each level is too big. Under everyone's curious gazes, Bewitching's aura directly increased from Starlight Realm Level 2 to Starlight Realm Level 3. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although being able to increase by one level was very shocking, it was still easier to accept than increasing by 2 levels. The effect of this blood chi field is really amazing. I'm really envious of it. It's a pity that I didn't have that ability back then. Chu Jinfeng's eyes were filled with envy. When it comes to the ability to fight above one's level, the cultivator who has obtained the inheritance of the blood refining tower is number 1. This is the reason why the blood refining tower is so attractive. Ren Ziheng couldn't help but sigh, a genius inheritor that only appears once every few hundred years. The inheritance he possesses is naturally not something that ordinary people can obtain. It's not surprising that it has such a heaven-defying effect. Ranzime nodded. Junior brother D is so young, but now he already has the combat strength of a third-order star magnate. This is really terrifying. Originally, I was a little worried about the result of the fight between him and Duanhuali, but now it seems that he will definitely win. A smile appeared on Renzime's face. Bewitching had the means to improve his cultivation, but Duanhuali didn't. As a result, Duanhuali was bound to be at a disadvantage. In today's battle, they had won a complete victory. After Duanhuali saw Bewitching's aura improve, his eyes suddenly froze and his face became ugly. He couldn't help but look at Chu Yunyao, who was not far away, only to see that Chu Yunyao was now half dead. Her whole person was already disheartened. To be honest, not only was Chu Yunyao's cultivation destroyed, but she was also seriously injured. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't take her life now, she would definitely not be able to survive. Thinking of this, Duanhuali couldn't help but regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have joined in the fun today. Now, he was in deep trouble. At this moment, Duanhuali didn't have any intention to continue fighting with Bewitching. Originally, he had already used all his skills, but he could only fight to a draw with Bewitching. Now that Bewitching's aura had increased, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He didn't need to fight to know that he would lose. If he was defeated by Bewitching, he was afraid that Bewitching would not show mercy. After all, he had expressed his interest in Bailey Hongzhuang in front of Bewitching. Therefore, Bewitching would definitely want to kill him. Duanhuali could not help but look around, his mind wondering if there was a chance for him to escape. Unfortunately, Bewitching seemed to have seen through his thoughts. His aura was tightly locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. Damn it! Duanhuali cursed in his heart. He really didn't expect that he would fall into such a situation today. No matter what, he couldn't fail at such an easy task. He had to escape today. But as far as the people present were concerned, there was really no one who could help him. Duanhuali, you don't have to think of a way to escape. I won't give you any chance. Bewitching directly exposed Duanhuali's thoughts. Hearing Bewitching's words, Duanhuali's face turned cold. He said, I don't have any thoughts of escaping. You're overthinking it. If that's the case, then that's even better. Bewitching heard this and didn't continue to argue with Duanhuali. In the next moment, the flowing light sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of his body, he charged towards Duanhuali at lightning speed. The difference between the third level and the second level of the star rays was not small. Bewitching's attack forced Duanhuali to retreat step by step. Ding ding ding. The fighting strength of a third-order star magnate was very terrifying. There was only a gap of one order, but Bewitching's fighting strength at this moment was much stronger than before. Duanhuali was originally able to fight on par with Bewitching, but at this moment, he was completely forced back by Bewitching. He could only try his best to resist Bewitching's attack, but there was no possibility of counterattack. Terrifying sword chi burst out in all directions. Wherever the two people passed, sword marks appeared on the ground. It was very terrifying. The surrounding cultivators all quickly retreated. The destructive power of this kind of cultivation was extremely terrifying. After seeing this scene, Niao Shuang couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, he had already decided not to be enemies with Bewitching. Now it seemed that he really had foresight. If Bewitching had displayed such strength at that time, he was afraid that he would have died in Bewitching's hands. The younger generation would surpass the older. At this moment, there was only this thought in his mind. At the age of 20, he had broken through to the third-order star magnate. His future potential was really not ordinary. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stood quietly at the side, watching the battle between Bewitching and Duanhuali. Chu Yunyao was now half dead and had no influence on them. Instead of directly killing Chu Yunyao, it was better to let her calm down in this pain for a moment. Hongzhuang, Bewitching's current strength is really amazing. Shangguaninging couldn't help but sigh. When they returned to the outside world again, Situ Yan and the others would be shocked to know that Bewitching's strength had improved. Yes, Bewitching's appearance now is completely different from when he first came to Punlai Island. Xiren's face was filled with emotion. However, this is the Bewitching I have always known. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Beichen's strength improvement is indeed astonishing. Now, the heavenly mandate body has only just shown its ability. In the long run, I'm afraid that our cultivation won't be able to catch up. Even though it was very difficult for her cultivation to catch up with Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang was also very happy. Seeing Bewitching's strength improve made her happier than her own. Bewitching's attacks were extremely fierce, and the angle of his sword was also tricky and ruthless. After staying in the demon tower for so long, they took people's lives as soon as they made a move. Only in this way could they win more efficiently. Duan Huali had never been to the demon refining pagoda before, so he was naturally unfamiliar with this kind of fighting style. Under Bewitching's offensive, he was surrounded by danger. If he was not careful, he could be seriously injured by Bewitching. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. The flowing light sword flew, bringing with it a bloody light. When Bewitching withdrew the flowing light sword, everyone found that Duan Huali's body had wounds. His originally neat clothes were now covered with bloodstains, and his hair had become extremely messy. Where was the elegant and proud appearance from before? Duan Huali is unlucky today. I'm afraid he will stay here forever. The cultivators present shook their heads and sighed. They didn't expect such an ending. Duan Huali stayed in Punlai Palace. Who knows how many women have been harmed by him? If he dies, it's a good thing. Chu Yunyao happened to be his companion. He won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Duan Huali's face was gloomy, as black as the bottom of a pot. The pain in his body was far less than the pain in his heart at the moment. In the face of a grasshopper that he could pinch to death that will now control his life and death, this gap was undoubtedly huge. He wanted to let Bailey Hongzhuang know how much stronger he was than Bewitching, but now the situation was a direct slap to his face. Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yunyao's eyes fell on Duan Huali, and their hearts were full of worry. Chu Yunyao was now completely disheartened, but she didn't want Duan Huali to die like this. If she had been destroyed by Bailey Hongzhuang before, then she wouldn't have asked Duan Huali for help, and wouldn't have dragged Duan Huali into the water. He Yunjun couldn't help but look at Chu Yunsheng beside him. After seeing the deep worry in the latter's eyes, he couldn't help but frown, and a few wisps of unhappiness appeared between his eyebrows. When he pursued Chu Yunsheng, he knew that Chu Yunsheng's heart was tied to Duan Huali, but because of Chu Yunyao, they had to separate. He thought that after such a long time, Chu Yunsheng had already changed her mind, but he didn't expect that she was still so worried about Duan Huali at this moment. Could it be that his sincerity these days had no meaning to Chu Yunsheng? Thinking of this, an unspeakable hatred also spread in He Yunjuan's heart. Boom, a shocking sound resounded. Bewitching and Duan Huali's attacks collided fiercely. The whole ground seemed to tremble, and there was a feeling of heaven and earth shattering. Everyone only saw the two bright lights colliding with each other. Immediately after, they felt the earth-shattering power. They were all shocked. However, amidst the dazzling light, no one knew what was going on with Bewitching and Duan Huali. It was not until a muffled groan was heard that a figure fell heavily to the ground like a parabola. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they realized that this person was Duan Huali. When everyone saw Duan Huali's miserable appearance, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Duan Huali's clothes had long been torn by Bewitching's sword, revealing bits of blood. Now that they were mixed with dust and mud, he looked even more battered and exhausted. Most importantly, Duan Huali's face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had suffered a heavy blow. On the contrary, Bewitching looked as if nothing had happened. He still had a graceful and elegant appearance, without the slightest bit of disorder. This kind of contrast in strength made everyone sigh. "You've lost," Bewitching said slowly. Following Bewitching's words, Duan Huali's face became increasingly gloomy, but he couldn't say anything. He had indeed lost, and he had lost very badly. In the next moment, Bewitching looked at Duan Huali, his eyes cold and indifferent. "Back then, I had said that I would definitely kill you. Today, I can also fulfill this promise." Duan Huali's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately struggled to stand up. He didn't want to die here. However, Bewitching's movements were extremely fast. With a wave of his right hand, the flowing light sword directly pierced out, mercilessly attacking Duan Huali. Seeing this, Duan Huali immediately wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, he had just been severely injured and couldn't quickly dodge. The appearance of this figure was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone looked at Chu Yunyao, who was standing in front of Duan Huali, in astonishment. The flowing light sword mercilessly pierced Chu Yunyao's body. She couldn't help but groan. Blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth and she slowly fell down. Yunyao. Duan Huali stared at the figure in front of him in a daze. As if he had been hit by a heavy blow, he quickly stepped forward and caught Chu Yunyao's body. He had never thought that Chu Yunyao would actually stand in front of him. Chu Yunyao looked at Duan Huali, and a smile slowly appeared on her lips. Huali, it's good that you can still hug me. She looked at Duan Huali's face with infatuation. She reached out her hand and slowly covered it. Her eyes were blurred and happy. I wanted to do this a long time ago, but you never gave me a chance. Yunyao. Duan Huali held Chu Yunyao's hand. His eyes were full of pity and pity. Why are you so stupid? Chu Yunyao smiled faintly. I've been abolished and seriously injured. I definitely can't live. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me being too stingy, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Sister is right. You've all let go of this matter. I'm the only one who's still stubborn. It's just that, Huali, for so many years, I've never liked anyone until I met you. I'm not as free and easy as you. I can't let go just like that. I, Chu Yunyao, like someone for a lifetime. Tears slowly fell from the corners of Chu Yunyao's eyes. I know I'm wrong, but if I don't do something related to you, I really can't bear it. Even if you hate me, at least you still remember me. After I leave, don't forget me, okay? Chu Yunyao stared at Duan Huali and pleaded. Duan Huali nodded repeatedly, his face full of tension. No, you'll be fine. For a long time, he only felt that Chu Yunyao was too willful and unreasonable. Compared with Chu Yunyao, Chu Yunsheng was undoubtedly much more mature than her. Over the years, Chu Yunyao had been doing these little things. In fact, he was very tired of it, but for the sake of Chu Yunsheng, he ignored it. However, he forgot one thing. The reason why Chu Yunyao did this was that she cared for him. In contrast, Chu Yunsheng's feelings were much lighter than Chu Yunyao's. When Bailey's eyes, a strange look appeared on Yunyao's eyes. They always thought that the reason why Chu Yunyao did this was because of her strong possessiveness, destroying the mutual love between Chu Yunsheng and Duan Huali, but they never thought that her feelings for Duan Huali were so strong. Originally, there was a certain distance between Chu Yunyao and Duan Huali. After she was seriously injured, she had already suffered great pain. But after seeing that Duan Huali was injured, she tried to get close to Duan Huali. Until Bewitching's flowing light sword flew out, Chu Yunyao burst out with a very fast speed and blocked in front of Duan Huali. Thinking about it, only when the person you care about the most is in danger can you burst out with such speed. They only thought that Chu Yunyao was vicious, selfish and ruthless before, but they didn't realize the depth of her feelings for Duan Huali. Shangguan Yingying's eyes flashed with a complicated light. She originally hated Chu Yunyao to the extreme. She only thought that this woman was completely crazy. But at this moment, when she heard Chu Yunyao's words before she died, she suddenly felt that Chu Yunyao was a little pitiful. In fact, it was Chu Yunyao who fell in love with Duan Huali first. The two of them fell in love at first sight, but so many things happened because of a strange combination of circumstances. If Duan Huali hadn't recognized the wrong person at the beginning, maybe they would have been a couple envied by everyone now. Unfortunately, in the end, they fell in love with each other and became what they are now. Bailey Hongxuan's eyebrows also showed a bit of emotion. It was a pity that the two sisters fell in love with the same person. Chu Yunyao's destruction of the relationship between Duan Huali and Chu Yunsheng was indeed selfish, but in the end, she liked him too much, so she couldn't let it go. She didn't understand Chu Yunyao at first, but after hearing what the latter said just now, she suddenly understood. Because she liked him too much, she couldn't accept that he was close to any woman except her, because as long as she thought about it, it was unbearable. They all ignored Chu Yunyao's love for Duan Huali. They only thought that she was too willful and unwilling to let it go, but they didn't know that she only loved this person in her life. After seeing Chu Yunyao suffer such a heavy blow, Chu Yunsheng also rushed to Chu Yunyao, tears flowing uncontrollably. Yunyao. Yunyao, how are you? Chu Yunyao shook her head. Sister, forgive me for not being so magnanimous. I understand. Chu Yunsheng nodded repeatedly. I understand what you said. Even if I die, I still can't accept you being together, and can't accept him as my brother-in-law. Chu Yunyao's face showed a painful look. However, after I die, I should not know anything. Yunyao, you will be fine, you will be fine. Chu Yunsheng quickly said, and immediately took out the elixir from her Qianquan bag and fed it to Chu Yunyao. You will be fine. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Without cultivation, I'm already a cripple. Living is only painful. It's better to die and be free. After I die, I can also walk out of this relationship like you. With that, Chu Yunyao looked at Duan Huali again and asked, Huali, at the beginning. Did you really not like me at all? Sister. Is she really so much better than me? No one knew how happy she was when she and Duan Huali fell in love with each other. For more than 20 years, no one had entered her heart until Duan Huali appeared. Everything was so logical. One look was enough to make her remember it for the rest of her life. She thought that it was God's arrangement, that he was the love of her life, but she didn't expect God to play tricks on her. She looked the same as her sister, but she didn't expect that the person she liked would be the same as well. And Chu Yunsheng was, Chu Yunyao's fall in love with him. She could not. She knew that she was selfish, but she just wanted to be with Duan Huali. She crazily wanted him to be by her side. As long as he was willing, she was willing to give up everything. Unfortunately, Duan Huali began to hate her. Hearing this, Duan Huali was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at Chu Yunsheng. He had thought that in this matter, he and Chu Yunsheng had been hurt the most, but now it seemed that the most painful person was Chu Yunyao. He had hurt her so deeply, but she still loved him with her life. When Xiren shook his head and sighed, it's really a sin. If she had told Duan Huali her feelings earlier, she might have been able to get married. But she had to do so many things. A pitiful person must have something to hate. You can't live if you want to. Bewitching said coldly. Bailey Hongzhuang also agreed. Although Chu Yunyao was pitiful in this relationship, weren't so many women who died in her hands more innocent? In the end, it was because he had taken the wrong path, and he had to be responsible for what he had done. If it weren't for their strength, they would have become ghosts under Chu Yunyao's sword. In the future, it was unknown how many female cultivators would die because of his resentment. I did. Duan Huali held Chu Yunyao's hand tightly. I liked you. Listening to Duan Huali's words, Chu Yunyao's face showed a satisfied smile. As soon as she opened her mouth, she couldn't help coughing. Blood spurted out, and her breath was weak to the extreme. Yunyao. Duan Huali's face was full of tension. He hugged Chu Yunyao tightly. You can't have anything happen to you. It was all my fault before. Chu Yunyao's lips curled into a smile. Her face was pale to the extreme. She reached out and stroked Duan Huali's face. Hearing you say this, I'm already satisfied. Even if you lied to me, I believe it. I'm really happy. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao's hand fell down heavily. Duan Huali and Chu Yunsheng were both shocked. Yunyao. However, Chu Yunyao closed her eyes and no longer breathed. Duan Huali and Chu Yunsheng's faces were covered with tears. Duan Huali even hugged Chu Yunyao's body and cried. Everyone sighed when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that it would end up like this. Hong Zhuang, do you think Duan Huali is real? Does he really like Chu Yunyao? Shang Guanying raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of curiosity. She felt that the love Duan Huali said should be to comfort Chu Yunyao. The one he really liked should be Chu Yunsheng. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and said, it's true. Ah? Shang Guanying was slightly stunned. Why? In fact, Duan Huali didn't know whether he liked Chu Yunyao or Chu Yunsheng, but compared with Chu Yunyao's selfishness and Chu Yunsheng's selflessness, Chu Yunyao was inferior, so Duan Huali liked Chu Yunsheng more. However, Chu Yunsheng was now a couple with He Yunjun, but Chu Yunyao was willing to die for him. This gave him a great impact. At the beginning, didn't Duan Huali like Chu Yunsheng as Chu Yunyao? So he must have liked Chu Yunyao, and I'm afraid he has fallen in love with Chu Yunyao now. It's really unbelievable to talk about love with a playboy like Duan Huali. Ren Zimei shook her head and sighed. She thought that it would be a pleasure to teach Chu Yunyao a lesson today, but she didn't expect to see this emotional scene in the end. Duan Huali was immersed in grief, holding Chu Yunyao's body in a daze. He sat there as if he had lost his soul. No one knew what he was thinking. Chu Yunsheng was also sitting aside in a daze. She had always felt that Chu Yunyao was too overbearing and selfish. If it were someone else, she would have ignored them long ago. It was only because of this blood relationship that she could not give up that she had been tolerant and patient. In fact, many times, she was also extremely tired of Chu Yunyao, especially when Chu Yunyao accused her of being the third party in their relationship. She was angry and aggrieved. Later, she was forced by Chu Yunyao to separate from Duan Huali. She had also complained and suffered. However, when Chu Yunyao apologized to her just now, her heart felt an unprecedented pain. She began to blame herself for not choosing to quit at the beginning. If she had chosen to quit and let Chu Yunyao succeed, then she would not have ended up like this now. In fact, she had no right to complain about Chu Yunyao's selfishness, because she did not choose to quit at the beginning, which was also a kind of selfishness. However, in the future, her sister would no longer make trouble without reason. Duan Huali, don't think that you can escape death by pretending to be sad here. Xiren suddenly said. Their purpose today was very clear. They wanted to kill Chu Yunyao and Duan Huali. Now that Chu Yunyao was dead, it was Duan Huali's turn. Duan Huali raised his head in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Obviously, Chu Yunyao's death had given him a great blow. Not long after, Duan Huali stood up and looked at Bewitching and said, "Since you want to take my life, then do it." Hearing Duan Huali's words, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Yunyao's death would give him such a big blow that he didn't even want his own life. Bewitching looked at Duan Huali indifferently. His body moved, and he didn't hold back. He directly punched Duan Huali's dantian. Duan Huali's figure flew backward and fell heavily to the ground. His face flashed with intense pain. "You should pay for what you've done." Bewitching's voice was cold. In the end, he didn't even look at Duan Huali. He turned around and walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side. Holding Bailey Hongshuang's hand, he said, "Let's go back." Bailey Hongshuang and the others were a little surprised by Bewitching's decision. However, since Bewitching had already said so, they naturally had no objections. Okay. Bailey Hongshuang nodded and turned to leave with Bewitching. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang and the others leave, everyone present couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Today's battle was really too lively. Bewitching didn't kill Duan Huali directly, but just abolished his cultivation. It's really unexpected. In fact, what's the difference between abolishing his cultivation and killing him? It's just that he's still alive, but he's no longer as powerful as before. It's impossible for him to continue to stay in the Punlai Palace. With such cultivation, I'm afraid that he would have died before he could leave the Punlai Palace. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. At the beginning, the relationship between Duan Huali and the other two caused a shock. Now, the ending was also amazing. Bailey Hongshuang and the others slowly walked towards their residence. Today, they had just returned to Punlai Palace and had already dealt with two big opponents. It was really very satisfying. "Beichen, why didn't you kill Duan Huali directly?" Bailey Hongshuang turned her head and looked at Bewitching's perfect side profile. She couldn't help but ask. Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongshuang, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised into a smile. "In fact, if I kept him alive, he would be in more pain." "Why?" Shang Guanying also asked curiously. It wasn't until Chu Yunyao was about to die that he realized that the person he liked the most was Chu Yunyao. Unfortunately, there was no chance to keep her. Presumably, he should be deeply regretting his wrong choice now. Since he was originally not a fickle person, he would definitely be in incomparable pain now that he has come to his senses. To him, death is actually a kind of relief, Ren Ziheng suddenly said. "Junior brother D, am I right?" Bewitching nodded, "Yes." "Do you want Duan Huali to be immersed in pain, so you didn't take his life?" Bailey Hongshuang asked. "He has done so many wrong things. If I let him die so easily, wouldn't it be too easy for him?" Bewitching asked. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed. Beichen, you are really too two-faced. I thought you felt that Duan Huali was a little pitiful, so you left him alive. Di Beichen chuckled. If I really felt that he was pitiful, then I wouldn't have destroyed his cultivation. In this way, he might still be able to walk together with Chu Yunsheng in the end. Crippling his cultivation is the same as completely destroying all his hopes. That's the most painful thing. He didn't care what reason Duan Huali had for coveting Bailey Hongzhuang. As far as he was concerned, he wouldn't let go of anyone who had crooked thoughts about Bailey Hongzhuang. What's more, Duan Huali wanted to take their lives, but he didn't succeed. For such a guy, no matter how pitiful he was, he would not sympathize with him. Beichen, I really admire you more and more recently. Xiren couldn't help but sigh, but you are right, a guy like him should be punished. In my opinion, I'm afraid that Duan Huali won't live for long. Mo Yunjue said slowly. Listening to Mo's words, the crowd couldn't help but be a little surprised. Junior brother Mo, why would you say that? Ren Zimei asked. Juzest Ju kill him. With his life. Chu Jinfeng nodded. As long as it's a cultivator of our level, once their cultivation is crippled, most of them won't want to live anymore. Moreover, after receiving such a blow from Chu Yunyao, the possibility of him committing suicide is not small. It's good that he's dead. This way, we can give an explanation to those cultivators who died in their hands for no reason. Ran Ziheng said. Forget it, now that this matter has been resolved, there's no need to affect our good mood. Chu Jingfeng's face revealed a smile. You guys just came back today, so we have to celebrate for you guys. At the same time, tell us about the interesting things about the demon refining tower, and let us experience it. After the death of Chu Yunyao, the combat power of Bailey Hongzhuang and others quickly spread in the Penglai Palace. With this kind of combat power, their team was already considered an extremely tyrannical existence in the Penglai Palace. A few days later, as everyone guessed, Duan Huali committed suicide after Chu Yunyao was buried. After he died, it was Chu Yunsheng who buried him with Chu Yunyao. They couldn't be together when they were alive, but at least they could be together after death. After this news came out, the cultivators in the Penglai Palace all sighed. They suddenly felt that it was extremely difficult to meet a lover. On the contrary, it facilitated many lovers in the palace to be together. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and others went to Long Yanwei's residence together, because today was the day Mo Yunjue chose a contract beast. When they arrived, as expected, not only Long Yanwei was there, but Yi Zihua was also there. Mentor Yi, why are you so free every day? When Xiren couldn't help but tease, every time we come to find Master Long, you seem to be here? Hearing this, Yi Zihua frowned. What? You stinking brat dare to have a problem with me? How dare I? When Xiren quickly waved his hand, knowing that Mentor Yi is so concerned about us, we can't be happier. In this way, in addition to Master Long, there is also Mentor Yi as a pillar. You are such a smooth talker. Yi Zihua pretended to be helpless, but a smile appeared in his eyes. At first, he really didn't care much about these guys, but as he gradually became familiar with them, he became more and more optimistic about these little guys. Now, Di Beichen, Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue have all become Star Realm cultivators, and their future is really limitless. Although Xiren and Sheng Guanying's cultivation is a little worse, it should only be a matter of time. After all, their cultivation talent is there. You little fellows really can't stop once you come back. Long Yanwei helplessly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Although he already knew that there was a huge conflict between Bailey Hongzhuang and Chu Yunyao, he did not expect that even Duan Huali would be involved in this matter. It wasn't easy for them to recruit an Astral Radiance Realm cultivator, but they didn't expect to lose a rank 2 Astral Radiance Realm Duan Huali in the blink of an eye. He felt very helpless about this. Any cultivator in the Starlight Realm was a top-notch cultivator in the Penglai Palace. The death of even one person was a great loss to the Penglai Palace. Hee. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Lord Long, this matter should be within your expectations. If there is hatred, then there is hatred. If there is hatred, then there is hatred. Alas. Long Yanwei sighed. I know that you guys are the ones who don't stop. As soon as you came back, you made such a big commotion. After the palace master knew about it, he specially came over to ask me. What did the palace master say? Shang Guanying quickly asked. I have already spoken to the palace master, but in the future, you guys should calm down a little. No matter which force it is, a star realm cultivator is an important resource. It can't withstand your torment. And, Lord Long, don't worry. We are not people who like to cause trouble. It's just that some people deliberately came to find trouble with us, so we took action. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua could not help but look at each other, and the helplessness in their hearts grew stronger. They naturally heard that Bailey Hongzhuang's words were a little reserved. If others did not come to find trouble, they would not take action. If others came to find trouble, they would not be polite. The most important thing was that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others seemed to be born with the constitution of attracting trouble. Since they entered the Penglai Palace, they had been in constant trouble. The most important thing was that they did not take the initiative to find trouble every time. In this regard, they were really helpless. They still remembered that a few days ago, after knowing that Chu Yunyao and Duan Huali were both dead, they had specially discussed this matter. Yanwei, do you think the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang and the others can improve their cultivation so quickly is because they have been encountering all kinds of trouble? If their cultivation speed is not fast enough, they would have died long ago. Yi Zihua sighed. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others first came to the Penglai Palace, they caused a lot of trouble in the outer hall. Fortunately, their lives were saved and their strength was improved again. Unexpectedly. Not long after peace, they caused trouble again that day. Chu Yunyao's cultivation was far superior to theirs. They were lucky to escape from Chu Yunyao's hands and went to the demon training tower. Now that their cultivation had improved again, they defeated Chu Yunyao and successfully took revenge. If they had not improved fast enough, then they would have really died in the hands of Chu Yunyao and the others. I don't know either. Long Yanwei shook his head. However, the luck of these few little fellows is quite good. Although they suffer great trouble every time, in the end, they are able to turn danger into safety and instead become successful. I have stayed in the Penglai Palace for a long time. I have seen a lot of cultivators, but I have to admit that these little guys are indeed talented. Coupled with this excellent luck, it is amazing that they can reach this step. I hope their good luck can continue like this. It's precisely because of this sense of urgency that they don't slack off in their cultivation. Therefore, I don't know whether it's good or bad to always attract trouble. If it weren't for these troubles, maybe their cultivation wouldn't have improved so quickly. Maybe this is the arrangement of God. What a few amazing little fellows. Seeing that Long Yanwei was deep in thought, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask, Lord Long, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Long Yanwei came back to his senses and shook his head. It's nothing. I wonder if Master Long has any good contracted beasts? Can you introduce them to me? Wen Xiren asked with a smile. Don't tell me you want to take away my best contract beast? Long Yanwei asked. Xiren smiled brightly, Master Long, haven't you always said that you want to find the best master for your contracted beast? Mo Yunjue is a very powerful cultivator. I'm afraid you won't find many people as outstanding as him in Penglai Palace. He definitely won't disgrace your contract beast. You found a good master. Only you know how to talk. Long Yanwei glared at Xiren and then looked at Mo Yunjue with a smile. I do have a few good contract beasts here. I'll introduce them to you later. You can choose your favorite. Hearing this, Mo Yunjue cupped his hands to Long Yanwei and said, Thank you, Lord Long, now that you've joined Penglai Palace, you're one of us. Long Yanwei smiled and patted Mo Yunjue's shoulder, I'm very optimistic about you. Although he didn't know much about Mo Yunjue's fighting strength, he was able to reach the second-order star rank at such a young age, which proved that his potential was very terrifying. Yunjue, since Master Long said so, your contract beast must not be bad. Bewitching suddenly said with a smile. They had known Long Yanwei for so long, so they naturally knew about Long Yanwei. Long Yanwei was very kind and would definitely not treat Mo Yunjue unfairly. Next, Long Yanwei introduced several contract beasts to Mo Yunjue. They were all the most popular contract beasts among cultivators and were very precious. After Emo Yunjue understood the various characteristics of these contract beasts, his face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. When he was in the outside world, he didn't choose his own contract beast because he had enough confidence in his own strength. Generally, contract beasts with low growth rate would not be of any help to him. On the contrary, it would only be a waste of energy. He didn't expect that after coming to Punlai Palace, he would have the opportunity to obtain a contract beast of this grade. Punlai Palace's resources really couldn't be compared to the outside world. While Emo Yunjue was choosing his contract beast, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stayed outside. Everyone had their own contract beast that they liked. Whether it was suitable or not, they had to choose it themselves. They didn't know much about contract beasts and couldn't help much. However, they didn't need to worry at all. Master Long had a deep understanding of contract beasts and also knew what kind of cultivator was most suitable for which contract beast. They believed that Master Long would definitely help Long Yanwei choose the most suitable contract beast. After Emo Yunjue and Long Yanwei went in to choose their contract beasts, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sat down outside. At this time, Easy Hua suddenly placed a Qiankuan bag in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be surprised. Instructor E, this is? This is your share of the healing medicine. Easy Hua smiled. I knew you guys were coming over today, so I brought it over. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and took the Qiankuan bag. Thank you for making this trip, Mentor E. Now you know that I'm not that free, right? Easy Hua chuckled, his gaze involuntarily turning towards Xiren, who was not far away. Seeing this, Xiren hurriedly said, Instructor E, I said the wrong thing just now, please don't hold it against me. It's good that you know. Easy Hua nodded, revealing a satisfied expression. Hongzhuang, quickly take a look and see how many spirit stones we have. Shangguan Yingying came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. It was said that the sales of this healing medicine were excellent. Even if so many doctors in Punlai Palace made it together, there was still a situation where it was sold out. Now, all the forces in Punlai Island were buying this healing medicine. The degree of popularity was very shocking just by listening to it. Bailey Hongzhuang was able to get 30% of it, so the number of spirit stones must be very shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and opened the Qiankuan bag. When she saw the number of spirit stones inside, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Wow, so many spiritual stones. Shangguan Yingying could not help but exclaim. The Qiankuan pouch was filled with spiritual stones. The amount was truly shocking. Seeing Shangguan Yingying's shocked expression, Easy Hua could not help but chuckle. Hongzhuang is the wealthiest person among us all. You'll have a steady stream of income in the future. Who knows how many people will be jealous of you. For cultivators, spiritual stones were unavoidable if they wanted to increase their cultivation. Spiritual stones could greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation speed. Otherwise, at their level, if they did not use spiritual stones and relied purely on the yuan qi they absorbed from the world, who knew how long it would take for them to increase their cultivation by one level. However, it was not easy for ordinary cultivators to obtain spiritual stones. Unless they made some transactions or completed some extra missions for the Punlai Palace, the cultivation resources they received every month were not enough for cultivation. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang had superb medical skills. Clearly, she did not need to worry about spiritual stones. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled as a complicated light flashed through her eyes. There were probably very few people who knew about this. Otherwise, with such a large amount of money, she would have become a delicious piece of cake in everyone's eyes. Everyone would want to rob her. This is our Hongzhuang's ability. Shangguan Yingying placed her hands on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders. Her face was filled with pride. Not everyone has such amazing medical skills as Hongzhuang. Easy Hua nodded his head. Regarding this point, he also admired Bailey Hongzhuang. She had only gone to an inner palace disciples training ground once, yet she was able to concoct such an effective healing medicine for dark energy. It was truly remarkable. Right now, the people from the 100 Flowers Gate are the most curious about you. They have already sent people to negotiate with the palace master many times, wanting to meet you. Easy Hua suddenly thought of this and could not help but speak. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows when she heard that. Actually, she did not have a bad impression of the 100 Flowers Gate. Back then, the people from the 100 Flowers Gate had invited her to take a look. However, the 100 Flowers Gate was not suitable for others, so she did not plan on joining. After all, she was the only doctor in their group. The others wouldn't be able to develop well in the 100 Flowers Gate. You are now the treasure of our Punlai Palace. Many forces want to meet you. There are countless people who want to poach you. Izihua smiled faintly. However, these people were all rejected by the palace master. After all, it wasn't easy to recruit you back. We can't let others take advantage of this opportunity. When these words were spoken, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but chuckle. Izihua had described the palace master to such an extent. Teacher Yi, according to what you said, Hongzhuang is the treasure of the Punlai Palace. Then you have to be our powerful backer. Xiren joked. Izihua glanced at Xiren. What? Could it be that you are not satisfied with me and Master Long as your backers? If you ask me, there aren't many newcomers in the Punlai Palace who can cause as much trouble as you. If it were anyone else, they would have already been punished. However, you guys have always been fine. Listening to Izihua's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all smiled and nodded. Mentor Yi, I was wrong. You and Master Long have always been very concerned about us. We have always kept this in mind. Xiren said with a smile. In fact, only Master Xiao Long and Mentor Yi had always been very good to them. Thinking back to when they killed their opponents in front of Master Long and Mentor Yi, if it were other cultivators, they would definitely be punished to a certain extent, or at least they would be unhappy. However, Master Long and Mentor Yi did not have the slightest dissatisfaction because of this. On the contrary, they showed a strong attitude and said that they would stand behind them. It was because of this that the number of cultivators who came to find trouble with them decreased a lot. Otherwise, with just their attractiveness, who knows how many cultivators would be attracted. Kid, you still have some conscience. Izihua showed a satisfied expression. Thinking back to when Long Yanwei took great care of Bailey Hongzhuang's people, he was a little puzzled. However, as he gradually became familiar with Bailey Hongzhuang's people, he became more and more fond of these little guys. The most important thing was that these little guys never let them down. Not only did their strength improve very quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang also developed a healing medicine that had a great effect on Punlai Palace. Thinking back to when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were cultivators with great potential in their eyes, it was needless to say now. Mentor Yi, according to what you said, Hongzhuang is now a delicious cake in the eyes of other forces. Shangguan Yingying's eyes flashed with excitement. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang was so valuable and was valued by so many forces, she also felt happy. Izihua nodded. Yes, you have to be careful when you go out now. I am really afraid that some people will directly kidnap you by hook or by crook. As this healing medicine was sold on Punlai Island, everyone became more aware of the effects of this healing medicine, which immediately attracted many people's jealousy. Ordinary forces naturally could not pay such a price to poach Bailey Hongzhuang, so there was no lack of people who had some other thoughts. This was also one of the reasons why he and Long Yanwei insisted on coming back with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Mentor Yi, don't worry about this. We will be fine. Xiren's face showed a smile. However, if someone offers Hongzhuang very good conditions, what will you do? Hearing this, Yi frowned, and a look of contemplation flashed in his eyes. Do you think Hongzhuang is as ungrateful as you? I believe that Hongzhuang will definitely not leave Punlai Palace because of other conditions. Speaking of this, Izihua seemed extremely confident. Since the moment Bailey Hongzhuang chose to give the right to dispose of the healing medicine to Long Yanwei, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. She would never betray Punlai Palace and Long Yanwei for some benefits. He could rest assured about this. In fact, Palace Master Bai Songming was also worried about this matter before. He even thought about whether he should personally talk to Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang's value was different from before. As long as she was willing to join other forces, they would be willing to pay any price. However, he and Long Yanwei still refused. Hongzhuang, am I right? Izihua asked aloud. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a faint smile. her eyes sincere and serious. Mentor E, you are right, I will not leave Punlai Palace. In the entire Punlai Island, Punlai Palace was second to none. What's more, Punlai Palace's conditions for inviting them were already very generous. If it were other forces, it was absolutely impossible to offer such conditions. Most importantly, they received great kindness from Master Long. No matter what, they would not let Master Long down. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's answer, the smile on Yizihua's face widened a little, and he said with satisfaction, I knew you would say this. It seems that my judgment and Yanwei's judgment were not wrong. Master Long, although your judgment of Hongzhuang is right, your judgment of me is wrong. Wen Xiren said aloud. What do you mean? Hongzhuang is naturally not a person who forgets friendship, but neither am I. Although you always have some misunderstandings about me, I have always liked you very much. Xiren's face was filled with a smile. Although he usually liked to joke with Yizihua, what he said was also the truth. Come on. You stinking brat, I think you are the most shrewd among all of us. Just as everyone was chatting, there was suddenly a movement inside. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look inside. It should be Mo Yunjue who chose his contract beast. Soon, Long Yanwei and Mo Yunjue slowly walked out from inside. Yunjue, what contract beast did you choose? Bailey Hongzhuang asked first. Long Yanwei had many contract beasts, and there was no lack of powerful contract beasts. They had already seen this before, but they didn't know what kind of contract beast Mo Yunjue was suitable for. Looking at Master Long's expression, I know that you did not treat Mo Yunjue badly. Quickly tell us what kind of contract beast it is so that we can see it. Everyone had the same look of interest. Mo Yunjue had always been a genius, so his contracted beast must be extraordinary as well. Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Mo Yunjue could not help but glance at Long Yanwei beside him. Long Yanwei smiled and said, since they are so curious, you should tell them. Hearing this, Mo Yunjue nodded and smiled, my contracted beast is the darkness magic fox. Dark magic fox? Shang Guanying frowned. She had never heard of this contract beast before. What kind of contract beast was it? However, raccoons didn't seem to be very powerful. With Mo Yunjue's strength, wasn't this contract beast mistreating him? After Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching heard about the dark magic fox, their eyes couldn't help but change a little. As far as they knew, the dark magic fox was an extremely rare demonic beast. Normally, it was very difficult to see this demon beast, and it was even rarer to have it as a contract beast. Mo Yunjue nodded, that's right, it's the dark magic fox. According to what I know, the dark magic fox's body is pitch black, and it's extremely fast. It's used for sneak attacks, and it's often hard to guard against. Its claws and teeth are sharp, and it moves silently. Many people have described it as the killer of demon beasts. Bewitching slowly said. The dark magic fox was rarely seen, but its strength was extremely tyrannical and its speed was extremely fast. Even if an ordinary cultivator encountered it, they might not be able to see it clearly. Long Yanwei slowly spoke, introducing the characteristics of the dark magic fox. Although the dark magic fox was a type of civet cat, it was relatively small in size, but its fighting strength was extremely terrifying. Most importantly, the dark magic fox also had a bewitching characteristic. Many people who encountered the dark magic fox were bewitched by it. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to capture the dark magic fox. Hearing Long Yanwei's introduction, Wen Xiren's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt, bewitching characteristic? In the past, he had never understood the contract beasts of civet cats. In his opinion, most of the beasts were tall and mighty. He had never paid much attention to contract beasts that were relatively small in size. That's right, any cultivator who was targeted by the dark magic fox would be bewitched by it as long as they looked into its eyes. Their mind would be temporarily blank. At this time, Instructor Yizihua added, it is precisely because the dark magic fox has such a special characteristic that it is extremely difficult to capture it. Although its reputation isn't as famous as other contract beasts, its fighting strength is extremely powerful and can't be ignored. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with amazement. She didn't expect that Mo Yunjue would choose the dark magic fox as his contract beast. However, after knowing this, she felt that the characteristics of the dark magic fox were very compatible with Mo Yunjue. This man and beast were used to walking in the darkness, they were the sharp blades of the night. The dark magic fox had such a special characteristic, it could be said to be a great weapon in battle. It was very difficult to break through. I didn't expect the dark magic fox to be so powerful. I was ignorant in the past. Shang Guanying sighed. If during battle, the dark magic fox's bewitching will cause the opponent's mind to go blank, wouldn't it give us a great opportunity? Therefore, cultivators who have contracted beasts like the dark magic fox are extremely terrifying. Long Yanwei revealed a smile. Previously, in order to capture this dark magic fox, I spent a lot of effort. Fortunately, I succeeded in capturing it in the end. I didn't expect Mo Yunjue to have such good eyesight at such a young age. He picked one of my precious contracted beasts, the dark magic fox. You must know that there were many cultivators who were interested in it and asked me for it for a long time, but I didn't agree to it. However, since I've already promised to let you choose as you wish, I naturally won't go back on my words. Thank you, Master Long. Mo Yunjue kept his hands, his eyes filled with gratitude. Ever since he found out about the characteristics of the dark magic fox, he knew how precious this contracted beast was. What Long Yanwei said was definitely not an exaggeration, and being able to obtain this contracted beast made him extremely happy. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had told him before that if he came to Lord Long, he would definitely be able to choose a contract beast that he liked, in fact, he did not have much hope, because even he himself had not thought about what kind of contract beast was suitable for him. You're welcome. This is what I promised to give you. Long Yanwei smiled faintly. When Xiran is right. As a contract master, I sealed so many contract beasts in order to help these contract beasts find a good master. You're so young and your cultivation is so high. It can be said that your potential is limitless. It's great that this dark magic fox has a master like you. I found a good home for it. Long Yanwei's face showed a satisfied expression. Although he didn't know Mo Yunjue's strength for a long time, Mo Yunjue was the inheritor of the Devil Training Tower. His strength was definitely not bad. Moreover, birds of a feather flocked together. Since Mo Yunjue could become good friends with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, it proved that his character was not bad. Therefore, he was very satisfied with Mo Yunjue. I'll take good care of it. Mo Yunjue's eyes flashed with a bright light. From the moment he saw the dark magic fox, he knew that the dark magic fox would be his best partner from now on. I believe in you. Long Yanwei replied with a smile. After Mo Yunjue successfully obtained a contract beast, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not continue to stay here and return to their residence. The matter of Mo Yunjue obtaining a contract beast was not a secret in the Punlai Palace. Everyone knew that the Punlai Palace's condition for recruiting Mo Yunjue was a contract beast. Not only that, although Mo Yunjue had just joined the Punlai Palace, because of his strength, he was directly promoted to an inner palace disciple. He did not even need to participate in the assessment. The residence arranged for him was near Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. This Mo Yunjue's treatment is really enviable. We've stayed in the Punlai Palace for so long. Not to mention obtaining a contract beast, we couldn't even enter the inner palace. That's right. Most people are promoted from outer palace disciples to inner palace disciples. Cultivators like Mo Yunjue who were directly promoted to inner palace disciples are extremely rare. Who asked him to be the successor of the Demon Training Tower? His potential is far from what ordinary people can compare to. I think the contracted beast he obtained this time is definitely not simple. For a moment, Mo Yunjue had become the target of everyone's envy. He had achieved so much in such a short period of time. It was as if he had a meteoric rise. He had only just arrived, and he had already become such an awesome person without any foundation. Bailey Hongzhuang's group is really powerful. Even the friends they make are not simple. I really regret it now. If I didn't become enemies with them when they first came to Punlai Palace and instead made friends with them, I think I might not be like this now. Who would have thought that they would be so abnormal? Generally speaking, cultivators like them would not be able to survive. However, there was an exception this time. In my opinion, with their current momentum, no one in the Punlai Palace will be able to stop them in the future. You're right about this. If we can't please them when we see them in the future, we definitely can't offend them. How tragic was the fate of Duan Huali and the others. A rank 2 Starlight cultivator directly became a cripple. In the end, he killed himself. No matter what, we must not repeat the same mistake. For the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been cultivating in the cultivation area. Originally, they had obtained a certain amount of points in the Outer Palace Disciples training area. After that, Bailey Hongzhuang's healing medicine had been auctioned off and they had obtained quite a number of points. Therefore, it was completely enough for them to cultivate in the cultivation area for a period of time. When they were in the demon training tower, they had never stopped fighting in the arena. Especially Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, and Mo Yunjue. After obtaining the inheritance, their cultivation had suddenly increased by a lot. Therefore, they had to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time to stabilize their cultivation. Although the demon training tower was extremely powerful and it had helped them to increase their cultivation without too many side effects, there were still some hidden dangers. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' philosophy was to fight steadily and surely. If they wanted to increase their cultivation, they had to do this. Xiren and Shang Guanying did not have any objections to this. Now that Di Beichen and the others' cultivation was so much higher than theirs, they urgently needed to increase their cultivation. Therefore, they did not have any objections at all. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had finished their cultivation and were walking towards their residence. Di Beichen, we can go to the training area in a few days, right? Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. She had already been in closed-door cultivation for a period of time and could go out to train. Although she had already seen the terror of the skeleton army once and her heart was filled with disgust towards these fellows, she still wanted to go because it was an extremely good place to train her abilities. Di Beichen nodded slightly. All right, we'll set off whenever you want. It just so happens that I want to take this opportunity to research whether or not I can understand the power of darkness better. From there, I can concoct a healing medicine that can completely restrain the power of darkness. A faint smile appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. She had always been filled with curiosity towards things that she had never seen before. Similarly, she also wanted to research a medicine that could completely restrain the power of darkness. This had always been her hobby, and it was because of this that her medical skills were so outstanding. In her previous life, the elders in the family only allowed her to learn medicine after knowing that she was full of competitiveness towards the uncured poison. Facts had proven that with such a mentality, the progress of her medical skills was indeed extremely fast. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Beichen stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's hair affectionately. I know you haven't let go of this matter. If you were strong enough at that time, you would have gone there to investigate. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, a bright light flashing in her eyes. She smiled tenderly and said, Beichen, you know me best. Of course. Di Beichen showed a proud look. No matter what you want to do, I will accompany you. Let's ask Xiren and the others later. If they are interested, we can go together. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled gently. That's right, my wife. Didn't a new door open in the Chaos Ring? What's inside? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with some astonishment. Usually, every time a new door opened in the Chaos Ring, there would be something that would be very helpful to it. Indeed, a new stone chamber has appeared. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I only saw a secret manual in there. There were some obscure things written on it. Until now, I still don't understand what it's used for. At this point, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. Her expression was filled with helplessness and confusion. When she first heard that a new stone chamber had appeared, she was extremely happy. However, when she realized that she didn't understand what was written on the secret manual, she felt very helpless. You don't understand? Di Beichen was a little surprised. With Bailey Hongzhuang's intelligence, there were very few things that she couldn't understand. That's right. I just don't understand. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. However, I vaguely feel that these things are somewhat familiar. They should be of some use to me. It's just that I haven't discovered it yet. The things in the chaos ring must be related to you. Although I don't understand it now, I believe that if you study it more, you'll eventually discover its use. Bewitching held Bailey Hongshuang's small hand. His brows were full of trust. This chaos ring has recognized you as its master. The things inside are tailor-made for you. There must be a reason for its appearance. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. I think so too. That's why I've been studying it these past few days. Although I haven't made any progress yet, I believe that I'll definitely understand it in the future. Vaguely, she felt that this secret manual should be of some help to her in increasing her strength. Moreover, the help was not small. However, she still hadn't figured out how to use it. This was because the contents written on it were too obscure and difficult to understand. Until now, she still hadn't fully understood the contents of this secret manual. Master, you're so smart, but you still can't understand the contents of this secret manual. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that they would have to spend even more time. Xiaohe smiled and said. That's right. The chaos ring is a divine weapon. The things that appear in it are not simple. Not to mention the secret manual this time, even the inscription techniques from before weren't easy to learn. It's just that Master is too smart in this aspect. That's why she was able to grasp it so quickly. Xiaobai comforted. Bailey Hongshuang stroked the heads of the two little fellows. You're really getting better at talking. Master, we're not flattering you this time. What we're saying is the truth. Xiaohe. Baisher was also walking beside Bailey Hongshuang at this moment. After seeing Little Black and Little White like this, he couldn't help but say, you should work harder and quickly improve your cultivation. Otherwise, with your current strength, you won't be able to help Master in the future. After Bailey Hongshuang obtained the inheritance of the Demon Training Tower, her strength had increased by several levels. In comparison, the cultivation of the three contracted beasts was much weaker. Baisher's usual speed of improvement was very fast, but now he was still left behind by Bailey Hongshuang by a large margin. If he wanted to break through to the star boundary, it was obviously not possible to succeed in a short period of time. As for Xiaohe and Xiaobai, their speed was even slower. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to help Bailey Hongshuang solve the problem. Then I'll wait and see. Baisher raised his eyebrows. He didn't care about Xiaohe's provocation at all. Back then, Xiaohe and Xiaobai were stronger than him, but they mocked him for a long time. Now that his strength had surpassed Xiaohe and Xiaobai, he felt very happy. You're so smug. Xiaohe pursed her lips and pouted her face like a steamed bun. Bailey Hongshuang listened to the three beasties, and a smile appeared on her face. I'm relieved that you guys are working hard on your cultivation. Now that her cultivation had increased, she naturally hoped that Xiaohe, Xiaobai, and Baisher's cultivation could also increase. That way, they would have more protection when they went to the upper realm in the future. From Ao Lingxia's words, she already knew that the forces in the upper realm were much stronger than where they were currently. Even if they broke through to the Starlight realm, they would only be at the bottom of the hierarchy in the upper realm. Therefore, if they were stronger, they would have more protection when they went there. Otherwise, before they even reached the D family, there might be some problems. For this kind of thing, Bailey Hongshuang had never held a fluke mentality. Master, don't worry. We'll definitely work hard on our cultivation, Xiaobai said seriously. At this moment, Debachen's mystic fire demon rock also poked its head out and looked at Bailey Hongshuang's three contracted beasts with a hint of fear in its eyes. Then, it turned to Debachen and said, Master, I'll also work hard on increasing my cultivation. Debachen rubbed the mystic fire demon rock's little head and smiled. Okay. Little Xianxia, when are you coming back to the Chaos Ring with us? Xiaohe couldn't help but ask after seeing the mystic fire demon rock. Little Xianxia was the name they gave the mystic fire demon rock. Although the mystic fire demon rock was very dissatisfied with this name and had resisted many times, the three beasties still gave it this name. It couldn't be helped. The mystic fire demon rock's cultivation was weaker than theirs, so it could only be bullied by them. Not only that, because the three beasties were stronger, they already regarded themselves as the boss and bullied the three new contracted beasts to a certain extent. The mystic fire demon rock was dissatisfied with Xiaohe's bullying, so it stuck to D. Obviously, it didn't want to return to the Chaos Ring. "I'm not going back," the mystic fire demon rock said proudly. "How can you not go back? We're helping you to increase your cultivation, that's why we're giving you such pressure," said Xiao. "Forget it. I can also improve my cultivation by following my master. In any case, we are all cultivating in the cultivation area. What's the difference?" Relying on Bewitching, the mystic fire demon rock only had one thought in its mind, and that was to increase its strength as soon as possible. Only then could it change the situation of being bullied. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other with a smile on their lips. In fact, they both knew that the three beasties didn't bully the mystic fire demon rock. It was just that the three little guys had some bad taste and liked to mess with the mystic fire demon rock. However, under the oppression of the three beasties, not only Bewitching's mystic fire demon rock, but Xiren and Shangguaning's contracted beasts also wanted to increase their cultivation. This way, they would be able to make a comeback. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching slowly made their way to their residence, they saw Wen Xiren chatting with Ren Ziheng and the others outside the door. Seeing Bewitching and Shangguaning return, everyone greeted them. "You're back too. Senior brother Ren, it's good to see you." Bailey Hongzhuang quickly walked over to Ren Ziheng and the others with a joyful smile on her face. Hearing this, Ren Ziheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Junior sister Bailey is looking for us. Is something the matter?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "Bewitching and I are planning to go to the training grounds to train, so we're planning to form a group. We wanted to ask if you have any plans to go." "Sure." Ren Zimei smiled and nodded. "We should also go to the training grounds. If we continue to stay in the cultivation area, we won't have enough points. If we don't go to the training grounds to earn some points, we won't be able to continue cultivating." "Hongzhuang, are you planning to go? Has your foundation stabilized?" Shangguaniying asked. "There's no problem. It's boring to stay in the cultivation area to cultivate. It's better to go to the training grounds. Xiren, what do you think? Do you want to go together?" At this moment, Bewitching suddenly asked. Xiren glanced at Bewitching and smiled. "Since you want to go, why shouldn't we go?" "I knew it." Shangguaniying chuckled. "Although those skeletons look disgusting, we still have to go and train." Just as everyone was talking, Ren Zimei's voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. "Look, there's another woman looking for junior brother Mo." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but follow Ren Zimei's gaze. Sure enough, a woman stopped in front of Mo Yunjua's door. "Again?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She didn't ignore the word again that Ren Zimei said. Ren Zimei nodded. "Yes, you don't know yet, right? Now junior brother Mo has become the most popular male disciple in Punlai Palace." "Oh?" Xiren was surprised. "I didn't expect that there would be such a thing. Junior brother Mo's appearance is outstanding, coupled with his extremely powerful strength and promising future, he naturally attracts the attention of women. In this entire Punlai Palace, there are very few cultivators who can compare with him." Ren Zimei shrugged her shoulders. She obviously felt that all this was reasonable. Logically speaking, junior brother D and junior brother Wen should also be extremely popular with everyone. However, both of you are already taken, so you are not as attractive as junior brother Moic. Wen Xiren chuckled. "So it seems that Yunju's peach blossoms are blooming in this Punlai Palace. Maybe he will accidentally meet his real peach blossom. That's for the best." Chu Jinfeng chuckled. "The number of outstanding female disciples in the Punlai Palace is not small. If he can really find his other half, that would be a good story. However, in my opinion, this junior apprentice brother Mo's temperament is a bit too cold. In the past few days, there have been many women who have tried to get close to him, but they were all mercilessly rejected by junior brother Mo. The woman who is looking for junior brother Mo is a very famous person in the inner palace of Punlai. Her name is Xianxia and there are many men who chase after her." Ren Zimei's eyes shone with excitement. However, her standards are also very high. Ordinary men can't enter her eyes. I didn't expect her to take the initiative to look for junior brother Mo. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Looking at Ren Zimei's gossipy appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but find it funny. It's not strange for her to take the initiative when she meets the man she likes. Ren Zimei shook her head. She usually has an extremely arrogant look on her face. So many men have tried to woo her, but she doesn't care about them at all. She can't even be bothered to talk to them. Now that she has taken the initiative to look for junior brother Mo, isn't this considered as unprecedented news? If this news gets out, I'm afraid it will cause a commotion. Forget it. It's better not to spread this news. Xiren waved his hand. Otherwise, won't Yunjue become the target of public criticism? That's true. Ran Ziheng chuckled. However, even if this news doesn't spread, junior brother Mo has already become a thorn in the side of many male disciples. It seems that being too charming is also a mistake. Shang Guanying sighed. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the group set off for the training ground. After Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao learned of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' plans, they also proposed to go together. As a result, their team became 9 people. Although this kind of team wasn't considered a lot during the training, it was still quite a lot. Mo Yunjue was very curious about the skeletons that everyone was talking about. After all, he had never heard of such creatures before. Is the skeleton army really as scary as you say? Mo Yunjue asked slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The skeleton army's number is indeed very scary. They attack by surrounding you. Therefore, once you are surrounded, it won't be easy to escape. However, we were only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm when we went there, so it would be more difficult for us to deal with it. But with our current situation, it should be much easier to deal with it. If it weren't for Hongzhuang's Sither technique, I'm afraid we would have died there. Xiren sighed. Hearing the conversation between Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, Ren Ziheng could not help but turn around and say, last time, you were only at the outer part of the training ground. The deeper you go into the training ground, the more terrifying the skeleton's strength is. Now that you've all broken through to the Astral Radiance realm, you naturally won't continue to stay in the outer regions. Once you enter deeper, you still have to be careful everywhere, because the strength of those skeletons is also extremely abnormal. Moreover, the number of liches will also increase greatly, and the frequency of skeletal soldiers appearing will be even higher. You definitely can't underestimate them. Are there a lot of skeleton soldiers? Shang Guanying's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Last time, they had also seen skeleton soldiers in the skeleton army. Obviously, the skeleton soldiers were much stronger than the ordinary skeletons. However, there were very few of them at that time, so it didn't cause too much of an impact. A team composed entirely of skeleton soldiers? Shang Guanying couldn't help but exclaim, how terrifying is their combat power. It is precisely because of this that in that battle, it is said that the team was almost completely wiped out. Ran Ziheng sighed. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ao Lingxiao thoughtfully. According to Ao Lingxiao, the passage to the upper world was in the depths of this training ground. It seemed that if one wanted to go to the upper world, one needed to be extremely strong. Otherwise, one couldn't even reach the passage. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously, both of them had thought of the same problem. If they had the chance, they also wanted to see where the entrance to the upper world was. By the way, I have one more thing to remind you. Ran Ziheng suddenly said. What's the matter? In fact, this training ground is not only for the cultivators of our Punlai Palace. The other forces are also heading to the same place. It's just that everyone is in different passages. The closer you are to the center of the training ground, the greater the possibility of encountering other forces. Once you encounter them, you have to pay more attention. There is a certain amount of competition between the major forces. If there is a disagreement, it is possible to fight. So, it is best to be more vigilant against the cultivators of other forces. Ran Ziheng's gaze couldn't help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. Junior sister Bailey, you are now famous in Punlai Palace. Many forces have already noticed your existence. If you are recognized by the cultivators of other forces, they may use some special methods to deal with you. So, you must be more careful. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. A serious and dignified look appeared between her eyebrows. Senior brother Ren, thank you for your reminder. I will be careful. We are a team. When the time comes, we will inevitably act together. I will also pay more attention. Ren Ziheng smiled and said. Bailey Hongzhuang was now in high demand. In addition, she had a huge sum of money. Many people were envious. Not to mention the cultivators of other forces, even the cultivators of Punlai Palace had some thoughts about her. However, due to her strength being too strong, there was no benefit in offending her, so everyone forcibly suppressed this idea. The outside forces were different. They were not afraid of offending Master Long at all. As long as there were benefits, they were willing to do anything. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others entered the training grounds through the teleportation array. This time, compared to the last time they were here, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt completely different. He was no longer as nervous and perturbed as before. Instead, he walked very calmly. There won't be any skeletons during the day, so we can rest assured. Let's go deeper into the forest when the sun rises. Ren Zimei said slowly, with your current cultivation, staying in the outer perimeter is of no use to you. Although we've been here before, we don't know much about this place. Senior Sister Ren, we'll follow you. We'll stay wherever you think is suitable. The ink-black letters flickered with a peaceful light, and the gentle and light voice was full of trust. End of chapter 3909. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.